This lousy novel, that crappy male lead, and this villain called Ye Zi'an, how dare he share the same name as me? Ye Zi'an hurled the phone in his hand onto the table in fury, his arm accidentally knocking over the freshly prepared instant noodles and sending them tumbling to the floor. The ceramic bowl shattered against the floor with a crisp crack, broth splashing outward and mingling with scattered noodles. The poor bowl of instant noodles became an innocent victim bearing the brunt of Ye Zi'an's anger. It was the novel's botched ending and melodramatic plot that had driven Ye Zi'an to lose his composure. Panting heavily, he forced himself to calm down, rose to his feet and walked toward the balcony to fetch a mop, intending to clean up the chaotic floor. Perhaps from sitting on the sofa for too long his left leg had gone numb and he failed to stand steadily. He stumbled and planted his foot directly onto the shards of the shattered ceramic bowl. The mixture of broth and ceramic fragments beneath his foot made Ye Zi'an slip. "I'm done for." His mind whirled as the world spun around him. The surrounding scene rotated wildly as his body lost control and crashed downward. Ah! In an instant the scene around him shifted. The bare shabby rental disappeared, replaced by the opulent hall of a luxurious villa. Ye Zi'an found himself sitting on a genuine leather sofa in this lavish mansion. Still shaken, he curiously examined the surroundings. The grand hall stretched over several hundred square meters, decorated in a Western style. Various luxurious ornaments were inlaid along the walls, each detail silently proclaiming that the owner of this house was exceedingly wealthy and influential. With one fall, where have I ended up? Did I just transmigrate? Years of habitual novel reading allowed Ye Zi'an to instantly grasp what was happening. But which world was this? As he pondered, a groan rose from beneath his feet. Ye Zi'an looked down to see a man lying on the floor whose face was exactly the same as his own. Though their faces were identical, the man's temperament differed slightly. He appeared refined and scholarly. Now he clutched his head in pain, seemingly having been knocked unconscious by Ye Zi'an's sudden arrival. The man covered his head and struggled to his feet. When he lifted his gaze, he discovered that the intruder before him looked exactly the same as he did. His hand trembled as he pointed at Ye Zi'an, stammering, "You. Who are you? How can you look exactly like me and still dare to trespass into my Ye family home? I'm calling the police to have you arrested." With that, he pulled a phone from his pocket, preparing to dial. Hearing him threaten to call the police, a vicious glint flashed across Ye Zi'an's eyes as he locked his gaze on this man who shared his face. He replayed the man's words in his mind. Ye family. He has the same surname as me as well. Could this be my counterpart from a parallel world? Once that thought clicked, Ye Zi'an's gaze swept over the surroundings again. The villa remained empty, no one else was present. A sinister idea took root in Ye Zi'an's heart, a desire to assume this man's identity and live on in his place. The man continued to complain obliviously while Ye Zi'an's gaze had already fixed upon a palm-sized crystal ashtray on the table. He casually snatched up the ashtray and swung it fiercely toward the man's head. Ye Zi'an had no intention of spending years in prison for trespassing the moment he arrived in this world. Moreover, in this world he did not yet possess a legitimate identity. He could even end up being taken away for dissection. With that thought, Ye Zi'an tightened his grip on the ashtray and smashed it down toward his parallel self. Bang! Scarlet blood splattered across Ye Zi'an's face. The man before him clutched his head in disbelief, helpless as blood streamed through his fingers and dripped to the floor. Clearly this man had lived a pampered life and was utterly unprepared for Ye Zi'an's sudden assault, completely outmatched. Besides, Ye Zi'an was striking with lethal intent. Without the slightest hesitation, Ye Zi'an seized the man's collar and slammed him down again and again. After several heavy blows, the man collapsed to the floor and ceased struggling. The instant the man's breathing stopped, his body and the blood on the floor vanished, inexplicably transforming into a stream of white light that surged into Ye Zi'an's mind. A segment of memory not his own abruptly appeared in Ye Zi'an's mind. Moments later he opened his eyes. He now clearly understood the world he was in. This body was still his, only his mind now held the memories that belonged to that other man. This world was precisely the apocalyptic melodramatic novel he had just been reading. The man he had killed was the wealthy young master Ye Zi'an, his counterpart in a parallel timeline sharing his name and appearance. Like Ye Zi'an himself, the Ye Zi'an of this world was also an orphan. Now that the corpse had vanished and he possessed the man's memories, it seemed he could assume this man's identity and survive in this world. At that thought, Ye Zi'an let out a quiet sigh of relief. As his mind cooled, new questions arose. Soon this world would follow the novel's plot and usher in the apocalypse. Zombies and mutated beasts would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Various extreme weather phenomena would erupt: torrential storms, deadly cold, searing heat, perpetual day, endless night, and other terrifying disasters. Humanity's trusted thermal weapons would apparently be restricted by some mysterious rules and inexplicably fail. Most firearms and similar thermal weapons would completely lose their effectiveness. At dawn on the day the apocalypse descended, a sudden electronic storm would instantly annihilate vast numbers of operating electronic devices. Human civilization would be thrown back by several centuries overnight. In the novel, this Ye Zi'an was merely a minor cannon fodder character in the early chapters, slaughtered by the male lead Su Chen in a hotel while Su Chen searched for supplies around chapter 30. The supplies stored in the Ye family hotel became the stepping stone for Su Chen's rise. After recalling the book's content, Ye Zi'an began to ponder his own future course of action. In this world, Ye Zi'an had just reached adulthood when his parents died in an accident. He inherited a company worth tens of billions from his father and lived a life of extravagant, reckless spending. After some deliberation, Ye Zi'an murmured to himself, "Just like me, he has no relatives. That does spare me a lot of trouble." Though he had inherited the original owner's memories, his way of doing things remained much the same as before. In front of people who had close contact with him, it would still be easy to slip up. This Ye Zi'an was essentially a hands-off owner. All company affairs had long been delegated to various levels of management. Ye Zi'an merely held the title of chairman, collecting dividends at year's end to maintain his life of debauchery. His identity as an orphan meant no one would likely discover anything amiss. With this understanding, Ye Zi'an thought to himself, "What matters most now is figuring out the current date, how much time I have left to stockpile supplies." In the novel, the apocalypse erupted at midnight on January 1, 2050, a detail engraved in his mind by his speed-reading habit. Fortunately, when the corpse vanished, the phone remained. Ye Zi'an crouched down, reaching to pick up the phone from the floor. Bang! The villa's main door was suddenly pushed open from outside. A tall, graceful beauty in a black and gold cheapo strode in. Lu Sisi swung the villa door open and with elegant yet rapid steps walked up to Ye Zi'an, looking down at him as he remained half-squatting on the floor. Ye Zi'an lifted his head to examine the newcomer's features closely. The woman looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. Her skin was fairer than snow, her brows and eyes as if painted with a brush. The black and gold cheapao traced a perfect, exquisite figure. Her beauty was so arresting that it was hard to look away. Even the famous actresses on television paled in comparison. Yet in her eyes flickered an indescribable look, half like mockery, as if she were bestowing favor when she spoke. "Ye Zi'an, my father wants me to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you tomorrow to get our marriage certificate, then return to the Lu family to discuss the specific details of the wedding that will be held a week later." Though her words concerned their upcoming registration, a hint of barely noticeable derision flashed through Lu Sisi's gaze. She was Lu Sisi, Ye Zi'an's fiancée in name. This news, however, allowed Ye Zi'an to pinpoint the current time. In the novel, the two of them were preparing to marry on New Year's Day. The guests of both families would all end up trapped together in the Ye group's hotel. Which meant the apocalypse was 1 week away and he still had 7 days to prepare. Knowing the plot to come, Ye Zi'an's gaze toward Lu Sisi turned instantly cold. In the story, Ye Zi'an's death at Su Chen's hands was closely tied to the Lu family's refusal to intervene. Their marriage was nothing more than a scheme by the Lu family to seize the Ye group under Ye Zi'an's name. After registering the marriage tomorrow, the Lu family planned to secretly have Ye Zi'an killed during the wedding banquet. Afterward, Lu Sisi would legally inherit all the assets under Ye Zi'an's name as his wife. His status as an orphan made him nothing but a fat piece of meat in the eyes of the Lu family. Sensing Ye Zi'an staring at her strangely with a faint hint of killing intent, as if he bore an irreconcilable blood feud against her, Lu Sisi could not help feeling uneasy. She thought to herself, could Ye Zi'an have discovered something? Impossible. Only her father and younger brother in the Lu family knew of the plan against him, and it had yet to be set in motion. There was no way he could have caught wind of it. He must simply be too overjoyed, hence his odd behavior. With that thought, a trace of disgust glinted in Lu Sisi's eyes as she spoke as coldly as usual. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you not want to marry me anymore?" Hearing Lu Sisi's words, Ye Zi'an withdrew the murderous look in his eyes, rose to his feet and replied gently, "It's nothing, I simply remembered some matters I need to deal with." He was no longer the fawning, obedient Ye Zi'an before, who catered to her every whim. He stepped closer to Lu Sisi. Standing at 1.80 m, he now looked down at Lu Sisi just as she had moments ago looked down at him, his gaze falling on the delicate makeup adorning her face. He had to admit this woman was truly stunning. Feeling Ye Zi'an lean closer, Lu Sisi instinctively reached out, subconsciously intending to push him away. Yet just as her jade-like hand extended before she could touch him, Ye Zi'an raised his arm and firmly seized her wrist. His grip tightened until a red ring appeared around her delicate skin. Pain shot through her wrist and Lu Sisi immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. She tried to break free, but her arm wouldn't budge. Staring in disbelief at the usually refined Ye Zi'an, she protested angrily. You! What are you doing? Let go of me, you're hurting me. In over a year of engagement, the two of them had never been this physically close. In the past, whenever Lu Sisi acted weak or coquettish, Ye Zi'an would immediately apologize like a lapdog and shower her with expensive gifts and contracts. That trick had never failed her before. Only Lu Sisi had no idea that the Ye Zi'an standing before her now was no longer the man who once obeyed her every command. Feeling the smooth tender softness of Lu Sisi's hand, Ye Zi'an thought. The Ye Zi'an of this world really was a fool. With such a background and status, he chose to be a mere lapdog, more than a year engaged, and he hadn't even held his fiancée's hand. Well, that certainly works to my advantage now. If you do not cherish what is yours, you have no one but yourself to blame. Gazing at Lu Sisi with a cold expression, Ye Zi'an said with a mocking tone. I'm merely teaching you how to fulfill your duties as a fiancé. In his eyes burned a greedy hunger, as though he might devour Lu Sisi alive in the next instant. Hearing his words, Lu Sisi struggled in panic, but to no avail. She had never imagined that the previously courteous Ye Zi'an could suddenly seem like a different person altogether, his voice laced with threat. Let go of me, or the Lu family will make sure you suffer for it. Seeing Ye Zi'an's bloodshot eyes, Lu Sisi realized that relying on her own strength alone was futile. Her only choice now was to wield the Lu family as a threat against him. Ye Zi'an snorted coldly and said, You are my fiancé. Even if the Lu family knows, so what? Overpowered physically, Lu Sisi could not break free. A palm-sized scrap of fabric drifted through the air of the living room. Lu Sisi felt a cold draft rising from her feet. Heat erupted like a volcanic blast, making even the air seem to boil. Later, Ye Zi'an lay on the sofa, a cigarette held between his index and middle fingers as he exhaled plumes of smoke, replaying everything that had just transpired in his mind. Lu Sisi stared at Ye Zi'an, the instigator of it all, with eyes full of venomous hatred, as if she wished she could kill him on the spot to vent the fury in her heart. Ye Zi'an was in an excellent mood. The benefits of this transmigration had finally compensated for the 25 years of hardship he had endured in his previous life. After a long while, Lu Sisi finally calmed down. Her bloodshot eyes glared viciously at Ye Zi'an as she threatened in a cold tone, Just you wait. For what happened today, my Lu family will definitely demand an explanation from you. With that, she turned and strode toward the Ye family's front gate, yet her gaze kept flicking back over her shoulder at Ye Zi'an from time to time. If Ye Zi'an refused to give her a satisfactory answer right now, she would go home and tell her father everything Ye Zi'an had done to her today, letting him ruthlessly extort a hefty sum from Ye Zi'an. At this moment, Lu Sisi regretted not having brought anyone with her today. Why had she come alone? And why had Ye Zi'an, who had always been humble and courteous toward her, suddenly revealed a completely different side? Originally, the Lu family's plan was simple. Once Lu Sisi and Ye Zi'an obtained their marriage certificate, they would secretly look for an opportunity to kill Ye Zi'an, the sole heir of the Ye family, and then seize all of the Ye family's assets. She had never imagined things would develop into this situation with Ye Zi'an now. This was something Lu Sisi absolutely could not tolerate. She prided herself on being a favored daughter of heaven. If not for the Ye group, how would she ever have looked twice at, let alone agreed to marry a useless second-generation wastrel like Ye Zi'an? Ye Zi'an, however, offered neither comfort nor pleas for mercy. His eyes half-lidded, he watched the departing Lu Sisi with a vicious predatory gaze. Lu Sisi felt a sudden chill run down her spine. She turned and met Ye Zi'an's eyes, only to be unnerved by the cruelty within them. Her heart gave an abrupt, fearful lurch. Realizing that what was done could no longer be undone, she wondered why she had bothered to threaten him at all, deliberately provoking Ye Zi'an. With that thought, Lu Sisi forced herself to fall silent, saying nothing more as she nervously step by step walked toward the villa's main entrance. Her top priority now was to leave the Ye residence as quickly as possible and discuss everything with her father. Lu Sisi didn't even dare bring up any details about the wedding, afraid that one more word might further provoke Ye Zi'an. Bang! The instant Lu Sisi turned, Ye Zi'an had already appeared silently behind her at some unknown moment. Her occiput was struck by a palm-sized ashtray and blood spurted out in an instant. Lu Sisi clutched the back of her head in disbelief as blood seeped through her fingers. She turned to look behind her. Ye Zi'an stood there like a demon, an ashtray smeared with fresh blood gripped tightly in his hand. Before she could utter a single word, a second swing of the ashtray crashed down upon her. The deathly cold gaze in Ye Zi'an's eyes was nothing like the man she had once thought she knew. She would never have imagined that Ye Zi'an, who used to fawn over her like a lovesick dog, would actually go so far as to try to kill her today. With no chance left to fight back, Lu Sisi finally collapsed into a pool of blood, unwillingness and resentment frozen on her face as her eyes slowly closed and her breath faded away. Throughout the entire process, Ye Zi'an merely watched her fall with an icy expression, staring until all life had drained from her body. Although he was no longer the original soul, he had taken over Ye Zi'an's identity. Any threat aimed at Ye Zi'an was now a threat he naturally had to deal with on his behalf. The Lu family was the dominant force in Shaman City's underworld, commanding countless enforcers. If the marriage certificate were truly obtained tomorrow, there was no guarantee the Lu family would not act in advance. Moreover, in the original plot, when both families were trapped in the restaurant, if Lu Sisi had not gone out of her way to provoke the male lead Su Chen, who was gathering supplies, Ye Zi'an would never have stepped forward to defend his wife and ended up having his throat pierced by Su Chen's sword, dying miserably on the spot. After Ye Zi'an's death, Lu Sisi took control of the Ye family's assets and the addresses of several large warehouses, using them as offerings to curry favor with Su Chen so she could barely survive in the apocalypse. Upon reading that part, Ye Zi'an tossed the book aside and began skipping through the chapter index, jumping ahead until he had finished the entire work. What he found most absurd was that the male lead's sanctimonious kindness was one thing, but he was also blatantly hypocritical. Ye Zi'an had merely been an honest man trying to protect his wife, yet Su Chen branded him as evil. Between the male lead and the female characters, practically nothing of substance ever happened. They interacted more like ordinary brothers. It would have been better to simply write about a lone male lead surviving the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, who still talks about benevolence and righteousness? Is it not simply a matter of doing whatever brings the most comfort? If he were the protagonist, anyone whose interests clashed with his own would be annihilated with thunderous means, leaving not a single threat behind. Ding! Sensing the transmigrator's boundless fury, the apocalypse super-villain system has been successfully activated. System binding complete. Hearing the sudden chime in his mind, Ye Zi'an could not help but grin. As expected of a transmigrator, how could he possibly be without benefits? The mandatory system for transmigrators had finally arrived. Now he not only possessed a legitimate identity, but with the system's assistance his odds of surviving in this world had increased by several degrees. With that thought, Ye Zi'an called out to the system in his mind. A system interface that only Ye Zi'an could see appeared before his eyes, displaying 4 functions. Character. Ye Zi'an clicked to view detailed information. Current mission: activate the building Tongtian Tower, requiring a 500 square meter open space. Tongtian Tower, 1st floor. Spiritual link: after activating Tongtian Tower, you may control 4 survivors who will never betray you, while also radiating influence over 100 survivors, slowly increasing their favorability toward you. Shop. Click to view details. Points 0. Skill: storage space capacity of 1 million cubic meters. Time is frozen within the space and items retain the state they held upon entering. Since his current points were at 0, Ye Zi'an saw no need to check the shop yet. He went straight into the character section to view his personal information. Strength 8. Agility 7. Endurance 8. Spirit 10. 10 is the normal human limit. Trained individuals may surpass this cap. Potential up from low to high. DCBA SSS. After seeing the effect of Tongtian Tower's 1st floor, Ye Zi'an felt that killing Lu Sisi earlier had been premature. Such a top-grade beauty, if only he had activated the system earlier. Once Tongtian Tower was online, he could have simply brought her under his control and savored her slowly. But on second thought, had he not killed Lu Sisi, he might not have successfully activated the apocalypse super-villain system at all. Moreover, the Lu family had been eyeing the original owner's inheritance like hungry wolves. He was not about to take that risk. Perhaps because he had transmigrated to Blue Star and absorbed the original Ye Zi'an's memories, his spirit attribute had actually reached the maximum value. Even so, this level potential seemed somewhat underwhelming. The higher one's potential, the faster one would awaken. After the apocalypse, the swifter one's abilities would grow and the more terrifying their power would become. But what on earth was this so-called Tongtian Tower? As if hearing Ye Zi'an's complaint, the system spoke up. Think about it, host. Your talent is equivalent to that of your counterpart in the parallel world. With only 5 or 6 lines of dialogue before dying as cannon fodder, how strong could his talent possibly have been? Ye Zi'an gave an awkward smile. It did make a kind of twisted sense. Every time he thought of the character sharing his name being slain by Su Chen with a single stroke to the throat, his anger flared all over again. As if to comfort him, the system began boasting loudly. Even so, a level potential is far from low. Among survivors, you are 1 in 10,000. Across the entire Shaman City storyline, characters with potential above A will not exceed 50. Furthermore, you now have me. The system shop may even refresh items such as potential enhancement agents, allowing you to raise your potential further. Fewer than 50 in all of Shaman City. That answer genuinely took Ye Zi'an by surprise. Silently, Ye Zi'an counted the 3 members of the main character group that wretched Lu Sisi and several early-stage Shaman City villains. It seemed that his level potential really was not weak at all. Apparently the original owner had run into a plot-driven death, which was why he had fallen so early in the initial stages of the apocalypse. But what exactly is the meaning of this Tong Tian Tower? This part of the original novel had never been written, and Ye Zi'an dared not be careless. He hurriedly asked for clarification, even though from the name alone he could tell it was an extraordinarily powerful structure. As a proper villain, the system explained, you need not charge about personally like a protagonist. You can lurk in the shadows plotting against the main character from behind the scenes. Why draw hatred upon yourself in person? Tong Tian Tower functions as a massive safe haven. By continuously absorbing the faith of survivors around the tower and completing missions such as killing zombies and other mutated creatures, you can keep adding floors to Tong Tian Tower. Each floor unlocked would grant Tong Tian Tower additional functions. Survivors living near the tower would gradually develop a favorable impression of the host, and those with firm faith would obey his commands without question. So that was it. I have a rather evil idea, Ye Zi'an mused. I wonder if it can be realized. Host, be bold and rest assured, the system replied. Whatever you imagine will certainly come to pass. A lecherous chuckle echoed through the hall. It seemed his Tong Tian Tower could indeed be used to control certain survivors, making them serve him wholeheartedly. By the way, host, you still have not opened your villain newbie gift pack. Hearing that, Ye Zi'an did not stand on ceremony. He retrieved the gift pack from his personal storage space. A level enhancement agent 1 upon use, all attributes 10. Lasso Tsuihua Palm 1, a level palm technique. Hundun Yin-Yang Ju 1 SS level cultivation method. If the host has no further questions, the system will enter sleep mode. Hereafter, unless you actively call or encounter danger, the system will not awaken. That arrangement suited him well. It knew how to protect his privacy. Previously, Ye Zi'an had worried that when he used Hundun Yin-Yang Ju to help others cultivate, the system would be watching everything. Although the system had no physical form and was merely a mechanical construct, Ye Zi'an still found the idea unsettling. Now, however, it seemed he had no reason to worry. Without hesitation, Ye Zi'an downed the level enhancement agent. He felt every pore on his body open wide as a vast surge of power roared through him. His previously faintly visible abdominal muscles now stood out in full relief. Gazing at his newly powerful physique, Ye Zi'an realized his body had already surpassed ordinary human limits, in no way inferior to those battle-hardened kings among special forces soldiers. He casually tried out the palm technique, then turned his attention fully to the ancient-looking manual Hundun Yin-Yang Ju. Gently stroking the cover, Ye Zi'an sighed. Just from the title you can tell it's an old veteran of countless stories. In nearly every apocalypse novel, this cultivation method was a standard staple. The moment his palm touched Hundun Yin-Yang Ju, the entire book transformed into a stream of golden energy flowing into his hand and beginning to circulate within his body on its own. After learning Hundun Yin-Yang Ju, Ye Zi'an felt a vortex of energy suddenly form within him, and an invisible force coursed through his meridians. Perhaps this was spiritual power. It seemed he now possessed the foundation for cultivation. Before long, his body began expelling clumps of pitch-black grime accompanied by waves of stench, the toxins accumulated over the years now purged by Hundun Yin-Yang Ju. Ye Zi'an hurried to the bathroom he remembered from the original owner's memories, scrubbing himself inside and out 3 times before the grime was finally washed away. Only after carefully sniffing and detecting no strange odors did he step out of the bathroom. He wondered what Su Chen, the male lead, might be doing at that very moment. Ye Zi'an knew that dealing with Su Chen would require working from the shadows and a flawless plan. Protagonist's plot armor was not to be underestimated. The system's suggestions aligned perfectly with Ye Zi'an's own thoughts. Why should he personally confront the male lead and create a life-or-death grudge? Secretly plotting was the mark of a true villain. Although activating Tong Tian Tower required a 500 square meter open space, he would naturally construct a perimeter wall. Inside, he would need various buildings to sustain daily life, which meant at least several 100,000 square meters of land, a fantasy in the densely packed urban districts of Xiamen City. Fortunately, there were still a few days before the apocalypse began, so he was in no rush to activate Tong Tian Tower. His most urgent task now was to deal with Lu Cici's corpse lying on the floor. Ye Zi'an took out his phone and checked the time. It was 8:43 p.m. He then dialed a number that the original owner had not contacted in a long while. The phone was answered and a respectful voice came from the other end. "Young master, what are your instructions?" It was the butler of the Yi family, Ye heir. Ye Zi'an spoke into the phone saying, "Second uncle, I have a corpse to handle. Make sure she looks like she died in an accident." Liu Cici was killed by herself, and Ye Zi'an now had to consider the aftermath. Although the system space could make Liu Cici's body disappear, she had come to discuss marriage with him, and even if the body vanished, Ye Zi'an would still be the prime suspect. He didn't want to waste the precious 7 days. The person on the other end hesitated, clearly not expecting Ye Zi'an to say such a thing, but there was no hesitation in his tone as he quickly responded. "All right, I will handle it right away." Soon the villa's front door was pushed open again. A robust middle-aged man in his 40s entered with a young girl dressed in black tight clothing. Ye Zi'an stole a glance at the girl, who was about 1.7 meters tall with a delicate face, her entire body wrapped in black attire, yet her snow-white skin and proud figure could not be concealed. The two were Ye Zi'an, the butler of the Ye family, and his daughter Ye Yu. "Young master, we entered the Ye family through the secret passage outside the villa. The outside cameras did not capture us." Having said that, they quickly donned gloves and shoe covers, starting to clean up the scene. For some reason, the two felt that Ye Zi'an's aura seemed to have changed completely. While his appearance hadn't changed much, he looked sharp and defined, surrounded by an invisible aura, no longer showing any traces of the former playboy. Upon seeing that the body on the ground was actually Liu Cixi, the father and daughter were obviously stunned, exchanging glances. Wasn't she the young master's fiancée, Liu Cixi? Usually the young master was very accommodating towards her. How could he have accidentally killed her? "The Liu family wanted to kill me and plot against the Ye group, and I killed her in a fit of rage just now." They didn't ask further, quickly beginning to tidy up. Ye Zi'an looked at the loyal two with satisfaction. In the original text, the two were killed by Su Chen's group while trying to protect him. The original Ye Zi'an naturally did not know the true identity of his second uncle. These were secrets he learned from the subsequent content of the original text. The term second uncle was merely a title Ye Zi'an had used since childhood. He was not Ye Zi'an's biological uncle. The so-called second uncle was a mercenary whom Ye Zi'an's father had saved while doing business abroad. Afterward, to repay the favor and evade enemies, the second uncle brought his daughter, who was still in swaddling clothes, to the Ye family, and Dasha taking on the role of butler while secretly handling some unsavory matters for Ye Zi'an's father. This was also the reason why, despite being a playboy, the Ye group had remained stable in its operations. Over the years, the second uncle had secretly dealt with many of the company's competitors, disguising their deaths as accidents. The second uncle quickly cleaned up the blood on the ground while his daughter Ye Yu was busy fixing Liu Cixi's makeup, making her look as if she had never been harmed. Then the two began spraying a special liquid on the ground. Ye Zi'an knew this was an agent that would destroy the blood's components. Although it was likely that the police would not come to the Ye family to investigate after making it look like an accident, it was better to be safe than sorry. After completing all of this, the second uncle carried Liu Cixi through the secret passage and placed her into the sports car parked in the garage. On the other side, Ye Yu, dressed in Liu Cixi's clothing, entered the garage through the main door according to Liu Cixi's walking habits and sat in the driver's seat of the sports car. The car drove away from the mountaintop villa, traveling along the mountain road, and the surveillance cameras happened to capture Liu Cixi leaving alive. Before long, near the mountain surveillance, the car driven by Liu Cixi collided with the guardrail and the sports car accidentally fell off the cliff, resulting in a violent explosion. Of course, Ye Yu had already quietly jumped out of the sports car in a place where the cameras could not capture. "Young master, it's all taken care of." Ye Zi'an, who learned all this from his phone, felt no surprise. He had confidence in his second uncle's capabilities. Thinking quickly about the matter of killing Su Chen, Ye Zi'an spoke. "Second uncle, you have connections. Find some assassins on the dark web and tell them that money is not an issue. In a few days, come to Xia City to kill a college student named Su Chen. At the same time, contact some top-tier mercenaries to see if they can work for me long-term, prioritizing women skilled in close combat, but short-term arrangements are also acceptable. Activating a layer of the Tongtian Tower gives me 4 control quotas. Wouldn't these female mercenaries then be at my disposal?" After finishing, Ye Zi'an hung up the phone. He leisurely picked up a glass of red wine and drank it all. If everything went smoothly, in a few days Su Chen would just be a corpse. The system kindly reminded him, Su Chen is not so easy to kill. After all, he is the child of destiny in this world, the only sprout of the heavenly way in this realm. A child of destiny is still just an ordinary person who has been reborn, right? If others can kill him, why can't I? No matter how fortunate he is, he will still die at my hands. Besides, this time I won't show myself. Let's see how far the will of this world will help him. Even if I fail, it won't matter much to me. Of course, Ye Zi'an wouldn't act personally. He would simply have his second uncle call a few killers to do the job. Aside from the assassins, Ye Zi'an thought for a moment and, to be safe, found a phone number belonging to someone named Li Wei and dialed it. "Young Master Yi, what can I do for you?" A fawning voice came from the other end, though it sounded somewhat surprised. Ye Zi'an had only met Li Wei a few times and wasn't familiar with him. However, Li Wei's family had many businesses that relied on the support of the Yi family, and he was more than eager for Ye Zi'an to enlist him. "There's a young man named Su Chen in building A room 501 of Shurji community. Tomorrow, help me teach him a lesson privately. Don't expose my identity and secretly sabotage any of his plans. Don't let him succeed." Use whatever means you see fit and you'll definitely benefit once it's done. After finishing, Ye Zi'an hung up the phone. Upon receiving the orderly, Wei immediately instructed his subordinates to act. However, Ye Zi'an's arrangements did not end there. To be cautious, he made another call to the deputy director of the city bureau. The phone was quickly connected and a cacophony of lights and noise could be heard from the other side. Upon realizing it was Ye Zi'an's call, Deputy Director 1 was somewhat surprised and asked, "What can I do for you, young Master Ye?" Ye Zi'an did not beat around the bush and stated directly, "Uncle Wang, there is a first-year student named Su Chen at Xia City University who has some issues with me. Please send someone to keep an eye on him in the next couple of days. If he engages in any illegal activities, arrest him immediately." Hearing Ye Zi'an's words, Deputy Director Wang pondered the name Su Chen and couldn't recall it, assuming he was just an ordinary person. However, he hinted, "It's not a big deal, just that I've been worried about my son's job lately." Ye Zi'an sneered inwardly. It was indeed the same everywhere, but he still maintained a cordial tone as he replied, "I am also worried the purchasing department under the Yi Group is short a business manager. Would you allow Brother Wang to try next week? Next week is the apocalypse, who wouldn't make empty promises?" Upon hearing that it was a position in the purchasing department of the Yi Group, Deputy Director Wang felt a surge of gratitude, realizing that Ye Zi'an was considerate. Although his tone was calm, he was already overjoyed internally. "Thank you, young Master Yi. I have some important matters to attend to, but I will instruct someone to keep an eye on that guy named Su Chen and ensure you are satisfied." "Then, Uncle Wang, I am counting on you for this matter." Ye Zi'an hung up the phone and began to ponder the storyline. Tomorrow is the day of Su Chen's rebirth. According to the plot, he will immediately take his family's property certificate to mortgage for a large sum of money to stockpile supplies in advance for the impending apocalypse. However, now with Li Wei's interference, things won't go so smoothly. After all, the current Su Chen, aside from having slightly better physical qualities than an ordinary person, was no different from anyone else. Yet Ye Zi'an also felt that stockpiling supplies was indeed necessary. Ye Zi'an estimated the current assets of the Yi family and found that he had about 2 billion in cash stocks of the Yi Group valued at 5 billion and properties worth 1 billion, along with sports cars and other assets that were hard to liquidate. Recalling the plot lines he had read in novels in his past life, he swiftly picked up his phone and called several managers of the Yi Group to give orders. The managers of various departments in the Yi Group received Ye Zi'an's calls and began executing orders without delay. However, stockpiling supplies was a minor issue. How much could one person eat? The main concern was talent, especially beautiful women. After all he had traveled through with the system and was in the identity of a wealthy heir, shouldn't he enjoy himself? In the future within the Tongtian Tower, he didn't want to live like he did before the journey. With the radiation effects of the Tongtian Tower, he would not have to worry about the loyalty of these people. Manager Lu immediately posted a recruitment notice online stating that the Yi Group is seeking high-end female talents aged 18-28. Current university students can also participate in interviews. One is for corporate management, those skilled in coordinating actions among various departments, and the other is for top technical talents across industries. The second is for women skilled in close combat, such as security personnel, martial artists, and veterans. The number of candidates is unlimited. Educational background is not a requirement, with a monthly salary of over 300,000 and other benefits can be negotiated. Those who come for the second interview will be provided with accommodation regardless of whether they succeed, and will also receive a compensation of 100,000 for lost work time. Manager Lu, upon hearing Ye Zi'an's words, was clearly taken aback by the generous treatment proposed. After all, his own salary as a manager was just over 200,000. He hesitated and quietly asked, "Do we need to consult Director Zhao's advice on this matter?" Although Ye Zi'an was the chairman, he usually acted as a hands-off manager, leaving all affairs to Vice Chairman Zhao Wan. Manager Lu ceased his inquiries upon hearing that the money was personally provided by Ye Zi'an. Ye Zi'an's reputation as a playboy was well known in Xia City. Who could fathom his true intentions? He replied softly yet respectfully, "All right, Chairman, I will relay the instructions immediately." Ye Zi'an had already allocated the 2 billion cash for the purchase of various daily necessities. Unfortunately, it was best to activate the Tongtian Tower only after the apocalypse, otherwise the sudden appearance of such a structure would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Ye Zi'an sensed that his system space was sufficient for 1 million cubic meters. In addition to ordering these supplies, he could also explore other places for zero-cost procurement. However, with only 7 days at his disposal, Ye Zi'an's most crucial task was to deal with Su Chen. The locations he could visit could not be too far, so he focused his gaze on several large machinery factories in nearby cities. In the apocalypse, various large machines were paramount, such as generators, heavy trucks, and various construction vehicles. As production ground to a halt and electromagnetic storms damaged numerous electronic devices, the machinery from before the apocalypse could no longer be regenerated. Ye Zi'an opened his computer and downloaded the locations of various oil depots and grain warehouses around the world, as well as addresses of nearby machinery processing factories in preparation for the apocalypse. Before long, following Ye Zi'an's instructions, these managers began to call. Ye Zi'an used this 2 billion as a deposit to order 5,000 tons of rice as the staple food, alongside 5,000 tons of pork, beef, lamb, and various vegetables and fruits. He also ordered 1,000 units of various condiments such as Laogan Ma cooking salt and Dubanjiang, with thousands of boxes for each type. These supplies would be enough for tens of thousands of ability users to last a lifetime. Once these supplies arrived in Xia City, they would be stored in several large cold storage facilities owned by the Ye Group in the suburbs. Supplies for the apocalypse were of utmost importance. Money would become worthless, so the more supplies the better. Fortunately, due to the Ye Group's reputation and status in Xia City, the manufacturers offered Ye Zi'an relatively low prices for the massive quantities of goods ordered. Most importantly, they allowed Ye Zi'an to pay 30% of the deposit upfront, with the remaining payment to be settled within 7 days after delivery. This 2 billion cash was barely sufficient. Regarding weapons, Ye Zi'an only considered customizing some cold weapons, as the original text described at the onset of the apocalypse firearms inexplicably lost their original power. The gunpowder and ammunition seemed to have lost its efficacy, causing human weapons to regress 1,000 years, rendering them reliant on their physical abilities to wield cold weapons and various cards dropped by monsters to combat the countless monsters and natural disasters of the apocalypse. Any large-scale destructive weapons associated with modern times were wiped out by an unseen hand. This placed humanity at a severe disadvantage in the early stages of the apocalypse. In the struggle between humans and zombies, a single slash from a human would be insignificant, while a mere scratch from a zombie would seal the person's fate. Moreover, among the zombie hordes were those preemptively deployed mutated zombies, which were far beyond the capability of ordinary people to confront. Rare mutated zombies could move at speeds twice as fast as Bolt, and their sharp claws could easily tear apart the body of a car, wiping out dozens of ordinary people in the blink of an eye. Some were covered in hard bony armor which could only be crushed by heavy trucks. They remained untouched by the attacks of ordinary cold weapons. Although somewhat dismissive, it explained why the armies of various countries did not quickly reclaim cities in the early stages. To this, Ye Zi'an could only say, as long as the author is happy. Although the supplies had been fully ordered, constructing the outer walls of the Tongtian Tower still required substantial funding. The funding gap was considerable. It seemed he would have to find a way to liquidate some stocks, especially since he couldn't skimp on the expenses for building the fortress as well as on the advanced customization of various cold weapons. However, Ye Zi'an had already identified the unsuspecting target, the company's vice-chairman Zhao Wanrong, along with several greedy directors of the Ye Group. Zhao Wanrong had a deep friendship with his mother. Although Ye Zi'an had grown somewhat distant from her due to the issues with Lu Cixi in recent years, she still cared greatly for him. He could rely on their friendship to privately sell shares to Zhao Wanrong and then sell those shares again to the company's other directors before the transfer, thus earning double the profit. After all, cash would soon turn into worthless paper. It was better to put it to use now. In Ye Zi'an's memory, Zhao Wanrong was someone he absolutely wanted to have by his side. Not only was she capable, but she was also exceptionally beautiful. Having made up his mind, Ye Zi'an selected a location on the map to activate the Tongtian Tower. The city center was too infested with zombies, making it overly dangerous in the early stages. Coupled with construction time constraints, he could only move forward in the suburbs. Ye Zi'an's gaze shifted to the suburbs, where the Ye Group had a plot of vacant land located just a few kilometers from the cold storage facilities for the supplies perfectly suited for the Tongtian Tower. Starting tomorrow, he would dispatch people to construct several tall walls around the perimeter. In the early days of the apocalypse, this would serve as a bastion of security. In the parallel world of 2050, in the Great Xia country, a type of quick-drying cement had been developed, significantly increasing construction speed by at least tenfold. Once the Tongtian Tower was activated, it would automatically reinforce all nearby buildings, so Ye Zi'an was not worried about the completion of the project. Having considered all this, Ye Zi'an walked contentedly toward the main bedroom of the villa. Before him lay a soft bed of 10 square meters. Even if Ye Zi'an were to tumble on it, he would not fall off. One could easily imagine the comfort of such a large bed. It was truly luxurious, but all of this would be his in the future. Ye Zi'an comfortably lay on the 10 square meter bed and peacefully drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Ye Zi'an hurriedly made his way to the Ye Group. Upon seeing the legendary chairman arrive at the company, the employees of the Ye Group bowed their heads to greet Ye Zi'an, while many female employees secretly expressed their feelings towards him, only to be ignored by Ye Zi'an. After the apocalypse, there were all kinds of people. The priority remained to complete his initial plans. The recruitment information from last night had already spread like wildfire within the company, and many beautiful employees had begun to entertain certain thoughts. Though Ye Zi'an was the chairman, he was only 25 years old, handsome and tall, a quintessential wealthy and attractive man. Although he was already engaged to the eldest daughter of the Liu family, what man doesn't stray? With a monthly salary of 300,000 coupled with gifts that Ye Zi'an casually bestowed in the future, it was enough to drive 90% of women crazy. Ye Zi'an paid no heed to the gazes of those around him and walked straight to Zhao Wanrong's office. He knocked on the door, and only after hearing Zhao Wanrong's voice say "come in" did Ye Zi'an leisurely enter the office. Behind the desk sat Zhao Wanrong, dressed in formal women's attire with neat short hair and gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Her dignified uniform could not conceal her tall and striking figure. It was hard to imagine that grace and allure could coexist in one person. Truly exceptional. Ye Zi'an suppressed his thoughts as Zhao Wanrong was focused on handling company affairs and did not notice his unabashed gaze. Sitting down across from Zhao Wanrong, she finally looked up and recognized Ye Zi'an. Her tone was somewhat reproachful as she said, "What are you up to lately? Several department managers called me last night saying they were concerned about your strange behavior and the large quantities of supplies you ordered. What do you intend to do with all that?" Ye Zi'an smiled awkwardly, recalling memories of Zhao Wanrong. When Zhao Wanrong was only a teenager, she had followed Ye Zi'an's mother in starting a business, so she remains single to this day. After the death of Ye Zi'an's parents, she gave up her own entrepreneurial pursuits to protect Ye Zi'an and took on the role of vice-chairman of the Ye Group. Despite Ye Zi'an's negligence, the company continued to thrive largely thanks to Zhao Wanrong's diligent planning. What sounded like reproachful words to outsiders, Ye Zi'an understood in his heart to be her concern for him. It was not the spoiled young master that was feared, but rather the one who wished to prove himself. The shares in Ye Zi'an's hands yielded 300 to 400 million in dividends annually, enough for his extravagant lifestyle for a year. However, the value of the supplies he ordered last night reached a staggering 7 billion. With a careless move, Ye Zi'an's fortune could be wiped clean, which made Zhao Wanrong worried about his unusual behavior last night. Ye Zi'an looked at Zhao Wanrong with a calm expression and said, "Sister Wanrong, I have a plan for this matter. I have already secured a buyer and this business is guaranteed to be profitable." Zhao Wanrong was not surprised by this statement. The supplies Ye Zi'an ordered were all daily consumables and the demand in Xia City was immense. Moreover, large quantities at low prices with several suppliers being reliable vendors meant that this deal would not result in a loss. Even if unexpected circumstances arose and the buyer Ye Zi'an mentioned defaulted, Zhao Wanrong was confident that she could find a new buyer within 10 days, thus making a substantial profit. This was also the reason Zhao Wanrong did not intervene last night. A faint blush appeared on Zhao Wanrong's delicate face as she said, "You rascal, I'm of the same generation as your mother." Thinking of Ye Zi'an's deceased mother, Zhao Wanrong couldn't help but sigh. Ye Zi'an stood up and approached Zhao Wanrong from behind, wrapping his arms around her as he had in his childhood. With a tone filled with affection, he remarked, "Sister Wanrong is only 8 or 9 years older than me, so she is naturally my sister." Feeling Ye Zi'an's familiar gesture from childhood, the chaotic energy within him unintentionally attracted Zhao Wanrong, causing her to reminisce about their childhood memories. However, since Ye Zi'an had become infatuated with Lu Sisi, their relationship had gradually distanced. But recalling that Ye Zi'an was now a 25-year-old adult and had become engaged to Lu Sisi, she hurriedly pulled away from him and asked with a hint of affection, "So what do you need from me today?" Seeing Zhao Wanrong speak, Ye Zi'an wasted no time and directly stated, "Sister Wanrong, I urgently need a large amount of funds and I plan to sell my shares at a 30% discount to you, but it must include the usage rights for the land in the suburbs of Xia City." "What did you just say? What do you need this large sum of money for?" Zhao Wanrong stood up from her seat, looking at Ye Zi'an with disbelief in her eyes. However, Zhao Wanrong could discern no answers in Ye Zi'an's eyes, which seemed to possess a magical allure that almost ensnared her. Zhao Wanrong turned her head in a fluster, her heart racing. Although they had no blood relation, Zi'an was someone she had watched grow up. How could she entertain such strange thoughts? After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Wanrong seemed to realize something and quickly spoke up, "Is it what the Lu family wants? I told you long ago that the Lu family is no good, yet you still fell for that woman Lu Sisi." As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhao Wanrong regretted them. The relationship between them had finally eased today. Did she really want to ruin it with her words? Lu Sisi held a significant position in Ye Zi'an's heart and he would not allow anyone to slander her. Yet Ye Zi'an appeared unfazed, his demeanor unchanged, which caused Zhao Wanrong to breathe a sigh of relief. Ye Zi'an silently observed Zhao Wanrong before cursing the Ye Zi'an of this world for his lack of insight. To forsake such a stunning beauty and instead pursue Lu Sisi. The images of Zhao Wanrong and the memories from this world's Ye Zi'an filled his mind, yet her concern still affected his heart. Even though she was a character from a book, her care for him was genuine. Over the years, this world's Ye Zi'an had been captivated by Lu Sisi, gradually distancing himself from Zhao Wanrong. Ye Zi'an spoke softly, "Sister Wanrong, this matter has nothing to do with the Lu family. I just want to do something to prove myself. Don't you trust me?" If you are unwilling, I will sell it to someone else. Ye Zi'an could only retreat to advance. Zhao Wanrong rolled her eyes at Ye Zi'an, realizing she truly had no way to counter his words. In recent years, Ye Zi'an had not really done anything that would impact the company, mainly because he had never actually worked at the company. The suburban land was indeed a minor matter worth 2 to 3 billion. With the planning of the new airport, it could not accommodate high-rise buildings. Now it was in the hands of Yes Group, worth at most 1 billion. However, the shares worth 5 billion in Ye Zi'an's hands, even at a 30% discount, amounted to a significant sum. Seeing Ye Zi'an's determined demeanor, Zhao Wanrong was unwilling to let Yes Group fall into someone else's hands. Zhao Wanrong's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, as if she had come to a conclusion. She looked at Ye Zi'an and calmly said, I agree to your terms. 5 billion it is, but I will need 5 days to gather it. After all, it's not a small sum and I need to scrape together some funds. If you want to do something, go ahead. Sister Wanrong supports you. I want to take advantage of you on the 1.5 billion price difference. For now, you can keep it with me. You can buy back these shares from me for 3.5 billion at any time, and I will also give you a corresponding dividend for that 1.5 billion every year. No matter what, I will ensure you live comfortably for the rest of your life. Zhao Wanrong thought to herself, even if Ye Zi'an loses everything, I can still support him and help him see the true colors of the Lu family. She certainly did not believe that Lu Sisi would genuinely take an interest in a penniless Ye Zi'an. That woman was exceedingly proud. Hearing Zhao Wanrong's words, an unbidden wave of emotion surged within Ye Zi'an. A feeling called familial love emerged in his heart, something he had never possessed before. As Ye Zi'an had thought before, Zhao Wanrong, out of trust in him, merely drafted a transfer contract without formalizing the procedures. Ye Zi'an silently vowed, don't worry, Sister Wanrong, once the apocalypse arrives, I will take good care of you. Having successfully drafted the share transfer contract, Ye Zi'an stood up to leave Zhao Wanrong's office. Just as he reached the door, his phone buzzed. Looking at the text message indicating that 1.5 billion had been transferred, Zhao Wanrong had already sent the first installment of 1.5 billion to Ye Zi'an's account. With this funding, it seemed the fortress construction could commence. Ye Zi'an walked into his chairman's office. Although he did not often visit, there was still a secretary on duty, so the office was cleaned daily. Inside, 2 female voices were conversing. Do you think the chairman wants to replace us? Otherwise, why the grand recruitment? I think the senior must want to accomplish something significant. He probably doesn't intend to replace us, right? Who knows? Should we think of ways to secure our current jobs? After all, this monthly salary is 50,000 and the work is easy. If you're scared, I'll figure something out myself. Just don't regret it later. Before the soft-spoken girl could respond, Ye Zi'an pushed open the door and walked into the chairman's office. The two inside were Li Menglan and Hu Shuefei, who were sitting at the secretary's desk laughing and chatting. Both were Ye Zi'an's junior schoolmates, top students from the business administration department at Xiamen University. Upon graduation, Zhao Wanrong arranged for them to work beside Ye Zi'an to handle some trivial company matters. Li Menglan and Hu Shuefei clearly did not expect Ye Zi'an to arrive at the company today. Upon seeing him enter, they were momentarily flustered and quickly stood up to say, "Hello, Chairman." Recalling their earlier conversation, they felt a bit embarrassed. Had Ye Zi'an heard them? Today their attire was quite casual, not wearing formal work clothes, just leisure wear. Since they usually only handled simple work assigned by Zhao Wanrong, they had gradually relaxed their vigilance. Ye Zi'an's gaze swept over the two of them. Li Menglan, a southern girl, wore a sleeveless autumn outfit in the southern city of Xiamen. Even in December it did not seem out of place. With exquisite features and no makeup, though petite, she was well proportioned. On the other hand, Hu Shuefei was tall, standing at around 1.7 meters, dressed in a long-sleeved t-shirt paired with jeans, her curvy figure unforgettable. It was hard to imagine that the original owner paid them 50,000 a month, yet they were genuinely there as secretaries handling some miscellaneous company tasks. The relationship among the three was entirely innocent. However, that did benefit Ye Zi'an. Hearing the topic of conversation from earlier, if not for the inappropriateness of the setting, Ye Zi'an really wanted to take both of them right then and there. The chairman's office had one side made of glass, allowing passing employees to see everything inside clearly. This was of course a design by Ye Zi'an's father under the guise of letting employees know that the chairman was also working hard in the company alongside them. A classic case of PUA. Perfect timing, you two come over and help me design a blueprint. In the parallel world of 2050, the Great Xia country had mastered a quick-drying cement technology that could enhance construction speed tenfold. With Ye Zi'an's connections and generous overtime pay, workers could work around the clock in the suburbs. The fortress design Ye Zi'an requested was quite simple: dig a foundation 10 meters deep on the suburban land and plan for a city wall 1 kilometer long and wide. Fortunately, since it was just a city wall, hundreds of construction teams could work simultaneously on different sections, ultimately connecting them together. The two listened in confusion but still quickly planned out a fortress blueprint as per Ye Zi'an's instructions. The walls would rise to a height of 20 meters with a thickness of 10 meters, constructed entirely of reinforced concrete to encircle the center. On the north and south sides there would be a steel gate made from high-quality steel. These gates would be 5 meters high, 4 meters wide and 3 meters thick, controlled by a large generator beside the city gate with a spare generator available. In addition, Ye Zi'an also hired workers to lay the water and electrical lines within the fortress and planned to build a circle of simple houses along the inner side of the city wall to accommodate future female survivors. Some large generators would be placed in the open space to ensure the fortress power supply remained unaffected after the apocalypse. A 500 square meter area would be left open for the arrangement of the sky tower. The two understood Ye Zi'an's requirements. Although they found it strange, they still proceeded as instructed. An ancient city design appeared before Ye Zi'an's eyes. In addition to the open space, Ye Zi'an requested several villas, warehouses and office buildings were planned, even including a canteen capable of accommodating 2,000 people at once. This fortress could at least accommodate tens of thousands of residents. Ye Zi'an nodded in satisfaction, watching the two who were deeply focused. Seizing the opportunity while Hu Shufe was distracted, he pulled her into his embrace, lifted her chin and dominantly stole her first kiss, speaking in a tempting tone. "I heard everything you said earlier. You could be bolder, and who knows, I might just agree. Besides, you wouldn't want to lose this job, would you?" After saying this, Ye Zi'an laughed heartily and left the chairman's office, leaving behind two girls with flushed faces. With only 6 days until the apocalypse arrives, Ye Zi'an had no time to waste. During the day, he needed to contact the construction team to initiate the fortress construction. This world was different from the one he was in. Civil construction technology was exceptionally advanced. Ultimately, Ye Zi'an lured over 10,000 construction workers from Xiamen to the suburban site with a promise of double the salary and daily settlement of all project material costs. Although this would halt many ongoing projects in Xiamen and attract considerable attention, time was of the essence, and Ye Zi'an could not afford to worry about that. These construction teams were drawn in by Ye Zi'an's generous offers. Many came for the doubled daily salary, while others were drawn by the reputation of Yes Group. After all, Yes Group was a formidable presence in Xiamen, and with the construction period being only 4 or 5 days, the impact on their ongoing projects would be negligible. The massive construction mobilization alarmed many higher-ups, but all were placated by Ye Zi'an's monetary persuasion, along with various minor excuses to push the matter aside. After all, these constructions were in the suburbs yet could effectively stimulate the surrounding economy, thus people turned a blind eye, and at worst they could dismantle them later for any violations. Building and demolishing, wouldn't GDP come rolling in? Ye Zi'an believed that tonight all the construction teams in Xiamen would gather at his site, fervently working to build the apocalypse fortress. However, with only 6 days left, constructing overly tall buildings would clearly be impossible. They would only have time to build the outer walls and some simple accommodations to house the female talents Ye Zi'an had recruited. Nevertheless, the construction quality and pace must absolutely be guaranteed. For this reason, Ye Zi'an would send people to supervise and inspect daily. These responsible individuals solemnly assured Ye Zi'an that the work would be completed in 5 days. This is also attributed to the strength of the Daxia kingdom in this world, where civil technology has rapidly advanced by 2050. After handling everything, Ye Zi'an finally breathed a sigh of relief. The construction of the fortress in this apocalyptic world had finally begun, which was essential for his survival. However, Ye Zi'an was not satisfied with just that. With the fortress in place, he needed to customize some cold weapons. He turned his gaze toward the outskirts of Xia City, where there was a steel processing factory producing various steel products. Ye Zi'an ordered 2,000 crossbows, 300 nearly 2-meter-wide fine steel ballistae, hundreds of thousands of fine iron arrows, and thousands of various melee weapons for initial use from the factory manager. These were only for temporary use. In the future, they would all be replaced with equipment summoned via cards. Moreover, the excessive number of customizations could easily raise suspicions. Ye Zi'an had considered crafting armor, but upon careful thought he realized that the manufacturing process for armor was too complicated and there clearly wasn't enough time to produce it. Furthermore, ordinary people might not be able to adapt to those heavy steel armors. He decided to customize some leather protective gear instead to protect vulnerable areas like the wrists. After all, when humans confront zombies, agility is key. Ye Zi'an paid a deposit to let the steel factory start production, planning to collect the finished products for free on the night the apocalypse struck, avoiding being outpaced by others. Having arranged all this, Ye Zi'an took out his phone to check the time. It was now 12:30 p.m. During lunch break, Ye Zi'an secretly met with several shareholders of the company, dividing all shares into 3 parts and selling them at an 80% discount. They signed an agreement stating that if they leaked the information about Ye Zi'an selling his shares, he had the right to reclaim them directly. Ye Zi'an's identity as a wealthy young master made the three of them suspicious, only mocking him inwardly for being a spendthrift. They didn't trust him like Zhao Wanrong did, and only after the share transfer did Ye Zi'an receive the money. However, this was equivalent to Ye Zi'an selling shares worth 5 billion for 7.5 billion, making a huge profit. Watching them leave like clowns, Ye Zi'an nodded with satisfaction. Everything concerning the apocalypse had been arranged, and he proceeded step by step. Ye Zi'an speculated that it was time to go to the Lu family, as the news of Lu Cici's unexpected car accident should have reached them. Just as Ye Zi'an thought of the Lu family, a call from Lu Shiwan popped up on his phone. This person was Lu Cici's father, Lu Shiwan. Ye Zi'an answered the call nonchalantly, feigning indifference, and took the initiative to say, "Uncle Lu, I have already discussed all the wedding details with Cici yesterday. Is there anything else that needs to be added?" On the other end, Lu Shiwan was taken aback, clearly not expecting Ye Zi'an to ask ahead of time. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, his tone filled with sorrow. "Zi'an, Cici had a car accident last night and I just saw her body at the hospital." Though Ye Zi'an had already known this outcome, he still pretended to be shocked and mournfully said, "How could this be? Cici was just fine yesterday, how could such a thing happen? I'm heading to the hospital right now." The original Ye Zi'an was Lu Cici's #1 admirer. "No need, Cici's body has already been sent back to the Lu family. She will be buried 7 days later, you can come directly to the Lu family." Congratulations to the host for changing the plot and earning 1000 villain points. As an important aid in Su Chen's early development, Lu Cici's death altered Su Chen's circumstances to some extent. Yet Ye Zi'an was still not satisfied. He drove directly to the Lu family. Lu Shiwan, seeing the grief-stricken Ye Zi'an arrive at the Lu family, was at a loss for words. Noticing Lu Shiwan's hesitance, Ye Zi'an understood what he was scheming. The originally flawless plan was just a step away from success, but such an unforeseen incident had occurred. In the original story, Lu Shiwan intended to gradually seize Ye Zi'an's assets through a marriage alliance, but he never expected his daughter to unexpectedly pass away, rendering his painstaking efforts futile. Lu Shiwan's expression darkened as he inquired, "What did you and Cici discuss yesterday?" Ye Zi'an couldn't help but sneer internally as he about to shift the blame. If Ye Zi'an had just transmigrated yesterday, he might have been intimidated by Lu Shiwan's demeanor. But now, after the enhancement, Ye Zi'an's physical and mental qualities were incomparable to yesterday. Wiping away non-existent tears, Ye Zi'an began reminiscing with a deeply affectionate expression. It was just some trivial wedding matters and the registration today. "I know Cici doesn't like me, so she seemed a bit reluctant. When discussing specific details, she only responded perfunctorily, but I truly like Cici." Ye Zi'an's frankness left Lu Shiwan somewhat unsure of how to respond. Lu Shiwan was well aware that his daughter Lu Cici indeed looked down on Ye Zi'an. She originally intended to marry him and then find a way to kill him, legally seizing the assets of the Lu family. The surveillance footage from the route where Lu Cici had her accident was reviewed, and Lu Shiwan found no suspicious points. It was just an ordinary car accident. Beside them, Lu Jie was becoming restless, anxiously glancing at his father Lu Shiwan. Ye Zi'an cast a glance at Lu Jie. Like Ye Zi'an, Lu Jie was also a spoiled rich kid. The Lu family's crisis was largely due to Lu Jie's lack of self-awareness, causing problems in the company and inevitably focusing on Ye Zi'an. In contrast, this world's Ye Zi'an was indeed more restrained, at least aware of his position and not meddling in company affairs. Lu Jie said, "Are we just going to let the marriage between the two families go?" Ye Zi'an felt speechless. What kind of talk was that? Lu Cici was dead. Did they expect him to go down and have a ghost marriage with her? Lu Shiwan lightly cleared his throat, signaling his son Lu Jie not to be so anxious, turning to Ye Zi'an and saying, "I have a younger daughter. I wonder if you would be willing to try dating her." Younger daughter. Lu Qinghuan. Ye Zi'an recalled the plot of the original story. Lu Cici had a younger sister, Lu Qinghuan, who had gone missing since childhood and was only recently found by the Lu family, thus not being favored by them. Very few people in Xia City knew her. However, Ye Zi'an was well aware of the plot, and with the memories he absorbed knew what kind of person Lu Qinghuan was. Simply because every time Ye Zi'an visited the Lu family to please Lu Cici, he would bring Lu Qinghuan a small gift. She had developed feelings for him. Later, after Ye Zi'an was killed by Su Chen, only she secretly plotted revenge for him, becoming an ability user who secretly controlled some of the ability users in Xia City and undermined Su Chen's plans. Unfortunately, in the end, she was no match for Su Chen's protagonist Halo and was ultimately killed by him. Speaking of which, Ye Zi'an and Lu Qinghuan were a pair of fated lovers. Although Lu Qinghuan was no match for Su Chen, she still caused him considerable trouble. The Xia City base that Su Chen painstakingly established was largely destroyed in this battle, forcing him to relocate to other cities for redevelopment. At this moment, under the guidance of Madame Lu, a petite and beautiful figure timidly approached Ye Zi'an. Unlike Lu Cici's proud and confident demeanor, Lu Qinghuan without a trace of makeup appeared somewhat shy but was pure and lovely like a lotus flower. She was wearing a somewhat ill-fitting outfit, and Ye Zi'an vaguely remembered seeing Lu Cici wear this outfit before. It seemed that Lu mother had temporarily taken Lu Cici's clothes for Lu Qinghuan to wear. Ye Zi'an was unclear whether this was intentional or accidental. After all, she was also Lu Xiuan's daughter, bearing a striking resemblance to Lu Cici. Lu Xiuan didn't give Ye Zi'an a chance to refuse and stated, "You two don't need to rush to hold a wedding. Qinghuan can go to the Yi family first to cultivate feelings. We can discuss the wedding after the new year." Ye Zi'an did not refuse, as he desired this outcome. Lu Qinghuan's future capability to manage the base was exactly the talent Ye Zi'an needed during the apocalypse, especially since she was a stunning beauty with deep feelings for him. However, he did not agree outright, as his current persona was that of a devoted admirer of Lu Cici. After bidding farewell to Lu Xiuan, Ye Zi'an turned and left the Lu family. Lu Qinghuan remained frozen in place, her hands gripping her skirt, unsure of what to do next. Should she follow him or stay at the Lu family? Madame Lu, looking frustrated, saw Ye Zi'an about to walk away and scolded Lu Qinghuan, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go after him." The conclusion discussed by the Lu family today was to have Lu Qinghuan and Ye Zi'an consummate their relationship first and then use public opinion to pressure Ye Zi'an into agreeing to marry Lu Qinghuan. Although this deviated somewhat from the original plan, it was the best way to mitigate losses. Hearing her mother's words, Lu Qinghuan gazed at Ye Zi'an's departing figure, biting her lip for the first time, internally agreeing with her mother's advice. Lu Qinghuan lifted the ill-fitting hem of her dress with both hands, her high heels clicking against the ground as she chased after Ye Zi'an's distant silhouette. Zi'an Gij. She stopped breathlessly beside Ye Zi'an's luxury car, looking like a delicate white lotus, appearing pitiful. It was hard to imagine that this innocent appearance would later become that of a ruthless female antagonist. If memory serves, Lu Qinghuan awakened the elemental powers of ice and fire. Although the Lu family members were still inside the house, Lu Qinghuan showed no hesitation, gritting her teeth and speaking to Ye Zi'an in a lowered voice. "Zi'an Gij, my dad and them want to harm you, so please don't keep me by your side." After saying this, the weight that had been pressing on Lu Qinghuan's heart was finally lifted and she let out a sigh of relief. Last night, eavesdropping on her father's conversation with her elder brother had made her aware of the Lu family's plan against Ye Zi'an. However, once this plan was spoken, she would never have the chance to meet with Zi'an Gij again. Her little head drooped down, her eyes reddening. Seeing Lu Qinghuan's obedient demeanor so different from her sister Lu Cici, Ye Zi'an decided to keep her close, since she too was an antagonist and had feelings for him. Ye Zi'an opened the car door and spoke to the still dazed Lu Qinghuan, "I know all about this. Get in the car and come back to the Yi family with me. I will take care of you from now on. He looks like I won't have to sleep early tonight." Lu Qinghuan looked at Ye Zi'an in disbelief, her previously downcast expression instantly transformed into joy as she nodded enthusiastically and opened the car door to get in. Ye Zi'an took Lu Qinghuan back to the Yi family and called Yi Yu from nearby. "Young master, what are your orders?" "Take Qinghuan shopping for some fitting clothes." Ye Zi'an no longer wanted to see the outfit Lu Qinghuan was wearing, which belonged to Lu Cici, so he instructed Yi Yu to help Lu Qinghuan buy a few fitting outfits. "Yes, young master." Seeing Ye Zi'an's unyielding gaze, Lu Qinghuan had no choice but to obediently follow Yi Yu. Uncle Er, who was standing aside, saw Yi Yu and Lu Qinghuan leaving and quietly asked, "Young master, what should we do about Miss Qinghuan?" Ye Zi'an looked at Lu Qinghuan's receding figure and replied nonchalantly, "You don't need to worry about her. Just let her stay in the Yi family these days, let Yi Yu accompany her." He then turned to Uncle Er and asked, "How are the matters I assigned you yesterday?" Uncle Er observed Ye Zi'an closely. Although he had some doubts, he couldn't discern anything wrong, so Uncle Er replied, "I have hired 10 assassins on the dark web. They cost a total of 50 million and the 30% deposit has already been paid. They will arrive in Xiamen one after another in the next few days." 50 million, huh? Though the price was somewhat steep, as long as it could waste Su Chen's development time before the apocalypse, any expense was worth it. Thinking of this, Ye Zi'an nodded in satisfaction. Just then his phone rang. It was a call from Li Wei. "Young master Yi, that kid Su Chen is quite capable. The thugs I sent were all taken care of by him." However, as if trying to justify himself, he hurriedly added, "But I haven't been completely useless, at least I sabotaged his mortgage plan. Moreover, Deputy Director Wang has locked him up and I have arranged for several brothers of color inside to take good care of him." Ye Zi'an felt somewhat surprised by Li Wei's success. However, upon reflection, Su Chen was just an ordinary person at this time. On the other end of the line, Li Wei began to slowly explain his plans for the day. Li Wei secretly sent people to sabotage Su Chen's housing sale plan after Su Chen's rebirth. With Li Wei's orders, those real estate agents and mortgage brokers in Xiamen naturally dared not help Su Chen find buyers, and even the information Su Chen posted online was considered a scam by everyone. What decent house could possibly be sold at a 70% discount with immediate payment required? Surely there must be some problem, right? With the false news spread by Li Wei, Su Chen's house was rumored to be a haunted property, and even giving it away would be considered bad luck. However, when Li Wei's 10 or so idle men planned to teach Su Chen a lesson, they were instead beaten badly by Su Chen. Yet Deputy Director Wang appeared at the right time, using the excuse of a brawl to take Su Chen away, intending to imprison him for a few years as per Ye Zi'an's instructions. Unfortunately, just as they encountered the mayor leaving after understanding the situation, Su Chen was ultimately only detained for a day. Congratulations, host, for altering the plot and gaining 2,000 points. This made Ye Zi'an realize his true strength. According to the descriptions in the book The Reborn, Su Chen's physical abilities had unexpectedly improved significantly, now comparable to his own. After pondering for a moment, Ye Zi'an spoke. After he comes out, set him up with something. I've already discussed it with Deputy Director Wang. Once he is caught red-handed, we can arrest him anytime. After saying this, Ye Zi'an hung up the phone. Upon hearing Ye Zi'an's scheme, Li Wei couldn't help but give a thumbs up, realizing that Deputy Director Wang had also been placed under Ye Zi'an's control. Li Wei was no stranger to such matters. While ordinary people would avoid them, he was quite familiar with the process and immediately instructed his subordinates to take action. Ye Zi'an calmly sat in the living room and finished his glass of red wine. If everything went smoothly, even with today's brawl record, the sentence would be sufficient to keep Su Chen in prison for the rest of his life. At least in Xiamen, Su Chen would find it impossible to stand firm and could only flee in disgrace. Thus the initial plot would be significantly altered, and he could once again extract a considerable number of points from Su Chen. Soon after, the apocalypse would arrive. If Su Chen were stuck in prison, he would see how he could escape. Ye Zi'an accessed the system shop. Having just received 2,000 points as a reward, he could now see what items could be exchanged. Congratulations for altering part of the plot. Reward: Special Grade Danger Insight Potion. Special Grade Danger Insight Potion, when consumed, enhances one's perception to that of a mercenary king, allowing the user to sense potential dangers nearby. Ye Zi'an picked up the light blue potion and downed it like water, not daring to waste a single drop. His eyes became clear, and specific information about the surrounding environment surged into his mind. The system shop displayed only 3 items for trade, and there was a free refresh available. It seemed points were insufficient, and currently daily items were randomly refreshed. Insight Technique: observe the attribute weaknesses and favorability of enemy and ally. Original price 10000 points. Limited time event only 1000 points. Strength Potion increases strength by 1.100 points. Ability: Awakening Potion instantly awakens abilities upon use. 200,000 points. It seemed there wasn't much to choose from. The ability Awakening Potion was too expensive, while the Strength Potion was not very useful at the moment. Instead, the Insight Technique was an extremely important skill, especially as it allowed one to check another's favorability towards oneself, a divine skill for assessing enemy and ally situations. Ye Zi'an quickly exchanged for the Insight Technique. Before he could start researching its specific usage, Ye brought Lu Qinghuan back. As the saying goes, people rely on their attire and Buddhas rely on gold adornments. After a careful makeover, Lu Qinghuan looked even more beautiful than before. Bringing Lu Qinghuan back to the Ye family, Ye curiously glanced at Ye Zi'an, noting that Ye Zi'an's overall demeanor was somewhat different from yesterday. Feeling Ye's gaze, subtly observing him, Ye Zi'an also directed his gaze at Ye. Upon noticing Ye Zi'an's attention, Ye's cheeks flushed instantly. Turning to flee from the villa, only Ye Zi'an and Lu Qinghuan remained. Ha! Ye Zi'an withdrew his gaze and used the Insight Technique on the nearby Lu Qinghuan. Lu Qinghuan potential SS favorability 95. Although he was familiar with the plot, Lu Qinghuan's favorability still astonished Ye Zi'an. A favorability of 95 meant that Lu Qinghuan would completely obey Ye Zi'an at present. Even if he ordered her to die, Lu Qinghuan would not hesitate for a moment. What did your father ask you to come to my house for? Lu Qinghuan lowered her head, a blush appearing on her cheeks, and honestly replied, Father asked me to find a way to win your favor, to get engaged as soon as possible, and then find a way to eliminate you and seize the Ye family. Upon hearing Lu Qinghuan's response, Ye Zi'an thought to himself as expected. This was precisely in line with his analysis. So what are you waiting for? Ye Zi'an gazed into her clear watery eyes, truly feeling a sense of pity, and softly said, From now on, be at ease beside me, I will protect you. Lu Qinghuan's eyes glistened with tears as she firmly nodded. Outside, the wind howled and branches violently struck against the glass windows. Bang! A faint sound echoed in Lu Qinghuan's ears, resembling the noise of glass shattering. A system notification sounded in Ye Zi'an's mind. Congratulations, host, for attribute growth. All attributes 5. Additionally, received 20 free attribute points. Please allocate freely. Lu Qinghuan gained 30 of the host's attributes. Ye Zi'an's eyes lit up, swallowing hard in disbelief. S-level potential is quite a supplement. Ye Zi'an effectively gained 40 attribute points, doubling his physical abilities. He directly rivaled the butler Ye, who had trained for decades. In the future, when he activated his abilities, would he not be unstoppable? Moreover, the chaotic technique within him also helped Lu Qinghuan gain 30 of his attributes, potentially allowing her to acquire half of Ye Zi'an's attributes in the future. It seems this is the greatest effect of the chaotic Yin-Yang technique. Furthermore, Ye Zi'an discovered that the mental method had another crucial function. It fixed the favorability of the cultivation target. Favorability would change based on a person's actions, but once solidified, regardless of what happened in the future, Lu Qinghuan's favorability towards Ye Zi'an would not drop below 95, yet it would not hinder further enhancement up to 100, remaining forever loyal to Ye Zi'an. Shaman Detention Center. Today, Su Chen angered Deputy Director Wang outside and was beaten black and blue. Bang! The iron door slammed shut and Su Chen looked at the departing guards with a face full of resentment, silently vowing, "Damn it, if it weren't for the fear that fighting back would increase my punishment, you worthless scum are no match for me. Once I get out, I will definitely take you down." Struggling to sit up, Su Chen rubbed his swollen shoulder and suddenly felt a chill behind him. Awkwardly lifting his head to look back, he was startled to find 7 or 8 burly black men behind him whom he hadn't noticed due to the dark environment of the cell. Beside them stood a yellow-haired thug staring at Su Chen with a malicious expression. Damn it! Even Su Chen, not the brightest, understood that this was definitely the work of that bastard Li Wei from the Li family this morning. How had he provoked him for no reason? At this moment, Su Chen still thought it was Li Wei who disliked him, unaware that the true puppet master was Ye Zi'an. Su Chen closed his eyes, hugged his head, and prepared to endure the beating from these men. He silently recited just one more day of endurance. However, the expected punches did not land as he imagined. Instead, his limbs were suddenly restrained. These black men were all strong and powerful, and even with Su Chen's special forces qualities, he found it hard to break free. The yellow-haired thug pulled out a cigarette from somewhere, lit it, and blew the smoke in Su Chen's face, slowly speaking, "Since you have no eyes and provoked young Master Li, we are here to open your eyes." Su Chen, terrified, asked, "What are you going to do?" "Of course we are here to let you broaden your horizons." Su Chen shed tears of humiliation just as he was about to cry out. The yellow-haired thug, understanding Su Chen's intentions, quickly covered Su Chen's mouth, patted Su Chen's pained face, and said, "Tonight you can fight back or speak up, but when we let you out tomorrow, you'll have to stay here to greet the newcomers over and over again." Hearing the yellow-haired thug's words, Su Chen dared not harbor any thoughts of resistance and silently endured everything. This was more unbearable than death. "Just one day, I just have to endure one day. The first thing I do when I get out is to take down that young Master Li Wei." Congratulations, host, for successfully suppressing Su Chen. Su Chen's luck has decreased. Congratulations, host, for gaining 2,000 points. Ye Zi'an saw the system notification and couldn't help but complain. Such a great humiliation, how could it only yield 2,000 points? Suddenly Ye Zi'an thought of something. He recalled that in the book Su Chen had become buddies with those female leads. Ye Zi'an shuddered, feeling goosebumps all over. With such a small number of points, would Su Chen unexpectedly activate some strange preferences and enjoy himself? To dispel the abnormal thoughts in his mind, Ye Zi'an shifted his gaze to Lu Qinghuan beside him. Sweat broke out all over his body. Lu Qinghuan. In the early morning, Ye Zi'an was awakened by the ringing of his phone. He saw that Lu Qinghuan was still asleep beside him. Ye Zi'an did not wake her up and picked up his phone, heading towards the balcony. The phone displayed the number saved as Li Wei. As soon as the call was connected, Li Wei spoke with a tone of self-satisfaction, saying, "Young Master Yi, I had everything taken care of last night. Not only did I open the eyes of that kid Su Chen, but I also had their community surveillance destroyed. Those items have already been secretly placed inside his electric bike seat, just waiting for Su Chen to come out so that we can catch him red-handed." Although Ye Zi'an already knew from the system notification, he was quite pleased with Li Wei's method of action. 2,000 points were no small amount. Ye Zi'an said in a deep voice, "Once Su Chen is released today, you can have people start acting." Upon returning to the bedroom, he found Lu Qinghuan was not there. She must have gone downstairs. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Ye Zi'an calculated his next plan. The protagonist group of this book comprises 3 people. The male lead Su Chen is in trouble, and his sister Su Wei will definitely not stand by. As for Su Chen's childhood friend Lin Xianxian, she is just an ordinary female college student, not a threat at all. As long as he could find a way to throw Su Wei into chaos and temporarily lose her sanity, capturing both of them would be effortless. As a doctor at the Central Hospital of Xiamen City, Su Wei appeared rigorous and serious on the surface, meticulous in her work, but her greatest weakness was her brother Su Chen. It seemed that Su Chen's fortune could be exploited through Su Wei and Lin Xianxian. Opening the refreshed shop made Ye Zi'an's eyes light up. Heaven's Dao shielding card costs 4,000 points and can create a temporary barrier that shields from the Heaven's Dao, weakening the female lead's halo. This was a good item, especially since he had just acquired 4,000 points for free yesterday. He immediately exchanged for it. A golden card appeared in Ye Zi'an's system space. It seems this will be crucial in dealing with Su Wei and the others. Ye Zi'an got up and went downstairs where Lu Qinghuan had already prepared breakfast waiting carefully by the side. Not knowing what Ye Zi'an liked to eat, Lu Qinghuan prepared both Chinese and Western breakfasts. Seeing Ye Zi'an come downstairs, Lu Qinghuan moved awkwardly but immediately served a bowl of steaming millet porridge along with a sandwich she had made herself and a few appetizing side dishes. These ingredients were all found by Lu Qinghuan in Ye's fridge. The butler in Yiyu would occasionally help Ye Zi'an keep the fridge stocked. Watching Lu Qinghuan's timid demeanor as she looked at the dining table, unable to help but swallow, it was as if she were a little maid waiting for her master to finish before she could eat. It seemed that she had not been treated well in the Lu family. Ye Zi'an stepped forward and pulled Lu Qinghuan into his arms, softly saying, "From now on, consider this place your home. If you feel bored, let Yiyu accompany you to go out and have some fun. As for the Lu family, you don't need to worry about anyone, I will handle everything." After finishing breakfast with Lu Qinghuan, Ye Zi'an drove away from the Yi family, heading to the construction site in the suburbs to check on the progress. The suburban fortress was of utmost importance to Ye Zi'an. After all, consumables could be searched for again after the apocalypse, but finding workers to start on the protective walls of the Tongtian Tower after the apocalypse would be impossible. In the suburbs of Xiamen City, hundreds of heavy machines were already excavating the fortress foundation at the construction site with various raw materials piled into small hills. The person in charge repeatedly confirmed the blueprints and began directing thousands of workers. On the surface, the project appeared enormous and difficult to complete in a short time. In essence, Ye Zi'an's requirements were not complex. The construction teams, divided into hundreds of groups, could start work simultaneously using excavators to dig the foundation in open spaces and pouring fast-drying reinforced concrete. For the Daxia kingdom, known for its prowess in infrastructure, this was not a difficult task at all. Seeing that everything was progressing smoothly, Ye Zi'an believed these people would definitely complete the wall's construction before the apocalypse. He then drove back to the city and arrived in front of a villa under his name. His second uncle, along with 10 mercenaries radiating a murderous aura, was already waiting here. This time the target of the mission was just an ordinary college student, yet the reward was substantial, so these mercenaries arrived quickly, reaching Xiamen within a day. Though they were not the top mercenaries internationally, each was a battle-hardened expert. They quickly gathered here, planning to complete the mission early and return for a break. Ye Zi'an's gaze swept over the two women in the group. One was a blonde woman with blue eyes featuring distinct and exquisite features, with her hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a cap and black sportswear. Though her body was wrapped in thick clothing, her physique was imposing, rivaling Zhao Wanrong. The other appeared to be of East Asian descent, petite and delicate, with short hair that partially hid one side of her face, dressed in ordinary casual clothes resembling an average passerby. But just from the half of her face that was visible, Ye Zi'an could confidently assert that she was definitely a great beauty. Anna martial strength 13, agility 11, stamina 13, spirit 14, potential SS affection level 60, Nagai Koiko strength 12, agility 13, stamina 12, spirit 15, potential SS affection level 30. This group of individuals had physical attributes no weaker than the reborn Su Chen, and their combat experience far surpassed anything Su Chen could compare to. In his first life, Su Chen was just an ordinary person unaware of the impending apocalypse. He spent the new year at home with his sister Su Wei and childhood friend Lin Shanshan. On the 7th day after the apocalypse erupted, Su Chen went out alone to search for supplies. When he returned to his community, the remaining survivors closed the gates and refused to let him in, leading to Su Chen's death by a zombie bite. His second life is the content of the original book, which is also the point in time when Ye Zi'an crossed over. Su Chen was reborn 7 days before the apocalypse began. Knowing that the apocalypse was coming, he started selling houses and hoarding supplies. Now Su Chen's memory only included his experiences in the 7 days after the apocalypse, and he was unaware of future plot points such as killing Ye Zi'an and establishing the Xiamen base, which would later be destroyed by Lu Qinghuan. Ye Zi'an had read the entire table of contents and important chapters of the book and had system notifications that allowed him to know all of Su Chen's movements and future storylines from a god's perspective. Ye Zi'an glanced at his second uncle beside him. His second uncle immediately understood and took out several photos of Su Chen from his pocket, handing them to the 10 mercenaries. With attributes far exceeding those of these individuals, Ye Zi'an exuded a terrifying aura and spoke slowly. The target of this mission is an ordinary college student named Su Chen. However, his physical fitness is comparable to yours, though his combat experience is slightly lacking. The reborn Su Chen had a certain enhancement in physical fitness equivalent to that of an ordinary mercenary. Ye Zi'an paused and continued, "If Su Chen is successfully captured by the police during the operation, you will stay in Xiamen for 5 days before you can directly claim your final payment and leave. If he escapes from the police, then you will officially begin the mission. Regardless of the means, the ultimate goal is to kill Su Chen. The mercenaries nodded, exchanging glances filled with competitive intent. Seeing this scene, it seemed that the second uncle had not made things clear. Ye Zi'an did not want these people to compete among themselves, giving Su Chen a chance to escape. Noting this, Ye Zi'an immediately warned sternly, in this mission you are not competitors. Whosoever completes the task, as long as they bring Su Chen's corpse, your payments will be automatically settled. However, the deadline for the task is only 5 days. If completed within 5 days, in addition to the payment, each person will receive an additional reward of $2 million. After all, by then the world would already be at its end and money would have lost its value. Ye Zi'an's extravagant demeanor intimidated everyone present. If it weren't for their intelligence departments confirming that Su Chen was indeed just an ordinary college student, these mercenaries might have thought Ye Zi'an was targeting a high-ranking official. Seeing that Ye Zi'an did not provide any further information, the group began to disperse, preparing to execute the mission. Observing Anna and Nagai Koiko about to leave, Ye Zi'an called out to retain them. Ladies, do you have other arrangements? Seeing the S-level potential in the two, Ye Zi'an changed his mind. These two were rare talents and quite to his liking. Your task over the next few days is to stay by my side and ensure my safety. Upon hearing Ye Zi'an's words, Anna looked at him with a hint of amusement, while Nagai Koiko's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. Koiko's affection level for Ye Zi'an surprisingly dropped to 25. I am not forcing you to do anything against your will. You just need to stay within 100 meters of me for the next few days. Of course, if you consider this completion of the task, I will additionally pay you 1,000,000 each day for security fees. Hearing this, Anna nonchalantly spread her hands, indicating she had no objections, as she certainly would not turn down money. After thinking for a long time, Nagai Koiko eventually nodded in agreement. Without having to undertake a mission and still getting paid, this was undoubtedly a good deal. The two only needed to protect Ye Zi'an's safety nearby without affecting their other actions. Seeing the two nod in agreement, Ye Zi'an couldn't help but smirk. When the apocalypse arrives and the Tongtian Tower is officially activated, I will immediately use one of the 4 control slots to take control of you two. The combat strength of these two was hardly inferior to the protagonist Su Chen, far stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, with their S-level potential, they would undoubtedly be a powerful aid in the apocalypse. After all, even Lu Qinghuan, the antagonist, was only S-level. Ye Zi'an arrived at the Century community where Su Chen lived and temporarily rented a room opposite Su Chen's home to observe him as he was about to return. Su Chen had tear stains on his face and limped while pushing his electric bike, feeling an indescribable bitterness within. These days had been filled with misfortunes. Many of the plans he had previously made were disrupted by a thug named Li Wei. Not only had many of his ingenious ideas not come to fruition, but he was even living worse than in his past life of ignorance. He had been put in his place by a group of black men. He didn't even know if he could recover after being kicked several times. Instead of worrying about his sister's safety after the apocalypse, Su Chen truly wished for death at this moment. This pathetic rebirth was not worth it. It would be better to have died directly. It seemed as if some invisible hand was continuously influencing everything after his rebirth. Su Chen couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. Was it the butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth? The neighbor lady, not understanding the situation, saw Su Chen pushing his electric bike and kindly asked, "Xiao Chen, is your electric bike out of power?" "Yeah, I'm really unlucky." Su Chen didn't dare to mention the excruciating pain that pierced through him. As soon as he sat down, he just helplessly shook his head and continued to push his electric bike home. 2 sturdy men approached him. Before Su Chen could react, they subdued him. Bang! The electric bike was pushed over and parts scattered all over the ground. Su Chen's anger instantly flared up as he thought, "Here we go again." Suddenly, a dozen men dressed in casual clothes surrounded him, pinning him down and preventing him from breaking free. "Who are you? Let me go." Memories of last night flooded back, and unlike those previous small thugs, this group was openly provoking Su Chen. These people were well trained and launched a surprise attack, capturing Su Chen before he could react. "Captain, we found it." A bag weighing over a pound of contraband appeared from the sponge cushion of Su Chen's electric bike. "Caught in the act, take him away." "Who set me up?" Thinking that he would be sent back to the detention room, a fierce look appeared in Su Chen's eyes, radiating an invisible killing intent. Although Su Chen had only survived 7 days in his previous life during the apocalypse, he had killed many survivors who coveted his supplies during those days. The few plainclothes officers holding Su Chen felt a chill at the sight of his fierce gaze. That fierce look undoubtedly indicated multiple homicides. Although he was injured, he still had good physical fitness. This time, since his life was at stake, Su Chen dared not hold back. Thinking about being outside, Su Chen's potential erupted completely. Taking advantage of the moment when the few men were stunned, he quickly broke free from their restraints and ran toward the weak point in the encirclement. The two plainclothes officers who intended to intercept Su Chen were struck by his tightly clenched fist. With a desperate burst of power, Su Chen sent the two of them flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths as they groaned in pain. Su Chen's punch was no small matter. The once peaceful and harmonious order of the community was thrown into chaos by this sudden fight. Many onlookers and community security guards quickly surrounded the scene, significantly obstructing the plainclothes officers' actions. Confused, the neighbors saw Su Chen, whom they had watched grow up, being beaten by a group of people and instinctively rushed to his defense. The two siblings were too pitiful, having lost their parents at a young age. They grew up right under the noses of these neighbors. At this moment during the morning rush hour, a robust young man shouted, "Who are you people?" Taking advantage of the chaos, Su Chen made his escape, swiftly disappearing into the crowd. The remaining plainclothes officers, surrounded by the crowd, could only helplessly take out their credentials to prove their identities. Several mercenaries attempted to pose as well-meaning citizens to block Su Chen's escape, but after a brief scuffle they realized the situation was not simple. Su Chen's physical abilities were even more formidable than their employer had claimed, comparable to their own seasoned mercenaries. The plainclothes officers from Shacheng were nearby, trying to avoid exposing their identities and causing unnecessary trouble. The mercenaries exchanged glances and discreetly followed Su Chen, seeking another opportunity to strike. Ye Zi'an, who was upstairs, observed the entire incident and was not the least bit surprised by the outcome. Even for a serious crime, the will of the heavens seemed intent on protecting Su Chen, otherwise they would have simply executed him. Too many coincidences and flaws allowed Su Chen to escape. That said, if he were so easily captured, he wouldn't be worthy of being the protagonist. However, after this incident and the blatant refusal to surrender, Su Chen could no longer stay in Shacheng and could only flee secretly through the city, looking for a way to escape to another region. Congratulations to the host for altering part of the plot and earning 1,000 points. Ye Zi'an frowned slightly and asked the system, "Is it only 1,000 points for changing the plot to this extent?" The system replied indifferently, "The host has merely altered Su Chen's plans for these few days, but he still has the potential to secretly return to his residence." It seemed that acquiring system points was not as easy as he had imagined. The team leader was exceedingly furious at Su Chen's escape from the encirclement. The cooperation and laxness between the team members exposed significant issues. The citizens present saw that despite having over a dozen people, they were unable to capture Su Chen. What should have been a simple accomplishment had now turned into a major blunder in their work. "You all go back to the police station to issue a wanted notice, and I'll take the search warrant to search Su Chen's home." Su Wei, in Building A, apartment 501 of the Century community, had just returned home from work when she saw several angry men burst into her house. The leader displayed his search warrant and police ID before entering and began searching. "Are you Su Chen's sister? Are you aware of his dealings in illegal goods?" "Ah." Su Wei's face was filled with disbelief at the crimes attributed to Su Chen by the captain. How could her little brother turn out like this? However, reflecting on his strange behaviors over the past few days, Su Wei felt that something was indeed amiss. Her once lively and cheerful little brother had recently treated the neighbors around the community with a gloomy face, especially in the past 2 days when he had stopped attending school, and had relentlessly pressed her to allow him to sell the house left by their parents, even threatening to resort to extremes. Just a few days ago he had been arrested for fighting. Su Chen, who once had no worries about food and clothing, seemed to urgently need a large sum of money for something, and when she probed, he always made excuses to avoid the topic. Seeing Su Wei turn pale with fright, but her expression constantly changing, the captain concluded that Su Wei must know some inside information. "Captain, we found nothing." After failing to find any other illegal items at Su Chen's home, the team members returned to the captain's side, which relieved Su Wei. The captain looked directly at Su Wei and stated, "Your brother's case requires your cooperation at the police station for investigation." In a daze, Su Wei followed these people to the police station. Along the way, the surrounding neighbors pointed and whispered about her. The events that had just unfolded in the community had already spread throughout the area. "Did you see what just happened? That kid Su Chen was detained by the police and then escaped. Indeed, with so many plainclothes officers, I wonder what serious crime he committed. I thought he was a good kid. I heard he was just released from detention and has caused trouble again." Especially after Su Chen broke free and fled, the suspicions in everyone's minds were solidified. Why would he run if he had done nothing wrong? The neighbors pointed at Su Wei, speculating about what crime the siblings from the Su family had committed. Being scrutinized by the crowd left Su Wei feeling deeply uncomfortable. Seeing Su Wei being taken away, Ye Zi'an returned to his room. There were still 5 days until the apocalypse arrived, and he specifically instructed Deputy Director Wang to detain Su Wei for 2 days. This way Su Chen would be unable to contact Su Wei, and in a state of desperation he would continually seek ways to privately contact Lin Shanxian. In Daxia, this charge was no small matter. If Su Chen knew his sister was being implicated, he would undoubtedly find a way to get Su Wei out, which would allow those mercenaries to find a flaw in Su Chen. Lin Xianxian would undoubtedly be contacted by Su Chen, who would reach out to his childhood neighbor and companion. However, Ye Zi'an already had countermeasures in place. Lin Xianxian's home had already been equipped with surveillance cameras sent by Ye Zi'an in advance. Everything that happened in her house would not escape his eyes. The fleeing Su Chen shook off the pursuing plainclothes officers and entered a narrow alley, panting heavily. Damn it, this Li Wei is truly relentless. Even now Su Chen still believed that Li Wei was targeting him. He hadn't had a moment to catch his breath when a towering foreign man standing 2 meters tall appeared at the end of the alley. The muscular man clad in a black tank top fixed a hostile gaze on Su Chen. Although Su Chen did not recognize this person, the murderous aura emanating from the man was familiar to Su Chen, who had survived for days in the apocalypse, making him sense danger. He wants to kill me. Feeling that his physical condition was not at its peak, Su Chen instinctively took a step back, only to sense a chill behind him. Not far behind, a stout middle-aged man appeared. Although he had an Asian face, his dark skin proved that he was not from Daxia. This man had dark skin and a face full of flesh. Su Chen suspected he was an assassin from a Southeast Asian country. How did they find him? Who had he offended? Su Chen quickly reviewed all his memories in his mind, unable to recall when he had angered these people. Even Li Wei's feud with him seemed inexplicable. Connecting the dots of the events from the past few days, could it be that someone wanted him dead? The two men drew short knives from their bodies and began to close in on Su Chen from both sides. Feeling like he was facing a formidable enemy, Su Chen kept thinking about his escape route. On the other hand, Ye Zi'an was relaxed and at ease. With Su Wei taken away and Su Chen fleeing, he only needed to keep an eye on Lin Xianxian during these days. It seemed he could find some amusement. Ye Zi'an recalled the two secretaries he had seen in the office a few days ago. The two had been quiet for several days without contacting him. That wouldn't do. Ye Zi'an took out his phone, dialed the numbers of Li Menglan and Hu Shuefei and commanded them to come to his residence, threatening that otherwise they could pack their things and leave the company. At the same time, he called Lu Qinghuan, informing her that he would not be returning to the Yi family tonight and advised her to go to bed early. Ye Zi'an had already instructed Yi Yu to stay in the Yi family to accompany her. Perhaps it was due to being caught by Ye Zi'an for following the rules at work yesterday, but today both of them learned their lesson and did not act as casually as usual. At this moment, like other employees, they were dressed in the Yi group's uniform. You should know why I called you here, right? Ye Zi'an used his insight ability to look at the two. Li Menglan had a favorability rating of 72 while Hu Shuefei had 83. It seemed both were quite loyal to Ye Zi'an. As for other attributes, the two were no different from ordinary people. The only thing that surprised Ye Zi'an was that their potential was rated as a. In his mind he questioned the system. Didn't you say there are no more than 50 people in the entire Xia city with a level potential? How come these two are also a? Today Ye Zi'an had seen 3 SS level members of the protagonist group along with 2 female mercenaries and Lu Qinghuan with SS level. Ye Er and Yi Yu were both at S level. The system responded blandly. Su Chen had SS level potential in his previous life, but he was devoured by the zombie tide before his abilities could be activated. Talent is talent. Surviving smoothly relies on luck. Since the two did not appear in the subsequent plot, they must have had their abilities unactivated and died early. I see. The probability of a level potential is 1 in 10,000. As excellent graduates from Xia City University, their potential is naturally not too low. Based on the 1 in 10,000 chance for a level potential with a population of 4 to 500,000 in Xia City, there would be no more than 500 survivors with a level potential. Even with a level potential, only 1 in 10 would survive until their abilities are activated. It is not hard to imagine the cruelty of the apocalypse. The talent of these two could definitely be counted among the top in Xia City, but unfortunately their luck was not good and they died early without activating their abilities in the apocalypse. He also had ideas for their future arrangements. They could serve as assistants to Zhao Wanrong and Lu Qinghuan. Ye Zi'an was not worried about Zhao Wanrong's abilities, but currently Lu Qinghuan was just an unloved second young lady of the Lu family and had not yet grown into the queen who would dominate Xia City in the later part of the story. As management-type talents, the two would be important assistants to Zhao Wanrong and Lu Qinghuan in the future. Congratulations, all attributes 3 extra freedom attribute points 10, please allocate freely. Congratulations, all attributes 3 extra freedom attribute points 10, please allocate freely. Watching his attributes surge again, Ye Zi'an could now unleash over 1,000 pounds of force with a casual punch. The phone rang and Ye Zi'an walked to the living room. The display showed a recording of a call between Su Chen and Lin Xianxian intercepted by a hacker arranged by his second uncle. In the call, Su Chen urged Lin Qianqian to find out about Su Wei's current situation and instructed her to stockpile supplies for a few months before New Year's Day, advising her to stay home on New Year's Eve and wait for him to find her before hurriedly hanging up. Perhaps fearing eavesdropping, Su Chen only mentioned some usual matters about stockpiling supplies without mentioning the apocalypse. However, Su Chen's tone was somewhat urgent, and from his fragmented speech it seemed he had sustained considerable injury. Ye Zi'an reviewed the previous chat records in the group. The mercenaries communicated using codes, and those two mercenaries had left several wounds on Su Chen, especially on his right hand, which had been severely cut by a military knife. However, one mercenary was dead and the other injured. Ye Zi'an couldn't help but exclaim, truly deserving of the son of luck, he can escape even in such circumstances. The deceased was someone he vaguely remembered, a killer proficient in Muay Thai and short knives. However, this did not escape Ye Zi'an's calculations. Several passers-by arranged by his second uncle witnessed Su Chen's killing scene and quickly recorded a video of the scene to report to the police. The identity of the deceased from the Thai Buddha kingdom under Ye Zi'an's subtle manipulation was turned into a story of Su Chen's black on black. With the video evidence and the act of arresting him, Xia City officially issued a wanted notice for Su Chen. This was good news for Ye Zi'an. The bigger the commotion, the harder it would be for Su Chen to implement his plans, and the more points he would gain from it. Su Chen has fallen from grace. Congratulations to the host for significantly altering the plot and earning 3,000 points. Hearing the system's prompt, Ye Zi'an's lips curled up. Now Su Chen was being denounced by everyone in Xia City, meaning that most of the early plot had been cut. Especially the scenes of him and Su Wei stockpiling supplies in large quantities over the past few days were now completely non-existent. During this time before the apocalypse arrives, Su Chen also had to be careful and wary of the assassination attempts from the other assassins. After the apocalypse, his identity as a criminal would make it difficult for him to gain the recognition of others in Xia City. At least he wouldn't be able to enter the official base. After all, no one dared to stay with someone who was already a criminal before the apocalypse. 2 days quickly passed. During these 2 days, Ye Zi'an inspected the construction progress at the site during the day and learned various close-quarters combat techniques from Anna and Wheezy in the afternoon. However, Ye Zi'an's talent had risen to S level, allowing him to learn a wealth of fundamental combat techniques in just 2 days, transforming from a novice into a skilled fighter. With Anna teaching him to identify several fatal weaknesses in the human body combined with the high attributes from his mental techniques, ordinary mercenaries were no match for Ye Zi'an. At this point, Ye Zi'an's strength was several times stronger than Anna and the two mercenary leaders. This piqued the curiosity of Anna and her companions regarding Ye Zi'an's secrets. In these past few days, Ye Zi'an's strength had visibly grown from the power level of an ordinary mercenary to that of a master, on par with the mercenary kings. After finishing today's training, Ye Zi'an received a message from his sycophant Li Wei. Young Master Yi Su Wei has already been released from the station. What do you think? As he hurried to the Century community, Ye Zi'an called Li Wei, find an excuse to stop Harem on my way. Li Wei understood immediately and flattered, I understand, I won't let young Master Yi down. In recent days, Li Wei had noticed that ever since Lu Cici's death, young Master Yi seemed to have become a different person. Now he was busy scheming against Su Chen, which was undoubtedly for his sister Su Wei and Lin Qianqian, right? In order to get close to Ye Zi'an, Li Wei immediately gave orders. Though the hero saving the beauty trope was cliched, it was quite practical for Su Wei, who felt extremely insecure after spending 2 days inside. When Ye Zi'an arrived at the Century community, he immediately spotted Su Wei and Lin Qianqian, who were entangled by Li Wei's group at the entrance. The two looked a bit haggard, especially Su Wei, who had not been doing well during her time inside. Her beautiful face was still hidden beneath disheveled hair. The two were surrounded by Li Wei and his group of young delinquents, appearing utterly helpless at the entrance of the community. Despite such a dire situation, Su Wei's aura could not be concealed. She truly lived up to being the sister of the male lead Su Chen. Knowing that she was a rare SS-level healer with supernatural abilities, he felt he must recruit such talent. Li Wei's thugs blocked Su Wei's path, posing as bystanders injured by Su Chen, preventing her from returning to the community smoothly. Lin Qianqian, anxious and frantic, was about to take out her phone to call the police when Li Wei, quick on the draw, snatched it from her and forcefully smashed it to the ground. The phone screen shattered instantly, catching the attention of several residents. The security guard at the entrance wanted to intervene, but seeing Su Wei surrounded, he feared trouble and shook his head helplessly, choosing to patrol elsewhere and abandoning the thought of offering help. In recent days, Su Chen's actions had been exaggerated and spread throughout the entire city of Xia by Ye Zi'an's secretive operatives. Fights, murders. Regarding his sister Su Wei, everyone was eager to steer clear, afraid of attracting any trouble. The indifference and pointing fingers from the crowd made Su Wei and her companion feel as if they were plunged into an ice cave, but they were surrounded by Li Wei's gang and unable to escape. Seeing no one around to help, Ye Zi'an realized his plan was being executed well. Now it was time for him to make his appearance. Glancing at the Heavenly Dao shield card in the system space with this item, Ye Zi'an was determined to capture both of them today. Ye Zi'an parked his car by the roadside and quickly tidied himself up in the reflection of the car window. Looking at his handsome appearance, he was indeed well dressed. A man of great talent with the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Ye Zi'an feigned righteous indignation as he strode toward the group of thugs, raising a foot to kick one of them. Although he exerted only 10% of his strength, Ye Zi'an effortlessly sent the small thug flying crashing into several others, causing a chorus of howls. The onlookers kept their distance, fearing further involvement. Who dares to strike my people? Seeing one of his underlings kicked away and colliding with several others, Li Wei was furious and quickly turned to see who dared to be a hero and disrupt the task assigned to him by young Master Yi. Turning around, he found that the newcomer was indeed Ye Zi'an. Internally cursing at his underlings' exaggerated performance, Li Wei thought, these kids are such actors, how could young Master Yi, a spoiled rich kid, possess such strength? If this continues, it could threaten my position as young Master Yi's top dog. I need to find a way to drive him away soon. Yet thinking it over, he realized it didn't make sense. He hadn't informed anyone, so how could the thug recognize young Master Yi and deduce it? Before he could think further, several more were grabbed and violently thrown out, colliding in midair. The scene was thrown into chaos. Under Ye Zi'an's deliberate arrangement, Su Wei's ankle accidentally twisted amidst the turmoil. Ye Zi'an pointed at the thugs sprawled across the ground and shouted, "Get lost or I'll call the police." With that, he immediately pulled out his phone. "Don't!" both sides exclaimed in unison. Su Wei, lying on the ground and rubbing her injured ankle, hurriedly interjected. She certainly didn't want to end up in the police station over this. She was on the verge of losing her job. Upon hearing the signal, Li Wei immediately nodded and apologized to Ye Zi'an. "You blind fools, why aren't you leaving?" Li Wei helped his underling up and slinked away from the Century community. Seeing Li Wei leave, Ye Zi'an turned around gently and asked, "Are you both alright?" Those people were up to no good, he continued, noticing Su Wei rubbing her swollen ankle, and asked again, "Where do you live? I'll take you back." Without waiting for Su Wei to refuse, Ye Zi'an scooped her up, inquiring about her address. Just as Su Wei was about to protest, Ye Zi'an whispered in her ear, "It seems those people haven't left yet. I want to ensure your safety on the way home." Feeling Ye Zi'an's warm body and the stares of those around them, Su Wei's face flushed with embarrassment and she stopped refusing. After all, Ye Zi'an had just helped her escape those thugs. Su Wei tidied her disheveled appearance and pointed to building not far away, whispering, "I live in room 501 of that building." Sensing the faint fragrance of the beauty, Ye Zi'an carried Su Wei toward the direction she indicated. Lin Shanxian followed closely behind them, not thinking much of it as they returned to Su's home. Ye Zi'an took the opportunity to retrieve the Heavenly Dao shield card from the system space and tucked it into his suit pocket. This was key to subduing the two of them. The two most important female leads in the entire story. Once he had them under his control, the male lead Su Chen's fortune would be significantly weakened. He might not even need to lift a finger. Without the protection of fortune, Su Chen could very well meet the same fate as in his previous life, being bitten to death by zombies. The three arrived at Su Wei's house, where Ye Zi'an helped Su Wei onto the sofa, casually surveying the internal layout of the Su family home. Although he had already seen the house's layout countless times through surveillance. Lin Shanxian carefully brought 2 cups of warm water to Ye Zi'an, and Su Wei handing one to Ye Zi'an and exclaiming in surprise, "You are Ye Zi'an. Thank you for helping Su Wei earlier." Only then did Lin Shanxian recognize that the person who had just assisted Su Wei was indeed Ye Zi'an, the chairman of Ye Group. Ye Zi'an's reputation in Xia City was comparable to that of some major celebrities, albeit his news mostly revolved around his pursuit of Lu Sisi. Ye Zi'an waved his hand dismissively and said it was merely a trivial matter. He then accepted the cup of water handed to him by Lin Shanxian and gently inquired to Su Wei, who was still on the sofa visibly troubled, "You seem to be in some kind of trouble. Those people are not good and it appears they won't back down easily." Su Wei sighed, and before she could speak, Lin Shanxian quickly interjected, recounting the various strange occurrences the Su family had faced recently. Hearing Lin Shanxian's words, Ye Zi'an was not surprised, as all of this had been arranged by him behind the scenes. Ye Zi'an feigned shock and said, "How could this be? Did your brother offend someone? Or is he led astray?" Su Chen hadn't told the two about the impending apocalypse. He only mentioned needing a large sum of cash and advised them to stockpile food at home, stressing that they must stay inside and lock the doors on New Year's Day. Thus Ye Zi'an could utilize this information. Su Wei hesitated for just a moment before resolutely stating, "I trust my brother, he is not that kind of person." Seeing Su Wei's brief hesitation, Ye Zi'an realized that the Heavenly Dao shield card would be necessary. The bond between siblings forged over decades could not be easily severed by mere words. Ye Zi'an's expression turned cold as he slowly spoke, "These matters are trivial to me. I can help Su Chen clean them up or send him abroad to live, but what can you offer me in return?" With that, Ye Zi'an activated the Heavenly Dao shield card from his pocket, creating a barrier. This barrier had Su Chen's favorability towards both of them and temporarily stripped them of their protagonist's halo. Now even if Ye Zi'an took a forceful approach it wouldn't matter, he wanted to see if he could still extract some points from the two of them. After completing all this, Ye Zi'an's gaze roamed over the two of them without restraint. The reason he spent 4,000 points to acquire this item was to avoid other troubles. Some direct actions against the female lead might be obstructed by the heavenly Tao. However, after using the shield, the female lead's halo was suppressed, rendering her as just another passerby. After all, this was a male-oriented novel where the female lead was optional. Of course, to ensure nothing went awry, besides Huizi and Anna guarding nearby, other mercenaries had been ordered to relentlessly hunt down Su Chen. Feeling Ye Zi'an's aggressive gaze, Su Wei and her companions suddenly panicked as if their spirits had been momentarily snatched away. Su Wei had heard of Ye Zi'an's reputation, but his previously polite demeanor instilled a glimmer of hope that he might help. Now it seemed she had only escaped from the wolf's den only to walk into the tiger's lair. She had willingly thrown herself into the tiger's den. Without the protection of the protagonist's halo, her inner vulnerabilities were magnified infinitely. Thinking of how hard she worked to raise her brother only to find him always causing her worry, Su Wei bit her lip, recalling her parents' faces. Now she had only Su Chen left as her family. After a moment of internal struggle, she finally steeled herself and said, "As long as my brother is safe, I will agree to all your demands." Su Wei thought to herself that she would first agree and then figure out another way once her brother Su Chen was safe. At this moment, Lin Shanshan realized that Ye Zi'an was not as polite as he appeared on the surface. He was just like everyone else, coveting their beauty. She urgently tried to dissuade Su Wei, saying, "Sister Su Wei, don't agree to him, he's trying to deceive you. Su Chen may be innocent." Yet the tone in which she spoke clearly betrayed her own insecurity. Seeing this scene, Ye Zi'an couldn't help but admire the effectiveness of the shield card. Su Wei shook her head helplessly and replied, "I also don't believe Xiao Chen is that kind of person, but the facts are right in front of me, some things I have seen with my own eyes. These days Xiao Chen indeed seems to have changed into a different person, consumed only by thoughts of money. Moreover, he is my only brother, I cannot gamble with his life. Perhaps agreeing to Mr. Yes terms will ensure that Su Chen won't have to take risks in the future." Su Wei was aware that Ye Zi'an's fiancé had just passed away and she hadn't violated her own bottom line. Lin Shanshan, realizing she couldn't sway Su Wei and considering Su Chen's safety, ultimately had to give up. The Su siblings had relied on each other since childhood. Even if it was a trap, she couldn't bring herself to dissuade Su Wei. Seeing that Su Wei had already tacitly agreed, Ye Zi'an couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Heavenly Tao shield card. The composed Su Wei in the novel now had her inner weaknesses magnified infinitely. Ye Zi'an glanced casually at Lin Shanshan beside him and asked nonchalantly, "And what about you?" "Me?" Lin Shanshan clearly didn't expect Ye Zi'an to bring her up. It was as if she suddenly realized something and questioned, "Are you the one behind all this? Did you frame brother Su Chen?" Ye Zi'an wore a look of disdain and replied sternly, "Are you saying I made him commit murder? Or engage in illegal activities? These are things he did on his own and it has nothing to do with me." Lin Shanshan wanted to say something more, but she didn't know where to start her rebuttal. After all, from the current perspective, Ye Zi'an's words were all true. Ye Zi'an looked at Su Wei and said, "I won't tell lies to ensure Su Chen's safety. After all, he is not in trouble for trivial matters. I can only try to help and give him a large sum of money to live a simple life or go abroad once he gets out." Of course, this was just Ye Zi'an's excuse to deceive the two. In Ye Zi'an's view, Su Chen must die. Ye Zi'an's candor surprised Su Wei somewhat. Su Chen's troubles were indeed significant. Even if some matters were falsely accused, the charges of murder and assaulting the police were undeniable and not easy to escape. But with Ye Zi'an's help and his financial strength, getting Su Chen released sooner should not be a difficult task. He could even help his brother live abroad, which made Su Wei somewhat tempted. However, all of this required both herself and Lin Shanshan to be willing to sacrifice. Ye Zi'an was not worried about Su Wei. She was the type of person who would do anything for her brother, commonly referred to as a dark wizard. She had been single all this time, working hard to earn money so that her brother Su Chen could have a better life. It wouldn't be too difficult to control her as long as Su Chen's safety was at stake. Su Wei would naturally comply. Seeing that the two were somewhat moved, Ye Zi'an continued to entice them, "As long as you agree, I can hire the best lawyer to defend him. In no time he will be out and he will still be young, which won't affect his future life. Don't you want to sacrifice for him?" Ye Zi'an's voice echoed in their hearts like a spell. Suddenly Ye Zi'an's tone became somewhat firm as he threatened, "Rescuing him is quite troublesome, but I can still offer a handsome reward for him." After saying this, Ye Zi'an pretended to leave. The barrier was now fully established and the luck of the two heroines had been blocked. Under Ye Zi'an's coercive tactics, Su Wei's self-awareness became weak. Although he lacked mental skills, Ye Zi'an's spiritual attributes completely suppressed Lin Qianqian, who had once shone brightly in the apocalypse, reducing her to just an ordinary college student. Ye Zi'an was determined to take the opportunity to destroy their will. Even after the blockage ended, it would be difficult for them to regain their heroine aura. No. Two voices rang in Ye Zi'an's ears. Su Chen, who was preparing to escape from Xia City, suddenly felt something and changed his direction, rushing home without hesitation. Although he knew it wasn't the best time to go home, an inexplicable force compelled him to return. Could it be that his sister and Qianqian were in danger? Su Chen hailed a taxi, urging the driver to rush to Shiji community. However, this driver was none other than Ye Zi'an in disguise. These past few days Ye Zi'an had been observing in secret. Although Su Chen's skills were average and his counter-surveillance methods were lacking, he had been surprisingly lucky. Many carefully arranged ambushes had been thwarted by unexpected events. Ye Zi'an drove Su Chen towards the trap he had meticulously set. Inside Shiji community, Ye Zi'an sat on the sofa as if nothing were wrong, calmly saying, "It's fine, you can take your time to consider. I'm not in a hurry, nor are you. The one in a hurry is Su Chen. As long as the order is not revoked, he is in constant danger to his life. If Su Chen were discovered now, he would be shot on the spot." Lin Qianqian struggled for a long time, her eyes glistening with tears. Was there really no other way? She turned to look at the silent Su Wei. Although Su Wei did not speak, Lin Qianqian could tell from her pleading gaze that Su Wei wanted her to agree. Seeing Ye Zi'an about to leave, Lin Qianqian bit her lip and said, "I agree to your terms. After this is done, I will also listen to you." Ye Zi'an snorted coldly and smiled lightly at Lin Qianqian. "Do you think this is a market where you can bargain?" After saying this, he stood up and left without the slightest hesitation. If Lin Qianqian did not directly retain him this time, Ye Zi'an would resort to more coercive measures. Ye Zi'an couldn't help but complain, "It's really hard to earn points for the heroine side." Su Wei quickly grabbed the hem of Ye Zi'an's clothes, pleading, "Qianqian just isn't ready. It's not that she doesn't want to agree." With tears in her beautiful eyes, she desperately pulled Lin Qianqian to Ye Zi'an's side, casting a worried glance at both Su Wei and Ye Zi'an. Lin Qianqian's heart felt like ashes. Fine, let this be a way to repay Su Wei for taking care of her all these years. In despair she said, "I agree, but remember what you said." Tick. After saying this, hot tears slid down the corners of her eyes, dripping onto the floor of the Su family. "That goes without saying," Ye Zi'an replied, but inwardly he schemed on how to put Su Chen to death. The lights in the room flickered as strong winds howled outside. Approaching winter, the tree branches outside battered against the windows, and the loud crashing noises made one wonder if the two windows would shatter under the fierce wind. Bang! Two faint sounds were heard as both windows shattered. The edges of the shards were faintly stained with two streaks of crimson blood, unsure of who they had wounded. Su Chen struggled to run wildly within Shiji community, his bloodied body covered with several severe abrasions under the black cloak. He cursed fiercely, "The damned driver actually dared to set me up." The car had not followed the route he had planned, instead bringing him near the police station. Terrified, Su Chen jumped out of the car to escape. As he rushed toward building his entrance, a strong sense of crisis surged through him, making him alert. Two dark shadows flew towards him. Su Chen barely managed to tilt his head to avoid them while still getting his cheek grazed. The tree trunk behind him was not so lucky, getting pierced through with a small hole. Hiss! Blood droplets dripped from Su Chen's cheek onto his clothes. Peering closely, he realized the weapons were two inconspicuous pebbles. A master. Su Chen immediately became vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Above, a woman with half her face obscured by disheveled hair coldly stared down at him. However, the woman's expression showed some surprise. It seemed that the hidden weapon was indeed her doing, but she hadn't expected it to fail. In addition, on a bench at the entrance of building sat a woman wearing a baseball cap and clad in a black tracksuit, sitting sideways at the entrance. The pressure these two exerted on him was more terrifying than all the people he had encountered in the past few days combined. They were Anna and Wheezy, tasked with protecting Ye Zi'an's safety and remaining undisturbed. Su Chen silently cursed, "What the hell is going on? Who did I offend?" Before he could think further, two more pebbles flew toward him, and Anna, seated on the bench, spread her arms, got up and swiftly charged at Su Chen. Suddenly Su Chen felt as if he had lost something forever. Two sharp pains pierced his heart, causing him to feel as though he was being cut by knives. Yet this excruciating pain also unleashed an astonishing speed within him. Without time to ponder whether his injuries were acting up, Anna had already reached Su Chen's front. Anna swung a punch at Su Chen. Crack! A faint sound of bone cracking resonated, accompanied by Su Chen's piercing scream. Anna's knuckle duster made it impossible for Su Chen, already bearing knife wounds on his arm, to defend himself. Under Anna's blow, Su Chen realized his forearm had broken. His whole body flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, causing the mask that concealed his face to fall off. The fighting scene once again attracted the attention of others in the community. The undercover agents hiding in the shadows recognized Su Chen's face and immediately began to pursue him. Su Chen, stand still. Several plainclothes officers raised their guns, aiming at Su Chen. Looking at the 7 or 8 plainclothes officers rushing over, Su Chen gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Anna. Having exposed himself now, he could only retreat and find another opportunity to return and take his sister and Lin Shanxian away. Having been reborn once, Su Chen now feared death more than anyone. Anna had intended to press on her advantage, but upon seeing the armed plainclothes officers nearby, she recalled that her task was merely to protect Ye Zi'an, not to hunt down Su Chen. To avoid exposing herself, Anna quickly turned and ran in another direction. The female lead, Lin Shanxian, harbors hatred towards Su Wei. The host disrupts Su Chen's fortune, altering the plot and earning 5,000 points. The female lead, Su Wei and Lin Shanxian, develop a rift with the host, once again disrupting Su Chen's fortune, earning an additional 5,000 points. Both of them, as female leads, provide attributes equivalent to twice that of Li Menglan. However, this made Ye Zi'an realize that only by depriving Su Chen of his fortune or subduing important characters from the original story could he earn points. No matter how talented others were, they could only provide attribute rewards. Ye Zi'an used his insight technique to look at the two. Lin Shanxian. Potential SSS. Affection 55. Su Wei. Potential SSS. Affection 65. Ye Zi'an spoke softly. Rest assured, as long as you both listen obediently in the future, Su Chen will definitely not be imprisoned. After saying this, Ye Zi'an secretly sentenced Su Chen to death in his heart. Outside the window, the sky was dim and Ye Zi'an stood up to scan his surroundings. In the past few days, Lin Shanxian had followed Su Chen's advice to prepare plenty of rice and flour, enough for the 3 of them to eat for several months. Unfortunately, now Su Chen would not be able to use these supplies, and even his home had been stolen by Ye Zi'an. This place isn't safe. You two should come with me to the Yi family. I will find a way to negotiate and aim to lift the bounty on Su Chen within a week. Just as the two were about to refuse, they swallowed the words at the sound of Ye Zi'an's latter statement. At this point, they had no choice but to follow Ye Zi'an's instructions. Otherwise, all sacrifices would be in vain. Ye Zi'an picked up his phone and saw a message from Anna sent 3 hours ago. Su Chen appeared in the neighborhood, was injured by me, and has now escaped. The message was brief and there were no further updates. It seemed Anna ultimately failed and allowed Su Chen to escape. However, this was unimportant to him. As long as his plans weren't disrupted, it was fine. 10,000 points were enough for him to splurge. With the 2 female leads successfully subdued, the early plot had been thoroughly changed by Ye Zi'an, and he had earned quite a few additional points. Su Chen's reputation in Xia City was utterly ruined. Even if the apocalypse descended a few days later, his notoriety as a murderer would prevent him from gaining the trust of other survivors. The storyline of establishing a base in Xia City in his past life would thus be altered. After all, most people couldn't accept being led by a murderer who had been wanted by the authorities before the apocalypse. Bringing the 2 back to the Yi family, Ye Zi'an had Lu Qinghuan settle them in, secretly instructing Yi Yu to keep a close watch on them and not let them leave the Yi family. After breaking through their defenses, Ye Zi'an discovered some powers within them that made him wary had vanished. It seemed the 2 had completely lost the protection of the heavenly Tao. Ye Zi'an left the Yi family and headed to Anna's residence, inquiring about the details of her encounter with Su Chen today. Anna still appeared carefree and unharmed. After pondering for a moment, she replied, "Boss, Su Chen's strength is only slightly stronger than that of a typical mercenary. He can't compare to me, a veteran mercenary captain who has completed multiple missions. It was just unfortunate that plainclothes from Xia City showed up, preventing me from capturing him successfully. You two continue to monitor near the Yi family. The current task is to ensure the safety of the people inside the Yi family and to prevent Lin Shanxian and Su Wei from leaving." The protection was genuine, but Ye Zi'an was also secretly plotting against Anna and Wheezy, ensuring they wouldn't leave. In 2 days, the apocalypse would descend and the activated celestial tower would easily control the 4 of them. Ye Zi'an had already decided on the 4 slots for the first level of the celestial tower: Lin Shanxian, Su Wei, Anna, and Wheezy. All 4 had potential above SS, with the female leads Su Wei and Lin Shanxian being SSS, which was undoubtedly a great deal. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded silently, completely unaware of Ye Zi'an's schemes. With 3 days left before the task concluded, this low-risk protection task allowed Anna and Wheezy to enjoy their relaxed lives. Although they had to stay close to Ye Zi'an, it was hard to imagine what kind of life Lu Qinghuan lived as the second young lady of the Lu family, waking up so early every day. After instructing all this, Ye Zi'an turned and returned to the Yi family. Upon seeing Ye Zi'an return, Ye Yu left the Yi family to stay in the neighboring villa. In the lobby sat Lu Qinghuan and the other two. Ye Zi'an looked at the worried Su Wei and said, "I have already used connections to prepare the withdrawal of the bounty on Su Chen, but this will take time." Looking at the grateful gazes from Su Wei and Lin Shanxian, Ye Zi'an couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Naturally, he would not withdraw the bounty. Although he had no hope, he still hoped that Deputy Director Wang could create some trouble for Su Chen, making it so he wouldn't have it so easy. Early in the morning, Ye Zi'an woke up from his dreams feeling refreshed. He marveled at the wonders of his mental cultivation, realizing he was not fatigued at all but rather full of energy. Lu Qinghuan was nowhere to be seen, likely up early preparing breakfast for him. It was hard to imagine what kind of life Lu Qinghuan had in the Lu family, waking up so early every day. After a simple breakfast, Ye Zi'an set off for the Yi Corporation. After 3 days of preparation, the resumes of most applicants sent from all over the country had been organized. Today, Ye Zi'an needed to select the final candidates to attend the re-examination at the Yi Corporation. In the chairman's office, the wildest Li Menglan and Hu Shuefei stood on either side of Ye Zi'an. Although Ye Zi'an had allowed them to dress freely the day before, they still adhered to the company's regulations. The recruitment event Ye Zi'an had unintentionally held had made them feel some pressure. Could it be that Ye Zi'an wants to replace us? The qualifications of these applicants were not inferior to theirs, and some were even more outstanding. Seeing the anxious expressions of the two, Ye Zi'an spoke slowly. "Don't worry. As long as you remain loyal to me, I won't treat you too unfairly in the future." Looking at Ye Zi'an's gaze fixed on the gap under the desk, he felt there should be something there, like a paper basket for receiving items. Li Menglan sensed Ye Zi'an's intent and remained silent, her brows gradually relaxing as she guessed Ye Zi'an's thoughts and acted accordingly. Hu Shuefei hurriedly moved all the applicants' resumes to Ye Zi'an's desk. One pile of resumes looked towering, like a small mountain estimated to be at least 2,000. The other pile was relatively smaller but still a thick stack. Hu Shuefei spoke. "According to the chairman's request, all applicants' personal resumes are here, totaling 2,459 copies." Li Menglan also came back to her senses and looked up at Ye Zi'an, saying, "The other stack contains the outstanding talents selected according to your requirements, a total of 200 people. After careful selection, the HR manager and 2 others chose a total of 200 outstanding candidates, but they did not expect why Ye Zi'an would bring the resumes of those eliminated candidates here." Ye Zi'an picked up the stack of selected candidate information and flipped through it, casually nodding in satisfaction. These individuals were all excellent talents from various fields, attracted by Ye Zi'an's generous salary. Before even starting their jobs, these candidates each received a travel allowance of 10,000 yuan, so they had already been waiting in hotels near Yes Group ready for the interviews. 2 familiar names appeared before Ye Zi'an's eyes: Chen Ruoxue and An Ziyu. One was a former captain of the special police team in Magic City, and the other was a retired special forces soldier of 3 years. Ye Zi'an did not expect to see their resumes at this moment. In the original book, the base established by Su Chen after his rebirth was destroyed by Lu Qinghuan, and Su Chen and his companions wandered in the south for a long time before deciding to go to the Magic City base. The appearance time of these 2 characters was already in the midstory of the original plot, and Ye Zi'an did not expect to encounter them at this time. "Notify these people to come for an interview at the suburban fortress tomorrow, especially these 2. No matter what, we must persuade them to come for the interview." Although Li Menglan was puzzled, she immediately executed Ye Zi'an's request. Looking at the mountain of resumes on the other side, Ye Zi'an couldn't help but shake his head. The reason Ye Zi'an flipped through them one by one was mainly to avoid missing important talents from the female lead and the plot. Some people did not reveal their abilities before the apocalypse, but suddenly awakened as powerful supernatural beings after the apocalypse, dominating in their territory. Fortunately, the author wrote down all the names of the female leads in the ending, which left a deep impression on Ye Zi'an. So although this job seemed tedious and burdensome, it was actually much simpler. Ye Zi'an only needed to check if the names were familiar and take a brief look at their appearances and professions. With Ye Zi'an's high mental acuity of 30 points, he could process 1 or 2 resumes in a second. With a swift motion, the resumes were rapidly flipped through by Ye Zi'an. Although most were eliminated, he still found a few decent ones. These few individuals were students from near Xiaocheng, and after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the author mentioned them a few times. They were tasteless to eat but too valuable to discard. However, Ye Zi'an never wasted food and made sure to finish every grain of rice in his bowl. Turning to the still busy Li Menglan, he said, "Also inform these people to come for the interview tomorrow, the rest can be disregarded. Quality over quantity, especially in the early stages where people's hearts are hard to gauge." Leaving the office, it was already noon and Ye Zi'an's stomach was growling. Following the aroma of food, he made his way to Zhao Wanron's office. A sumptuous work meal was laid out on the meeting table featuring 7 or 8 delicious side dishes. Zhao Wanrong had a small appetite and had only eaten less than a third of the meal, leaving the rest on the table waiting for the secretary to come and clean up. "You brat, what brings you here today?" Zhao Wanrong appeared somewhat surprised at Ye Zi'an's arrival, as they rarely saw each other for months at a time, yet he had come to the company 3 times this week. Ye Zi'an sat on the sofa, picked up the utensils and began to devour the food. Zhao Wanrong was taken aback to see Ye Zi'an using his own utensils. This was indirectly. However, Ye Zi'an did not respond and Zhao Wanrong felt too shy to point it out, realizing from his appearance that he was indeed starving. The news about Lu Cici's accident had spread throughout Xiaqing in recent days. Zhao Wanrong had tried several times to call Ye Zi'an, which only angered him, and ultimately she gave up helplessly. After all, everyone knew that she and Lu Cici were like water and fire, while Ye Zi'an had deep feelings for Lu Cici. However, seeing Ye Zi'an appear unconcerned now, Zhao Wanrong finally felt relieved. Over the years, Ye Zi'an had been deeply in love with Lu Cici and their relationship had consequently distanced significantly. Ye Zi'an let out a satisfied burp but still felt unsatisfied. He realized that as his physical fitness improved, his consumption had also increased significantly. After Ye Zi'an finished eating, Zhao Wanrong asked again, "Are you okay? I've heard about Cici, don't be sad." Inside, she was already laughing. She knew very well what the Lu family was planning. Now it's good, Lu Cici is dead and everything is settled. Ye Zi'an ignored Zhao Wanrong's question and said to her sister Wanrong, "Let's celebrate the new year together tomorrow. It's been a long time since we gathered together." Ye Zi'an only wanted to find an excuse to have Zhao Wanrong accompany him tomorrow. After all, there was no further description of Zhao Wanrong after the novel, and she likely died early. Regardless of her appearance abilities or the care she showed for Ye Zi'an, he would not let her die prematurely. Seeing that Ye Zi'an did not answer her question clearly but instead changed the subject, Zhao Wanrong couldn't help but feel somewhat worried. It seemed that Lu Cici's death had a significant impact on Ye Zi'an. Thinking that she had no work tomorrow, it wouldn't hurt to keep him company, she replied, "Alright, I'll go to the Ye family with you tomorrow." Seeing Zhao Wanrong agree, Ye Zi'an leaned in and gave her a hard kiss on the cheek, saying, "No need, tomorrow we'll take you to a new place to celebrate the new year." "It's settled then, I'll have Ye Yu come to pick you up tomorrow." After saying that, he dashed out of Zhao Wanrong's office. Zhao Wanrong gently touched her cheek where Ye Zi'an had kissed her and said angrily, still acting like a child so inconsiderate. But Ye Zi'an had already disappeared without a trace. Tomorrow night the apocalypse would descend. Ye Zi'an was worried and went to the outskirts to check on the progress of the construction. The fortress in the suburbs was of utmost importance. All his plans revolved around this fortress. Several majestic city walls had already risen on the vacant land in the suburbs, attracting many nearby people's attention. This place had already become a new hotspot for photography, and other groups in Xiaqing were speculating about the future plans of Yes Group. The main structure of the fortress had been completed and the construction team was installing the city gates. The city gates abandoned the iron gates initially requested by Ye Zi'an and instead used new materials that were not only 5 times harder than iron gates but also weighed only 20 tons. With the assistance of several large machines, they were installed in the doorframes of both gates. Ye Zi'an walked in to inspect the buildings inside the city walls. Aside from a large open area in the center, a circular arrangement of residential buildings had been constructed inside the walls, which surprised Ye Zi'an. The modifications made by professionals were truly extraordinary. After improvement in processing, the construction team divided these residential buildings into 4 floors, with the ground floor for shops, the second and third for residences, and the fourth for storage rooms. Each floor was 5 meters high, and the roof of the 4th floor conveniently aligned with the city walls, significantly widening the space of the walls. The central open area reserved 5,000 square meters, and on both sides of the open space 8 3-story buildings were sporadically constructed, each covering more than 4,000 square meters. Water and electricity pipelines were also constructed according to Ye Zi'an's requirements, completely isolated from the outside world. The power system was self-contained and self-sufficient. 4 water storage tanks were excavated at the bottom, each capable of holding 5,000 cubic meters of freshwater. Each of these tanks had an independent purification system, eliminating concerns about contamination. Ye Zi'an clearly remembered that the novel described that when the apocalypse erupted, there would be a global electronic storm that would destroy all functioning electrical appliances, including those connected to the circuits. Only those electrical appliances that are not powered or turned on can continue to be used in the apocalypse. Through the on-site manager, Ye Zi'an learned that many manufacturers and businesses had approached the Ye Group recently requesting early entry into this fortress. Did everyone think they were building an amusement park? Wanting to join and settle in. However, one should take advantage of opportunities when they arise. Ye Zi'an eagerly welcomed more of this delightful misunderstanding as his funds were already stretched thin. Ye Zi'an immediately instructed the business department of the Ye Group to charge each merchant a rental fee of 1 million. All discounts were to be agreed upon first but only valid until today. The most important thing was to secure the money. Those kind-hearted manufacturers generously provided a series of electrical appliances and furniture for Ye Zi'an's fortress, saving him the trouble of collecting them after the apocalypse. The only regret was that the 200 people he had deceived under the guise of recruitment seemed insufficient. There was a significant shortage of personnel in the fortress. However, quality mattered more than quantity. These individuals were already the limit of what the first layer of the Tongtian Tower could influence. The more survivors there were, the more Ye Zi'an feared that some would develop greed, collaborating with outsiders. Although he was indifferent to the act of killing, nonetheless, large-scale killings at the gathering point during the initial stages would inevitably affect its stable development. Only by allowing a group of loyal beneficiaries to enjoy the thrill of power and gradually attract survivors from other regions through welfare could he then let these vested interests manage the newly arrived survivors. Absolute equality and fairness were impossible, but as long as one worked hard enough, they could obtain everything they desired within the fortress. With the support of these merchants, Ye Zi'an had gained several hundred million in liquid funds. He quickly reached out to nearby manufacturers to order a few large generators along with hundreds of tons of diesel. Not far from the fortress was a gas station which Ye Zi'an had planned to drain of gasoline at the first opportunity after the apocalypse. The hundreds of tons of diesel could be used to prepare for unforeseen events in the future. The remaining funds could be used to renovate several buildings, starting with 2 cold storage facilities. Seeing the strange expressions on the managers' faces, Ye Zi'an couldn't be bothered to explain. A small bird cannot understand the aspirations of a swan. Just do as instructed. With the electrical circuits damaged in the apocalypse, he couldn't keep 1 million cubic meters of space filled with meat indefinitely. He wondered if the Tongtian Tower had any storage functions. For the time being, the first layer only had residential functions and the ability to control 4 survivors while slowly increasing the favor of nearby survivors. The system was unaware of the functions of other layers, which would only be revealed upon activation. As Ye Zi'an issued his commands, several construction teams entered the site to enhance the originally built warehouse with cold storage capabilities. The basic form of the fortress was now essentially complete. The remaining materials could only be gradually added after the apocalypse. Ye Zi'an understood that one cannot become fat in a single bite. Having money makes things easier. As Ye Zi'an prepared to leave the fortress, he saw several large trucks in the distance bringing engines to the fortress. Dozens of workers skillfully connected the circuits, tuning the generators for stable operation. There were a total of 8 large generators operating in pairs. While one pair was running, the other served as a backup, with an additional 4 stored in the warehouse for immediate replacement. On the way back to the Ye family, Ye Zi'an began to contemplate the next developments. With the infrastructure of his fortress already in place to accommodate several thousand people, the only shortcoming was the lack of personnel. The customized cold weapons and the supplies he had stockpiled were all within factories and cold storage facilities just a few kilometers from the fortress. Tomorrow he could quietly move these supplies to the fortress warehouse without a soul noticing. As for Suchun, he was currently missing, likely having fled from Xia City. Ye Zi'an would continue to have his second uncle handle the pursuit. Next, his second uncle would continue to secretly sabotage all of Suchen's opportunities while he followed Suchen's trajectory in the book to rapidly develop in Xia City, establishing a base completely under his dictatorial rule. He would not, like Suchen, allow factions to flourish within the base, giving Lu Qinghuan a chance to exploit the situation, resulting in all efforts being in vain. The plot of the early stages played through Ye Zi'an's mind. Apart from the male lead being changed from Suchen to himself, the execution remained largely unchanged, still stockpiling supplies and gathering helpers. Rather, his fortress was far superior to the villa Suchen rented in the novel. Ye Zi'an called Li Wei and spoke. Tomorrow bring 2 women who resemble Su Wei and Lin Shanxian to building A apartment 501 in the Century community to wait for me. I've made up my mind to find 2 scapegoats, kill them and destroy their faces, disguising it as Su Wei and Lin Shanxian's murder while also taking care of Li Wei. Li Wei knew too much about his schemes against Suchen. Keeping him around was a potential risk. Eliminating him would prevent future complications. Though Li Wei was bewildered, he immediately complied upon recalling the conditions promised by Ye Zi'an over the phone. Upon returning to the Yi residence, Su Wei and Lin Shanxian still looked at Ye Zi'an with anticipation. It was easy to guess their thoughts. Ye Zi'an stepped forward, firmly gripping Lin Shanxian's chin, and coldly said, "You are now mine. How can you still have thoughts of Suchen?" Lin Shanxian was so frightened that she dared not respond. Ever since practicing with Ye Zi'an yesterday, she had completely lost her former pride. "Remember our deal. If Suchen offends me, I will find a way to deal with him, but the 2 of you must obediently stay by my side from now on." Lin Shanshan felt bitter in her heart. She truly felt unworthy of Su Chen now and could only nod helplessly. Seeing Lin Shanshan resigning to her fate, Ye Zi'an said, "The matter has been settled. There will be no further bounty on Su Chen. He will live in another city, but you two must not contact each other again." With this, Su Wei and Lin Shanshan could only nod in agreement. Su Chen's reputation in Xia City was ruined, and living in another city was the best outcome. Lu Qinghuan, upon hearing Ye Zi'an's conclusion, spoke to him. "The meal is ready and can be served at any time." Seeing Lu Qinghuan's obedient demeanor, Ye Zi'an felt a pang of affection. He gently stroked Lu Qinghuan's head and softly said, "From now on, just have them handle these matters and you can rest well." Turning to Su Wei and Lin Shanshan, he said, "From now on, you two will follow Qinghuan's orders." Opening the system shop, he had accumulated tens of thousands of points over the past few days, enough for a little indulgence. Scrade Potential Enhancement Potion, 5,000 points. Scrade Movement Technique, Phantom Movement, greatly enhances speed, 5,000 points. Strength Potion 1, Strength, 100 points. Finally, he spotted the potion to enhance potential, but at 5,000 points it would deplete 1/3 of his total points. If he hadn't secured Su Wei and Lin Shanshan yesterday, Ye Zi'an would have been left longing. Exchanging for the Scrade Potential Enhancement Potion, a bottle of blue liquid appeared in Ye Zi'an's space, quietly resting there. Ye Zi'an eagerly took out the potion and drank it down. The taste was reminiscent of Sprite with a hint of mint. "Congratulations, you have used the Scrade Potential Enhancement Potion, elevating your potential to Scrade." Although his attributes remained unchanged, Ye Zi'an's mind became clear and his control over his strength improved significantly. Ye Zi'an finally understood why characters with similar combat power in novels often easily defeated their opponents even when facing stronger enemies. The higher one's potential, the easier it is to perfectly harness one's strength, thereby enhancing combat efficiency. "You three come with me to the suburbs today. Pack your clothes and daily necessities and put them in the trunk." Ye Zi'an was not at ease leaving the three behind. The apocalypse would officially begin tonight, and the sudden appearance of zombies would lead to heavy casualties among those ordinary people who were outdoors celebrating the new year, as they would be transformed into zombies themselves. As for his second uncle, Ye Zi'an continued to pursue Su Chen in the shadows. The four of them drove to the outskirts where the fortress had been fully constructed, capable of withstanding the assault of tens of thousands of zombies. Outside the city, a small number of large trucks remained parked by the city walls. Some construction teams had finished their work and left by bus to celebrate the new year, leaving these trucks behind, waiting for the drivers to return to their respective worksites after the holiday. This was naturally part of Ye Zi'an's plan. These trucks, along with large machinery vehicles, totaled more than 30, including 4 or 5 fuel tankers. With some minor modifications, it would be enough for Ye Zi'an to assemble a search team of 300. As noon approached, the more than 200 interviewees had long been waiting inside the fortress. Under the guidance of Li Menglan and Hu Shuefei, they had already familiarized themselves with the internal structure of the fortress. Ye Zi'an instructed Lu Qinghuan to take Su Wei and the others to tidy up the rooms in the villa by the empty lot while he approached the interviewees. The more than 200 women were not as noisy as Ye Zi'an had imagined. Their demeanor was excellent as they quietly sat in the hall. Although it was not explicitly stated, everyone had already guessed that they would be working in this fortress in the future. Half of these 200 individuals held administrative positions, emerging stars from various fields including administration, logistics, medical, and even maintenance workers and chefs responsible for the stable operation of the fortress in the future. The other half were mainly retirees and security personnel. Ye Zi'an planned to assign them to search for supplies and to handle the fortress defenses. The administrative staff were taken by Li Menglan and Hu Shuefei for assessments, while Ye Zi'an intended to personally oversee the testing of the security personnel. A glance revealed that their attributes were above those of ordinary people, with favorability ratings between 60 and 70. It seemed that his high salary had garnered quite a bit of goodwill. At the front of the line, Chan Ruoshui and Nziyu, dressed in white sportswear, appeared spirited, their attributes not inferior to Anna and Nagashima. Looking at this 100 or so people, Ye Zi'an spoke, "Each person carry a load of 20 kilograms and run 2 laps around the city wall." With that, Ye Zi'an set an example, grabbing a backpack and leading the way. Seeing this, Chan Ruoshui and Nziyu quickly shouldered their backpacks and closely followed Ye Zi'an. Ye Zi'an maintained only half of his speed, yet he still left the majority of the team behind. Only Chan Ruoshui and Nziyu kept close behind him, though they clearly appeared to struggle. The numerous attribute points Ye Zi'an acquired from the Chaos Yin-Yang Art had been evenly distributed across his 4 attributes. With a system in hand, he did not need to specialize in one attribute. Each attribute has its unique function. Commanding his subordinates in battle was the superior choice. The 2 laps were completed quickly, with only Chan Ruoshui and her companion barely keeping up while the rest were left far behind. Ye Zi'an looked at the time. He had completed the 8-kilometer distance in just 23 minutes, and that was with him holding back. At full speed it should be around 16 minutes. Within 30 minutes most people successfully completed the task. After allowing everyone to take a short break, Ye Zi'an said, "Next pair up for combat. The winners will advance to the next round and the champions will be appointed as team leaders." Chen Ruoxue stepped forward and said to Ye Zi'an, "I want to fight you." And Ziyu beside her also looked eager. The earlier physical training had sparked their curiosity about Ye Zi'an's strength. Ye Zi'an looked at the group. These two were among the best. If he wanted them to obey him, he would have to demonstrate some means to prove himself. Ye Zi'an nodded and said, "All right, you two come at me together." Chen Ruoxue felt a surge of anger. The momentary goodwill she had felt instantly vanished and she stepped forward to question him. "Are you underestimating me?" As the former captain of the special police team in Moto, Chen Ruoxue naturally had her pride. And Ziyu beside her also looked displeased. She was a squad leader who had retired from the garrison. Ye Zi'an was well known in Shaman but mostly for sensational news. No, I'm well aware of your strengths, it's just that you two are unaware of mine." Chen Ruoxue, feeling irked, extended her hand to teach Ye Zi'an a lesson to show him her strength. Ye Zi'an sidestepped and in a flash pushed Chen Ruoxue to the ground. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. Chen Ruoxue, unwilling to accept defeat, got up and brushed off the dust from her clothes, preparing for another round. Ye Zi'an gently pushed her again. Chen Ruoxue's arms felt as if they had collided with a stone wall and she hurriedly stepped back 3 or 4 paces before stabilizing herself. She then looked at Ye Zi'an in disbelief and finally said, "I lost." And Ziyu, who had previously looked down on him, now regarded Ye Zi'an with newfound respect and said, "You are strong, but I still want to try and see how big the gap is between us." And Ziyu sprinted towards Ye Zi'an, but as she got close she swiftly maneuvered to his side. The earlier clash between Ye Zi'an and Chen Ruoxue made Ziyu realize that Ye Zi'an's strength was formidable and she could only rely on speed and cunning to outsmart him. Before Ziyu could make a move, Ye Zi'an quickly turned around and seized Ziyu by the neck. "I told you the two of you are not my match." The cold words of Ye Zi'an echoed in her ears and Ziyu felt that if Ye Zi'an exerted just a bit of force her neck could be easily snapped. Fortunately, Ye Zi'an let go. He said, "If anyone is unconvinced, feel free to challenge me at any time." Everyone lowered their heads submissively. The strongest Chen Ruoxue and Ziyu were no match for Ye Zi'an's single move, and the others naturally would not be arrogant enough to think they could defeat him. The selection took a total of 2 hours and there were no surprises in the results. In the finals, Ziyu made a careless mistake and narrowly lost to Chen Ruoxue, resulting in Chen Ruoxue and Ziyu taking the first and second places. From now on, Chen Ruoxue and Ziyu would be the captains. The sky had darkened and the administrative side had also selected the most capable individuals to serve as captains. Ye Zi'an spoke, "Tonight everyone will stay in the fortress. 6 ordinary members will share one building and 2 team leaders will share another, arranging their own accommodations according to their respective duties." Ye Zi'an, taking advantage of the opportunity to adapt to group life and the excuse of the new year, kept everyone in the fort. Seeing that the surroundings were filled with peers, they did not suspect anything but were curious as to why no one was eliminated. Was the interview really that lenient? Most of the supplies had already been stored in the warehouse by Ye Zi'an. Only the custom-made steel crossbows remained at the factory a few kilometers away because the final payment had not yet been settled. When returning from Su Wei's house in the evening, he could conveniently pick them up at the steel factory. There was still tens of millions of funds which Ye Zi'an used to cover several nearby restaurants. Under Ye Zi'an's arrangement, various delicacies were delivered to the fortress cafeteria and the excess was secretly stored by Ye Zi'an for future cravings. Although it was called a cafeteria, it was actually a 2-story hall made of concrete with 2 or 3 serving windows on one side, and behind the windows was a fully equipped kitchen. This cafeteria could accommodate over 1,000 people dining at the same time. In front of the windows were hundreds of long rectangular wooden tables for 6, and there were also a few round tables for 10 at the front, making the cafeteria suitable for meetings. Zhao Wanrong sat at the round table looking around in confusion. Ye Zi'an's various behaviors in recent days had truly left her baffled. This fortress looked magnificent, but Zhao Wanrong knew in her heart that it was impossible to turn a profit, especially considering the wages of these people. It could only be described as a bottomless pit. Noticing the doubts in Zhao Wanrong's heart, Ye Zi'an said, "Sister Wanrong, after tonight you will understand why I have been doing this these days, but you must stay here tonight." Seeing Ye Zi'an say this, Zhao Wanrong did not dare to ask further questions. In any case, all the mysteries would be revealed after tonight. Ye Zi'an scanned the surroundings. Besides his second uncle and those mercenaries tracking Su Chen, everyone else was dining in the cafeteria. On each table were dozens of dishes including Wobao roe, spicy chicken, king crab and Australian lobster. After tonight money would lose its value, it was better to use it now to enhance these people's goodwill. After the meal, Ye Zi'an took these people outside, allowing everyone to introduce themselves around the bonfire to bridge distances and alleviate the panic that would come with the impending apocalypse. Meanwhile, Ye Zi'an prepared to head to the Century community to make the final arrangements. The streets were brightly lit and crowds were bustling about enjoying the arrival of the new year. Still at the staircase, although Li Wei spoke in a low voice, Ye Zi'an downstairs still keenly heard what Li Wei was saying. You two pretend to resist tonight, and after that I'll sneak into the house and take a hefty sum from Ye Zi'an. One of them trembled and said, Li Xiao want this anger Ye Xiao. What are you afraid of? The Lu family has contacted me recently wanting me to obtain some leverage over Ye Zi'an to threaten him into marrying Miss Lu Er. If you two perform well, each of you will receive 10 million after the job is done. The two immediately beamed with delight, their faces showing a hint of greed as they excitedly said, Thank you, Li Xiao. Li Wei looked at the two with some regret, lamenting, You two are about to give a break to that waste Ye Zi'an, it's truly hard to let go. However, thinking of the Lu family's promise, Li Wei gritted his teeth and turned his head away. Li Xiao, perhaps Ye Xiao is not physically capable. Once everything is over I will properly thank you. Seeing her so perceptive, Li Wei's smile was harder to suppress than that of an AK. Ye Zi'an downstairs heard all of this, his brows furrowed and a murderous intent arose in his heart. The Lu family is truly relentless. Seeing that Lu Qinghuan has not responded in the past few days, they still set their sights on me. These three cannot be left alive, but seeing their youthful faces I'll first extract their attributes before dealing with them. Ye Zi'an calmly walked upstairs, pretending as if nothing had happened. Li Wei, seeing Ye Zi'an approach, was first taken aback. When he saw Ye Zi'an's expressionless face, he immediately began to fawn, saying, Ye Xiao, I have brought the people you asked for. Ye Zi'an coldly laughed inside. Li Wei's change of face was truly fast. Just a moment ago he had spoken ill of him behind his back, and now he not only referred to him as Ye Xiao but also used the honorific you. If the original Ye Zi'an had not died, even if he were reborn, he would not have been able to outmaneuver these people. Ye Zi'an looked at the two people that Li Wei had brought at his behest. These two had above-average appearances but had physiques and temperaments strikingly similar to Lin Qianqian and Su Wei. They stood at the door of Su Chen's house, their heads bowed, obedient like quails. If Ye Zi'an had not just heard them mocking him in front of Li Wei downstairs, he might have truly thought the two were innocent and obedient. Hello, Ye Xiao. Although the two did not possess the extraordinary beauty of Su Wei and Lin Qianqian with makeup, they could still be considered 80-point beauties. The key was that their figures were identical to those of Su Wei and the others. Without looking at their faces, they could easily pass for the real thing. Ye Zi'an nodded in satisfaction and said to the two, You two go in first, I have some matters to discuss with Li Wei. The two cast a guilty glance at Li Wei, then immediately entered the room. In the corridor only Ye Zi'an and Li Wei remained. Ye Xiao, I wonder about the benefits you promised me. Li Wei did not wait for Ye Zi'an's response when he felt a chill in his throat. He reached out to cover his throat, looking in shock at the blood splattered on the wall, unable to believe the cold expression on Ye Zi'an's face before him. He looked as if he were killing an ant, showing no emotion in his eyes. Ye Zi'an said coldly, Don't blame me, blame yourself for knowing too much and daring to conspire with the Lu family against me. Li Wei never expected that Ye Zi'an would kill him after learning these things. Ye Zi'an wiped the ashtray with his hands. There was still a piece of flesh stuck on the sharp edge of the glass. Seeing that there was no one around, Ye Zi'an stored Li Wei's body in his space, cleaning up the blood on the ground thoroughly. He then feigned nonchalance and walked into Su Chen's residence. Behind Ye Zi'an, not seeing Li Wei, he thought that Li Wei was temporarily hiding outside, and he could not help but feel secretly pleased. The two inside had just discussed their plans, and with Li Wei's 10 million plus being associated with Ye Xiao, they would no longer have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Ye Xiao. One person looked at Ye Zi'an with a pitiful expression. Ye Zi'an's gaze was cold as he pointed to a nearby package. Seeing Ye Zi'an's displeased expression, the two immediately followed his instructions and opened the package. Although they felt a bit puzzled, things had come to this point and they could only follow Ye Zi'an's orders. If they angered Ye Zi'an and Li Wei did not come in, their hard work would be completely in vain. Inside were the clothes that Su Wei and Lin Qianqian usually wore. Over the past days, Ye Zi'an had carefully checked Su Wei, and the others did not have any tattoos or birthmarks. These two would be perfect for passing off as the real thing. After the two put on their clothes, aside from their appearances, they were identical to Su Wei and Lin Qianqian in every other aspect. Initially they felt a hint of guilt about killing these two, but upon hearing their conversation with Li Wei, that guilt instantly dissipated. Ye Zi'an nodded in satisfaction, and seeing his expression, the two were finally able to relax. However, the next moment a flash of silver light appeared and the two fell into a pool of blood. Ye Zi'an took out Li Wei's corpse and dialed Huizi and Anna's number. Come here and help me create a crime scene. Professional matters are naturally best left to professionals. Before long, Huizi and Anna walked in through the door. Accustomed to crime scenes, Huizi took out a special powder and sprinkled it on the faces of the two. Their originally beautiful features instantly turned grotesque, with many blood blisters appearing on their cheeks which quickly shriveled away. Anna manipulated the three corpses, staging it as if Li Wei had come for revenge but was instead killed by Su Wei in a desperate act leading to a mutual demise. Huizi imitated the handwriting of the two and wrote 2 suicide notes, the handwriting so realistic that it could easily fool anyone including Su Chen, who would be unable to discern their authenticity. Once Anna had arranged the scene, she spoke, "Boss, there's an issue with this setup. Su Chen might not be the first person to discover the bodies, he could very well be fleeing out of town for years and someone else might find this place." Anna did not know that the apocalypse would descend tonight, instinctively believing that Su Chen would still evade the police and would not return to Shaman in the short term. "There's a reason I asked you to set it up this way, just follow my instructions." Anna shrugged indifferently, acknowledging that Ye Zi'an was indeed a generous employer. Moreover, after tonight she would be able to take a large sum of money and vacation around the world. As midnight approached, Ye Zi'an called Yiyu and instructed her to cut the power system in the fortress, insisting that the power must not be turned back on under any circumstances. With the iron gate powered down, the people inside the fortress could not escape for the time being, and it would be difficult for zombies to enter. Ye Zi'an remained in the room awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse, eager to test whether he could obtain Su Chen's system. Having been reborn, Su Chen unexpectedly activated the Luck Goddess system at midnight when the apocalypse began. He wanted to see if he could acquire the Luck Goddess system without Su Chen present. Coincidentally, the three were like Su Chen's team, consisting of 1 man and 2 women. The Luck Goddess system ensured that the first monster killed by the host every day would drop a card, and the quality of 2 cards could be permanently enhanced each day. The only downside was that each card could only be enhanced once and could not be strengthened repeatedly. However, in the apocalypse where drop rates were abysmal, this was indeed a divine skill. The full moon in the sky turned blood red at midnight, evoking a sense of unease. With a chill wind blowing through the city, which had been brightly lit, suddenly plunged into darkness. An invisible electronic storm was destroying all functioning electronic devices, rendering decades of human technological civilization nearly obliterated. As the lights went out, a blue light entered the room through the window, flying straight into the mind of the only male present, Ye Zi'an. A mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Ye Zi'an's mind, "Congratulations on activating the Luck Goddess system." After successful binding, the mechanical voice suddenly stuttered, indicating that the host was somewhat surprised as it seemed to have bound the wrong person. It faltered, "Why? Why is it you? Wasn't my host supposed to be Su Chen? Unbinding system in progress 1 completion. Damn, could it be that this system has run away?" Before Ye Zi'an could react, the villain system acted swiftly, arrogantly stating, "Since you're here, don't even think about escape. System devouring in progress, current progress at 10. The unbinding progress of the Luck Goddess system abruptly halted while the devouring progress of the villain system soared. A sound akin to consumption resonated in his mind, indicating that the villain system was devouring the Luck Goddess system. This made Ye Zi'an's previously anxious heart finally relax, as it seemed the villain system could smoothly resolve the so-called Luck Goddess system. This made things much easier. Half of Su Chen's opportunities stemmed from the Luck Goddess system. Host successfully seizes Su Chen's system. Tower of Babel, base affection 5, chaos, Yin-Yang technique efficiency 10. Outside the door, Anna and Huizi were still on watch. The city suddenly losing power did not shock them much. They had seen far more chaotic battlefields. "Alright, let's go." The three returned to the vehicle, preparing to head back to the fortress and collect those custom-made weapons from the steel factory on the way. On the streets, hordes of ragged, grotesque zombies surged into the crowd. "Are you insane? Celebrating New Year's Eve by dressing up as zombies to scare people?" The unexpected blackout ruined the previously joyous atmosphere of New Year's Eve. The zombies paid no heed to the man's complaints and lunged at him with their gaping, bloody mouths. The once lively square had now turned even more chaotic. Under the pitch-black night, the sounds of zombies' howls mixed with the cries for help from humans rising and falling in waves. Fortunately, Ye Zi'an had already planned the route and specifically chose this powerful off-road vehicle. The 2 headlights illuminated the road ahead as if it were daytime. It was now midnight, and aside from a few large squares filled with young men and women preparing for New Year's, everyone else was obediently at home. Only a few scattered zombies could be seen on the road. Anna and Nagashima sensed something was off. With years of experience as mercenaries, they clearly felt the threat posed by these people. Anna looked at the zombies tearing into humans on the street, incredulously saying, "My God. What is going on? How did these people turn into zombies?" Even for Anna, who had seen many grand scenes, the inexplicable supernatural phenomenon still left her in shock. Seeing the confusion in their hearts, Ye Zi'an comforted them. "The apocalypse has arrived. It's the same worldwide. Once we return to the fortress, I will explain everything." Yet in his heart he thought about activating the Tower of Babel upon returning and quickly taking them both down. The two exchanged a glance, tacitly choosing to stay and not leave. In the steel factory, with a wave of his hand, Ye Zi'an made hundreds of tons of processing equipment along with the manufactured weapons disappear into thin air. This move left both women in shock. In these 7 days the two had witnessed far too many inexplicable miracles from Ye Zi'an. From an ordinary wealthy young master he had grown into a mercenary king they could only look up to. The fortress was dimly lit with the faint sound of girls talking. Ye Zi'an opened a secret door left by the city gate and led the two back into the fortress. Outside the fortress, screams of despair occasionally echoed. The full moon had inexplicably turned blood red and the power system inside the fortress had failed. Ye Zi'an checked the generator in front of the city gate and upon restarting the machine was operating steadily. It seemed Ye had followed his instructions and turned off all the electrical devices in the fortress beforehand while also shutting down the generator. Ye Zi'an reconnected the generator, entered the password, added diesel internally and restarted the generator. With the machine's rotation the generator began to operate again. In the dark fortress several large searchlights illuminated Ye Zi'an, reminiscent of a deity descending from the heavens. Upon seeing Ye Zi'an return from outside and with the power restored in the fortress, light returned, giving the 200 people a sense of security. They instantly quieted down, looking toward the only man in the fortress, Ye Zi'an. Ye Zi'an gestured for everyone to quiet down, then waved his left hand, causing an invisible 8-sided tower to suddenly appear in the central area of the fortress. Ye Zi'an sensed the interior of the sky tower. Although only the first level was activated, its height reached 20 meters with the staircase leading up shrouded in a dense mist. The sky tower inexplicably captivated the minds of those around, instilling a sense of reluctance to oppose Ye Zi'an. Congratulations on activating the first level of the sky tower. Current control limit 04. Within the range of the sky tower, all survivors' favorability increases by 10 and gradually enhances daily. The task to activate the second level requires killing 100 zombies. The second level of the sky tower grants an additional control limit of 2 and activates 4 training rooms, each capable of accommodating 20 people for training. The sky tower has finally been activated and Ye Zi'an silently recited the names of Su Wei, Lin Shanshan, Anna and Weezy in his heart. 4 faint blue energies visible only to Ye Zi'an shot out from the tower and connected to the 4 individuals. The mental connection has been established. The host's requests cannot be refused by them. For some unknown reason Su Wei looked at Ye Zi'an feeling inexplicably shy and Lin Shanshan felt the same, her gaze softening, devoid of any previous hatred. Anna and Weezy, who initially planned to leave the fortress to seek refuge abroad, suddenly found themselves wanting to stay by Ye Zi'an's side forever. This was naturally the effect of the sky tower. The sudden appearance of a high tower, difficult to explain by scientific means, stirred the curiosity of everyone present. From now on I shall be the master of the fortress. As long as you obey me you may live here as you did before the apocalypse and enhance your own strength. Natural disasters and man-made calamities, the rise and fall of dynasties. Religion is always the easiest means to manipulate people's hearts, especially since Ye Zi'an truly built this fortress before the apocalypse and now conjured the sky tower out of thin air. Ye Zi'an pointed outside the fortress and continued to entice. The zombie crisis has erupted outside. Human civilization no longer exists. I will give you 1 night to consider whether to stay or leave. Those who remain must unconditionally obey any command I give. During this period no one is allowed to open the city gates without permission. Violators will be executed. It must be said that Ye Zi'an's previous performance, combined with the additional 10 points of favorability from the sky tower, left the more than 200 people with little resistance. However, Ye Zi'an had already issued orders to Anna and Weezy in his heart: anyone who tries to leave tomorrow will be executed outside the fortress. Most within the fortress are women, and if this information leaks out it will bring considerable trouble. Although Ye Zi'an was not afraid, he did not wish to waste time on this matter. The fortress regained its brightness and a few nearby survivors drawn by the light fled to the fortress gates crying out for help. Ye Zi'an stood atop the city wall coldly watching the scene below, where searchlights illuminated the area as bright as day. Several blood-soaked youths kept banging on the fortress gate. Please open the door, save us. Not far away a dozen zombies gradually approached and the situation looked very dire. Before Ye Zi'an could speak, several overly sympathetic white-collar workers nearby began searching for the switch to open the city gate. One girl instinctively reached for the button on the tower trying to open the gate. However, the switch for the gate required a password. Despite her frantic button pressing, she could not open the gate. Ye Zi'an observed everything. It was time to assert his authority. A balance of grace and intimidation is the best means of management. In the next moment Ye Zi'an approached the girl, gripping her throat with his left hand and lifting her into the air, coldly stating, I just said no one is allowed to open the gate. Violators will be executed. Do you think I am joking? The girl lifted by Ye Zi'an struggled as her feet kicked helplessly. With her throat constricted she turned red from lack of oxygen as if she were about to lose consciousness. An invisible aura of killing intent emanated from Ye Zi'an, causing several already terrified individuals nearby to collapse to the ground. Ye Zi'an's gaze swept around. All he saw were expressions of submission and fear. He spoke with malice. Since you want to save them so badly, I will send you down to join them. Ye Zi'an then approached the edge of the city wall and released his grip, throwing the woman off the wall. He did not wish to have anyone in his fortress who dared to defy him. If there was blame, it was simply her misfortune. The other women who had been searching for the button secretly rejoiced, grateful that it was not they who pressed the switch. From a height of over 20 meters, the woman arced through the air like a projectile, landing directly on several survivors in front of the city gate. The woman did not die instantly but lay groaning in pain at the city gate, unable to believe that Ye Zi'an really threw her down. Regret, pain and fear spread from the depths of her heart. Her body felt as if it were falling apart. Even the slightest movement sent excruciating pain from her limbs to her brain, making her dare not move again. The survivors in front of the city gate suddenly twisted their limbs at unnatural angles, their eyes turning blood red as they gnashed their teeth and slowly approached the woman. The pain in her body kept her consciousness alert as she looked in terror at the survivors she had once wanted to save, now approaching her with grotesque expressions. In a panic, she wanted to scream for help, but her vision was blurred by the blood from her forehead, and her throat could only produce faint whimpers. Dozens of other zombies were attracted from all directions, including 4 or 5 ordinary people who had just turned into zombies, beginning to tear at the woman's flesh and blood beneath the city. The bloody scene caused some survivors on the city wall to tremble in fear, clinging to the battlements to avoid collapsing. A faint smell of blood filled the air, and several puddles of pale yellow liquid lay on the ground, with occasional sounds of vomiting coming from the crowd. Many people vomited up what they had eaten that night. Only the female soldiers seemed to be holding up better. The next time someone tries to open the gate without permission, this will be her fate. The zombies finished their meal and noticed the commotion on the city wall. These dozens of zombies began banging on the hard city gate, trying to break into the fortress to feast again. Their sharp nails scraped against the city gate, producing a piercing screech as they roared and howled. The 200 people who had originally been there were now reduced to just a handful of retired female soldiers remaining on the city wall. Civilian staff, aided by some female soldiers, mostly left the tower, while the few remaining looked pale as they stared at Ye Zi'an. Zhao Wanrong suppressed her fear and immediately organized the remaining people on the wall to search for weapons to deal with the zombies below. Ye Zi'an did not expect everyone to be as capable as special forces. For the civilian staff, he only required them to have a certain level of self-defense ability. Their primary task was still to handle the logistics of the fortress. Ye Zi'an took out a dozen short crossbows and hundreds of crossbow bolts from his personal space, distributing them to the female soldiers still on the city wall. Aim for the head, that's their weak point. Ye Zi'an committed the faces of these individuals to memory. They would be the main management personnel of the combat unit in the future. Beside him, Wheezy acted swiftly, a flying stone striking a zombie's head, penetrating it like a bullet and creating a large hole with a splash of red and white. On the city wall, over 10 crossbow bolts aimed at the zombies, accurately hitting their targets below. Fortunately, the distance was only about 20 meters, and these individuals were well-trained veterans with a hit rate exceeding 50. At the same time, Ye Zi'an noticed the number of zombies needed to activate the second level of the Tongtian Tower decreasing as the fortress personnel began to kill zombies with full force. It seemed he didn't need to do it himself, which saved him a lot of effort. Ye Zi'an aimed at a target and a crossbow bolt pierced through a woman who had just completed her transformation. Congratulations! You have obtained a refined equipment card, Tang Dao. A green card the size of a palm appeared in Ye Zi'an's space, depicting an imposing long knife that looked extraordinary. The card types are divided into equipment cards, building cards, resource cards, summoning cards, and skill cards. The levels are categorized by color: ordinary, white, refined, green, exceptional, blue, epic, purple, legendary, yellow, mythical, red, unique, rainbow, dark gold. Ye Zi'an took out the Tang Dao card from his space and used the power of the Goddess of Luck to begin upgrading the level of the Tang Dao equipment card. The color on the back of the card changed from dark green to deep blue, and the blade of the Tang Dao on the front gained several more runes, adding a hint of murderous intent. Following the usage described in the book, Ye Zi'an gripped the upgraded card tightly, focusing his attention on it. The card in his hand slowly dissipated into a blue light, coalescing into a sharp Tang Dao. Upon grasping it, Ye Zi'an tried swinging it a few times, immediately realizing the exceptional quality of this Tang Dao. The sharp blade sliced through the air with a whistling sound, and in the crimson moonlight Ye Zi'an appeared like a god of death descending. As the zombies in front of the city wall were eliminated, the number of zombies required for the task also diminished, reaching 23,100. However, the zombies below did not drop any other cards. The only one was the daily guaranteed from the Goddess of Luck system. The drop rate of cards would slowly increase over time, with the probability of obtaining cards in the early stages being less than 1 in 1,000. Ye Zi'an glanced at the 10 or so individuals on the city wall, satisfied with their performance. They would be the backbone of the city defense team and exploration team. He spoke. Gather in the cafeteria with me. Others were unable to help. The zombies were dealt with by Ye Zi'an and the female soldiers, while Zhao Wanlong began to soothe the panic of others in the cafeteria. Others in the fortress were whispering in groups of 3 to 5 in the cafeteria, expressing their inner fears. Ye Zi'an led these elite female soldiers into the cafeteria, his sharp murderous gaze sweeping the surroundings. Aside from the woman who had just acted recklessly, everyone else was present. The crowd looked at Ye Zi'an, their eyes reflecting a hint of fear. They had all witnessed Ye Zi'an's methods, whether in killing or shooting zombies. I initially wanted to give you a whole night to consider, but some did not appreciate it. So I give you 5 minutes to decide whether to stay or leave. Everyone knows what the outcome will be if they go out. Even if Ye Zi'an spared them, the zombies outside would not. Compared to that, it is much safer inside the fortress. Time ticked by and these individuals still sat quietly in their seats, no one daring to stand up. Time's up. Since no one wants to leave, I hereby announce that from this moment on I am the ruler of this fortress and everyone within must unconditionally obey my commands. No one dared to resist. After all, the Tang Dao in Ye Zi'an's hand was not something to be trifled with, and the favorability granted by the Tongtian Tower instinctively made the nearby survivors hesitant to refute. From now on, the fortress will be divided into 4 levels: core members, formal members, ordinary members, and temporary members. These female soldiers who fought alongside me will be promoted to formal members immediately, while the rest will be ordinary members. Hearing that those who participated in the battle were appointed as formal members, the others below cast envious glances. They were of the 2nd level, close to core management. However, hearing that they could still be ordinary members, they finally relaxed, thankful they were not at the bottom as temporary members. All survivors in the fortress will be divided into 2 departments according to the previously recruited positions. One is the combat department and the other is the logistics department. The combat department will be directly under my supervision, divided into 5 teams. The search teams will consist of 2 led by Anna and Chen Ruoxue, primarily tasked with gathering supplies. The city defense team will be led by Yi Yu, responsible for the defense of the fortress walls and the inspection of personnel coming in and out. The reconnaissance team will be led by Huizi, tasked with gathering information about the surrounding area, including the movements of zombies and humans. The new recruits team will be led by An Ziyu, responsible for training new soldiers and teaching some combat techniques to logistics department members. Ye Zi'an assigns suitable positions for each according to their characteristics. As for the logistics department, although the clerical staff would not need to go out to fight, they might still encounter battles in the future. Ye Zi'an only required them to master certain combat skills, so they would not be helpless needing to train with An Ziyu for 1 to 2 hours daily. In the combat department, strength was paramount. The captains Ye Zi'an appointed were all individuals who had just killed zombies on the city wall, which did not elicit any dissatisfaction from the crowd. As for the logistics department, Zhao Wanrong will serve as the head, coordinating various departments, while Lu Qinghuan will be the deputy head, mainly responsible for assisting Zhao Wanrong. At the same time, the warehouse group will be concurrently led by Lu Qinghuan, tasked with recording the entry and exit of supplies in the warehouse and the distribution of supplies to various departments. The administrative group will be managed by Li Menglan and Hu Shuefe, responsible for summarizing the daily tasks of all departments in the fortress, assisting Zhao Wanrong in issuing and executing various orders. The catering group will be led by Lin Xiuqie, tasked with organizing personnel for the fortress 3 daily meals, including supplies for those going out. The maintenance group will be led by Bai Mengmeng, responsible for repairs within the fortress, including some construction. The remaining individuals will be assigned to various departments by Zhao Wanrong, and if needed in the future, additional departments will be added. All captains and group leaders will automatically be promoted to core members. The standard meal for ordinary members consists of 1 meat and 2 vegetables accompanied by a bowl of rice, while formal team members receive 2 meats and 2 vegetables with rice in abundance. Core members have no restrictions. Ordinary team members earn 30 points a day, formal team members 50 and core members 100. The search team earns an additional 100 points each time they go out on a mission. Points can be exchanged in the warehouse department for various snacks, daily necessities, and other supplies. There will also be entertainment facilities with specific exchange standards to be announced later by the warehouse group. Is there any question now? The hall fell silent, although some still had doubts. No one dared to voice them. Ye Zi'an's earlier intimidation left a deep impression, instilling an instinctive fear. However, it was Chen Ruoxue behind him who spoke first. I think the points standard for the search team could be slightly increased, as the dangers of collecting supplies outside are much greater than those faced by logistical personnel in the fortress. Her remark instantly offended a large portion of the logistical staff, but garnered considerable favor from many combat team members. Chen Ruoxue was unlike her name. Her temperament was fiery, speaking her mind without regard for feelings, which led to her being ostracized and leaving the special police team. I have also considered what you said. Many rules are still being explored. How about this for the supplies submitted by the search team? Once the warehouse group has tallied them, if they exceed a certain standard, they can receive a proportional bonus in points similar to sales. The more you work, the more you earn. Similarly, if logistical personnel perform exceptionally well, they can also apply for additional points, rewards, or even promotions through their group leaders. The establishment of these two rules instilled hope for the future among both logistical and combat members, as everyone could earn extra points through hard work, even though the exact ratios had yet to be determined. The logistics department will assign work according to the previous divisions conducted by the direct group leaders. The combat troops can sign up with their captain according to their own wishes. After speaking, Ye Zi'an took Lin Xianshan and Su Wei back to their residence. He did not make arrangements for these two, keeping them by his side for personal supervision. These two were different from Chen Ruoshui and Ziyu. Su Wei was Su Chen's elder sister and Lin Xianshan was Su Chen's childhood friend. Although the spirit control of the Tongtian Tower prevented the two from rebelling, the so-called protagonist's halo remained the most inexplicable existence in novels, and Ye Zi'an dared not be careless. Although the Tongtian Tower had activated the residence function, the few rooms Ye Zi'an had separated with his mind still required personal collection of everything inside. After Ye Zi'an left, the previously oppressive atmosphere was alleviated. Zhao Wanrong, appointed as the head of the logistics department by Ye Zi'an, held the position of vice chairman of the Yi group before the apocalypse, easily earning the respect of everyone due to her capability and status. Everyone need not be afraid. All that Zi'an does is to ensure that everyone can live orderly and hopefully within the fortress. After calming the crowd, each group began to choose their members. Once the administrative personnel were allocated, Zhao Wanrong and several group leaders discussed specific methods for a few tasks in detail. The framework has been established by Ye Zi'an, but specific details still needed to be supplemented. For example, although 3 meals a day are provided, the exact portions and dishes still need to be determined. Currently, the fortress is still lacking everything, and tomorrow they can only reheat the leftovers to make do. Hearing Zhao Wanrong's words, Lu Qinghuan timidly said, "Sister Wanrong, this is the supply list that Brother Zi'an gave me. He said all the supplies have already been stored in the warehouse." Zhao Wanrong glanced at Lu Qinghuan, immediately feeling no goodwill towards her, as Lu Qinghuan resembled her sister Lu Sisi to a large extent, but her aura was quite different. Zhao Wanrong took the list, which contained the supplies purchased by Ye Zi'an over the past few days. "Aren't these supplies in a warehouse a few kilometers away? I will communicate with the search team afterward to bring these supplies back as soon as possible. Right now we are discussing tomorrow's supply arrangements." She handed the list back to Lu Qinghuan without courtesy. Lu Qinghuan felt both fearful and apprehensive. The aura emanating from Zhao Wanrong was something she, with no workplace experience, could withstand. But recalling Ye Zi'an's instructions and considering the functioning of the fortress, she gritted her teeth and insisted, saying, "No, Brother Zi'an said he has already stored everything in the warehouse within the fortress. You can check it yourself now if you don't believe me." Zhao Wanrong looked at Lu Qinghuan in disbelief. Her persistence was unexpected, but she immediately checked the few warehouses inside the fortress. As Lu Qinghuan had said, each warehouse was piled high with supplies. Zhao Wanrong roughly calculated that the quantities matched those on the list. Thinking about how Ye Zi'an could conjure a tall tower to silently transport supplies into the warehouse was no simple task. Zhao Wanrong turned to Lu Qinghuan and said, "Sorry, I was presumptuous. Thank you for your insistence." Zhao Wanrong did not act like a head of department at all, readily admitting her mistake and humbly correcting herself. This was why she was able to thrive in the business world. However, with the list of supplies from Ye Zi'an, many difficulties were easily resolved. Whether it was weapons or food, Ye Zi'an had long prepared everything. The group leaders of all departments only needed to collect them from the warehouse group. Watching Lu Qinghuan's serious yet clumsy demeanor, which was completely different from Lu Sisi, Zhao Wanrong set aside her prejudices and carefully guided her, helping Lu Qinghuan to record and register each item. After finishing everything, it was already 2 in the morning. Zhao Wanrong followed Lu Qinghuan to the villa where Ye Zi'an lived, as she had many questions she wanted to ask him face to face. This villa was specially built by Ye Zi'an, modeled after the Yi family but not as meticulously constructed. The first floor still featured a large living room and kitchen, while the second floor contained 3 bedrooms, 1 master bedroom and 2 guest rooms, with 4 guest rooms on the third floor. Zhao Wanrong found Ye Zi'an and bluntly asked, "Did you know about the apocalypse beforehand?" The other 3 people's gazes also turned to Ye Zi'an, as they all wanted to know the answer. "So what if I did? And what if I didn't?" Ye Zi'an replied nonchalantly. The justice-driven Lin Xianshan instinctively spoke up, "If it is true, then why didn't you announce the news and save more people?" Ye Zi'an coldly regarded Lin Xianshan, speaking leisurely, "Do you think anyone would believe what I say? Even if I spoke out, others would dismiss it as a joke, laughing it off without a second thought. Moreover, even if everyone believed it, what do you think would change? Human nature is greedy. It is still the wealthy and powerful who monopolize vast resources. Most people may not even survive until the apocalypse descends, being killed by others before then. Lin Xianxian's small face suddenly turned pale. Upon careful reflection she realized that the words of Ye Zi'an were indeed the most likely reality to occur. Her worldview was shaken and she bit her lip, falling silent. For most people now it is rather a good thing. It is an opportunity for them to change their status and identity. This is also why I do not allow you to work in other groups. You are too self-righteous and only deserve to remain here as a decorative piece. Ye Zi'an's words deeply struck Lin Xianxian, and the last remnants of pride within her as the female protagonist were completely worn away. Congratulations on changing the plot, thoroughly conquering Lin Xianxian and earning 10000 points. S-level potential upgrade potion X1. Unexpectedly this brought about such a windfall. Had it not been to deal with Su Chen, Lin Xianxian's saintly nature would not survive a day in the hands of anyone else. Fortunately, after the mental connection, Lin Xianxian's every sensation was immediately known to Ye Zi'an. He ordered her in her subconscious to prevent her from leaving this fortress. Now Lin Xianxian's self-awareness was completely shattered, and having lost her identity and spirit she had forfeited all the luck of the female protagonist. The next morning Ye Zi'an awoke from his dreams. Thanks to Ye Zi'an's orders from yesterday, Lin Xianxian and Su Wei prepared breakfast early while Lu Qinghuan went to the warehouse team to work. Seeing Ye Zi'an awake, Lin Xianxian entered carrying a breakfast tray, her voice a bit hoarse as she said, "Lord City Master, breakfast is ready." Su Wei, like a virtuous wife, was tidying up the villa's decor, making it feel as much like home as possible. If all went as expected, she and Xianxian would spend their lives in this fortress, in this villa. On the way, residents occasionally greeted Ye Zi'an, who merely nodded in response, heading straight to the cafeteria with Su Wei and the others. It was lunchtime and the cafeteria was bustling with many people. Apart from some members of the city defense team responsible for patrolling the walls, most residents of the fortress were dining in the cafeteria. 5 windows had been set up in front of the cafeteria, including a passage for core team members. Upon seeing Ye Zi'an arrive at the window, a member of the catering team quickly stepped forward to prioritize his meal. There were a total of 4 meat and 5 vegetable dishes to choose from rather than fixed options, with rice and steamed buns available as staples. Stir-fried green peppers with meat, shredded potatoes, braised chicken legs, spicy chicken. Ye Zi'an ordered to try all the dishes along with 3 portions of rice, as Lin Xianxian and Su Wei also needed to eat. Zhao Wanrong, dining nearby, recalled the ambiguous scene from the previous night, causing her to have Lu Qinghuan hand Ye Zi'an the personnel allocation sheet while she turned to return to the logistics department to handle work. Seeing Zhao Wanrong leave in what seemed like a flight despite her wolfish age, she appeared as shy as a young girl about to bloom. Ye Zi'an couldn't help but feel a surge of conquest. He took the personnel allocation sheet handed over by Lu Qinghuan. Combat Department Search Team A 7 members, Search Team B 9 members, City Defense Team 96 members, Intelligence Team 3 members, New Recruits 5 members. Logistics Department Catering Team 11 members, Warehouse Team 10 members, Administrative Team 8 members, Support Team 25 members, Unallocated 35 members. Sister Wanrong means to transfer these 35 unallocated individuals to the City Defense Team, as it is currently a bit tight on resources. The 96-member City Defense Team is responsible for guarding 4 kilometers of walls and must also assign people for night shifts, making it the department with the greatest shortage. Ye Zi'an had thought about this issue before, but due to limitations in funds and control he did not hire additional personnel. Let these 35 individuals train in the new recruits team for a few days, and then we will rearrange their assignments to various wall sections. Also inform the search team and intelligence team that there will be an external mission shortly. After Ye Zi'an spoke, Lu Qinghuan turned to notify the leaders of these 3 teams, urging them to gather their respective members promptly. The other dining team members no longer looked at Ye Zi'an with fearful eyes. Instead, they quietly ate their meals at their respective places, occasionally glancing curiously at Ye Zi'an's every move from a distance. This was naturally the effect of the Tower of Heaven slowly increasing the goodwill of the nearby residents, but it was also due to Ye Zi'an's previous arrangements. Although killing affected the goodwill of some, after regaining their composure the majority were still willing to obey Ye Zi'an's commands and remain in this relatively safe fortress. The screams occasionally coming from outside the fortress, coupled with the city devastated by disaster right before their eyes, made these people dare not even entertain the thought of leaving the fortress. Ye Zi'an quickly finished her lunch. It must be said that the dishes were exceptionally delicious, at least at a 3-star hotel level, which was the best they could do for this temporarily assembled catering group. Ye Zi'an arrived at the city gate, where the team had already neatly divided into 3 groups. Perhaps due to Anna's foreign identity, the team following her was 2 members short compared to Chen Ruox's group, but this did not hinder their ability to go out and gather supplies. For the search team, Ye Zi'an's standard was primarily elite members. Although the team was small, their combat strength was formidable. After all, when searching for supplies in the city, having too many people in a search team easily attracted the attention of zombies. Glancing around, the combat department was brimming with confidence. Ye Zi'an nodded in satisfaction and spoke, "Today's task is to familiarize you with the combat methods against zombies, and by the way, to go to the nearby gas station to gather the supplies there and bring them back to the fortress. She detailed the weaknesses of zombies, their attack methods, and the risks of being scratched to the assembled team members. The heavy trucks outside the fortress had already been moved inside the city by Ye Zi'an, evenly distributed on both sides of the city gate. Fortunately, many among the veterans were drivers, and the group of 20 people drove 4 trucks and 2 fuel tankers towards the gas station several kilometers away. In the apocalypse, the most important thing for ordinary people was still the shift in mindset. Those who had fought side by side and been together day and night could turn into flesh-eating monsters in the blink of an eye. Ye Zi'an took the lead, sitting in the passenger seat of the first truck while the 2 fuel tankers were protected in the middle of the convoy. The location of the fortress was carefully chosen by Ye Zi'an, far from the city center, surrounded by low residential buildings and numerous factories, making it suitable for the initial development of the fortress. For the densely populated urban district of Xia City, this was like heaven. Don't worry, the zombies will just crash into it. Under Ye Zi'an's command, the drivers transitioned from cautiousness to reckless abandon. Before long, the drivers no longer avoided the zombies crashing straight into them and turning the zombies into mush. The vehicles behind followed suit, with scattered zombies dying all around, contributing to the upgrade of the Tower of Heaven's resources. The 3-kilometer journey was soon covered, while the zombies behind continued to chase slowly. In the early stage, the agility of zombies was around 35, only half the speed of ordinary people. However, their greatest threat lay in their high infection rate, coupled with immense strength and lack of pain. The intelligence team goes to fill the fuel tankers. The search team will be led by Anna, keeping watch outside the gas station, while Chen Ruoxue comes with me to sweep this convenience store. After establishing a mental connection, Ye Zi'an could sense Anna's perspective at any time, and it was best to leave her outside to lead the watch. Ye Zi'an, holding a tang knife, approached the entrance of the convenience store. Outside the convenience store, dozens of zombies surrounded the entrance, constantly banging on the door trying to break in. Sensing Ye Zi'an's presence, these zombies turned around and began to bare their teeth, lunging at the two. Ye Zi'an gripped the tang knife tightly and swung it at the zombies. With a swift motion, even the hardest skulls seemed like paper under this blade, and Ye Zi'an cleanly severed the heads of the zombies in half. Beside her, Chen Ruoxue wielded a wolf fawn club, efficiently dispatching a zombie. This blunt weapon was far more effective against zombies than an ordinary cutting knife. The two handled the dozen or so zombies as if they were cutting vegetables. Along with the zombies they had crushed on the way, Ye Zi'an finally met the target of 100. A notification sound echoed in Ye Zi'an's mind. Congratulations, you have completed the second layer mission of the Tower of Heaven, killed 100,100 zombies. Mental link count 2 training room has been opened. The mission for the third layer of the Tower of Heaven: kill 100,000 zombies and 1 mutated zombie. Enhance the functions of the first 2 layers. Activate the manufacturing and processing functions of the Tower of Heaven. Seeing the upgrade requirements, Ye Zi'an couldn't help but frown. Although 100,000 zombies seemed like a lot, dealing with a mutated zombie was a hassle, as they were not only tremendously powerful but also rare. In the original story, Su Chen encountered the first mutated zombie at least a month after his rebirth. In the setting, a mutated zombie is classified as a first-tier mutated zombie if any single attribute exceeds 100, a second tier if it exceeds 200, and a third tier if it exceeds 400. It doubles from the previous tier. Generally, psychic users of the same tier have attributes equivalent to 5,070 of a same-tier mutated zombie. Only when fully equipped with weapons and armor can they take on a same-tier mutated zombie alone. Suddenly, a faint golden light erupted from the high tower at the center of the fortress, enveloping it. Before long, it began to expand outward. The Tower of Heaven surged upward, and an additional layer appeared beneath the original first layer. The phenomenon occurring at the high tower startled many residents within the fortress, who came out from their work to observe the surroundings. Seeing that the tower had only grown larger and thicker without any other changes, Zhao Wanrong immediately understood this was Ye Zi'an's doing and promptly reassured the nearby residents, urging them to return to their work. As everyone gazed at the more magnificent high tower, their respect for Ye Zi'an deepened. Now nearly 40 meters high, standing at the top of the tower, everything within a 10-kilometer radius, both humans and zombies, were under the observation of the watchful eyes. Ye Zi'an attempted to pull the convenience store door, but the iron roll-up door was locked from the inside. Chen Ruoxue beside her said, "It seems someone has locked the roll-up door from the inside." Ye Zi'an nodded and thrust her tang knife directly at the roll-up door, slicing through the iron at its edges, creating a spacious entryway before Ye Zi'an and Chen Ruoxue. Inside the convenience store there was another glass door, which Ye Zi'an shattered with a punch. The sound of breaking glass caused a commotion inside the store, accompanied by several terrified screams. It seemed there were survivors inside, not zombies. Originally a pitch-black convenience store, with the door opening, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the layout of the store. Inside the convenience store were 5 people divided into 2 teams, trembling in the corner on either side. One group appeared to be a young couple, while the other consisted of 3 gas station employees in uniforms. Seeing that there were survivors inside, Chen Ruoshua shouted to those behind Team A. 6 people come in and move all the supplies from the convenience store to the truck. Under Ye Zi'an's guidance, the concept of survival of the fittest had already taken root in these people's minds. Immediately 4 team members entered the convenience store while the other 2 drove the truck to the front door of the store to begin transporting the supplies. Boxes of supplies were loaded onto the truck. Among the 3 clerks, a man in his 40s stepped out, evidently the leader here, and started to dissuade them. This belongs to the public, you cannot take it. Ye Zi'an looked into his eyes, placed the tang knife against his neck and said, you have 3 seconds to organize your words. Whose things are these? The man, clearly someone who feared the strong and bullied the weak, quickly changed his tone, yours. Ye Zi'an's tang knife was still dripping blood, and at that moment the man also saw outside the convenience store where dozens of zombie corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Then why are you talking nonsense? These are public goods, are you risking your life for them? Ye Zi'an's tang knife sliced through the man's neck, effortlessly cutting his throat, and blood sprayed onto the white walls of the convenience store. The man clutched his neck in disbelief, collapsing to the ground with a sense of unwillingness. He never expected to lose his life over a single sentence. Had he known, he would have kept his mouth shut. After all, it wasn't even his own property. Even if it were his own property, his life was certainly more important. Ah! The 4 people in the convenience store began to scream uncontrollably upon witnessing the man's death before their eyes. However, Ye Zi'an merely shot a cold glance out of the corner of his eye, and the 4 immediately ceased their screams, looking at him in fear. The couple had already been so frightened that they had wet themselves. The 2 clerks were also sobbing quietly. Ye Zi'an helplessly shook his head. These 4 were completely worthless, too timid and lacking in talent. The 6 team members, already accustomed to such scenes, silently assisted Chen Ruoshua in continuously transporting supplies from the convenience store to the trucks. Every drink, snack, instant noodle, everything usable in the store was being taken, even the shelves which Ye Zi'an had ordered them to move. In the convenience store, which was dozens of square meters along with a 50 square meter warehouse, only a single corpse and 4 stunned individuals remained. Ye Zi'an nodded in satisfaction, seeing that the fuel truck was full and the 4 trucks were also loaded with diesel. Let's go back to the fortress. As Ye Zi'an left the convenience store, taking the warehouse with him, the supplies filled 2 trucks. Chen Ruoshua then spoke up, what do we do with these people? Should we kill them or take them back? Ye Zi'an glanced at the 4 and replied, no need, let them fend for themselves. I thought you would kill them. Ye Zi'an looked at the corpse of the employee on the ground, smiling without speaking. Why kill them? Let them turn into zombies to guard the oil depot for him. Returning to the fortress with the convoy, though the distance was not far, transporting the supplies took quite some time. Upon seeing Ye Zi'an leave the 4 sighed in relief. The killing god had finally departed. You 2 go move that corpse out. As soon as Ye Zi'an left, the male member of the couple tried to direct the 2 employees. Why don't you go yourself? You were just scared enough to wet your pants. The 2 employees, who had been holding back for a long time, began to fight back with words. With all supplies emptied by Ye Zi'an, the convenience store was no longer a place to linger. The nearby zombies had been eliminated by Ye Zi'an, giving them a chance to escape. The 2 prepared to leave and find a new hiding place. The earlier humiliation pointed out by the 2 enraged the young man, who stood up to teach the 2 employees a lesson. The 4 immediately got into a scuffle, completely disregarding their image. Now they were no longer naive enough to think there would be rescue. Society had completely transformed into a world of the survival of the fittest. Crack, 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 a series of bone-cracking sounds came, but the 4 were oblivious, still fighting among themselves, their curses masking the low growls of the zombies. The middle-aged man who had turned into a zombie struggled to rise, joining the fight among the 4 with a roar. His sharp claws tore into their flesh, and the already chaotic convenience store was filled with a strong scent of blood. The convoy spotted the towering tower within the fortress from a distance, and the residents inside were awed by the miracles displayed by Ye Zi'an. On the fortress wall, you saw Ye Zi'an's convoy from afar and immediately instructed the city defense team near the wall to prepare to shoot the nearby zombies, providing cover for the convoy to enter the city. However, to be cautious, Ye waited until she clearly saw Ye Zi'an's face on the truck before entering the password to open the city gate. The zombies trailing behind the convoy were shot by more than 20 city defense team members armed with crossbows on the wall. With a loud grinding of gears, the 2 iron gates slowly opened inward. A team of city defense teammates wearing plastic gloves and holding long guns quickly emerged from inside the city gate. These individuals used their long guns to finish off the zombies that had fallen in front of the city gate, while also recovering the bolts on the ground and piling the corpses together to douse them with gasoline and burn them. Ye Zi'an arrived at the foot of the tower, gazing up at it. Just yesterday the Tongtian Tower had only a few solitary rooms, now its area had doubled. Fortunately, he had reserved quite a bit of space in advance. Above the main entrance was a golden plaque inscribed with the 3 characters Tongtian Tower, but there was no grand door. Instead there was a layer of light membrane in a pale blue color. You all go organize the supplies for storage, gather here later. After saying this, Ye Zi'an passed through the light membrane alone and entered the Tongtian Tower. The original first floor had been moved. Above this was the so-called second floor. In front of him were 4 light membranes of different colors, each labeled with A, B, C, and D. These seemed to be the 4 training rooms, but he was unsure of what the differences were. Based on the colors of the light membranes, A was the lightest, nearly transparent, giving Ye Zi'an the gentlest feeling. B was light blue, similar to the light curtain at the entrance. C was deep blue and D was pitch black. It seemed that A was the safest. Ye Zi'an entered training room A, where dozens of common training equipment were on one side. In the center was a platform measuring 10 meters by 10 meters with a screen in the center and a panel on the other side behind which were 10 capsules with a futuristic design resembling the sleep pods from space movies. System: what is the function of this training pod? The host can take biological samples to the control panel ahead, which will simulate and generate a copy of that organism. The host can then engage in simulated combat within the training pod. Before the panel there were no records of any organisms, so it was naturally impossible to simulate combat. However, this was no challenge for Ye Zi'an. After all, he was a living organism himself. Ye Zi'an casually plucked a hair from his head and placed it into the nearby collector. Biological sample collected, system simulating. The progress on the panel kept jumping: 81, 86, 97, 100. Collection completed. Ye Zi'an's name appeared on the originally blank panel. Ye Zi'an immediately opened one of the training pods, lay down inside, and eagerly anticipated the chance to spar with himself. As the glass dome slowly descended, Ye Zi'an's eyes closed and his consciousness arrived in a space resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum. Opposite the arena stood a pitch-black humanoid figure that bore an exact resemblance to Ye Zi'an. Ye Zi'an realized that this dark figure shared his attributes. It seemed like an experimental body condensed from his own attributes. The two were separated by a transparent barrier displaying a blood-red countdown. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. As the countdown concluded, the barrier separating them vanished. The copy swiftly lunged at Ye Zi'an. In less than 2 seconds, the 30-meter distance closed in front of Ye Zi'an. The copy transformed its left hand into a palm and struck directly at Ye Zi'an. Whoosh! The air around was disturbed by this strike, swirling with a fierce energy. This was the palm technique Ye Zi'an had learned. As an A-level technique, it could inflict considerable damage. Ye Zi'an sidestepped to evade, clenched his fist, and retaliated with several punches. The force of his fist swept toward the copy. With identical attributes, the copy easily dodged. In this space, the two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand as both their stamina gradually waned. However, Ye Zi'an distinctly sensed his combat skills improving. After all, the copy possessed the same combat awareness as himself, capable of identifying his weaknesses. Recognizing that his flaws were being exposed during the battle with the copy, Ye Zi'an lost interest in continuing. A wicked smile crept across his lips as he calmly drew a tang knife from the space. Swish! He severed the copy's arm at the root with a single stroke. Though their attributes were equivalent, the training pod could not replicate Ye Zi'an's system space and thus could not replicate the tang knife within that space. With its left arm severed by the tang knife, the copy immediately bled profusely. Having already been pushed to its limits, the copy lost all energy to resist and angrily exclaimed, "You scoundrel! You scoundrel!" Ye Zi'an wasted no words, slicing off the copy's head with one stroke. The bloody head rolled on the ground for a few laps before the copy's body dissipated into a wisp of black light. As the surroundings returned to normal, Ye Zi'an opened his eyes and found himself back inside the training pod. He pressed a button nearby and the glass dome slowly lifted. One must admit, this training pod was truly a powerful training tool. Having just experienced a life-and-death battle, Ye Zi'an felt mentally fatigued but bore no injuries. The other 3 training rooms had similar functions but included some special equipment. The strength of the biological samples had also seen significant enhancement, even surpassing that of the samples themselves. It appeared one could choose a training room suitable for oneself based on one's own strength. Ye Zi'an's attributes were around 65, while the standard for training room B should be between 50,100. It's a pity. If only I could modify the level of the training room myself. Apart from the current Ye Zi'an, others in training room B were entirely unable to utilize it. As for rooms C and D, he had no idea when they would gain access. The host can modify the levels of these 4 training rooms in the Tongtian Tower system. After the system's reminder, Ye Zi'an discovered the option to modify the training rooms on the Tongtian Tower's system panel. With a wave of his hand he changed 3 training rooms to grade A and 1 to grade B. The light membranes in front of the training rooms changed to 3 white and 1 blue. Outside the Tongtian Tower, aside from the city defense team, the rest gathered outside the tower, including the 35 new recruits who had just joined in Ziyu's squad. The task of inventorying supplies was overseen by the warehouse team led by Lu Qinghuan, who meticulously counted and categorized all incoming goods outside the warehouse before integrating them into storage. Ye Zi'an led the nearly 60-person team into the Tongtian Tower. The group curiously passed through the light membrane into the tower, where 4 light membranes appeared before them. Ye Zi'an pointed at the 4 light membranes and said, "You will train in the 3 white light membrane training rooms. As for the light blue training room, it will be too difficult for you." White light membrane. Aren't there 3 dark blue membranes and 1 black membrane? No, there are clearly 3 light blue membranes and 1 dark blue. Confirming that a few were not colorblind, the debate over the color of the light membranes made Ye Zi'an understand. In different people's eyes, the color of the light membranes appeared differently, primarily due to their own strength differences. The white light membrane in Ye Zi'an's eyes appeared as light blue or even dark blue to most people. To clarify, Ye Zi'an explained the usage of the training pod to them. Everyone was astonished at this training pod that perfectly approximated real combat without causing any harm to the body. Their gazes toward Ye Zi'an were filled with newfound respect. Several captains, along with female soldiers of varying strengths within the team, each contributed a strand of hair to enhance the database records of the training pod. After explaining all this, Ye Zi'an left the Tongtian Tower, allowing them to group themselves for the upcoming training. In the distance, the members of the warehouse team under Lu Qinghuan's leadership were diligently registering all incoming supplies, categorizing them according to their shelf life, prioritizing items nearing expiration. "Hello, boss." The warehouse team, busy with their counting, paused their work when they saw the boss arrive and greeted Ye Zi'an. "You all continue with your work? I'm just here to have a look around." He scanned the area in search of Lu Qinghuan's figure. Finally, he spotted her in a corner in front of the warehouse. Lu Qinghuan was seated in front of the warehouse on an office chair, meticulously checking and recording the quantities of incoming supplies. This was the first task Ye Zi'an had assigned her, and she was determined to complete it diligently, not wanting to let him down. Ye Zi'an did not disturb her, quietly standing beside Lu Qinghuan, observing her focused work. After a while, as the last box of goods was moved into the warehouse, Lu Qinghuan let out a long sigh of relief, stretched her back, and only then noticed Ye Zi'an's presence. "Brother Zi'an, what brings you here?" Lu Qinghuan was somewhat delighted, but due to the presence of other team members nearby, she did not leap into Ye Zi'an's arms. Ye Zi'an playfully tapped Lu Qinghuan's petite nose and said, "I just came out of the Tongtian Tower and wanted to check how your warehouse team was doing with the inventory. I just finished verifying the incoming supplies. Next, I only need to take this registration form to Sister Wanrong for her reference on how to set the points exchange prices." "I'll accompany you." In the administrative team, Li Menglan and Hu Shuefei were discussing the required points for the supplies with Zhao Wanrong on either side. With hundreds of different supplies, while the pre-apocalypse prices served as a reference in this extremely unstable post-apocalyptic environment, the prices lost their reference significance. For instance, a product priced at 4 yuan now, a bottle of soda, was certainly not as cost-effective as a bucket of instant noodles. The pricing for other supplies followed the same principle. If set too high, it would lose its meaning for exchange. If set too low, it would encourage complacency, hindering the long-term development of the fortress and failing to motivate the residents. Especially with a search team of dozens responsible for the livelihood of over 200 people, it is manageable now, since Ye Zi'an has stockpiled a large amount of resources. However, when the surrounding supplies are depleted, they can only search in densely populated areas where zombies are rampant. After listening to Zhao Wanrong's explanation, Ye Zi'an understood that this was not an easy task and could not be brushed over lightly as one would in writing a novel. The fortress is like a small village. Every individual and every established rule is a cog that maintains the stable operation of the village. 1 or 2 cogs are manageable, but if a large number of them are damaged, the fortress will come to an end. However, with Ye Zi'an's involvement and his extensive experience from his previous life as a novelist, along with his identity as a ruler, many controversial topics are decided upon by him personally. Ye Zi'an addressed the crowd. The reasonableness of the material pricing can only be determined after trying it out for a few days and observing the reactions of others. Discussing it endlessly here is ultimately just empty talk. Zhao Wanrong agreed, stating that only by listening to feedback and continuously adjusting the prices of materials according to supply and demand changes can a long-term solution be achieved. Looking at Ye Zi'an, the crowd was filled with confusion. This was certainly not something the previous Ye Zi'an would have said. Taking advantage of the dinner time, Ye Zi'an led Zhao Wanrong and Lu Qinghuan to the cafeteria to announce this policy. Starting tomorrow, the warehouse team will run a trial for 3 days, allowing residents to use their points to exchange for snacks, daily necessities, and other materials. A detailed price list of several popular items will be posted on one side of the cafeteria for everyone's reference. As soon as the news was announced, the crowd in the cafeteria erupted with cheers. In just one day they understood how to use their points rather than seeing them as cold hard numbers, which visibly increased their fondness for Ye Zi'an. Currently the residents' fondness for Ye Zi'an is generally above 70, with many reaching 80. They execute Ye Zi'an's orders without hesitation. A throng of people gathered around the price list where prices ranged between 5 and 20. Most people's daily wages were enough to exchange for 1 or 2 snacks, while regular team members could exchange for 3 to 4 snacks. With the excitement of the crowd, Ye Zi'an made an exception, moving the time forward to tonight, giving them an hour to exchange for the items they wanted. As for the warehouse team, who were forced to work overtime, Ye Zi'an also rewarded each with 10 to 15 points, nearly equivalent to half a day's wage for them. This action garnered a large amount of goodwill from the people. As soon as they finished eating, the crowd rushed to line up at the warehouse team. 4 members of the warehouse team were stationed at the front to register points, while 4 others retrieved goods inside. Within an hour, over 100 people had used their points to exchange for their favorite snacks, returning in groups to their dormitories. Meanwhile, Ye Zi'an thoughtfully prepared plenty of snacks to reward the patrol team. Ye Zi'an quietly approached the city wall, ready to inspect for any negligence. "Good evening, Lord of the City." On the way she encountered several patrol teams of 3, with 2 on the sides wielding large blades and the one in the center holding a crossbow. At the 4 corners of the city wall there were also similarly configured 3-member fixed patrol teams. Seeing the city defense team diligently performing their duties, Ye Zi'an distributed numerous tempting snacks and refreshing drinks to them. This also harvested more goodwill. Upon hearing that the warehouse team had started exchanging materials, these individuals eagerly awaited the end of their shifts tonight to select their preferred items the next day. Ye Yu stood silently at the center of the main gate, furrowing her brow and staring straight ahead, perhaps worried about the father of Suchin still being pursued. Upon seeing Ye Zi'an arrive, her brow relaxed and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Under Ye's arrangement, she had developed a unique nighttime patrolling technique. At the corners of the city wall there were 4 fixed guards along with 4 mobile patrol teams at the 4 center points of the wall, making a total of 8 teams and 24 individuals executing patrol duties simultaneously. The 8 teams rotated clockwise, changing every 45 minutes. The originally fixed first team became the second patrol team, the second patrol team took over the fixed third team, and so forth. Finally, the 8th team would hand over to a rested team and could then rest, while the new team would take over the guard at the original position of the first team. Well, isn't this just a game of corners? It's amusing that you all still engage in such a frightening game during the apocalypse. However, fortunately each team only needs to work 6 hours a day, with half of that time stationed at fixed corners of the city. Additionally, with the movement every 45 minutes, even if someone stationed at the corner inadvertently falls asleep, the patrolling city defense team will wake them up. It is commendable that Ye Yu came up with this solution. The lights around the fortress gradually illuminated, brightening the open space within 100 meters of the fortress, appearing particularly glaring against the dim industrial zone outside the fortress, marking the end of the first day of the apocalypse. Most survivors hid in their homes during the early days of the apocalypse, relying on their food supplies while waiting for rescue. Only when their food ran out and they saw no hope did they dare to venture out for a final gamble. In the quiet night, sporadic screams pierced through the silence, only to return to stillness. Ye Zi'an gazed outside the fortress while Ye Yu looked at Ye Zi'an, both quietly enjoying the night breeze by the city wall, sipping on Sprite. Noticing Ye's gaze, Ye Zi'an turned her face towards Ye Yu and asked, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Ye Yu, however, continued to gaze intently at Ye Zi'an and meaningfully replied, "I feel like you are different from before." Pausing for a moment as if to add something, she continued, "It's not a change in appearance, but it feels like you become a different person, more genuine." Ye Zi'an looked at Ye Yu and secretly used her insight technique. Ye Yu strength 12, agility 16, stamina 11, spirit 13, potential SS favorability 96. A perfunctory author, isn't she just a martial version of Lu Qinghuan? Does she have a crush on me too? However, thinking of Ye's reaction in the original book after Ye Zi'an's death, this is indeed a possibility. In the book after Ye Zi'an was killed by Su Chen, Ye Yu approached with reddened eyes, but her moves lost their form, allowing Su Wei and Lin Qianqian to exploit her weaknesses, leading to her demise. The tragic death of her beloved also exposed Ye's vulnerabilities, and Su Chen seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, piercing her heart. Ye Zi'an gently stroked Ye's hair and slowly leaned down, speaking affectionately, "Could it be that I've grown? Or is it that you don't like this?" Gazing at Ye's face, though not as stunning as Lin Qianqian, her athletic training from a young age has kept her figure in perfect shape. There is not a trace of excess fat on her smooth and delicate abdomen. The scorching air left Ye Yu feeling somewhat dazed. Within the bounds of the Tongtian Tower, she could not oppose any of Ye Zi'an's commands. However, the thought of the city defense team patrolling crossed her mind. With a slight struggle, Ye tilted her head to look at Ye Zi'an and softly said, "Someone will come here to patrol, let's go to another place." Before she could finish, a sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Ye hurriedly stood beside Ye Zi'an, feigning calmness as she gazed into the distance. A patrol team of 3 chatting and laughing was approaching from around the corner of the city wall. Upon seeing Ye Zi'an and Ye standing side by side on the city wall, the smiles on their faces vanished. They straightened their chests and hurriedly said, "Hello City Lord Ye, hello Captain Ye." After saying this, the 3 of them quickly left the area as if caught slacking off. Ye felt a similar sense of being caught, her cheeks flushing as she wanted to escape. Ye Zi'an would not give her the chance to run away, grabbing Ye firmly. In a soft voice he said, "Are you unwilling?" Looking into Ye Zi'an's passionate eyes, Ye was completely captivated. Years of admiration and the time spent together over the past few days made Ye no longer resist Ye Zi'an's commands. With her hands resting on the city wall, she kept a vigilant eye on the changes outside the fortress. A prompt from the system in Ye Zi'an's mind sounded, "Congratulations, all attributes 5 additionally gain 20 free attribute points, please allocate freely." The searchlight on the city wall shone outward while the patrol team's attention was also focused outside the fortress. Ye Zi'an played the card of darkness beneath the light. After an unknown amount of time, the city defense team that had just passed came from another direction. Ye Zi'an quickly took out a large blanket from his space and draped it over the 2 of them. At first glance, it appeared as if the 2 were covered with a blanket, observing the situation outside the fortress. Ye dared not make a sound, fearing it would draw attention. As the patrol team passed by, they did not dare linger and quickly looked down and escaped, failing to notice anything amiss. The 3 of them walked about 100 meters away from Ye Zi'an when one girl whispered, "Don't you think the boss and the captain are a bit too close? Could they be doing that kind of thing?" One of the teammates beside her said sternly, "Lower your voice, if the city lord hears you he might throw you down." The third person bolder teased the first one in a low voice, "So what if they are? Or do you want to go over too?" "Disgusting." The third person wiped the smile from her face and thoughtfully said, "Just joking with you. The captain and the boss seem to share the surname Ye, right? They might be relatives." Although the 3 kept their voices low, Ye Zi'an and Ye with their keen hearing caught every word. Ye's ears turned crimson as she pleaded, "Zi'an, let's go back to the villa." She didn't want to be discovered by the team members. If that happened, she would completely lose her credibility in front of them. "No need." Ye Zi'an scanned the surroundings with his spirit. The houses behind them happened to be unoccupied. On the rooftop of the 4th floor, which was level with the city wall, there was an entrance at the center of each roof, allowing team members inside the houses to quickly reach the city wall for defense. Ye Zi'an gently landed with Ye. The 3rd floor was empty, lacking any supplies. The 2nd floor had 2 unoccupied bedrooms, one on the left and one on the right. Ye Zi'an casually opened one of the doors and walked in. It must be said that although the construction period for this fortress was short, the facilities inside were complete. The soundproofing of the room was excellent and the faint creaking noises were masked by the wind outside. The first rays of morning sunlight fell on Ye. Reflecting on the absurdity of the previous night, everything felt as if it were a dream. During her first cultivation, Ye did not experience the discomfort she had imagined. A mysterious power greatly enhanced her physical condition. Now Ye's foundational strength had nearly doubled and a gentle energy circulated within her meridians, slowly yet continuously enhancing her abilities. This left Ye greatly shocked. Years of training had only allowed her to gradually improve. Now a single night had enabled her to break through. For Ye Zi'an, the benefits were not limited to attribute enhancements. The greatest advantage was solidifying the bond of affection. No matter what happened, Ye's future feelings would not diminish in the slightest. This was the formidable aspect of the chaotic Yin-Yang Art. "Are you awake?" Ye shyly nodded. Her long-held dream had now become a reality. However, recalling her responsibilities, Ye immediately got up, prepared to inspect the city defense team from the city wall. She raised her hand to check the time. It was now 9 a.m. and she had been away from her post for 8 hours. Even if the captain did not need to patrol personally, Ye still wanted to carry out the tasks that Ye Zi'an had assigned to her. Seeing the thoughts in Ye's mind, Ye Zi'an spoke, "You don't need to personally oversee everything and keep an eye on the city wall. Try to trust them and give them some authority." Last night, Ye Zi'an's spiritual power had been monitoring the area outside the fortress. He would immediately sense any disturbance outside. As for granting them authority, it relied on the function of the Tongtian Tower to enhance their affection. Any survivor that stayed in the fortress for a while would, under the influence of the Tongtian Tower, become utterly devoted to Ye Zi'an. On the city wall above, The city defense teams executed their patrols and rotation tasks methodically according to their previous arrangements. One must praise Ye Zi'an's ability to organize work, which was comparable to her father Ye Zi'an. After hearing Ye Zi'an's words, Ye Zi'an obediently nodded, no longer insisting on going up to the city wall, but was once again pulled by Ye Zi'an for some tender moments. Ye Zi'an stepped out of the room feeling refreshed, observing the fortress, which was running smoothly with all departments functioning in an orderly manner. Now Ye Zi'an just needed to wait for the residents' affection within the fortress to rise to a certain level before he could accept more survivors. However, he considered the combat capabilities of these team members. The patrol team was tolerable, but most of the people in the city had not yet adapted to the changes of the apocalypse. It was necessary for someone to take these residents out in batches to practice courage, enabling them to face zombies bravely. At the very least, they needed the ability to protect themselves and fight in front of the zombies. With that thought, Ye Zi'an immediately ran to the administrative team, asking Hu Shufa and Li Menglan to make arrangements. 3 days quickly passed. During these days, Ye Zi'an took the residents of the fortress out in batches during the day to build their courage while also completing the daily kills for the Lucky Goddess system. He not only eliminated numerous zombies to increase the biological samples in the training room, but also obtained several cards of low quality yet great utility. At night, he was not idle either. He participated in the logistics department meeting organized by Zhao Wanrong. Afterwards, he also set aside time to accompany Lu Qinghuan and others to continue their cultivation. Now, except for Ye Zi'an, each attribute is around 25, while the other 5 members all exceed 20 points, far surpassing Chen Ruoxue and the others. All team members are overcoming their fear of zombies in the simulation training room, learning how to quickly kill zombies and how to protect themselves from zombie harm. The overall combat power of the fortress has increased more than threefold compared to the first day of the apocalypse. Hey BOSS, how did you train? After the apocalypse, the human Boda's original limits have been shattered. Anna feels that the improvements she gains from daily hard training now surpass those from a week before the apocalypse. In the training room, Anna sees Ye Zi'an and rushes over to greet him, clapping her hands on Ye Zi'an's solid muscles and giving them a fierce squeeze. With a meaningful tone, she says, "I really want to have a real fight with you." Anna's words are filled with provocation and temptation to outsiders, but the time spent together these days has made Ye Zi'an clear that she just wants to spar with him to improve her combat skills. However, unique fighting styles are not out of the question. In the simulation training room, Anna discovers that she is not an easy target for Ye Zi'an's clone. In battle, she thought she had caught Ye Zi'an's flaw, but was defeated by Ye Zi'an's overwhelming attributes. With brute strength overcoming skill, Ye Zi'an's high attributes compensate for any lack of technique, nearing the legendary mercenary king. Although Huizi and the others did not speak, they shared the same thoughts. Before the apocalypse, they could barely exchange a few moves with Ye Zi'an. Now just his presence makes it hard for the 4 of them to defend themselves. If that were the case, it wouldn't be too bad. The 5 team leaders who were once evenly matched in combat now find Ye Zi'an firmly suppressing the other 4. Even Lu Qinghuan, who previously couldn't fight back at all, can now subtly exert pressure on them. During the day, Ye Zi'an's actions are perfectly normal, but Huizi secretly discovers that at night Ye Zi'an sneaks out of the dormitory to find Ye Zi'an. The 4 speculate in secret that Ye Zi'an must be participating in some special training. Looking at Anna's exaggerated figure, tall and strong like himself, Ye Zi'an thoughtfully says, "I'll have the opportunity to guide you in your training gradually, but I need to go to a meeting now." The warehouse department's points exchange has been in trial operation for 3 days, plus the fortress has been running for 4 days, revealing many initial issues that need urgent resolution. Zhao Wanrong has also decided to convene all residents in the cafeteria tonight to collect and organize everyone's suggestions, perfecting the fortress' various systems. Cafeteria. Zhao Wanrong, dressed in a female uniform, walks to the front. Her narrow shirt accentuates her curvaceous figure, and the buttons barely cover her, making all the girls envious. She exudes a mature and alluring presence, causing even the breaths of many girls to quicken. Clearing her throat, Zhao Wanrong speaks slowly. "Does anyone have any reasonable suggestions regarding our collective life in the fortress these days?" As soon as she finishes, she glances around to gauge the opinions of those present. Immediately, many residents raise their hands. The bonding over these days has brought them closer together, and even the fear they once had of Ye Zi'an has faded away, replaced by admiration. All the residents have gone out to kill zombies and have seen the tragic state of the outside world, leaving them only with gratitude towards Ye Zi'an. Although Ye Zi'an is decisive in killing, as long as you do not defy his orders, he is quite easy to get along with. Especially since each team member's base salary has increased by 20 and everyone now earns at least 50 points daily, which is a substantial salary benefit. "You can go ahead." Zhao Wanrong casually points to a girl in the front row. The girl stands up a bit shy and says, "I think the search team can go to the mall to collect some clothes, even if it's through points exchange." Ye Zi'an then notices that the girl is dressed quite lightly, appearing a bit thin even in the January weather of Shacheng. It seems she has no change of clothes left. Fortunately, besides Ye Zi'an, the fortress is filled with girls, so she can barely borrow this thin shirt to avoid being exposed. This opinion was met with much support. Many who came to this fortress temporarily did not bring enough clothes for change. Even Zhao Wanrong reluctantly changed into this ill-fitting shirt. Ye Zi'an silently complains, "Who are you all protecting against? Is clothing that important?" However, Ye Zi'an still reluctantly says, "Well, I will lead the team to resolve this matter. There is a mall not far away that should have quite a few clothes. Just a few kilometers away there happens to be a department store that should have plenty of clothing stores." Lu Qinghuan beside him also speaks up, in computers and other office supplies. Statistics of materials have all been manually recorded these days. If we had a computer, the registration efficiency would greatly improve. Although most electrical appliances were destroyed by the electronic storm, finding a few unopened computers in the mall is still more than enough. When over 200 people exchange materials, the warehouse team has to frantically locate each resident's point status to slowly deduct them, greatly affecting work efficiency. Ye Zi'an thinks for a moment and feels that Lu Qinghuan's point is indeed valid. It seems the search team's goal for tomorrow is set the nearby mall. Ye Zi'an gestures for everyone to quiet down and says tomorrow the search team's task is to gather supplies at the mall 3 kilometers away. Any material requests should be reported to each team leader after the meeting, and the leaders will compile them to submit to me. Are there any other suggestions regarding the fortress? The scene quiets down as everyone ponders what to say to their respective team leaders. Zhao Wanrong breaks the silence, saying, "I think we can appropriately absorb some survivors and organize people to cultivate vegetable gardens." Although Ye Zi'an still has plenty of vegetables stored, they will eventually run out, and absorbing survivors is also a key aspect of the fortress development. Within the 1 square kilometer fortress there are only over 200 residents. Ye Zi'an nods and says, "You will personally be in charge of cultivating the vegetable garden. If necessary, a new department can be established. If the search team encounters survivors with skills, they can be absorbed into the fortress provided they are female." This certainly reveals Ye Zi'an's ulterior motives, but it is more about considering the safety of the majority. However, this also reminds Ye Zi'an of a plot point briefly mentioned in the original story. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, some people's talents will begin to awaken, and Xiaoqing University will experience a riot, causing a large-scale conflict between male and female students. He can lead the search team to Xiaoqing University in advance to recruit some female students into the fortress. Next are a few minor issues regarding the material exchange ratio. Ye Zi'an asks Lu Qinghuan to register them one by one, and they will slowly discuss whether to alter the prices. The meeting concludes with 3 tasks. First, I will lead the search team to gather supplies at the mall 3 kilometers away tomorrow. Second, Zhao Wanrong will lead the logistics team to cultivate land suitable for growing vegetables. Third, the intelligence team will gather information about the route to Xiaoqing University. After the meeting, Ye Zi'an lets the search team rest early as they will gather at the city gate tomorrow morning. In the early morning, a group of 43 gathered at the city gate, each member bringing 3 days' worth of provisions as a precaution. With the fear of zombies alleviated, both search teams have now expanded to 15 members. If it weren't for Ye Zi'an's restrictions, there would be even more. The main reason is that exceeding 15 members in a search team would significantly reduce mobility and easily attract the attention of zombie hordes. In addition to the 2 search teams, Ziyu also brought 10 new recruits to participate in the search mission. Attendance alone grants a reward of 100 points, enticing many. After much consideration, and with Ziyu's strength being well acknowledged, Ye Zi'an allowed her to lead some new recruits to perform simple training tasks nearby. With the emergence of the training room, Ziyu could delegate authority to the elite members below, allowing them to supervise the training of other new recruits. An armed convoy outfitted to the teeth set off in 10 heavy trucks, heading aggressively towards the Ye Zi'an shopping mall 3 kilometers away. Zombies blocking the road were crushed under the heavy trucks. The massive convoy's passage caused many survivors in nearby houses to cry out for help, but Ye Zi'an ordered the convoy to ignore them. The fortress requires high-quality talents. These mindless screams would only attract the attention of nearby zombies. The 3-kilometer distance was not far. The convoy arrived in no time. Before reaching the destination, Ye Zi'an instructed the convoy to circle around the nearby houses several times to shake off the zombie horde trailing behind. The Ye Zi'an shopping mall with 4 prominent red signs appeared before Ye Zi'an. As the largest comprehensive mall nearby, it held a vast amount of supplies, enough to sustain the fortress' 200 residents for several years. The mall's security doors were tightly shut, indicating that no one had entered. Nonetheless, Ye Zi'an cautiously reminded, though the mall was closed when the apocalypse began, we must still be wary of zombies or other survivors that might be inside. Ye Zi'an gazed at the thick rolled-up door composed of dozens of evenly spaced metal alloys. This door guarded the mall, with each alloy being as thick as a thumb. Even her sharp tang knife might struggle against this metal. However, this did not deter Ye Zi'an. After some contemplation, she found a solution. After consuming the S-level potential enhancement potion, her control over her own strength reached a new level. Ye Zi'an gripped two alloys tightly and forcibly bent them, creating a substantial arc. It indeed worked. Next, Ye Zi'an continued to apply the same method, creating a gap in the center of the roll-up door wide enough for an adult to pass through. The team members witnessing Ye Zi'an's method of opening the door were left astonished. Each alloy in the roll-up door could withstand at least 700 kilograms, yet the boss had bent it with sheer force. If such force were to strike someone, it would undoubtedly be fatal. Inside the mall was pitch black, where one could not see their fingers. However, Ye Zi'an had already anticipated this outcome and retrieved several powerful lights from her space, barely illuminating the dim mall. Everyone had long been accustomed to Ye Zi'an's extraordinary abilities. Anna was the second to enter, glancing around and noticing some unusual marks on the ground. She crouched to examine them closely and said, "Boss, there are people inside the mall." She then pointed to several muddy footprints on the ground leading to the escalator. Judging from these footprints, there are likely 7 or 8 adult males. With Anna's level of expertise, Ye Zi'an had no reason to doubt her. It seemed that there were indeed survivors in the mall. Ye Zi'an surveyed the surroundings. Not far from the entrance was the mall's guide map, clearly showing the locations of various shops. The basement level housed a supermarket, the first and second floors were clothing stores, the third and fourth floors featured various dining establishments, the fifth floor was dedicated to home appliances and computers, and the sixth floor was a super cinema, while the seventh floor contained offices. The new recruits will stay at the entrance. Group A will collect electronic products on the fifth floor, while Group B will gather various styles of clothing downstairs. If they encounter suspicious individuals, they can shoot them directly, but all actions must ensure their own safety first. In these days of training in the simulation room, the opponents were not just zombies but also replicas of other residents within the fortress. After speaking, Ye Zi'an led Group A, including Chen Ruoxue, towards the nearby escalator. Though taking an escalator during a power outage posed safety risks in this apocalypse, Ye Zi'an had no time to worry. Besides the escalators on both sides of the mall, the only remaining means of ascent were 2 elevators which had long since lost power. Ye Zi'an held her tang knife, clearing the path at the front, while 2 team members behind her used lights to illuminate the way ahead. Lowering her voice, Ye Zi'an instructed Group A, form groups of 5 and bring all unsealed appliances to the escalator. I will retrieve them with my ability. I will check upstairs. After saying this, Ye Zi'an, holding her tang knife, walked towards the cinema on the 6th floor. Numerous bags of food waste and open drinks littered the escalator. At the end of the escalator there were also many obstacles made of tables and chairs. It seemed there were indeed survivors above. These obstacles that hindered others from advancing could not stop Ye Zi'an. With a wave of her hand, she stored the dozens of tables and chairs back into her space. Ye Zi'an stopped Chen Ruoxue from turning on the light. Though it was pitch black surrounding them, her senses were sufficient to detect any obstacles. If the opponent were an ordinary person, turning on the light would diminish Ye Zi'an's advantage. Seeing this, Chen Ruoxue carefully followed behind Ye Zi'an. Although her perception was not as keen as Ye Zi'an, she could at least manage basic night vision. Ye Zi'an had already seen the layout of the cinema on the 6th floor from the first floor, where there were 4 screening rooms on each side. A strong smell of blood permeated the air, confirming her suspicions. The mall closed at midnight, but the cinema on the 6th floor was operating normally on New Year's Day with a separate elevator for entry and exit. When Ye Zi'an viewed the layout map on the first floor, she felt puzzled. If the 6th floor was a cinema, there would normally be many people watching movies on New Year's Day. Why was the entire mall silent with not a sound to be heard? Where had the survivors gone? Or were there no survivors upstairs? Ye Zi'an had initially thought they were hiding on the top floor to avoid the zombies below, but it now seemed they had all been killed by some creature. A gust of cold wind swept through and Ye Zi'an raised her knife to defend herself. The tang knife seemed to have struck something soft. Ye Zi'an guessed it was the flesh of some creature, but the damage inflicted was minimal. In the pitch-black space, a low growl of a beast echoed. Ye Zi'an gripped his tang knife warily, thinking, it seems there are mutated animals here. The mutated animals depicted in the book were quite formidable, preying on both ordinary humans and zombies alike. Ye Zi'an lifted several illumination sticks and threw them forcefully into the distance. The 30-meter radius around the illumination sticks was illuminated. At that moment, Ye Zi'an and Chen Ruoxue were finally able to see the full appearance of their assailant. A giant dog standing at Ye Zi'an's waist and measuring about 3 meters in length was panting heavily. Blood occasionally dripped from the corners of its mouth onto the ground. It seemed that the knife strike from Ye Zi'an had scratched the giant dog's mouth, leaving a deep wound on its face. The terrifying size of the mutated dog made Chen Ruoxue gasp in shock. Even the king of beasts, the lion from before the apocalypse, was not this massive. Was this really not just an illusion? The surroundings illuminated by the sticks revealed the gruesome scene on the ground. Everywhere there were remnants of blood and flesh, and judging from the shattered skulls, at least 100 people had become this giant dog's meal. Seeing such a horrifying sight, Chen Ruoshua, filled with a sense of justice, suppressed her inner fear and could not help but curse, "You damned beast." Meanwhile, Ye Zi'an tightly gripped his tang knife, locking eyes with the giant dog. This giant dog possessed the strength of a first-tier mutated beast. The giant dog cautiously eyed the tang knife in Ye Zi'an's hand, realizing that the figure before it was no longer the weak human from before, especially since its weapon had actually managed to injure it. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Zi'an cast a perception spell on the mutated dog. Mutated dog, evolving strength 82, agility 86, stamina 72, spirit 38. A normal stray dog before the apocalypse had mutated after consuming a large amount of human flesh and blood after fleeing to the 6th floor. It was currently digesting the flesh and blood within, about to complete its evolution. Some creatures that mistakenly consumed zombie flesh or were infected with the zombie virus have a certain probability of becoming mutated beings. It seemed this mutated dog was one of them. It had likely sensed Ye Zi'an and the others' presence early on, but refrained from attacking the search team immediately due to being in a critical stage of evolution. Only when Ye Zi'an reached the 6th floor and encroached upon its territory did it leap out to attack. The mutated dog's forelimbs had already completed their evolution, and its sharp claws were crawling on the ground with hind limbs as robust as a calf. Noticing that Ye Zi'an had not made the first move, the mutated dog also intended to buy time. As long as it fully digested the energy from the flesh and blood within, it would successfully become a first-tier mutated creature, significantly enhancing its attributes. Ye Zi'an silently calculated how to deal with the mutated dog before him. Aside from battling clones, he had yet to gain a direct understanding of his own attributes. This mutated dog, with attributes comparable to his, made for an excellent practical opponent. It could also provide good samples for the training chamber. The various attributes of the mutated dog were completely on par with Ye Zi'an's, with agility even slightly higher. Seizing the initiative, Ye Zi'an took advantage of the dog being distracted by Chen Ruoshua to swing his knife at it, aiming to take the first strike. The mutated dog's gaze shifted away, but had long been waiting for Ye Zi'an to make a move. Its massive body reacted immediately, fearlessly sidestepping and biting down hard on the tang knife in Ye Zi'an's hand. The sharp dog teeth clamped down on the tang knife, engaging in a contest of strength with Ye Zi'an. Though blood continuously dripped from the corners of the mutated dog's mouth, its hazy consciousness determined that the weapon in Ye Zi'an's hand was far from ordinary. As long as he lost his weapon, this human before it would be torn to shreds by its claws. Ye Zi'an tightened his grip on the hilt with his left hand, continuing to struggle for control of the tang knife against the mutated dog, while his right hand swiftly pulled out 2 green skill cards from his space and activated them, smashing them onto the mutated dog. One was a freezing spell, the other was also a freezing spell. The 2 icy blasts struck the hind legs of the mutated dog, instantly forming 2 ice pillars. The once swift-moving mutated dog suddenly slowed down. Chen Ruoshua, realizing the situation, raised her crossbow and aimed at the mutated dog's eyes, shooting. Awoo! One of the mutated dog's eyes was struck by Chen Ruoshua, yet it still clung tightly to the tang knife in its mouth. A mournful wail escaped its throat, echoing throughout the entire mall. Drip, drip. The mutated dog's left eye was pierced by Chen Ruoshua's bolt, and blood continued to drip from the corner of its eye. Hearing the dog's cry, a flurry of hurried footsteps rushed up from downstairs. The other members of Team A, who had been searching for supplies downstairs, had already arrived at the escalator on the 6th floor. The bloody scene before them stunned many, especially since these individuals had never encountered a dog of such gigantic size or a gruesome scene filled with human blood and flesh. The group hesitated slightly, but under Chen Ruoshua's command each raised their crossbows and began shooting at the mutated dog. Several female soldiers brandishing long knives stood fearlessly at the front of the team, prepared to shield the archers behind them from the mutated dog's attacks. The arrow struck the mutated dog's body, only penetrating an inch before it became difficult to go deeper, inflicting minimal damage which only provoked the mutated dog's ferocity. Seeing this situation, Ye Zi'an shouted at the female soldiers behind him, "Everyone quickly retreat downstairs, this mutated dog is beyond your capability to handle." From the corpses of those unfortunate souls on the ground, a single blow from the mutated dog's 82 points of strength could easily shred these ordinary team members. Before his words fell, the mutated dog recovered and reached out its forelimbs to grab Ye Zi'an. Ye Zi'an had no intention of testing the sharp claws on himself, even with his decent stamina. Ye Zi'an released his grip on the tang knife, sidestepping to avoid the mutated dog's attack. The knife, lacking Ye Zi'an's strength, was flung to the side by the mutated dog. Chen Ruoshua behind him dropped her crossbow, took out the wolf-tooth club from her backpack, raised it high and struck it down forcefully onto the mutated dog's head. The imagined scene of a headshot did not occur. The vast difference in strength meant that even Chan Roakshu's full force attack only sank the dog's head a few inches and caused it to sway slightly. Before this mutated dog, how could she be so weak? However, Chan Roakshu's attack enraged the mutated dog. It turned its head and viciously glared at Chan Roakshu with its remaining right eye. Since the battle began, this woman had repeatedly provoked it and even blinded one of its eyes. The other team members exchanged glances, finally believing Ye Zi'an's words. This mutated dog was not something they could handle. The mutated dog's forelimbs hit the ground easily, shattering the tiles beneath it. If it attacked them, there would be no hope of survival. The more than a dozen team members gritted their teeth, obeying Ye Zi'an's orders and turning to head downstairs to find the two captains and Ziyu and Anna for assistance. Being here offered no help and could lead to the captains and the city lord having to divert their attention to protect them. This level of battle could only be dealt with by captains or stronger beings. The mutated dog lunged at Chan Roakshu, its claws raised high, ready to shred her apart. Now that the ice on its hind legs had melted, it had regained its previous swiftness. Chan Roakshu's gaze froze, her eyes filled only with the mutated dog's two claws. The claws loomed larger in her sight. It was over. Was she really going to die here? Ye Zi'an, noticing the mutated dog's intent, delivered a powerful punch to the side of the creature. The tremendous force caused the mutated dog to roll several times before coming to a halt, thwarting its desire to shred Chan Roakshu. Ye Zi'an was astonished by his own strength, realizing that his attributes had approached that of a first-tier ability user, and he was a versatile ability user at that. He quickly moved forward and firmly grasped the mutated dog's upper and lower jaws. The mutated dog was no pushover either. Its claws began to frantically scratch at Ye Zi'an's chest, shredding the clothing in front of him. Previously, Ye Zi'an only wished to kill the mutated dog without suffering injury, but now it appeared that his attributes provided him with substantial defensive capabilities. As expected, as Ye Zi'an had thought, the mutated dog's claws could not easily penetrate his defenses. Even its scratching left only half-centimeter deep wounds on Ye Zi'an's body. Under the influence of the chaotic Yin-Yang Art, the flesh at the wounds was slowly healing. For the first time, Ye Zi'an directly felt his own strength. Though his abilities had yet to be activated, his attributes were already comparable to a first-tier mutated being. Ye Zi'an used his mind to summon the tang knife from nearby into his space, releasing one hand to pull it out. The suddenly reappearing tang knife stabbed directly into the mutated dog's abdomen, with Ye Zi'an twisting it around inside. The sharp tang knife plunged directly into the most vulnerable abdomen of the mutated dog, instantly rendering it unable to resist. Seizing the moment, Ye Zi'an slashed across the mutated dog's abdomen with the tang knife, creating a massive wound that caused its internal organs to spill out. Awoo! The mutated dog gasped, heavily collapsing to the ground and howling in pain, its blood soaking the earth and mingling with the remains scattered earlier. Ye Zi'an offered no chance for it to retaliate, gripping tightly with both hands and seizing the opportunity to snap the mutated dog's throat. On the ground, a purple card appeared next to the mutated dog, signifying that it had been completely defeated by Ye Zi'an. Huff! Ye Zi'an, having survived, gasped for breath and collapsed onto the ground. It had been an evenly matched battle, and only with the help of the tang knife was he able to gain the upper hand over the mutated dog. Although the wounds all over his body were not fatal, they were still numerous, inflicted by the mutated dog's last desperate attack, causing his sweat to seep into the wounds and sending waves of fiery pain coursing through him. Checking his condition, Ye Zi'an couldn't help but feel relieved. According to the system's notification, the Chaos Yin-Yang Art immunized him against the zombie virus from the mutated dog's claws. Fortunately, this mutated dog was not a zombie dog and it did not infect Ye Zi'an. Chan Roakshu, seeing the outcome, hurried over to support Ye Zi'an. Looking at the deep and shallow wounds on Ye Zi'an's body, she quickly took out a bandage from her backpack to tend to him, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" Seeing Ye Zi'an in such danger while she could only watch from the sidelines, Chan Roakshu began to question her own abilities, for the first time a wave of self-reproach rising within her. If it weren't to save me, Ye Zi'an wouldn't have been so badly injured. Ye Zi'an pulled out the tang knife and stood up. The appearance of this mutated dog had truly caught him off guard. However, Chan Roakshu could not hide her emotional turmoil from Ye Zi'an, who comforted her. This is a mutated dog far more powerful than an ordinary zombie. Without the assistance of an ability user, it would take hundreds or even thousands of ordinary people working together using various traps to handle such a creature. Chan Roakshu knew that Ye Zi'an was trying to comfort her. She quietly resolved that after returning she would have to train hard in the training room. Just as Ye Zi'an was about to pick up the card on the ground, a shadow rushed out from the darkness, crashing directly into both Ye Zi'an and Chan Roakshu. With the power cut, the elevator door behind them was already unstable, and under this forceful impact the doors on both sides were forced open. The two crashed against the wall of the elevator shaft, along with the shadow plummeting down the elevator shaft. The bottomless elevator shaft meant that if they fell they would either die or be severely injured. In a moment of desperation, Ye Zi'an recalled a scene from a movie which was the invincible wind fire wheel. He would use the body of the enemy to protect himself. Ye Zi'an quickly wrapped his arms around Chen Ruoxue, their bodies pressing down hard on the shadow. Bang! The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed throughout the mall. With the shadow cushioning their fall, Ye Zi'an felt unharmed, realizing he had underestimated the enhancement brought about by his high attributes. Chen Ruoxue fared slightly better as she had the dual cushioning of Ye Zi'an and the shadow. She did not suffer major injuries, only a few scrapes. The suddenly appearing mutated dog was impaled by the concrete pillar at the bottom of the elevator, losing its life. Chen Ruoxue moved her limbs slightly, feeling that she was fine, and immediately took out a flashlight from her backpack to illuminate the dark space. Surrounded by concrete walls, Ye Zi'an lay on a pitch-black beast's body, its gaping wounds dripping blood. The flashlight shone on the shadow beneath him, revealing a smaller mutated dog with its head on the ground, blood splattered everywhere. Looking at the lifeless mutated dog, Ye Zi'an spoke. I didn't expect there to be two mutated dogs. It seems this one was a pair, with the one above dying in each other's arms. The probability of mutated creatures appearing is 1 in tens of thousands, and Ye Zi'an never expected to encounter two in the early stages. A pair of ill-fated lovers falling here. How good it would have been to have them protect his home. On the ground lay a blue card. Ye Zi'an picked it up and found it to be an equipment card for tactical armor. This is indeed a good item. Before he could finish speaking, a sound of gears rotating came from above. Click. The elevator on the top floor began to shift and rapidly descend. Ye Zi'an's heart sank. If the elevator crushed them, they would undoubtedly be turned into meat paste. Was his journey as a villain to end here? Ye Zi'an hurriedly stored the mutated dog's corpse into his space, using the last bit of his strength to drive the tang knife into the wall, and from his space he took out several pieces of steel to construct a support structure. Now he could only treat the dead horse as a live one. Click, click, click. As the elevator continued its rapid descent, the friction from the clasps on both sides prevented it from falling too quickly. However, both of them still had their hearts in their throats, lying flat on the ground without daring to move. The loud crashing sound echoed, smoke filled the air, and the elevator came to a halt just a meter above them, wedged in place by the tang knife and the steel. The concrete pillar that had pierced the mutated dog also held up the elevator from below. The two exchanged a relieved glance, their eyes filled with the joy of being given a second chance at life. Several steel beams began to deform under the tremendous impact, still stubbornly fulfilling their duty. Ye Zi'an quickly used his mind to retrieve several more pieces of steel from the space, handing them to Chen Ruoxue to reinforce the elevator structure. Chen Ruoxue, not daring to be careless, immediately began to busy herself securing the steel to the bottom of the elevator. At the bottom of the elevator shaft, which was less than 4 square meters, surrounded by piles of steel meant to support the elevator, this was their only space to move. The two were forced to curl up tightly together, face to face. Ye Zi'an's warm breath brushed against Chen Ruoxue's face, and in the confined space the temperature began to rise, filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. In the darkness, Chen Ruoxue gazed at Ye Zi'an with a somewhat dazed look. Remembering everything that had just happened, the strong-willed Chen Ruoxue unexpectedly pressed her lips against Ye Zi'an's. It was not only because of Ye Zi'an's display of power and dominance during the battle, but also due to the subtle increase in affection from the Sky Tower. Combined with the specific atmosphere, Chen Ruoxue willingly offered this kiss. Meanwhile, Ye Zi'an, caught off guard, passively responded to Chen Ruoxue. "Captain City Lord, are you down there?" The clueless call shattered the ambiguous atmosphere, and Chen Ruoxue snapped back to reality, hurriedly pulling away. The voice above sounded somewhat anxious as the search team led by Anna and Ziyu rushed to provide support. The group followed Team A to the 6th floor, preparing for battle, only to find that aside from the scattered remains and the corpse of a mutated dog, there was no sign of the two. Could it be that the City Lord has encountered misfortune? BOSS boss. Anna's boisterous voice echoed throughout the mall. At that moment, Anna noticed that not far away an elevator door had been knocked open. Recalling the crashing sound she had just heard, she hurriedly ran towards the elevator door, taking 2 steps at a time. Due to the power outage, the elevator shaft was bottomless. Staring intently, Anna saw a faint light below. It was the illumination from the light that Chen Ruoxue had taken out, shining through the gap in the elevator. The immense sound of the elevator falling was heard clearly by everyone in the building, causing a wave of worry to rise in their heart. Could it be that both the City Lord and the captain fell down and were struck by the elevator? Just as he was pondering this, a faint cry for help came from below. "The City Lord and I are fine. You all need to think of a way to save us." Hearing that the two were unharmed, the tension in everyone's hearts eased. Anna's cheerful laughter echoed from above the elevator. She had initially expected a fierce battle, but now it had turned into a rescue mission. "I didn't expect the City Lord to find himself in such a situation." And Ziyu shot her a glance and calmly reassured, "City Lord, we will think of a way to get you up." Ye Zi'an was at the bottom of the elevator shaft and the sound of hurried footsteps from above indicated the team members were scattering to find something to aid in hoisting him and Chen Ruoxue up. Naturally, Ye Zi'an did not sit idle. He attempted to retract the elevator into the spatial realm, but the system in his mind responded with a prompt: the object is too large to be accommodated in the space at this time. Ye Zi'an called out to the system, asking system, what's going on? Why can't I retract this elevator into the space? In Ye Zi'an's view, there should be no issue with the system's spatial capacity to accommodate such a small elevator. The system patiently replied, because the elevator is connected to a cable above and the cable is attached to the entire building. The system determines that the elevator and the building are one integrated object exceeding the spatial limit. Ye Zi'an could only helplessly continue to squeeze into the cramped space with Chen Ruoxue. She wanted to shift her body but was afraid of touching Ye Zi'an's injuries, so she refrained. In the dim light of the flashlight, Chen Ruoxue took a moment to quietly observe Ye Zi'an. Though he wasn't as handsome as the readers might imagine, he exuded a sunny, healthy charm. With Ye Zi'an's 8-pack abs and his formidable strength capable of overcoming any challenge, was he not the ideal husband she envisioned before the apocalypse? The people above felt helpless regarding the predicament of the two. They gathered at the elevator on the first basement level, with Anna and Nziyu straining to pry open the elevator doors on either side. To their surprise, they discovered that the elevator was still 10 meters deep from this floor. Upon further inspection, they realized that there were 2 additional levels of underground parking beneath them all. Ye Zi'an had fallen to the very bottom of the underground parking lot on the 3rd basement level, 30 meters deep, and the entrance door to the parking lot was now completely sealed due to a power outage. Once again, they found themselves in a stalemate. Nziyu thought for a moment and spoke to the surrounding team members. I will send a petite team member down slowly tied with a rope, and we will secure several ropes to the top of the elevator, then everyone can work together to pull it up. Everyone considered this and realized it was the only viable solution. A petite team member was selected by Nziyu, and everyone tied ropes around her and began to lower her down the elevator shaft. However, as soon as this team member's feet touched the top of the elevator, which had been balanced, immediately started to sway violently under the sudden weight. The elevator began to sink a few centimeters, and some of the steel supports Ye Zi'an used to prop it up were already showing signs of deformation. Startled, the team member immediately froze in place, while Ye Zi'an at the bottom of the elevator hurriedly took out several steel supports to secure the surroundings completely. However, this left Ye Zi'an and Chen Ruoxue with no extra space to move. The team member realized the situation and quickly stepped away from the top of the elevator, preventing it from sinking further. The scene suddenly froze here, and no one could think of a better solution. The only remaining space was further compressed, and Chen Ruoxue reluctantly accepted reality, realizing that she could only maintain this close contact with Ye Zi'an, which brought a small sense of happiness to her heart. Ye Zi'an, having slightly regained his strength, was not a saint and naturally felt uncomfortable in this situation. After pondering for a moment, he found a way to resolve the situation. That was to cultivate and restore energy while gaining attribute rewards, and then allocate all the attribute points to strength. Once Ye Zi'an's injuries were fully healed, he would be capable of lifting the elevator. Do you want to get out? Ye Zi'an looked at Chen Ruoxue's heroic face and slowly whispered these 5 words into her ear. Chen Ruoxue seemed to grasp something and curiously nodded. Congratulations, all attributes 5 and you receive an additional 20 free attribute points. Please allocate freely. Congratulations on helping the female lead Chen Ruoxue complete her cultivation, disrupting Su Chen's fortune, changing the plot, and earning 5,000 points. Ye Zi'an allocated all the acquired free attribute points to strength, and as the automatic attribute values increased, his wounds slowly began to scab and heal. Feeling the surge of power within him, Ye Zi'an's veins bulged as he slowly stood up, supporting the bottom of the elevator with his hands. Chen Ruoxue was not idle either. After her cultivation, her strength now exceeded 30 points, allowing her to share some of the burden with Ye Zi'an. The 1-ton elevator was gradually lifted by the two, during which Ye Zi'an continuously summoned steel supports with his will. Fortunately, standing up, the surrounding space was much more spacious compared to when the two were lying on the ground, thus accommodating more steel. As the elevator was lifted by the two, a large silver-white door appeared on one side of the wall, and they instantly saw the hope of escape. The elevator, which was previously swaying precariously, was now firmly secured at all 4 corners by Ye Zi'an with a large amount of steel, and it now stood steadily above them. With a hint of distress, Ye Zi'an pulled out the tang knife that was embedded in the wall, carefully examining the blade for any scars. Fortunately, the tang knife was undamaged and as sharp as ever. With a flash of cold light, Ye Zi'an effortlessly sliced open the elevator's large door, revealing nothing but darkness outside. He casually threw out several illumination sticks, lighting up the entire parking lot. The surroundings were eerily silent, with no trace of any living creatures. Ye Zi'an turned to Chen Ruoxue and said, "You go up first." Chen Ruoxue didn't refuse. Escaping this dangerous elevator was the most critical thing. She allowed Ye Zi'an to lift her with one hand. Chen Ruoxue climbed out first, ensuring there was no danger around before turning back to pull Ye Zi'an up. The two returned to the open area and the previously oppressive atmosphere vanished. Both sighed in relief, exchanging a smile, feeling a sense of having survived a disaster. The events of today had been overwhelming, nearly putting Ye Zi'an in jeopardy. Ye Zi'an's clothes had long since turned into tattered rags, now leaving only a few scraps hanging on his front. If seen by others, Ye Zi'an would be mistaken for an exhibitionist. Thinking of this, Ye Zi'an gathered energy in his hands, swiftly enhancing the quality of the tactical armor card. He then changed into a set of technologically advanced clothing. The card transformed into a soft purple light enveloping Ye Zi'an, and a fitted tactical suit appeared on him. It looked of good quality and should be able to withstand the attacks from the mutated dog earlier. With the tang knife he easily severed the rope connecting the elevator, causing it to plunge down with a loud crash. Ye Zi'an stored the elevator in his space and casually discarded it in the parking lot. With the elevator now removed as an obstacle, the elevator shaft could directly lead to the underground level. Ye Zi'an crouched down, speaking to Chen Ruoxue in a commanding tone, "Get on my back." Observing that Chen Ruoxue was limping slightly, he kindly offered for her to lie on his back. Having just experienced the intimacy, Chen Ruoxue was not shy. She wrapped her delicate arms around Ye Zi'an's neck, resting her head against the back of his, her slender figure pressed tightly against him, eagerly anticipating the evening's training. With only 10 meters to the underground level, Ye Zi'an used the wall for leverage to jump down effortlessly. The team members left behind were on guard, and upon seeing a dark figure appear they had yet to speak before realizing it was Ye Zi'an carrying Chen Ruoxue, and they exclaimed in surprise, "City Lord Captain, you made it up yourself." Ye Zi'an smiled and nodded while Chen Ruoxue shyly said, "I can walk by myself now." Seeing the two safe and sound, one team member immediately took out a walkie-talkie and began calling other team members back on the communication channel. They had found this at the electronic products section on the 5th floor, and the team member opened it to try it out, surprisingly finding it intact. Ye Zi'an suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about this item. He should have stockpiled thousands of walkie-talkies before the apocalypse. Fortunately, the search team discovered a full 10 large boxes of walkie-talkies on the 5th floor, totaling 400 units. This barely satisfied Ye Zi'an. "Boss." Anna, stocky and robust, rushed down the escalator. Seeing Ye Zi'an safe, she immediately gave him a bear hug, leaving Ye Zi'an both amused and exasperated. He felt like crying because Anna's actions caused some of his freshly healed wounds to split open again, but he couldn't help but laugh. She really is so big, so soft, and so white. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Ruoxue, feeling a bit jealous, coughed, and only then did Anna notice Chen Ruoxue behind Ye Zi'an. She released her hold and casually said, "Old Chen, are you catching a cold?" As if remembering something, she added, "By the way, I should hug you too." With that, she opened her arms and gave Chen Ruoxue a bear hug. "Chen Ruoxue and I will search for supplies in the supermarket on the underground level while you all gather the supplies from upstairs for me to store in my space." Ye Zi'an had long ceased to hide the secret of his space, having used this ability publicly multiple times. It had now become his divine power. This made the residents of the fortress trust Ye Zi'an even more. "Boss, this is for you." Anna pulled out a purple card from between her front two gaps and handed it to Ye Zi'an. "Goodness, you actually kept it here. I can take it myself." It must be the card dropped by the mutated dog above. Ye Zi'an had not picked it up before being tackled into the elevator by the second mutated dog. The purple patterns were engraved on the back. Ye Zi'an took a look, and it turned out to be a supply card: Super Rice Seed 1 gene. In just 3 days, this 1 gene of seeds could grow an acre of rice, yielding 2,000 gene of fine rice. It truly seemed that whatever was wished for would come to pass. This meant the fortress would never lack staple food again. Ye Zi'an was eager to upgrade this card: Super Rice Seed 1 gene. The originally enchanting purple patterns suddenly transformed into a dazzling golden yellow. Ultimate Rice Seed 2 gene. With just 3 days, each gene of seeds could grow an acre of rice, yielding 4,000 gene of fine rice, and long-term consumption would slowly enhance various attributes. The golden card illuminated the entire dark mall. Not only had the quantity of seeds doubled, but the yield had also doubled. Calculating carefully now, the rice produced in 3 days amounted to a staggering 8,000 gene of fine rice, and importantly, this weight was the weight after hulling, representing the actual weight of fine rice. Even if each person consumed 1 gene of food daily, this rice would be enough to feed 2,600 people for 3 days. Ye Zi'an's heart was in turmoil for a long time, and the original book Suchen obtained a similar purple card only in the later stages of the plot, yet this ultimate Rice Seed 2 gene had never appeared in the book. This gave Ye Zi'an a lot of confidence in the future. All residents in the fortress, even without activating abilities, would not be weaker than those with abilities due to their inherent attributes. Activating abilities was a certainty. These individuals were all carefully selected elites by Ye Zi'an before the apocalypse, and with the system's assistance, activating abilities was not difficult. His fortress would undoubtedly become the most powerful force in this world without exception. He would also become the master of this world. Although the crowd did not know the specific function of this card, the dazzling golden light and Ye Zi'an's joyful expression were enough to indicate that this card was no ordinary item. Feeling fortunate that Ye Zi'an had chosen him, he believed that the development of the fortress would only improve from here. Ye Zi'an calmed himself down, storing the card back into his space, preparing to hand it over to Zhao Wanrong immediately. With Zhao Wanrong's capabilities, everything would be arranged flawlessly, and all that remained was to wait for the rice to mature in 3 days. You guys go gather the supplies upstairs while I will clear out the supermarket on the first floor. Anna's bold and hearty voice came through all members of Team B. Follow me upstairs to sort out the clothing. Anyone caught slacking will have to do so without clothes in the future. Anna's words were in line with Ye Zi'an's thoughts. He couldn't help but silently chant slacking off, slacking off. Chen Ruoxue, hearing the command, prepared to return to the 5th floor to gather electronic products with her team. But Ye Zi'an assertively picked Chen Ruoxue up, ignoring her struggles, and placed her in a nearby shopping cart, saying, "You're injured now, so stay by my side. Ziyu will temporarily command team as members." Although it felt a bit strange between the two, everyone still followed Ye Zi'an's instructions. In the entire fortress, it was effortless for the city lord to take whoever he wanted. As the Sky Tower upgraded to the 2nd floor, Ye Zi'an carefully noticed that his system space had also expanded significantly. Any unclaimed items within 10 meters of Ye Zi'an could be stored in his space. Like a child, Ye Zi'an used the shopping cart as a skateboard, careening through the supermarket with Chen Ruoxue. But his hands weren't idle. From ointments to toothbrushes, pots and pans, he collected everything. Even shelves were stored in his space. Looking at the empty supermarket, it resembled a bandit's raid, leaving no trace behind. Ye Zi'an nodded in satisfaction. The entire supermarket had been cleared out by Ye Zi'an. As long as the space could accommodate it, he didn't care whether the items were useful or not, since the entire supermarket occupied less than 1/3 of his system space. Ye Zi'an, like a bandit leader, picked up Chen Ruoxue and took a hearty bite, saying, "Let's go upstairs and loot my little ones." Chen Ruoxue shyly did not dare to look up. Thankfully, there was no one around. As the chaotic yin-yang technique circulated within her body, her thoughts began to change. According to her personality before the apocalypse, she would never easily submit herself, but over time her heart and mind began to gradually sync with Ye Zi'an's company. She even thought to herself, now that the apocalypse has come, I no longer need to worry about moral constraints, losing someone like Ye Zi'an who meets my conditions. Once this thought took root, it began to sprout in Chen Ruoxue's heart. Everything in the fortress made Chen Ruoxue feel warm. The dangerous yet challenging work, simple interpersonal relationships, no need to worry about being undermined by superiors, especially since she could move freely throughout the fortress without any constraints. Huff. Anna lifted a heavy box weighing dozens of pounds and neatly placed it on the ground, waiting for Ye Zi'an to store it in his space. Not far away, several hundred large boxes were stacked together, resembling a small mountain. "I'm exhausted, these are all outer garments." Coming to Ye Zi'an's side, regardless of Chen Ruoxue still being in his arms, she said, "There are still quite a few good things inside here that I specially saved for you, but you have to tell me how to enhance your strength. It wouldn't be that you want to do that with your..." Feeling the aura emanating from Chen Ruoxue, Anna's heart was certain that Ye Zi'an must have some rapid way to enhance his strength. Noticing the change in Chen Ruoxue's expression, Anna knew that her guess was correct. Rarely speaking softly, Anna's tone carried a hint of threat. "Old Chen boss, you wouldn't want what happens between you two to be known by the other team members, would you?" Ye Zi'an was instantly filled with confusion, wondering what kind of nonsense she was talking about. "You can say whatever you want, I don't care. As long as it's voluntary, can any resident within the fortress not be taken down?" In fact, Ye Zi'an secretly rejoiced, thinking that if Anna spoke out, it would save him a lot of trouble. Inside the fortress, it was a competition. If others came to find Ye Zi'an for cultivation and you didn't show up, your strength would fall behind. Seeing Ye Zi'an's indifferent expression, Anna suddenly understood this point. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, as the city lord, Ye Zi'an would not fear such threats. Currently, the base openly had Lu Qinghuan, Lin Shanxian, and Su Wei. Not to mention that there were also Yi Yu, Li Minglan, and Hu Shuefei in private. These 6 had close relationships with Ye Zi'an. "Boss, I'm begging you, take me alone. I've been following you since the very beginning." Anna, feeling desperate, switched from a hard approach to a soft one, directly grabbing onto Ye Zi'an's thigh and starting to cry. Ye Zi'an was startled by Anna's aggressive words and actions, quickly trying to pull away. If it weren't for the other team members arriving early to organize on the 2nd floor, they would have definitely misinterpreted the situation between the two. Besides, she could just talk without getting too close. "If you don't agree to me, I will follow Chen Ruoxue from now on. Wherever she goes, I go." Chen Ruoxue couldn't help but secretly scoff, not expecting her to be this kind of person. Ye Zi'an glanced at Chen Ruoxue. She frowned slightly but still nodded in agreement silently. She wasn't as carefree as Ye Zi'an, at least she wasn't as unreasonable as Anna, and still had some pride. Seeing Chen Ruoxue agree, Ye Zi'an secretly rejoiced, but on the surface he pretended to be shy and said, "Then come find me tonight." Anna hurriedly got up pretending to be nonchalant and said, "Boss, leave old Chen to me, it's not right for you to hold her like this." "No need, I can walk on my own now." With the effect of 30 points of stamina, Chen Ruoxue's discomfort had long since faded. She had just been enjoying Ye Zi'an's strong princess carry. "It's fine, old Chen, then I will protect you." Anna hinted, unwilling to let Chen Ruoxue leave her side. Thus Ye Zi'an quickly utilized his space to scour various supplies from the second, third and fourth floors. To prevent a future increase in the number of people in the fortress and a shortage of dining utensils, he also cleared out the kitchen of the dining establishment. In the electronic city on the 5th floor, hundreds of computers of various types, large home appliances and small electrical appliances were all collected into his space. All the team members couldn't help but exclaim that the boss is truly generous. Here it naturally refers to Ye Zi'an's vast spatial capacity, able to contain anything. Amidst the envious expressions of the crowd, Ye Zi'an set foot on the 6th floor again, and the place looked just as it did when he first entered. However, Ye Zi'an felt that something was amiss. After careful contemplation, he arrived at an answer. Why did the two mutated dogs appear one after the other instead of attacking together? Wasn't this a way to scatter their forces and weaken their own strength? Coupled with the attack method of the second mutated dog, it was clear that they intended for Ye Zi'an and the other to perish together. Understanding the key to the matter, Ye Zi'an realized that they must be guarding something. The only thing worth sacrificing their lives to protect would be the pups of the mutated dogs. Search around, there may be mutated dog pups on this floor. Don't touch them. Upon receiving the command, over 30 team members immediately divided into groups of 5 and began to search for the existence of the mutated dog pups. "I found it here." A team member shouted towards Ye Zi'an, who immediately rushed over in quick stride. In a corner of a cinema, 5 newly born pups huddled tightly together, keeping warm, their eyes still bleary and unable to open, with some residual mucus yet to be cleaned off. What a litter of pups! If these 5 mutated dogs can be successfully tamed, they would be a significant asset to the fortress. The team member casually tore a cloth cover from a chair and gently wiped the mucus off the pups. The pups couldn't open their eyes and meekly allowed the team member to handle them. Seeing that the mutated dog pups meant no harm, Ye Zi'an spoke, "You two find a box to bring these mutated dogs back to the fortress." Having said that, Ye Zi'an began to head downstairs, feeling quite accomplished today. Crack! A faint sound came from upstairs, not loud but exceptionally clear to Ye Zi'an and Anna. The upper floor was an office area of the mall, and Ye Zi'an hadn't arranged for anyone to search there. He hadn't expected there to be survivors above. Ye Zi'an signaled to Anna beside him not to act rashly and pretended to be nonchalant, preparing to leave. Just as he reached the escalator, he swiftly ran towards the upstairs direction. In the dim space, 2 men bare-chested squatted by the railing, observing every movement downstairs. Upon seeing Ye Zi'an ascend, they appeared somewhat startled, and before they could react, Ye Zi'an acted. The tang dao in his hand slashed towards one man's neck, ending his life, while the other, still unresponsive, was also silenced by Ye Zi'an's blade. Neither of the two made a sound before their demise. Ye Zi'an glanced at the closed office door not far away. Judging by the actions of these two, there must be others inside, giving them orders to monitor Ye Zi'an and his group. Ye Zi'an waved to the team members downstairs, and Anna immediately led 20 team members up silently to follow him. Ye Zi'an stood at the door, listening carefully to the faint conversations inside. "Boss, why haven't De Zhuang and Pan Zi returned yet? What's the rush? The people outside are of unknown origin, and there are those 2 big dogs below. How many people have died down there in the cinema?" Voices of agreement echoed around. Judging from the voices, there were at least 7 or 8 people inside. Ye Zi'an signaled with his hands, then kicked the door open. The 20 team members immediately divided into 2 teams, their crossbows aimed at every corner of the office. The team members showed no mercy in their actions. A chorus of screams erupted from within the room. After the second team's arrows were fired, the first team had already switched to steel blades. Ye Zi'an casually tossed a few flares to illuminate the office, and his figure appeared inside. The first team of members followed Ye Zi'an in, ready to engage. Seeing the empty office, it seemed that these items had been taken by these people to block the escalator on the 6th floor. It turned out that those obstacles were not to allow other survivors to come up to the 6th floor, but to prevent the 2 mutated dogs from reaching the 7th floor. On the ground lay 7 or 8 men dressed in security uniforms, groaning in pain. It seemed these people were the owners of the footprints downstairs. Ye Zi'an had thought they would meet their end in the dogs' bellies, but he hadn't expected them to be hiding here. The crossbows pierced through their bodies, rendering them unable to resist, and they were subdued one by the team members. On one side of the office was a tightly closed door from which faint breathing sounds could be heard. Anna cautiously opened the door and a fetid odor mixed with the smell of blood wafted out. 3 half-naked female corpses lay sprawled on the table, their bodies covered in bruises. In the corner, a girl on the verge of death stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. That weak breathing was indeed coming from her. The light from outside caught her attention and she looked at Anna with a silly smile. Anna, who entered the room, had obviously seen a lot in her time. She had encountered such situations during her time as a mercenary, even more gruesome and brutal. However, for the team members behind her, it was their first time witnessing such a horrific scene. They were all extremely angry, and the outside team members kicked furiously at the men. The cries of those men echoed throughout the mall. Ye Zi'an took out some clothes from his space, allowing the team members to help them change, preserving the last shred of dignity for them after their deaths. The only surviving girl did not resist like a marionette as 2 team members helped her put on clothes and cleaned her body. Looking at her body covered in scars and scratches, the 2 team members felt an urge to tear apart those outside. They cursed, "You scum." However, before they could act, a team member outside had already taken action, dealing with those men, severing their heads, not giving them a chance to turn into zombies. The girl's lifeless eyes saw the demise of her abusers, gradually regaining a glimmer of light. Her consciousness slightly returned as she sweetly said to the outside, "Thank you." Having said that, she swiftly picked up a crossbow from the ground and plunged it into her own throat. Blood splattered and the blood flowed slowly from the girl's neck as her eyes gradually lost their light. The event unfolded so suddenly that everyone except Ye Zi'an had no time to react. Seeing the relief in her eyes, Ye Zi'an did not attempt to save her, for her death might not necessarily be a bad thing. A suffocating atmosphere permeated among the team members. Although they already knew that such things could happen in this world, witnessing it firsthand was far more shocking than hearing about it. Ye Zi'an walked out of the office and the other team members did not linger, resolutely following behind him. The scene they had just witnessed made them sincerely grateful for Ye Zi'an's protection. If it weren't for Ye Zi'an, many of them would have met a similar fate. On the way back, apart from Ye Zi'an, only Anna was playfully teasing a puppy while everyone else remained silent. Sensing the atmosphere was a bit low, Ye Zi'an decided to say something and spoke up. "The world today is a survival of the fittest. To protect oneself from harm, one must enhance their strength and gain a say in matters." Ye Zi'an's words echoed through the walkie-talkie to every vehicle. He felt deep sympathy for the plight of the poor, but sympathy alone cannot feed one in this apocalypse. Similar incidents occur daily in every corner. The convoy safely returned to the fortress, where Lu Qinghuan and Yi Yu were standing on the city gate watching. Once inside the fortress, Ye Zi'an unabashedly pulled Lu Qinghuan into his embrace and said, "Notify everyone to go to the cafeteria to collect clean clothes." Ye Zi'an did not require the residents of the fortress to exchange points for these essentials. Instead, he let them freely choose a few sets. Necessary benefits should not be overlooked. Naturally, the box of clothes gifted by Anna was secretly kept by Ye Zi'an. Inside were various styles of intimate apparel, and imagining everyone in outfits that suited them made Ye Zi'an chuckle softly. Upon hearing the news of Ye Zi'an's return, Zhao Wanrong hurried to the cafeteria, still wearing the shirt she had on, diligently directing members of the administrative team to coordinate with the warehouse team and distributing various styles of clothing. The entire fortress would soon become visually appealing, blooming like 100 flowers. Everyone split into 5 teams, line up to collect 5 sets of clothing according to size. The remaining clothing will be stored in the warehouse and can later be exchanged for points. The clothing that Ye Zi'an's search team scavenged from Yida Mall amounted to at least 10,000 sets. Even if each person received 5 sets, the remaining clothing in the warehouse would still be abundant. Although these garments are not as critical as food, they are non-renewable resources that are essential in an apocalypse. After all, no one wants to be bare. Looking at Zhao Wanrong's face, Ye Zi'an walked straight over, watching her serious demeanor as she meticulously supervised and handed her the card labeled Ultimate Rice Seed 2 Gene. As Zhao Wanrong was overseeing the distribution of clothing for the administrative team, a card was suddenly pressed into her hand. She was about to express her anger when she saw Ye Zi'an's cheerful face. Zhao Wanrong lightly scolded, "You little rascal, always causing trouble." "Sister Wanrong, you are wronging me this time." Ye Zi'an fell silent, pointing at the card in Zhao Wanrong's hand. She recalled how Ye Zi'an looked when he was wronged as a child, and her heart couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. When Ye Zi'an was wronged as a child, his face bore a similar expression. Zhao Wanrong felt a pang of sympathy as she gently stroked the back of Ye Zi'an's head, comforting him as she did when he was young. "All right, I was mistaken about you." She picked up the card and examined it closely, curious about what Ye Zi'an had placed in her hand. When Zhao Wanrong saw the contents of the card, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her heart's joy matching that of Ye Zi'an's earlier. With this, the fortress need not worry about food shortages any longer. A golden light enveloped Zhao Wanrong, ultimately converging in her hands where two palm-sized bags of seeds appeared. The once golden card now lost its luster, becoming semi-transparent. However, Ye Zi'an knew that this card was absorbing energy from the air, awaiting 3 days to replenish its power. Zhao Wanrong briskly and decisively immediately arranged for someone to plant the seeds, saying it'll arrange for people to plant them right away. While Ye Zi'an was out gathering supplies, Zhao Wanrong had already directed the support team to cultivate several plots of land within the fortress. As soon as the search team obtained crop seeds, they could start planting at any time. Well, it seems I wronged you. Ye Zi'an chuckled. Then if you hug me like when I was a child, I won't be angry anymore. Zhao Wanrong laughed and turned away from Ye Zi'an, instead looking for someone to manage the planting of the seeds. The 5 teams quickly selected their clothes, half of which were stored by Ye Zi'an in his space while the other half was placed in the warehouse. Today each member of the outgoing teams received an additional reward of 500 points, and it was announced that there would be a communal hot pot dinner tonight with unlimited ingredients. Everyone was eager to lift Ye Zi'an high, shouting, "Long live the city lord." Tonight the kitchen prepared hot pot mainly because Ye Zi'an found a large quantity of vacuum-packed hot pot ingredients in the dining hall. The temperatures in early spring are not high, so even without electricity these ingredients did not spoil. On such a cold night a steaming hot pot was the best way to comfort everyone's stomach. Except for a few city defense team members dining on the city wall who were not allowed to drink alcohol, the remaining residents sat at tables of 6 gathered around a Yin-Yang hot pot, clinking glasses and enjoying their meal. Ye Zi'an's table was even more crowded, including leaders and captains from various teams in the fortress as well as Su Wei and Lin Shanshan. Each person was an exquisite beauty, previously the center of attention before the apocalypse, now gathered around Ye Zi'an. Dozens of plates of hot pot ingredients filled the table: beef balls, 2 large plates of sliced beef, duck blood, enoki mushrooms, potato slices. Unlike the hot pot restaurants outside, Ye Zi'an placed no restrictions on quantities. The only requirement was that team members clean and prepare their own ingredients, taking as much as they wanted without waste. The bubbling broth boiled in the pot, and the Yin-Yang pot was filled with various ingredients. Ah, it's so hot and spicy. Anna picked up a piece of beef, ignoring whether it was fully cooked, and quickly placed it in her mouth. The hot and spicy beef made her exclaim loudly, and she couldn't help but smack her lips. Continuously gasping, she grabbed a cold beer beside her and gulped it down, which made her feel a bit better. Anna did not learn her lesson and picked up a beef ball to shove into her mouth. As expected, she was once again burned by the soup inside the beef ball. Everyone looked at Anna's adorable expression and burst into laughter. The atmosphere became lively. "City Lord, let's have a drink." 2 members of the search team approached Ye Zi'an holding a glass of beer. Many daring team members came over to toast Ye Zi'an. Without Ye Zi'an's foresight, they would not know what kind of life they would be living now. Cheers! Ye Zi'an naturally accepted all the toasts, which encouraged more residents to join in. Even Lu Qinghuan, who had never drunk before, tentatively tried a few cups. It was cold and slightly bitter. Seeing this, Anna shouldered a box of beer and approached Ye Zi'an, looking at him provocatively. The others also appeared eager and ready to try. "If I can't defeat the city lord alone, can we not outdrink him together?" The atmosphere in the cafeteria instantly heated up as the team reached a climax, each person beginning to toast and exchange drinks with Ye Zi'an. As time ticked away with each team member succumbing to the effects of alcohol, the outcome of this drinking contest was quickly becoming apparent. However, the result was unexpected for everyone. Even when combined, these little shrimp were no match for Ye Zi'an. Now only Ye Zi'an and Zhao Wanrong remained seated, while the others had long since slumped over the table in slumber. Some team members with low alcohol tolerance were rambling nonsense, clinging to those beside them. Anna, who had been the most boisterous earlier, was now lying on her back on the ground, her mouth occasionally mumbling incoherently. Zhao Wanrong looked at Ye Zi'an in astonishment. She hadn't expected Ye Zi'an to drink so much and actually managed to get everyone in the fortress completely drunk. This was of course due to Ye Zi'an's cleverness. His high stamina enabled his metabolism to be exceedingly rapid. The alcohol that entered his body was not fully absorbed before being expelled by the Chaos Yin-Yang technique, granting him the ability to remain sober after countless drinks. Nonetheless, Ye Zi'an was still affected to a considerable degree. He staggered slightly as he approached Zhao Wanrong, gazing upon her slightly intoxicated face, which appeared exceptionally enchanting under the light. "Boss old Chen, where are you?" Anna, in a daze, clung tightly to Ye Zi'an's thigh, barely managing to prop herself up. Though her consciousness was hazy, she still hadn't forgotten tonight's task, proving to be a diligent and hard-working child. Upon hearing Anna's words, Zhao Wanrong regained her clarity, stumbling out of the cafeteria, not knowing where she was headed. Watching Zhao Wanrong gradually depart, Ye Zi'an made no move to chase after her. Zhao Wanrong's affection level had already risen to 90. It was only a matter of time before she would be his. However, with Anna interrupting, it seemed that Anna would take on the responsibility of guiding Ye Zi'an's training tonight. Hey old Chen, weren't you just outside? Why are you still here? Was I seeing things earlier? The central villa complex consists of 3 buildings arranged in a triangular formation with the towering sky tower behind them. The one in the center is naturally Ye Zi'an's residence, while the flanking villas belong to the logistics department and the combat team leader. This was Ye Zi'an's first time visiting this villa, and its layout resembled his own, except the living room had no furniture, just an empty space. As the residence of the combat team leader, this villa often served as a venue for these warriors to compete. Ye Zi'an followed Chen Ruoxu's gaze into her bedroom, which was decorated simply. Aside from a large bed, there were only a few scattered pieces of furniture like tables, chairs, and a wardrobe. It turned out that this was the method to enhance one's strength, continuously refining one's potential to elevate one's abilities. Ye Zi'an glanced at Anna beside him. She was now his opponent. At this moment, Anna appeared shy and reserved, no longer exhibiting her previous boldness. After a long pause, she finally said, "I don't understand anything. You figure it out, boss." You don't understand anything? Ye Zi'an found it hard to believe, considering Anna was a foreign mercenary and should have been quite experienced. Perhaps sensing Ye Zi'an's doubt, Anna, disregarding her embarrassment, retorted angrily, "I started training as a mercenary at the age of 8 and am only 18 now. It's perfectly normal not to know. After all, this cultivation method is unique to your great Xia." This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought that Anna, who was as tall as he, was actually a few years younger than him? Congratulations, all attributes 5, additionally gaining 20 free attribute points to allocate as you wish. Seeing the clock hanging by the wall, Chen Ruoxu quickly got up. Although there was no need to go out for a mission today, the members of Team A still had to train in the training room before 9 o'clock. As the captain, if she were late, it would affect the morale of the team. Ye Zi'an understood this and did not stop Chen Ruoxu, allowing her to leave alone. Everything in the fortress proceeded in an orderly manner. With a large number of electronic products brought back by Ye Zi'an, Zhao Wanrong instructed the logistics team to immediately begin constructing an internal local area network. By connecting through network cables, the data from the administrative team and the warehouse team could be stored on the computer, allowing for real-time viewing and updates. Once the residence information was entered, whenever team members exchanged supplies at the warehouse, they could quickly know their remaining points and past exchange records by simply stating their ID number and name. The inventory of the warehouse would also be clear at a glance. Ye Zi'an nodded in satisfaction and left the warehouse team managed by Lu Qinghuan. Not far away in an open field, a petite yet spirited girl stood in a rice paddy, bending down to tend to the rice plants in front of her, where the seeds sown yesterday had now sprouted tender green seedlings. These seedlings were desperately absorbing energy from the air and would mature in just 3 days. Ye Zi'an recognized her as Li Ju, the deputy leader of the logistics team. "Hello, Lord of the City." Li Ju stopped her work upon seeing Ye Zi'an and came to his side, her petite figure fluttering like a butterfly. In her excitement, she forgot her identity and eagerly tugged at Ye Zi'an's sleeve, looking into his eyes and asking, "Lord of the City, where did these seeds come from? This is simply amazing." As an agricultural student, she had no resistance to such miraculous crops. She had never believed that rice yielding 4,000 pounds per acre could be grown in just 3 days. Only this morning, upon seeing the growth of these seedlings, did she realize that it was indeed as Minister Zhao Wanrong had said. If such rice seeds had existed before the apocalypse, no one in the world would have gone hungry. Perhaps realizing she had been too excited, Li Ju quickly released Ye Zi'an's sleeve, but unfortunately it had already gotten quite dirty. "Lord, I didn't mean to do that." The image of the unlucky person from a few days ago flashed in Li Ju's mind, causing her to stutter as she spoke, her body trembling uncontrollably. Ye Zi'an gently tapped Li Ju's delicate nose and comforted her, "It's fine, just wash the clothes. It's a small matter. As long as it poses no harm to the fortress, I'm quite easy to get along with." Li Ju did not expect Ye Zi'an to be so understanding. Looking at his handsome face, a blush appeared on her cheeks. Ye Zi'an brushed the dirt off his sleeve and said nonchalantly, "These seeds were obtained from cards dropped by monsters. They do not belong to Earth's technology." "I see your dedication to work. From now on you will be the leader of the agricultural team, and these few will be your team members." After saying this, Ye Zi'an did not linger but went to the logistics department to find Zhao Wanrong. Behind him, Li Ju's eyes were slightly moist, feeling a sense of camaraderie as her abilities were recognized by Ye Zi'an. She silently made a decision to work hard and repay the Lord of the City. The administrative team was bustling, and upon seeing Ye Zi'an arrive, they all nodded in acknowledgement. Ye Zi'an responded and walked straight to the office of the logistics department head. Zhao Wanrong had changed into a form-fitting sky blue cheapao today, showcasing her exquisite figure. She had also done her makeup beautifully, making her appear more graceful and radiant. In front of her desk, plans from various teams were piled up, causing Zhao Wanrong some headaches. Although the fortress was built by Ye Zi'an, many systems and future plans required her personal involvement to perfect. Ye Zi'an as the lord of the city primarily focused on combat, leaving the logistical chores to Zhao Wanrong. Fortunately, Zhao Wanrong had been the final decision-maker of the Yi group before, so she was not completely at a loss. However, now that they were in the apocalypse, various supplies were stagnant and a nearly empty fortress desperately needed a large population to fill various positions. Ye Zi'an quietly approached Zhao Wanrong from behind, noticing her furrowed brow. Ye Zi'an understood that Zhao Wanrong's concerns were still tied to their previous identities. It would be impossible for her to take the initiative, so he had to take this step himself to break down her defenses. Tomorrow he would lead a team to Xiqing University to gather female survivors, and he didn't know how long it would take. He needed to use the chaotic Yin-Yang technique to solidify Zhao Wanrong's favor towards him to avoid any unnecessary complications. After all, meat is in the bowl, not yet in the belly. Zhao Wanrong's thoughts were interrupted by Ye Zi'an as she was lost in contemplation. She slightly struggled with a blank expression but ultimately gave in. After a night of contemplation, Zhao Wanrong had somewhat resigned herself. Indeed, what worries did she have left in this apocalypse? She ceased to resist some of Ye Zi'an's behaviors, knowing that apart from that step he had not taken much from her. Seeing that Zhao Wanrong no longer resisted, Ye Zi'an felt more confident in his success. It seemed he would finally get his wish today. He gently asked, "Sister Wanrong, what are you troubled about? Did you regret it after returning yesterday?" Zhao Wanrong rolled her beautiful eyes at Ye Zi'an, took out a plan sheet from the desk, pointed at the text on it, and said, "It's still about the number of residents. The fortress has over 200 residents and it's now somewhat insufficient, plus there is a significant disparity in strength. Apart from the 20-meter-high city wall, there are no defensive structures outside the fortress. According to Ye Zi'an, there will be zombie sieges or attacks from other survivors in the future, making the security of the fortress quite precarious. After all, aside from Ye Zi'an, all the residents of the fortress are women, which puts them at a natural disadvantage in terms of strength. Even with a few outstanding captains, it is still a drop in the bucket." Ye Zi'an reached out and touched Zhao Wanrong's delicate hand, finding it hard to imagine how she could maintain her beauty so well. "I have considered these issues as well. Previously, due to economic constraints, I did not recruit many residents, so I have decided to lead a team to Xiqing University tomorrow to gather survivors. As for the disparity in strength among the residents, I have a solution. In the coming days, survivors can utilize zombie crystals to begin awakening their abilities." Zhao Wanrong asked in surprise, "How do you know that survivors can awaken their abilities?" She looked at Ye Zi'an, puzzled. Ye Zi'an pondered for a moment, making a decision in his heart. For now, he needed to stabilize her. Once Zhao Wanrong's affection was solidified through cultivation, she would not betray him. Moreover, to Zhao Wanrong it was just a kind lie. "Sister Wanrong, of course I am Ye Zi'an. However, I had a particularly vivid dream where the apocalypse arrived and we became husband and wife. Later you were bitten by a zombie and that's when I woke up. After waking, I awakened spatial abilities, so regardless of whether it was a dream or not, I will protect you at all costs." After saying this, Ye Zi'an's eyes were red and swollen, filled with deep emotion as he gazed at Zhao Wanrong. This was a kind lie. The original text did not mention Zhao Wanrong, and Ye Zi'an speculated that she must have died early in the apocalypse. When Zhao Wanrong heard Ye Zi'an say they would become husband and wife, a blush appeared on her face. Her eyes fixed on Ye Zi'an, trying to discern the truth in his words. Ye Zi'an showed no signs of lying in his eyes. Coupled with the special abilities he demonstrated, Zhao Wanrong had no choice but to believe him. Ye Zi'an truly dreamed of the apocalypse, otherwise it would be impossible to explain everything he had done in recent days as if he had foreseen it all, laying out plans in advance. Congratulations on subduing the female antagonist Zhao Wanrong, changing the plot and gaining 2,000 points. Congratulations, all attributes 10 and an additional 50 free attribute points. Please allocate freely. Congratulations, your potential has upgraded to SSS level. A series of system prompts left Ye Zi'an somewhat bewildered. What is going on? How did Zhao Wanrong become a female antagonist? Moreover, the rewards given to him are even greater than those given for Lin Shanshan and Su Wei. Even if he successfully pursued Su Chen, the rewards were not this generous. Zhao Wanrong then noticed a cyclone forming in her lower abdomen, and a tremendous power suddenly surged within her veins. Ye Zi'an was astonished that Zhao Wanrong possessed 70% of his strength, an enhancement no one else could claim. Wouldn't that prove that her future power would be on par with his? Ye Zi'an looked at Zhao Wanrong's affection level. Now her affection had reached 100 points, ensuring she would never engage in actions detrimental to him, which eased his mind considerably. Outside the door was the office of the administrative team, and the members passing by suddenly halted, curiously glancing inside. They wondered what the Lord and Minister Zhao were discussing behind the closed door. Seeing this, Li Menglan outside cleared her throat and spoke expressionlessly. The Lord and the Minister are discussing matters inside. Continue with your own work. Upon hearing Li Menglan's words, everyone dismissed their gossiping thoughts and returned to their tasks, though their minds wandered nonetheless. This statement is not entirely false, as it is half true and half false. After all, anyone can draw a big pie. Aside from Ye Zi'an himself, everyone else is merely a tool for survival in this world, though Ye Zi'an indeed harbors a special sentiment towards Zhao Wanrong. Ye Zi'an used the system space to collect the fragments on the ground and took out a matching table from the space to place it back in its original position. Then he left the logistics department, preparing to head to the cafeteria for a meal. On his way, Ye Zi'an checked the system mall and discovered that he had unknowingly accumulated 39200 points, enough to exchange for some premium mall items. Upon opening the system mall, 3 items were refreshed immediately, stunning Ye Zi'an. S-Class Space Ring Storage 100 cubic meters cost 5000 points. SSS-Class Zombie Antidote Manufacturing Device cost 30000 points. S-Class Blade Technique cost 5000 points. Ye Zi'an looked at the 3 options in the mall, feeling a bit conflicted, unsure of what to choose. The space ring is self-explanatory, although Ye Zi'an has his own system space. Having an additional space ring for the search team would greatly enhance the efficiency of collecting supplies. The S-Class Blade Technique is similarly advantageous. Ye Zi'an could learn the technique and record the entire set in a B-Class training pod for other trainees to study, effectively allowing all residents to learn this blade technique. In a post-apocalyptic world where firearms are lost, an exceptional blade technique is undoubtedly the most precious asset. As for the Zombie Antidote Manufacturing Device, although Ye Zi'an does not know what materials are needed to synthesize the antidote, the probability of such an SSS-class item appearing is only 1 in 10,000. For any survivor, the value of an antidote is priceless. Even awakened superhumans may be immune to the zombie virus, but their families cannot, and ordinary people's families will always need it. If he misses this opportunity, who knows when it will reappear in the mall again. Just 800 points short. This left Ye Zi'an a bit troubled. If he hadn't obtained 20000 points from Zhao Wanrong, having only 19200 points wouldn't have caused him such a headache, but now he was stuck wanting all 3 items. Good morning, City Lord. I'm exhausted this morning. I didn't expect the captain's clone to be so powerful. From a distance, several striking figures emerged from the Tower of Heaven, a group of new recruits chatting in small clusters about their training experiences. Ye Zi'an caught a key word in their conversation. Captain. How could he forget Nziyu? With this thought, Ye Zi'an suddenly had an idea. He could take Nziyu's 5000 points, and wouldn't that be enough? Nziyu walked at the back of the new recruit team. Although her appearance wasn't particularly outstanding, she exuded a steady aura, and her way of speaking and acting had a unique style. Today Nziyu had changed into a black sports outfit, unlike her usual security uniform, walking leisurely towards the cafeteria, though she seemed a bit preoccupied, lost in thought. Ziyu, I need to talk to you. Hearing her name called, Nziyu instinctively searched for the source of the voice among the crowd. Looking around on the road to the cafeteria, Ye Zi'an stood in the middle with a slight smile on his face. Nziyu immediately ran to his side and said, City Lord, I have something to ask you. This morning in the training room, I saw Chen Ruoxue and Anna making rapid progress. Originally ranked 3rd among the 5 captains in the combat department, I have now fallen to last place. This piqued her curiosity about the improvement speed of the other 3. Alright, follow me. Ye Zi'an led Nziyu back to the Tower of Heaven, passing through the light membrane and bringing her to the 1st floor. The 1st floor of the Tower of Heaven was originally a residence, but since there were no suitable pieces of furniture, it had been left unused by Ye Zi'an. However, after scavenging the Yida Mall yesterday, those issues no longer existed. Seeing Nziyu looking troubled, Ye Zi'an said straightforwardly, feel free to ask any questions you have. With no one around, Nziyu felt less restrained. Looking into Ye Zi'an's eyes, she inquired, I want to know how Chen Ruoxue and the others improved so quickly. This question was quite similar to what Ye Zi'an had speculated. Indeed, the team members within the fortress began to show the progress he had imagined. Ye Zi'an leaned closer to Nziyu's ear and whispered, actually it's quite simple, it's because they trained with me. Nziyu's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. She hadn't expected Ye Zi'an to say such a thing. However, considering that several of them had spent alone time with Ye Zi'an before their power increased, it didn't seem impossible. After all, the physical fitness of the girls in the villa surpassed that of the captains in the combat department. Yet Ye Zi'an was somewhat surprised that Nziyu didn't readily agree as he had imagined. Instead, biting her lip, she replied, let me think about it. With that, she prepared to leave the Tower of Heaven. Her inherent pride wouldn't allow Nziyu to act in such a way, but her growing fondness for Ye Zi'an under the influence of the Tower of Heaven made her hesitate. Nziyu's personality was relatively steady, akin to a transparent person with little desire. Even after spending these days together, her fondness for Ye Zi'an barely reached 76 points. After Ziyu declined, she slowly prepared to leave the Tower of Heaven when Ye Zi'an's voice came from behind. I know you disdain to enhance your power in this way, but I need your help now. Will you reconsider? Ye Zi'an's voice seemed to possess a certain magic continually influencing Ziyu's mind. With nearly 100 points of spirit, Ye Zi'an could easily sway ordinary people with his words, not to mention Ziyu's fondness for him at 76 points. This was also something Ye Zi'an had to resort to. If Ziyu weren't the female lead, he wouldn't go through such trouble and would simply take what he needed. However, if Ziyu were to refuse again, Ye Zi'an had another solution. Upon upgrading to the second floor of the Tower of Heaven, it would add 2 more slots for spiritual links. If Ziyu were to refuse again, Ye Zi'an would be forced to waste 1 slot on her. Ziyu's thoughts were also influenced by Ye Zi'an's words, her inner conflict raging as she pondered whether to agree to Ye Zi'an's request. Seeing Ziyu moved, Ye Zi'an seized the moment, saying, "How about this? Just this once. Any past favors will be written off. I won't trouble you again. You can continue to be your new recruit team captain and no one else will know." Ziyu remained silent for a long time, turning to look at Ye Zi'an. She tightly grasped the hem of her pants, wanting to say something more, but as her gaze met Ye Zi'an's affectionate eyes, she forgot what she intended to say. Ultimately, she gently nodded her head in agreement. Although Ye Zi'an was doing it for the points, Ziyu was repaying a kindness and enhancing her own strength. Yet Ye Zi'an would not take it lightly. Every essential training technique would be imparted without exception. Congratulations, all attributes 5 additional free attribute points 20, please allocate freely. Congratulations, you have won the female lead. Ziyu disrupted Su Chen's luck, altered the plot and gained 5,000 points. Now seeing that her points had reached 44,200. Mission accomplished. The 3 items from the system store successfully entered Ye Zi'an's system space. Congratulations, you have obtained the Scrade Space Ring, cost 5,000 points. Congratulations, you have obtained the SS-Grade Zombie Antidote Manufacturing Device, cost 30,000 points. Congratulations, you have obtained the Scrade Overbearing Blade Technique, cost 5,000 points. Beside her, Ziyu's complexion flushed, feeling the changes within her body. It seemed that cultivating with Ye Zi'an was not as difficult to accept as she had imagined. She immediately considered the next time to train with Ye Zi'an. I will go to the training room to record a set of blade techniques. After that, you can arrange for the new recruits, selecting a few who are accustomed to using blades to learn. After saying this, Ye Zi'an turned and headed towards the second floor of the Sky Tower. Ye Zi'an learned the Scrade Overbearing Blade Technique and went to the Grade Training Room downstairs, preparing to record it in the training pod. The Grade Training Pod could not only enhance the strength of the replicas by percentage but could also simulate weapons. Moreover, it included a learning system allowing the study of various combat techniques from other biological samples. The Overbearing Blade Technique had no restrictions on the types of blades. After learning the technique, not only could one perform powerful moves, but it also passively increased the damage and attack speed of blade-type weapons. In simulated combat, the opposing replica wielded a Tang sword identical to Ye Zi'an's. As their blades clashed, the surrounding space constantly shifted. In battle with the replica, Ye Zi'an's blade techniques flowed like water, exhibiting tremendous power. This set of techniques increased Ye Zi'an's combat strength by at least 50. Ye Zi'an was no longer like a naive youth who could only chop clumsily. Now, under similar attributes, Ye Zi'an could easily handle the other captains of the combat division and even emerge victorious with ease. Ye Zi'an could not help but marvel at the changes in her body. Although she had only been in this world for 10 days, her combat skills had already made her a formidable expert in shaman. After recording the blade technique, Ye Zi'an saw the so-called Zombie Antidote Manufacturing Device in her space. Before exchanging for the items, Ye Zi'an had thought it would be a small machine or formula. She did not expect it to be a massive device occupying 20 square meters. SS-Grade Zombie Antidote Manufacturing Device consumes 100 grams of mutated creatures' flesh and blood and 10 grams of ordinary zombies' cerebrospinal fluid to synthesize a zombie antidote. The zombie antidote, when used before mutation into a zombie, can purify the zombie virus within the body. If an ordinary person is scratched and infected by a zombie, depending on their physical constitution, they will mutate into a zombie within 25 to 60 minutes. Of course, if surrounded and eaten by several zombies, the mutation speed would significantly increase. Upon seeing this machine, Ye Zi'an suddenly thought of Su Wei. Before the apocalypse, Su Wei was a doctor, and after the apocalypse she awakened her healing abilities, making her the most suitable person to operate this zombie antidote manufacturing device. Speaking of which, it seemed like she hadn't trained with the two of them for a few days. During these days, Ye Zi'an hadn't returned to the villa, unaware of how the two were doing. Going to get food and check on them. In the cafeteria, Ye Zi'an saw Lu Qinghuan in a white dress packing several meals to take back to the villa. Lin Xianshan and Su Wei were not residents of the fortress, so if Ye Zi'an didn't bring them to the cafeteria to eat, Lu Qinghuan would responsibly bring food back to them and eat together. This was indeed Ye Zi'an's oversight. "Qinghuan, let's go back together." Ye Zi'an held the food box in her left hand and took Lu Qinghuan's hand with her right, walking towards the villa area as if no one was around. Inside the villa, Lin Qianshan and Su Wei sat listlessly on the sofa, appearing somewhat dispirited. Originally, Ye Zi'an's plan was to keep these two standout characters close to avoid any unforeseen events, but with the busyness of the past few days she gradually forgot about their existence. Their range of movement was restricted to the vicinity of the villa, so apart from Lu Qinghuan being able to speak a few words with them at night, they could only stay quietly in the villa during the day, content to be ornamental. Seeing the pleasant atmosphere among the other residents in the cafeteria yesterday, the envy in their eyes could no longer be hidden. Su Wei was fine as she could spend time cleaning and tidying in the villa, but the young and vibrant Lin Qianshan clearly could not stay idle in the villa. However, now that they were in the apocalypse and she was restricted by Ye Zi'an, there was truly nowhere to go. Watching the pride in Lin Qianshan's eyes completely vanish, she had become just like everyone else. Ye Zi'an could not help but feel emotional about the significant impact of losing her luck on Lin Qianshan. After all, she was a promising talent and Ye Zi'an did not want to waste Lin Qianshan's potential. After pondering internally, Ye Zi'an thought of the best solution. At the dinner table, the four sat in silence, quietly eating the food on the table. Ye Zi'an's voice broke the heavy atmosphere as she asked the two, "Are you interested in becoming residents and doing something in the fortress?" Upon hearing Ye Zi'an's words, the two looked at each other in disbelief. Their excitement could no longer be concealed as they nodded vigorously. "Alright, Su Wei, you and Lu Qinghuan go find Sister Wanrong this afternoon and tell her that I have formed the medical and agricultural teams with Su Wei and Li Ju as the respective leaders. As for Lin Qianshan, she will stay by my side and I will gradually train you to become the captain of the third search team." Lin Qianshan would remain by her side both to prevent any accidents and to ensure her combat talents were not wasted. As for Su Wei, once she understood the function of the zombie antidote manufacturing device, she would become engrossed in her research and her abilities would also contribute to the fortress. "I will definitely work hard and become a qualified resident." The two stood up excitedly, answering in unison. Finally able to leave the villa and live as a resident in the fortress. On the morning of the second day, Ye Zi'an gathered with the search team members at the city gate. A member of the reconnaissance team returned from outside the fortress, saluted Ye Zi'an immediately and said, "City Lord, this is a message from Captain Huizi. The captain is currently stationed near Xiaqing University monitoring the changes within the campus." Ye Zi'an nodded and took the intelligence from the team member, a map detailing the specific locations of nearby zombie hordes. The closer one got to the city center, the higher the danger level marked by Huizi. Fortunately, Xiaqing University is by the sea, allowing the convoy to circumnavigate the island without passing through the densely populated central area of zombies. Ye Zi'an estimated the population of Xiaqing in his mind and addressed a nearby team member. "For this mission, I will lead Search Team B along with several new recruits. As for Team A, they will continue to search for usable supplies and the brain-spinal fluid of zombies." After speaking, Ye Zi'an produced a ring made entirely of silvery metal adorned with some strange engravings, and set in the center was a transparent gem the size of a fingernail. "This is a space ring that can hold up to 100 cubic meters of items. For now it will be entrusted to Chen Ruoxue. The one who performs best in their respective team will keep it." Chen Ruoxue accepted the ring from Ye Zi'an's hand, and a voice in her mind instantly taught her how to use the space ring. She hurriedly put it on her ring finger and smiled faintly, saying, "I will not disappoint the City Lord's expectations and will keep this space ring in our Team A." Anna, on the other hand, appeared fearless, as for her, enhancing her own strength was the most important. However, thinking about the ring's function, she was determined to obtain it, as Team B valued strength above all, and as the captain she could not allow Chen Ruoxue to overshadow her. Considering the large number of survivors, Ye Zi'an's convoy not only had 5 heavy trucks leading the way, but he also stockpiled 30 buses and 2 fuel tankers in the system's space. If all the buses and trucks were filled to capacity, they could at least supplement the fortress with 2,000 people. With the others watching, the convoy gradually departed from the fortress, heading towards Xiaqing University. Zhao Wanrong watched Ye Zi'an leave and said to Chen Ruoxue beside her, "I wonder how many survivors Ye Zi'an will bring back. You take Team A to the seed factory in the suburbs to collect some crop seeds." After speaking, Zhao Wanrong pointed to the map indicating a large seed trading company 5 kilometers from the fortress. Chen Ruoxue nodded, called the members of Team A and set off immediately. As the city lord and the strongest in the fortress, Ye Zi'an naturally took the lead in the first heavy truck, while Anna followed at the end in the last truck. In the driver's cabin there were 4 people, including the driver, while Ye Zi'an sat in the resting area. Behind the driver's seat next to him was Lin Qianshan, who was going out for the first time. Lin Qianshan curiously gazed at the scenery around her. Upon seeing the desolate and dilapidated sights, she couldn't help but feel a touch of sadness. Noticing Lin Qianshan's change in emotions, Ye Zi'an held her delicate hand, saying, "The more you see, the more accustomed you will become. You will discover how cruel this world truly is. Lin Shanshan nodded, continuing to observe the broken scenery outside. The co-driver held the map in one hand, instructing the driver on the route, while the other hand held the walkie-talkie, maintaining real-time communication with the following convoy, with the other vehicles obeying commands and trailing behind the lead vehicle. Along the way, the convoy crushed many zombies, activating the task for the third level of the Sky Tower, which reached 684610000, needing just over 3,000 more zombies. Upon seeing a large horde of zombies ahead, the co-driver immediately shouted into the walkie-talkie vehicles behind, "Please be cautious and slow down." The co-driver turned around and asked Ye Zi'an, "City Lord, there are two groups of zombies gathering ahead. How should the convoy handle it?" Ye Zi'an looked up and saw a massive gathering of zombies about 500 meters away at the intersection, with at least 3,000 to 4,000 of them. It was clear that the reconnaissance team member had not returned that morning, because for some reason these zombies had gathered here. Ye Zi'an gazed at the horde, silently calculating in his mind. Although the convoy could take a detour now, this place was only 3 kilometers from the fortress. If these zombies continued to gather here unchecked, it could easily form a larger-scale horde, and even mutated zombies might emerge. At that time, returning from Xiaoqing University would pose an even greater danger for the convoy. With this in mind, Ye Zi'an picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Vehicles behind, pay attention. The second and third heavy trucks will take the left road, while the fourth and fifth heavy trucks will take the right road. Divert the zombies' attention and lead these hordes elsewhere." Ye Zi'an, as the leading vehicle, faced the zombies head-on. Ye Zi'an instructed the trucks on both sides to create noise, intending to split the horde into 3 groups, while he personally dealt with the remaining zombies in the center. Following the orders, the 4 heavy trucks at the back of the convoy started up and turned towards the left and right direction. 5 minutes later, the zombies that had originally gathered in the center of the road suddenly split into 3 groups. A small portion in the center remained in place, while the zombies on both sides began to move towards the flanks, attracted by the noise from the trucks. About 500 zombies remained in the center, and Ye Zi'an planned to test whether he could handle a horde of this size. "You all wait here, Lin Shanshan. Come with me to deal with these hordes of zombies." With that, Ye Zi'an pushed open the car door and stepped out. On the other side, Lin Shanshan closely followed Ye Zi'an's footsteps as she got out of the car. Unlike the other residents of the fortress, Lin Shanshan had never experienced killing zombies outside. Her only combat experience was half an hour of training in the training room yesterday. However, as the female who had practiced the most with Ye Zi'an, her attributes ranked just below Ye Zi'an and Zhao Wanrong within the fortress. Ye Zi'an took out a tang knife from his space, staring at the roaring zombies 500 meters away, which felt almost within reach. The zombies were not active during the day, aimlessly wandering around. Ye Zi'an tightened his grip on the tang knife and in the blink of an eye appeared right in front of the zombies. He raised the knife high and swung it down heavily at the nearest zombie. Splurt! The tang knife sliced through the zombie's head like cutting through mud, causing the round head to roll onto the ground. Ye Zi'an flicked the blood off the knife and charged into the horde of zombies. With each strike, several zombie heads were forcefully severed, tumbling through the air. The chips in their brains had yet to hit the ground before being collected by Ye Zi'an into the system space. In an instant, a vacuum area appeared amidst the massive horde of corpses. These low-tier zombies were slow to react and could not get close to Ye Zi'an. Watching Ye Zi'an wreak havoc, Lin Shanshan widened her eyes, a dying flame within her reignited. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely walked towards the horde of zombies before her. Lin Shanshan drew the long sword from her waist and mimicked Ye Zi'an's movements, entering the horde of zombies with her sword drawn. Her figure moved like a dragon, constantly dodging within the horde of zombies. Each stroke of her long sword was capable of severing a zombie's head, exposing the red and white inside. Although the surrounding stench was somewhat pungent, it brought Lin Shanshan an entirely different feeling. Is this what the search team's daily task is? Having been told since childhood to be a good student, Lin Shanshan had always been strict with herself. But why was it that the precarious life she now led was what her heart longed for? Lin Shanshan's fighting instincts were awakened in the apocalypse, and her movements became increasingly fluid. The people in the vehicle exchanged glances, unable to suppress their gulps. Everyone knew the city lord was strong, but they never expected him to be this powerful. Hundreds of zombies were dealt with by just 2 people in a matter of minutes. Usually the search team would need to dispatch another truck to lure most of the horde away, or use bows and crossbows from behind. As the last zombie fell to Lin Shanshan's blade, the number of tasks completed reached 7,561. Ye Zi'an casually picked up a rag from the ground to wipe the blood off his tang knife and began directing his teammates in the vehicle to come down and clean the battlefield. Lin Shanshan imitated him, tearing off a piece of clothing from a zombie to wipe her long sword. The zombie heads and 2 cards on the ground were collected by Ye Zi'an into his space. One card was white labeled Fireball Technique and the other was a green weapon card, Crossbow. Upon seeing the image of a crossbow on the card, Lin Shanxian's previously excited face instantly fell. She had been looking forward to it, thinking it would be a longsword. She pouted in dissatisfaction. Ye Zi'an activated the Goddess of Luck system, upgrading the crossbow to blue quality. The crossbow on the card instantly upgraded to repeating crossbow, capable of automatically shooting 1 energy bolt per second. Ye Zi'an picked up the palm-sized repeating crossbow, its structure innovative, and it could be strapped to his wrist. Aiming at a robust banyan tree 50 meters away, the repeating crossbow immediately shot out a bolt. A blue arrow rapidly formed on the crossbow, flying through the air like a serpent toward the trunk of the banyan tree. Thud! The tree trunk was pierced by the energy arrow, creating a hole the size of a basin, and the arrow flew back for several dozen meters before dissipating. Its power was comparable to a sniper rifle from before the apocalypse, yet it didn't require reloading. As a portable weapon for long-range attacks, it was most suitable for the reconnaissance team. We aim to equip every member of the reconnaissance team with one in the future. Ye Zi'an returned to the vehicle and spoke to the co-driver, have the 2 teams redirect the zombies elsewhere and then return. After speaking, Ye Zi'an went back to the resting area to recover his strength. Although the battle was overwhelming, Ye Zi'an was still not an ability user and had to be cautious to avoid zombie attacks, which consumed a lot of energy. After all, only 20 antidotes had been prepared and each one was incredibly precious. Leaning against the chair, Ye Zi'an began to rest his eyes. The truck restarted and headed toward the Xiaoqing Bridge. Shortly after, 4 trucks returned to the convoy, following closely behind the lead vehicle as the convoy continued towards Xiaoqing Island. Screech! A sudden screeching of brakes woke Ye Zi'an. A team member in the co-driver's seat shouted into the intercom, "There's an obstacle ahead, the rear convoy, be careful." Fortunately, the speed was not fast and the sudden braking did not cause any serious consequences. Ye Zi'an looked up to see 7 or 8 buses parked at the corner of the original road, completely blocking the way. Strange, when I returned to the fortress this morning there were no buses here. The voice of the reconnaissance team member came through the intercom and she felt somewhat surprised by the scene. Ye Zi'an instantly understood the reason. This meant someone was planning to ambush them. Ye Zi'an frowned slightly, having their plans interrupted made him quite unhappy. With the sound of 2 engines revving, the road behind the convoy was completely blocked by 2 suddenly appearing buses. The sound of the buses' brakes echoed like a battle horn. Around the convoy, 4 or 50 survivors wielding various cold weapons rushed out, surrounding Ye Zi'an's convoy. "Bro, sorry, but we're just trying to make a living." A middle-aged man with a scarred face stepped out from the crowd, his chest open, arms akimbo, revealing a handgun tucked in his waistband. Ye Zi'an couldn't help but sneer. Due to certain changes in the rules, firearms had completely lost their effectiveness. Now the power of this handgun was less than that of a nail clipper. It could only deceive those ill-informed survivors. Seeing the convoy's considerable size, the scarred man pondered that a hidden confrontation would lead to heavy casualties, so he spoke as if making a concession. "I won't make it difficult for you, just leave half of the supplies on the truck and you can leave." Before Ye Zi'an could respond, several thugs quickly climbed into the cargo compartment of the truck to see what loot was inside. However, the back of Ye Zi'an's truck was completely empty. His plan was only to transport students from Xiaoqing University. One thug shouted to the scarred man at the front of the group, "Brother Long, the cargo compartments of these trucks are all empty, but the passengers are all women, at least 20 of them." Hearing the first half of his subordinate's sentence, the scarred man visibly frowned. He had expected a large fat sheep when he saw the 5 heavy trucks approaching, but he did not expect them to be empty. However, the second half of his subordinate's sentence made the scarred man show a lewd expression. The women at the base had basically become boring. This convoy had arrived just in time. His gaze inadvertently glanced at Lin Shanxian in the resting area, and the scarred man's eyes widened as if they might pop out. What a fairy is this? She was dozens of times more beautiful than the big stars he had seen on television. However, when the scarred man's gaze fell on Ye Zi'an beside her, his anger flared. Damn it, there's actually a man on the truck. Seeing how intimate Ye Zi'an and that girl were, it seemed he had already taken advantage of her. The scarred man shouted, "Everyone get off the truck immediately, or don't blame us for being rude." Without any supplies, the scarred man was already filled with pent-up frustration. After speaking, he drew the handgun from his waist, knocked on the truck door, signaling Ye Zi'an to get off. The team members looked at the greed in the eyes of the surrounding survivors but did not feel afraid. They were combat personnel themselves, and besides, the city lord was present. Based on Ye Zi'an's earlier performance, these team members believed that no enemy could match Ye Zi'an. Silently waiting for Ye Zi'an to give the command, his hands were already positioned in a place beneath the vehicle where the surviving onlookers could not see, each holding a crossbow armed with arrows. Attack! Ye Zi'an's command transmitted through the intercom to each truck. The 20 team members aboard immediately picked up the crossbows beside them and shot at the surrounding survivors. A series of chilling screams erupted from all around, rising and falling like a wave. The survivors were only a few meters away from the convoy, and the search team members were able to hit their targets with deadly accuracy, instantly taking down a large group. This is bad, this is too intense. The scar-faced man was stunned by the scene. In just 10 seconds, the scar-faced man saw his subordinates fall like weeds, with more than half shot down while the rest scattered in all directions seeking cover from the crossbow fire. The tall truck cabins allowed the team members to shoot down at the thugs below, while those who attempted to resist were blocked by the truck's hard steel plates, unable to breach the heavy vehicle's defenses, and were shot down by the crossbows above. Seeing the morale of his men crumble, the scar-faced man turned to flee. Survival was the priority. Unlike others, he knew that the handgun he held was no more powerful than a slingshot merely meant to intimidate. Suddenly, the scar-faced man saw a headless body running wildly in front of him. He was astonished to find that the clothes on the body were identical to his own. His vision suddenly dropped and the body collapsed with a thud. Ye Zi'an stood nearby holding a tang sword. Kill them, leave no one alive. With that, Ye Zi'an raised his sword and began to pursue the fleeing thugs. The team members followed Ye Zi'an's lead, quickly disembarking the vehicle, forming groups of 4. 2 warriors wielding sword and shield protected 2 archers holding crossbows as they began to take down the fleeing thugs one by one. "I'll fight you to the end." A burly man, seeing he could not escape, turned and charged at Ye Zi'an with a watermelon knife in hand. Ye Zi'an faced the man's attack. At the moment the sharp tang sword clashed with the watermelon knife, it produced only a faint sound. The burly man, along with the watermelon knife in his hand, was severed in two, his blood and guts spilling on the ground as he lay there in despair, awaiting the end of his life. Beside them, Lin Shanshan showed no signs of fear, using her agility and her sharp sword to slay 2 fleeing thugs. In the distance, thugs were sent flying by powerful blows. It was the first time Ye Zi'an saw Anna's weapon, 2 heavy wolf-tooth clubs covered in sharp spikes wielded by Anna with a fierce grace. The other team members were also executing the wounded survivors, leaving no opportunity for them to plead for mercy. In less than a minute, aside from Ye Zi'an and his team, there were no other survivors left. Ye Zi'an surveyed the area, assessing the location. He had to admit the scar-faced man's judgment was quite good. This was a necessary path leading to Shaman Island, with several houses in front of the Shaman Bridge. The nearby zombies had likely been cleared out by this group, and the area was filled with 3 to 4 story houses, easy to defend yet hard to attack. Ye Zi'an contemplated whether to establish a supply station here for the convoy's future replenishments. Anna hoisted the 2 wolf-tooth clubs onto her shoulder and shouted to the team, form into groups of 5, check if there are any other survivors, and also loot any supplies in the vicinity. Yes. Upon receiving Anna's command, the surrounding team members began searching for supplies in small groups, following their usual formations. Ye Zi'an approached the 2-story house that the scar-faced man had exited earlier. The iron gate in front of the house had been reinforced again by the scar-faced man, and a large lock hung on it. With a slight tug, Ye Zi'an easily snapped the thick iron chain. Upon entering the house, a pungent smell of smoke and alcohol wafted out, mingled with a peculiar scent. The first floor had only a few dozen beds, and the team members found no useful supplies. "Let's go upstairs and take a look." They ascended the stairs, coming face to face with a large stainless steel door. Ye Zi'an attempted to turn the doorknob, only to find that the door was locked from the inside. He immediately drew his tang sword, preparing to cut off the lock. But a sultry voice came from inside. "Brother Long, you guys are back so soon." With a clatter of the lock, the door was opened from the inside. A woman, somewhat pale but dressed in a revealing nightgown, walked out with a radiant expression. What greeted her was not her brother Long, but Ye Zi'an's tang sword. The sword was pressed against her neck, and the woman, slightly taken aback, realized that the unfamiliar face before her was not brother Long, and immediately let out a piercing scream. "Shut up. If you make another noise, I'll kill you." Ye Zi'an's words silenced the woman instantly, and she trembled as she replied, "Don't kill me. I haven't done anything, I don't know anything, I was forced." The seductive woman's face turned pale with terror. Brother Long had just taken everyone outside to rob, and it had barely been 5 minutes before they were all killed. The 2 team members ignored the woman's excuses. Raising their crossbows defensively, they bypassed her and directly entered the room. There was no one else inside. Ye Zi'an also discerned the layout of the suite. This suite contained 3 rooms, but all 3 doors were tightly shut. The 2 team members attempted to turn the doorknobs, and indeed the doors were locked, just like the stainless steel door outside. "Where's the key?" Ye Zi'an asked the alluring woman, pressing the tang sword deeper against her neck. The woman turned pale with fright, hurriedly replied, "The key is usually kept by Brother Long. I really don't know where it is." Seeing her expression didn't seem to indicate lying, Ye Zi'an signaled the 2 team members to break down the door by force. Upon receiving the order, they immediately pulled out a hammer from their backpacks and began to smash the doorknob. Smash! 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 The doorknobs of the 3 large doors rattled precariously before falling to the ground with a clear sound, and the 2 team members directly opened the doors. Behind the first door was a storage room filled with dozens of bags of rice and dozens of vacuum-packed vegetables. Additionally, there were several boxes of cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks piled in a corner. These supplies would be enough for 50 people to eat for a month. It seemed these individuals had looted the supplies from nearby supermarkets. Behind the second door was an exquisite large bed stacked with a plethora of gold jewelry and cash alongside some bizarre props. Seeing the blush on the beautiful woman's face, it turned out that Brother Long had a taste for this. However, these gold and silver ornaments and cash are of no use in the apocalypse. Many survivors are still trapped in their pre-apocalypse mindset, believing that the disaster is temporary, and have scavenged a considerable amount of cash and even gold in the chaos, but such things hold no value at all. As 2 team members opened the third large door, a pungent smell of blood wafted out from inside. Inside was a semi-enclosed room with the windows welded shut by iron frames and covered with a thick layer of black coarse cloth, allowing no sunlight to penetrate. The 2 team members turned on their flashlights, illuminating the room, allowing the others to see the arrangement within. Inside the room were about 20 women scantily clad of various ages, their eyes dull as they huddled together, their bodies marked with faint white spots. It seemed that these women had suffered much humiliation at the hands of Brother Long and his ilk in recent days. However, compared to those in Yeda's supermarket, Brother Long did not overly mistreat them. Although their faces were pale, at least each of them was alive with all their limbs intact. "Don't be afraid, we are not bad people. That Brother Long has been killed by us," a team member explained while beginning to untie the ropes binding the woman. "Zhao Long is dead." A glimmer of light sparkled in the woman's murky gaze as she immediately grasped the team member's hand tightly, urgently inquiring. "Yes, those scoundrels have all been killed by us. You are free now." Realizing she had shown too much excitement, the woman quickly loosened her grip on the team member's hands and shouted loudly to those around her, "Sisters, that bastard Zhao Long is dead, killed by someone." This voice echoed in the semi-enclosed room, rekindling hope in the eyes of those who had lost their spirit only to have it extinguished once more. Whether Zhao Long was truly dead was irrelevant. There would still be others like Wan Long and Li Long, and these people's fates would still be to become the prisoners of others, mere playthings. The woman, seeing the alluring woman not far away, instantly became ferocious, her frail body standing up straight as she tidied her clothes and spoke fiercely. "Li Chuanhua, you bastard, pretending to be weak to trick me into opening my family's door, causing the deaths of so many neighbors. Now I want your life in return." With that, she lunged at Li Chuanhua to tear her apart. The other women who had their ropes untied also glared fiercely at Li Chuanhua. Regardless of what fate awaited them, they all wanted to tear her apart now to honor their deceased loved ones. Li Chuanhua's already pale face instantly turned ashen. She fell to the ground with a thud, tightly clutching Ye Zi'an's thigh, begging for mercy. "Boss, I didn't want to do this. It was Zhao Long who threatened me to trick them into opening their home. If I didn't agree, he would kill me." Seeing the anger of those women who looked as if they would devour her alive, Li Chuanhua understood that the only one who could save her now was the man in front of her. "Did he make you do everything? If I told you to eat excrement, would you eat it too?" Clinging to her last straw of hope, she cried, tears streaming down her face. "Boss, I will eat anything. If you take me back, I will serve you well, even more obediently than a dog." With that, she knelt on the ground, desperately writhing her body. Ye Zi'an looked at her with disdain while Lin Xianxian reacted quickly, kicking Li Chuanhua away from her feet and coldly snorting, "I certainly don't want a woman with a heart as venomous as yours." Li Chuanhua spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the nearby white wall. Lin Xianxian's kick was no small matter. Li Chuanhua was kicked several meters away, only stopping when her body crashed against the wall. Blood continued to ooze from Li Chuanhua's mouth and several of her ribs were broken as she groaned in pain. The women inside the room saw that Ye Zi'an had no intention of saving Li Chuanhua and each picked up surrounding tools, hitting Li Chuanhua repeatedly. Li Chuanhua, who could once struggle and plead for mercy, gradually lost her life force under their relentless strikes. But they did not stop until they had beaten her to a bloody pulp, exhausting themselves in the process. The first woman to come out looked up at the ceiling, tears streaming down her face, muttering something. She quickly wiped her tears and walked towards Ye Zi'an. Anyone could see he was the leader of this group. "My name is Wang Yan. Thank you for saving us. I don't know what you need me to do in return." Wang Yan did not believe that Ye Zi'an had saved them without any ulterior motives. However, upon seeing Lin Xianxian, who was as beautiful as a fairy, along with the demeanor of the other team members, Wang Yan realized that Ye Zi'an was not like Zhao Long and looked down upon them. "There are supplies and weapons left by Zhao Long in that room, and now they will all be left to you. I need you to stay here and guard this place. I hope it will serve as a temporary supply point for me in the future. Meanwhile, you can also hunt zombies and exchange their heads for some supplies." These people had little potential aside from Wang Yan, who had some value for cultivation. The rest were merely cannon fodder. Therefore Ye Zi'an treated them as contracted workers, offering no benefits and assigning them all the dirty work. Although he could see their potential, he could not see their fortune. Who knew where each person's end point lay? Wang Yan was clearly the backbone of these women, and everyone looked to her for guidance. Wang Yan was somewhat surprised and tentatively asked, "Is it only this?" She had thought that even if Ye Zi'an looked down on her, he would still take her back as a laborer. Besides, even if Ye Zi'an didn't want her, wouldn't there be other men in their camp? Now unexpectedly they could be free to develop here, and Zhao Long's resources were left behind. Of course, as long as you honestly serve as a supply point for my convoy, we will have no conflict between us. Naturally, I will compensate you for the supplies consumed by my team, and I won't take advantage of you. Wang Yan showed no hesitation and said, "As long as I, Wang Yan, am alive, this place will always be a supply point for your convoy. Even if you ask me to die, I won't hesitate for a moment." Ye Zi'an saved himself amidst the torturous darkness, and Wang Yan was not the type to be ungrateful. "All right, remember what you said today. If you go back on your word." Before his voice fell, Ye Zi'an's tang knife slashed towards the side wall. The solid brick wall was cut, leaving a 1 centimeter gap. Experiencing the terror of the tang knife for the first time, Wang Yan and the rescued women involuntarily swallowed hard. Wang Yan felt grateful that her response had been quick and decisive without a hint of hesitation. "Boss, come look quickly." Anna's urgent voice came from outside. Ye Zi'an rushed to the window, pushed it open, and prepared to see what was going on. Downstairs, Anna was carrying 2 wolf tooth clubs in one hand and a cardboard box in the other. The box was boldly labeled Dumos. Ye Zi'an couldn't help but complain inwardly. He thought it was an enemy attack and almost jumped down to provide support, only for her to show him this. "I am a person of integrity and never resort to such things." The supplies in the house were left for Wang Yan as her startup capital. Ye Zi'an led the team downstairs to find Anna. Across from the house was a large hotel from which Zhao Long had already moved all the food to his residence. The cold storage only had some useless items left, along with food that had long gone bad. In the spirit of taking advantage of every opportunity, Ye Zi'an waved his hand, collecting all the furniture, tables and chairs from the hotel. Even the vehicles blocking the way were not spared. As long as the system space was sufficient, Ye Zi'an stuffed everything he could into it. Some items that seemed insignificant at ordinary times could prove to be of immense value in a crisis. The convoy stopped in front of the Shacheng Great Bridge, looking at the bridge blocked by numerous cars with at least 10,000 zombies aimlessly wandering across the surface. Most of these zombies were unfortunate souls wanting to escape Shacheng Island but were trapped on the bridge by other zombies. "Lord of the city, I came over this way this morning." The intelligence team member pointed to several steel beams beneath the Shacheng Great Bridge, which were about 5 meters below the surface and over a meter wide, originally meant to support the bridge. Now survivors could use these beams to reach the other side. Although it was passable, Ye Zi'an couldn't help but frown. These team members could traverse it without issue, but what about the return? The students from Shacheng University didn't have the same skills as these female soldiers, especially with so many of them. Thousands of people walking on the beams could easily cause unforeseen problems. Therefore Ye Zi'an had to come up with a solution for the zombies on the bridge. "What do you all think?" Ye Zi'an turned to Anna, Lin Shanshan and the other team members, wanting to hear their thoughts. The two understood Ye Zi'an's concerns. Shacheng Island was connected by 3 large bridges and an underwater tunnel, and the conditions of the other bridges weren't much better than this one. Besides crossing the bridge, the only other option was to take the sea route. Lin Shanshan held one hand across her chest with the other in a contemplative pose and said, "At present we can either eliminate the zombies on the bridge or find a large cruise ship." Without even thinking about the second option, Ye Zi'an directly refused, saying, "We aren't capable of piloting a cruise ship, and the electronic storm during the apocalypse basically destroyed all cruise ship power systems. Now cruise ships are essentially useless. Boss, I think we should set traps all along the bridge and lure the zombies in batches to eliminate them." After saying this, Anna pointed to the map and continued, "The bridge is 8 kilometers long and the zombies' vision and hearing are about 300 meters. We just need to attract a small number of zombies at a time to gradually eliminate them, eventually we'll clear the bridge." Anna's plan was relatively prudent and feasible, though it would take time. It seemed to be the only viable option at the moment. Ye Zi'an scanned the surroundings and, seeing that no one had proposed a better suggestion, said, "In that case, everyone set up traps at the bridgehead and prepare for combat." The team immediately began to get busy. Fortunately, Ye Zi'an had previously collected quite a few blankets and sheets from the hotel, which were highly flammable. Each blanket was soaked in diesel and evenly spread 50 meters away from the bridge, with a large number of flammable materials stacked around. Coupled with the fuel tanks in the cars on the bridge, once an explosion occurred, it would be a devastating blow to the zombies on the bridge. Moreover, once this area was ignited, the zombies attempting to cross the bridge would have to endure the fiery sea with their bodies. At the entrance of the bridge, Ye Zi'an also piled up dozens of buses to block the bridge, creating an obstacle 20 meters deep and 10 meters high, completely sealing off the bridge's exit. With everything ready, Ye Zi'an stood atop a bus at the front of the entire team, with the team members behind him holding crossbows aiming down at the unsuspecting zombies in the distance. Whoosh! A pale blue light flew towards the distance, hitting a wandering zombie in the forehead. The zombie fell, but the noise did not attract the attention of other zombies. Ye Zi'an's arrow was the command, and the team members behind him immediately found their targets and began shooting. Dozens of arrows flew in unison, causing the closest zombies to begin falling in rows. The death of a companion alerted nearby zombies, which began searching for the intruders. The howls triggered a chain reaction, and the zombies on the entire bridge became active. Perhaps having spotted Ye Zi'an on top of the bus, a zombie let out a sharp howl, and the zombies around him began to move toward Ye Zi'an. The massive horde of zombies swayed as they moved, even pushing the small cars on the bridge along with them. Zi'an, should we ignite those flammable materials now? Lin Qianqian, holding a makeshift torch, asked Ye Zi'an. Not yet, let's wait until these zombies get closer. Right now the horde was still 30 meters away from the flammable materials. Igniting them now would only scare the zombies away from the firelight, preventing them from advancing. Lin Qianqian tightened her grip on the torch, patiently waiting for the horde to arrive. The zombies were shot down one by one, with their companions stepping over their bodies, still resolutely advancing. As the zombies passed over the flammable materials, the diesel-soaked blankets were trampled underfoot, while the zombies themselves also became drenched in diesel. Seeing that the nearest zombies were only 10 meters away from Ye Zi'an's bus barricade, everyone lowered their crossbows and lifted their already lit torches, silently waiting for Ye Zi'an's command. Throw! As soon as Ye Zi'an's voice fell, dozens of lit torches arced through the air, landing nearby the horde at varying distances. Anna was even more dramatic, lifting a large oil barrel with both hands and throwing it into the horde. The barrel landed heavily, crushing several nearby zombies, and diesel began to flow slowly from the cracks in the barrel. The zombies were already wearing dry clothing, and with their bodies soaked in diesel, they were like moving fire hazards, igniting instantly upon contact with the torches. Ye Zi'an jumped down from the bus, his Tang Dao slashing toward the nearest zombie in the horde. Two figures fell alongside Ye Zi'an, one on the left and one on the right, respectively, Anna and Lin Qianqian. The other team members continued to stand on top of the bus, shooting zombies in the distance to alleviate the pressure on the three. Thick black smoke rose in the air, and the scent of barbecued meat permeated the surroundings. The three stood like three defensive stakes in front of the bus, blocking the advance of the zombies. With every strike Ye Zi'an made, several zombies were cut down by his tang knife. However, these zombies pressed forward, oblivious to the flames igniting their bodies. Congratulations on completing the task on the third floor of the Celestial Tower, killing 100,000,100,000 zombies and 11 mutated zombies. The third floor of the Celestial Tower has been activated, enhancing the basic functions of the first and second floors and activating manufacturing capabilities. The task for the fourth floor of the Celestial Tower is to kill 100,000 zombies and 10 mutated zombies, enhancing the basic functions of other floors and activating the medical room. It seems those two untransformed mutated dogs were also counted as mutated zombies, even though they had not successfully mutated. However, to kill 100,000 zombies and 10 mutated zombies is no easy task. According to the description in the book, it is uncertain whether there are even 10 mutated zombies in Xia City. At the center of the fortress, the Celestial Tower was once again enveloped in golden light, rising another layer, its footprint expanding, but the residents within the fortress had grown accustomed to this. The city lord's divine power is beyond our comprehension. After receiving reports from other team members, Zhao Wanrong remained seated at her desk, responding nonchalantly, "Got it." She then continued to focus on her official duties. As the last zombie was smashed by Anna's Wolf Tooth Club, a nearly 50-meter wall of fire appeared before the Xia City bridge, blocking the remaining zombies who dared not cross this fiery barrier. The clothing on the zombies and the grease secreted from burning made the flames even fiercer. Ye Zi'an sat on the roof of the bus to recover his strength, while the others were also organizing their gear, waiting for the next attack from the zombies. Anna sat beside, taking out several large meat buns and eating them unabashedly, her mouth full of oil. With her attention no longer as concentrated as before, seeing the charred corpses on the ground and the aroma of barbecued meat in the air, the surrounding team members looked somewhat pale, including Lin Qianqian, who secretly retched several times, incredulously watching Anna feast. Noticing Lin Qianqian's gaze, Anna playfully offered her a large meat bun, asking, "What's wrong? Do you want one too?" Lin Qianqian immediately waved her hand to refuse Anna's kindness, explaining, No, I have some here." "Ha ha ha." Anna laughed heartily, throwing an arm around Lin Qianqian, and said, "Can't eat more now. Let me tell you, 2 years ago when I was in North Africa, Stop, 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 I don't want to hear it. Lin Shanshan interrupted Anna, breaking free from her embrace and moving to sit next to Ye Zi'an. After this little episode, Lin Shanshan might not dare to eat barbecued meat for several days. Ye Zi'an looked at the zombie horde, saw Lin Shanshan leaning against him, and handed her a bottle of yogurt, saying, "Drinking this will make you feel better, fill your stomach a bit and then we can continue fighting." After that, Ye Zi'an distributed the yogurt to the other team members. Once everyone had replenished their strength, they quietly watched the zombie horde, but the horde neither retreated nor attacked, remaining still at the fiery barrier. "City Lord, what do you think these zombies are waiting for?" "Waiting for the flames to extinguish," a young team member suddenly asked, and everyone turned their gaze towards Ye Zi'an. Ye Zi'an pondered for a moment and also sensed something was amiss with the horde. The zombies did not display the usual bloodthirsty expressions. It seemed they were being manipulated by some force suddenly gaining awareness. According to the typical foolish behavior of ordinary zombies, they would only charge forward to tear apart the humans before them, so how could they remain so quietly still? Could it be that there are mutated zombies? Mutated zombies consume a large amount of survivor blood and flesh and absorb energy from the air to undergo mutation. Speaking of mutated zombies, Ye Zi'an recalled a month after the apocalypse described in the book, when Su Chen encountered a mutated zombie, the Berserk Barbarian King, at the Xia City Bridge. Roar! A thundering roar shattered Ye Zi'an's thoughts, and all the team members immediately stood up, grabbing their crossbows, warily searching for the source of the roar. Bang, bang, bang! Accompanied by a series of tremors at the center of the bridge, a humanoid zombie resembling a gorilla, nearly 2.5 meters tall, covered in solid muscles, appeared. Though it ran on 2 legs, it would also use its hands for support, leaping towards them while smashing through any zombies in its path. Even small cars along the route were crushed underfoot. Ding ding ding, detected class mutated zombie Berserk Barbarian King. Skills: brutal charge, continuously accelerates to impact, dealing damage to enemies in a straight line. Mountain shaking fist rapidly delivers 8 punches, with each punch increasing in power by 10 compared to the last. You all hurry and get in the vehicle, go to Wang Yan's supply base and wait for me to return. Ye Zi'an clenched the tang knife in his hand, a rare look of seriousness appearing on his face. This zombie was the king of zombies in all of Xia City. He never expected to see it here on the Xia City Bridge. Ye Zi'an had initially thought this zombie king would not appear until tomorrow night, when the influx of otherworldly energy would cause the blood moon to rise again and supernatural beings and zombies would begin to undergo widespread evolution and awakening. Unexpectedly, it appeared now. Although its size was not as robust as described in the book, it was still not something to be taken lightly. Completely mutated zombies possess attributes exceeding 100 points, far beyond what the other members of the team could handle. Even Lin Shanshan would find it difficult to withstand the ordinary attacks of the Berserk Barbarian King. Everyone get in the vehicle immediately. Anna analyzed the situation and promptly commanded the team to retreat from the Xia City Bridge, while Lin Shanshan's eyes reddened slightly as she hugged Ye Zi'an, expressing her concern. Be careful. Though she longed to stay and fight alongside Ye Zi'an, she understood that remaining here would not only be unhelpful but would also distract Ye Zi'an as he worried about her. Watching the convoy gradually leave the Xia City Bridge, Ye Zi'an began to prepare for the upcoming battle. The raging Barbarian King ignored the burning wall of fire and strode straight through, forcibly creating a safe passage through the 50-meter wall of flames. Behind the Berserk Barbarian King, the zombies began to follow through this passage, launching a new attack on Ye Zi'an. Ye Zi'an's bus collided with the body of the rampaging Barbarian King in front of the bridge, causing the bus to deform from the middle, turning what was once a straight line into a V shape. Not only that, several nearby buses were also forcefully pushed back half a meter. The descriptions in the book pale in comparison to the shocking sight Ye Zi'an witnessed. The rampaging Barbarian King's attack was not over yet, accompanied by the king's massive body leaping high and crashing down onto the bus, followed by a rapid flurry of 8 punches. With the deafening sound of destruction, the obstacles Ye Zi'an had constructed were completely obliterated. Just as the rampaging Barbarian King smashed the last bus, Ye Zi'an made his move. Arriving at the side of the rampaging Barbarian King, he swung his Tang Dao forcefully towards the king's waist. As the blade sliced through, Ye Zi'an felt as if he had struck stone. His normally effective Tang Dao only managed to carve a half-inch deep wound into the rampaging Barbarian King's waist. For others it would be a fatal wound, but beneath the rampaging Barbarian King's massive form it was akin to a mere scrape. Both could accept this outcome for Ye Zi'an. As long as he could penetrate the defenses, it was a good thing. The whistling sound of cutting through the air rang in Ye Zi'an's ears. The rampaging Barbarian King's fist, as large as a cooking pot, came crashing down towards him. As the Tang Dao collided with the fist, Ye Zi'an was pushed back a few steps but managed to leave a 1-inch deep cut on the rampaging Barbarian King's fist. At this moment, the horde of zombies on the bridge had also arrived, baring their teeth and reaching out with their hands, wanting to tear Ye Zi'an apart. Ye Zi'an swiftly turned his Tang Dao, dancing in the air, causing several zombies' heads to fly off. The rampaging barbarian king did not care about the lives of those lowly zombies. Each punch sent several innocent companions flying. As time passed, Ye Zi'an gradually discovered the weaknesses of the rampaging barbarian king, or rather the trade-off involved. Its massive form granted it unparalleled strength and defensive capabilities while sacrificing a degree of agility. Each turn took half a second longer than Ye Zi'an's movements. Though it was merely half a second for a master of Ye Zi'an's caliber, it represented a significant opening. Ye Zi'an's Tang Dao continuously carved varying depths of wounds on the rampaging barbarian king's body, while the damage the king could inflict on Ye Zi'an was minimal. Swish, swish, swish. Another 3 strikes landed on the rampaging barbarian king's body, which was once dark and solid, now covered in scars with foul black liquid continuously oozing from its wounds. This was the blood of the rampaging barbarian king, a method for it to heal its own injuries. If Ye Zi'an did not continue to inflict damage, allowing the wounds to clot, the king's body would grow even larger than it was now. Bang bang. Ye Zi'an casually threw out 2 oil drums, which were struck by the rampaging barbarian king's fists, the fists piercing through the metal, making it seem as if the king had 2 bracelets on its arms. The light yellow liquid from the drums spilled out instantly, covering the rampaging barbarian king's body, mixing with the black blood and diesel, filling the air with a pungent odor. Roar! The rampaging barbarian king thought it had hit Ye Zi'an, only to discover it was 2 oil drums. Embracing the drums, it crushed them into metal sheets and tore them off from its wrists. With wide open eyes, it searched for Ye Zi'an's figure. Before it could find Ye Zi'an, an orange fireball struck the rampaging barbarian king, the shockwave causing it to stagger, and the diesel on its body ignited instantly. Ow! Ye Zi'an quietly hid in the distance, watching as the rampaging barbarian king was engulfed in flames, wildly swinging its fists, consuming its stamina. Ye Zi'an checked his pocket, finding 3 fireball cards left accumulated from the daily rewards of the Goddess of Luck system, ready to play with the rampaging barbarian king. Thus, once the flames on the rampaging barbarian king extinguished, Ye Zi'an would employ the same trick, igniting the king's body once more. As the skin continued to be charred by the flames, the outer defenses of the rampaging barbarian king would be rendered ineffective. One of the rampaging barbarian king's eyes had been burned blind by the flames, its once dark skin now covered in charred black spots with glimpses of red and white flesh visible within. The neck area had also been scorched to a tender white, revealing the innermost layer of skin of the rampaging barbarian king. Yet the king's gaze continued to search among the surrounding buildings for Ye Zi'an's figure. Roar, roar, roar. The rampaging barbarian king's stamina seemed limitless, still tirelessly battling with Ye Zi'an for 3 hours, searching for him. Thanks to it, the horde of zombies on the bridge had been mostly cleared, with only a few dying at Ye Zi'an's hands, while most perished from the rampaging barbarian king's collateral damage. The wild impacts frequently sent zombies flying in a straight line, yet posed no threat to Ye Zi'an. It was almost time. The sky was darkening, and if this dragged on, the night's zombies would not be easy to deal with. Seeing the rampaging barbarian king executing its mountain-quelling fist again, Ye Zi'an jumped down from the 2nd floor of a building, using the gravity to slash off the king's head with his Tang Dao. Thud! The zombie king once feared in Xia City was slain by Ye Zi'an, having not even had the chance to unleash its power before falling early. Congratulations on killing the rampaging barbarian king, altering the plot and earning 5,000 points. Congratulations on receiving an armor manufacturing blueprint. Choose one, which can be used in the manufacturing room on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Heaven. Ye Zi'an stored the rampaging barbarian king's corpse in his space. This was an essential material for creating an antidote, and the completely mutated zombie contained an extremely valuable crystal core in its head. With the rampaging barbarian king losing its breath, its once thick skull was no longer as hard as before. Ye Zi'an cleaved down, and a blood-red crystal core fell to the ground with a light sound. Resembling a gem, yet harder than steel. If the blood-red crystal core were ground into powder and mixed into weapons, it would significantly enhance the weapon's attack power. As the rampaging barbarian king's body disappeared, 2 purple equipment cards beneath it reappeared. Spatial ring can absorb items with a capacity of 100 cubic meters. Mountain quelling hammer pair. These dual hammers can shatter mountains and quell them. The front of the card features 2 imposing golden hammers crossed over each other, the material indiscernible. However, as a purple card dropped by the zombie king of Xia City, it was of high quality, and Ye Zi'an could enhance the card's quality once. Ye Zi'an gripped the 2 cards tightly, his fingers moving slightly, activating the Goddess of Luck's ability. The original purple glow was overshadowed by 2 golden lights, transforming the original mountain-quelling hammer into heaven-shaking, earth-shattering hammer pair, with one hammer shaking the heavens and the other shaking the earth. Skill: heaven-shaking, earth-shattering hammer rapidly strikes out 8 hammers with each hit, carrying a stunning effect, increasing in power by 20 with each subsequent attack. In this calculation, the final hammer's power is equivalent to 3.6 times that of the first hammer, and most importantly, the attack carries a stunning effect. Once hit by the first hammer, the opponent can only wait to perish in place. This divine weapon is sufficient to last until the end of the apocalypse. The only regret Ye Zi'an has is that it is a hammer-type weapon which is too ostentatious and would hinder his speed. In Ye Zi'an's view, the Tang Dao is still the most convenient weapon. It seems this weapon will be a gift for Anna. He wonders how she will express her gratitude. These two imposing hammers are indeed the weapons of Su Chun from the original story. Another purple card space ring has also been upgraded, not only expanding the storage space tenfold but also adding a skill space barrier, creating a protective shield with a radius of 5 meters. The original owner of this ring was Lin Shanshan. After casually cleaning up the battlefield aside from the zombie's brain fluid, she acquired more than 10 white and green cards of varying quality. One must say today's harvest is quite abundant. As the sky darkened, Ye Zi'an quickly rushed towards the residential area. Wang Yan calmed the crowd's emotions and noticed that the benefactor who had just left had returned, staying in the hotel across the street. Although imprisoned by Zhao Long, she was aware of the dangers of the Xia City Bridge and seemed to have encountered significant trouble there. In a presidential suite of the hotel, Lin Shanshan and 20 team members gazed at the distant Xia City Bridge where the roars of the furious barbarian king occasionally echoed. This made Lin Shanshan feel a mix of surprise and fear, creating a deep conflict within her. She hoped the roars would cease, as that would mean Ye Zi'an might have slain the furious barbarian king. Yet she also wished for the roars to continue, as that would at least prove Ye Zi'an was still alive and battling the furious barbarian king. The massive figure of the barbarian king looked formidable. As time ticked by, the sky gradually darkened. 10 minutes ago the distant zombie roars had ceased, leaving everyone's hearts hanging in suspense. Did Ye Zi'an succeed? Knowing everything, Wang Yan couldn't help but worry for Ye Zi'an, as she believed he had saved her life and was willing to protect these female survivors. A deep voice resonated throughout the room, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. "Look, it's the boss." A shadow rushed in from the direction of Xia City Bridge, spotted by the keen-eyed Anna. Lin Shanshan swiftly ran to the window to gaze into the distance. At that moment, Ye Zi'an had calmly arrived downstairs, walking through the hotel entrance. Without caring about the gazes of others, Lin Shanshan immediately turned and dashed downstairs, throwing herself into Ye Zi'an's embrace. "Brother Zi'an, you're back." This address was something Lin Shanshan learned from Lu Qinghuan, perfectly reflecting her current thoughts. Seeing Lin Shanshan's worried expression, Ye Zi'an knew that his efforts over the past days had not been in vain. Ye Zi'an grasped Lin Shanshan's hand, placing the space ring into her palm. Lin Shanshan was momentarily stunned but quickly realized what it was. Feeling the ring's power, she sensed it was several times stronger than Chan Ruoxu's. The Lucky Goddess system enhances card quality, while Chan Ruoxu's was an item exchanged with points in the system store, so it couldn't be upgraded. A wave of happiness surged within her. The others wisely stayed upstairs, not wanting to disturb the two. After a while, a loud voice echoed from the staircase. "Boss, I thought." Anna rushed down from upstairs, stomping on the stairs. "I'm not that easy to kill." "Continue." A golden card flew through the air, which Anna caught with a puzzled expression. "What is this?" Upon seeing the information on the card, even Anna's boisterous face turned slightly flushed. The card was immediately activated by Anna, and 2 magnificent golden hammers appeared in her hands. So heavy. As soon as the card was summoned, Anna, still a bit careless, dropped the hammers, creating a loud crash. The once sturdy stairs were dented by the impact of the golden hammers. Anna rolled up her sleeves, undeterred, lifting both hammers and swinging them in the air. Each hammer weighed at least 50 kilograms, and swinging them was indeed a bit strenuous for Anna at this moment. However, with Anna's talent and experience fighting zombies, she would surely become a supernatural being by tomorrow night, at which point she would be able to wield these hammers effortlessly. But Anna was not willing to wait. Seeing Ye Zi'an downstairs, a stubborn determination rose within her. Concentrating her mental energy on the hammers, the heads of the hammers gradually shrank, transforming into 2 sticks, which made it easier for Anna to carry. Anna eagerly ran out of the hotel to test her newly acquired weapons. Outside the hotel, she took out the 2 golden hammers again, this time prepared, and the hammers did not slip from her hands. Compared to the difficulty of lifting them before, they were at least 20% easier to handle now. Now I can test the power of my skills. Anna aimed the dual hammers at a distant boulder and unleashed her skill. The dual hammers in her hands emitted different glows. The earth-shattering hammer was enveloped in a silvery light, while the tremor hammer radiated a yellow-brown light. The attack of the earth-shattering hammer carried a stunning effect, while the tremor hammer had an armor-breaking effect. With the first strike, the massive stone remained motionless, only a small amount of dust being stirred up above it. The second strike caused some corners of the stone to begin to shatter. By the third strike, the surface of the stone was covered in cracks, gradually fracturing. The fourth strike resulted in a thunderous break, turning the stone into a pile of rubble, yet Anna's stamina was completely exhausted. Before the fifth strike could be delivered, the twin hammers slipped from her hands, crashing into the distant wall and creating a large. Anna murmured to herself, it seems that while the power of this skill is great, the consumption of physical energy is also immense. What's most important now is to practice more and improve my physical quality. She then gazed thoughtfully at the room where Ye Zi'an was situated, pondering her thoughts. All of this naturally did not escape Ye Zi'an's perception. In the original story, Su Chen had received these two golden hammers a month after the apocalypse had begun. As a supernatural being, Su Chen could only barely execute these 4 strikes. In comparison, Anna was not yet considered a supernatural being and her future potential was far greater than Su Chen's. Thinking about this, Ye Zi'an became even more diligent in her current training. Outside, Anna waited for her stamina to recover a bit, picked up the golden hammer from the ground and returned to the tavern. In the early morning, the convoy left Wang Yan's temporary supply point and headed back towards the Xia City Bridge. The scene was one of devastation, with corpses of zombies and violently destroyed vehicles everywhere, all proclaiming the ferocity of yesterday's battle. The team members felt an increased sense of awe towards Ye Zi'an, which also boosted their affinity for her. The affinity of these team members for Ye Zi'an uniformly rose to 90. For the search team that frequently went out on missions, the most direct experience of the changes in the outside world reinforced how crucial it was to have a stable and safe dwelling. Ye Zi'an and Lin Shanshan worked side by side, clearing the corpses and obstacles from the bridge and disposing of them into the sea, thereby carving out a safe and unobstructed passage. The few remaining zombies were also smashed to death by Anna with the golden hammer. Although it was worthwhile, it cost the convoy nearly 2 hours of time. After crossing the Xia City Bridge, the subsequent road became relatively smooth and unrestrained. The convoy traveled along the sparsely populated seaside, directly heading towards their final mission location, Xia City University. This was also the alma mater of Ye Zi'an and Lin Shanshan. Lord of the city, we have arrived, a driver called out, waking Ye Zi'an from her meditation, with the gates of Xia City University just 500 meters ahead. Near the school gate, at least 1,000 beautifully dressed zombies were gathered, seemingly former young students trying to escape the school but infected by the zombies. Ye Zi'an took the walkie-talkie and asked the intelligence team member, where is Huize's camp? Captain, they are in the round building 300 meters ahead on the 7th floor. Ye Zi'an looked into the distance at a tall building that overlooked the entire university's changes. Huize and several team members were in a suite, constantly observing the internal changes of Xia City University. Lord of the city, I need to report something to you privately, Huize said, her eyes inadvertently glancing at Lin Shanshan beside her. Ye Zi'an's inner alertness arose. Huize's demeanor suggested that what she was about to say was likely related to Su Chen. But hadn't Su Chen left Xia City? Had he returned so soon? Alright, I will go out with you, and I have many questions to ask you as well. Turning to Lin Shanshan and Anna, she instructed, the other team members should stay here to rest and prepare for the battle this afternoon. Anna understood and pulled Lin Shanshan aside to discuss methods for managing the team members. Ye Zi'an intended to cultivate Lin Shanshan into the captain of the third search team, naturally requiring her to familiarize herself with team management and daily tasks. Leaving the room, Huize led Ye Zi'an to an empty room on the 3rd floor. Noticing that Lin Shanshan remained in the original room, Ye Zi'an spoke to Huize, this place is safe, you can speak now. Su Chen is currently at Xia City University and has established quite a force. This answer, although Ye Zi'an had been mentally prepared, still left her somewhat shocked. Ye Zi'an sat on a sofa to the side, listening as Huize recounted the details. When Huize arrived at Xia City University, Su Chen had already been inside for an unknown period. Furthermore, Su Chen had gathered a group of hundreds of people in the boys' dormitory, occupied the school cafeteria, and began abducting female students for the enjoyment of his group. Currently, the self-rescue committee formed by the female students was at odds with Su Chen's faction, separated by the cafeteria. After listening to Huize's words, Ye Zi'an's expression appeared somewhat unnatural. Why did the protagonist Su Chen's actions now resemble those of a villain? Could it be that under the pressure of various setbacks, Su Chen had turned to darkness? The original story did have this plot, but it occurred only after half a month, and at that time Su Chen was on the side of the female students' self-rescue committee, helping them resist attacks from other groups, and based on that he established the Xia City base. Now not only was the timeline accelerated, but Su Chen had also switched sides. Processing the information in her mind, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing, at least it was the outcome Ye Zi'an had hoped for. Originally, Ye Zi'an had worried that these female students would be unwilling to follow her obediently upon arriving at Xia City University early, but now it seemed much simpler. It appeared that Su Chen had indeed done a good deed. Understood. Is there anything else? Seeing Huize's hesitant demeanor, Ye Zi'an couldn't help but ask. Nothing at all. Huize's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, a faint blush coloring her face, half of which was obscured by stray hair, making it hard to discern her exact expression. Ye turned and left, returning to the previous temporary camp. Ye Zi'an quietly followed behind her. Although she had not explicitly stated it, she had already guessed much of it in her heart, mostly concerning Anna's power enhancement. As former comrades in arms, they understood just how exaggerated the changes in Anna had been. Back in the room, Anna was still passionately discussing the issues of managing team members while Lin Shanxian appeared serious, taking notes in a small notebook. Ye Zi'an cleared her throat, signaling the team members around to pay attention. With the intelligence team members and several captains, the group had nearly 30 people, making them a formidable force. Ye Zi'an spoke up. This afternoon's mission is to enter Xia City University and rescue the surviving female students from the girls' dormitory. As Ye Zi'an finished her statement, Ye pointed towards the distant wall and said, "In the past few days I have thoroughly investigated the surrounding situation. Climbing over this wall leads directly to the girls' dormitory area. Moreover, there are approximately 3,000 to 4,000 zombies concentrated near the school gate. Taking this route will help us avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble." Seeing that no one in the team had objections, Ye Zi'an decisively made the decision and the team began to set off towards the wall. Ye watched in disbelief as two golden hammers suddenly appeared on Anna's shoulders, the hammerheads as large as basketball. The weight of one of these golden hammers was definitely no less than 50 kilograms, yet Anna was able to wield two of them simultaneously and use them with ease. Without acknowledging Ye's shocked gaze, she swung a hammer directly at the wall. With two powerful strikes, the wall surrounding Xiaocheng University collapsed, leaving a pile of broken bricks and a wide entrance that measured 4 to 5 meters. This further confirmed Ye's suspicion that Anna's strength had increased at least fourfold compared to before. With the double hammers raised, Anna led the way, and the scattered few zombies they encountered were crushed into a puddle of flesh before they could even approach her. This weapon feels more and more comfortable to use. Standing tall, Anna had a particular fondness for such blunt weapons. After clearing the nearby zombies, Anna made a gesture and the members of the search team immediately split into two groups to start eliminating the surrounding zombies. No threats could be left at the entrance of the mission target. It's safe. Ye felt a bit speechless. Anna was still using the intercom to communicate over this mere 5-meter distance. However, this was naturally a mercenary's protocol to keep communication devices operational at all times to prevent unexpected damage that could disrupt communication. Anna, holding the double hammers, walked at the front of the group, followed by 7 or 8 warriors armed with swords and shields, while the rest were equipped with bows and crossbows. As Ye had mentioned, there were few people nearby, with less than 100 zombies, most of which had wandered here for some reason. A clear female voice came from not far away. "You beasts, let go of me." A loud slap followed. "Shut up! If you attract the zombies over, none of us will have a good ending." This admonition only made the girl scream louder for help. She would rather be eaten by zombies than endure the humiliation from these two. Noticing a situation ahead, two team members exchanged glances and cautiously approached. In the distance, they saw two boys clumsily trying to cover the girl's mouth with a rag while tying her up with a thin rope, planning to take her away. "Brother Lei, should we take care of her here? Otherwise neither of us will get anything back." The suggestion clearly intrigued the boy named Lei. Upon hearing the boy's proposal, the girl showed a look of despair in her eyes. With her mouth covered by the rag, she couldn't call for help and struggled even more. After a moment's thought, Brother Lei gritted his teeth and said, "All right, let's take care of her here as long as we bring her back alive." After speaking, Brother Lei began to undo his belt. While his hands were still on his belt, he suddenly felt a chill in his throat, a warm liquid flowing out. Raising his left hand to gently touch his throat, he found it covered in bright red blood. "Brother Lei, did you just urinate on me?" The man squatting on the ground felt a few drops of warm liquid fall on his forehead and couldn't help but complain. Looking up, he saw Brother Lei's throat covered in bright red blood, and behind him stood a woman in casual clothes holding a dagger with a few drops of blood dripping from it. Before he could speak, another team member also slashed Brother Lei's throat from behind. The two died with their eyes wide open, regretting their decision to come. "We are here to save you." Seeing the two boys being killed in front of her and that her rescuers were women, the girl's initially panicking heart gradually calmed down, allowing the two to untie her ropes. At this moment, Ye and the other team members also arrived beneath the eaves. The girl glanced around. Apart from Ye, everyone else was female. Realizing she had encountered another group of survivors, she couldn't help but plead, "Please save Teacher Ouyang, she was just taken by a group of boys." "Teacher Ouyang? Could it be Ouyang Shui?" Ye asked in surprise. "How do you know?" The girl was slightly taken aback, realizing the one speaking was Ye, the only male in the group. A vivid image of a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in Yezi's mind. She was a senior who had stayed at Xiaocheng University after graduation, the counselor for Yezi's class. Suddenly Ye thought of a possibility and quickly began recalling the plot from the book. There was also a person named Ouyang Shue in the original book, although it was just a name mentioned briefly. She was the jewel of the Ouyang family from Yenjing, but unfortunately her whereabouts were unknown. Connecting this to the Ouyang Shue he knew with her proud and aloof demeanor and a quality that set her apart from ordinary families, it was no coincidence that they shared the same name. A bold conjecture arose in Yetzi's mind that his senior was indeed the jewel of the Ouyang family currently unaccounted for at Shaochang University. Thinking of this, Yetzi's face darkened as he hurriedly asked, "Where did they go?" Seeing Yetzi's fierce expression and remembering the actions of other boys on campus, the girl felt a bit intimidated by him. However, thinking this was the only opportunity to rescue teacher Ouyang, she mustered her courage and stammered they went towards the cafeteria. After speaking, she felt a sense of relief and pointed towards the distant cafeteria. "You two stay here to protect her, the rest of you come with me to rescue Ouyang Shue." With that, Ye Zi drew his tang knife and dashed towards the cafeteria. "Damn it, this is Ouyang Shue, the former campus belle of Shaochang University. Having her in our hands today is quite a haul. I just wonder if Lei and the others can catch that one who ran away." A few lewd laughs came from not far away. This was a group of about 10 people, each carrying several large bags of supplies, most wielding simple weapons like kitchen knives and iron rods, presumably taken from the cafeteria. At the front of the group, 3 bound women were being pushed forward, their mouths sealed with tape. "It really is Ouyang Shue." Confirming this, Ye Zi swiftly darted behind the group, and before they could react, he struck down the boys, escorting them with his tang knife. The 3 girls in front heard the sounds of fighting behind them and turned to see a scene of carnage. The boys who had just been escorting them were now slain by the man before them. A handsome young man in his mid-20s was wiping the blood off his tang knife. It was evident that these men had only resisted for 10 seconds before meeting their end at his hands. Ouyang Shue instinctively swallowed, feeling that this person was far more dangerous than the boys before. However, he didn't seem like a ruthless villain. At least he was much luckier than falling into Su Chen's hands. "Teacher Ouyang, it's been a long time." The man had a warm expression, wielding a tang dao with ease as he effortlessly severed the ropes binding the 3 individuals without inflicting any harm. Ouyang Shue hurriedly tore off the tape from her mouth, puzzled. "Who are you?" Ouyang Shue looked somewhat confused. There shouldn't be this person in the class she had been teaching lately. She kept searching her memory for information about him, familiar yet strange. "Teacher Ouyang." The first girl to be rescued interrupted Ouyang Shue's thoughts. She had followed the 2 team members to this place and rushed into Ouyang Shue's embrace. "Lu Er, I'm so glad you're okay." Ouyang Shue held Wei Lu Er tightly. Although she was scared herself, she still tried to calm the others' emotions. Unexpectedly, the lost Wei Lu Er was also rescued by these people. "Are you Ye Zi'an?" Ouyang Shue kept assessing Ye Zi'an, guessing a name she thought was correct. Ye Zi'an appeared somewhat displeased and teased, "Senior, have you forgotten me already?" During their school days, Ye Zi'an had a very close relationship with Ouyang Shue. However, due to the events concerning Lu Cici in the past few years since graduation, they hadn't kept in touch much, and Ye Zi'an's appearance had changed drastically after the apocalypse, making Ouyang Shue find it hard to recognize him. "How could that be? You've changed so much." After receiving a confirming answer, Ouyang Shue examined Ye Zi'an in disbelief. In her memories, Ye Zi'an was handsome and polite, nowhere near as robust as he was now, exuding a wild charm. What on earth is going on? Although Huizi had told her quite a bit, Lin Qianqian was still unaware. Ye Zi'an planned to use others to let her and Su Chen completely sever ties while also scraping together some points. Ouyang Shue sighed and spoke. "There is a freshman named Su Chen who has been gathering a large number of idle people and some boys from the school, running rampant on campus, openly insulting female students and even committing murder." "What did you say?" "Su Chen is definitely not that kind of person." Upon hearing Su Chen's name and what he had done, Lin Qianqian appeared incredulous. Su Chen had always been academically excellent since childhood. He couldn't possibly do these things. "Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, feel free to ask around. I heard he was notorious before the apocalypse and was wanted by the police. He was expelled from school long ago." Although Lin Qianqian and Su Chen's fate had yet to unfold, it was already severed by Ye Zi'an. However, having grown up as childhood sweethearts, Lin Qianqian still couldn't believe Su Chen would do such things. "Then you can try it yourself and see how they will treat you." Ouyang Shue didn't want to argue with Lin Qianqian. The 4 of them skillfully picked up the packages and weapons from the ground, preparing to return to the girls' dormitory. Ye Zi'an gently stroked Lin Qianqian's hair and said, "Follow them, we can talk about anything in the girls' dormitory." The group followed Ouyang Shue as they made their way to a girls' dormitory. The insides of the iron gates on both sides were blocked by various tables and chairs. In the second-floor corridor stood many girls, each looking warily at the crowd below, armed with an assortment of weapons. Even the tables and chairs from the dormitory had been moved outside, ready to be used as projectiles against invading groups. Ouyang Shui raised her voice and called to the girls upstairs. I am Ouyang Shui. These people are here to help us. We brought back a lot of supplies. Upon seeing Ouyang Shui's familiar face and the large bundles she carried, the girls gradually lowered their guard and swallowed nervously. Moreover, since most of the group downstairs were women, the girls upstairs felt more at ease. It's teacher Ouyang who is back. The people downstairs are getting ready to open the door. As soon as the message reached downstairs, the sound of tables and chairs being moved could be heard at the door. The tables and chairs that were blocking the door were removed, allowing the previously sealed door to reopen. Who is he? A sharp-eyed girl noticed Ye Zi'an among the crowd and immediately became wary, holding a tunderlong solid iron rod likely taken from a bed frame. He is my former student. He is the one who saved us today and killed more than a dozen of Su Chen's subordinates. The few girls saved by Ye Zi'an also began to speak well of him, as without meeting Ye Zi'an today their outcome would have been absolutely tragic. Ye Zi'an looked up at the girl's face, her cold features revealing a hint of determination. Her figure was curvaceous and incredibly alluring, creating a striking contrast in terms of looks. She was no less than Lin Shanshan. Her name was thus readily apparent. She was Zhou Ruyan, the campus beauty of Xiaqing University, renowned alongside Lin Shanshan and also the flower of the sports department. Seeing that Ye Zi'an was unarmed, the girl nodded and explained, please don't take it personally, it's my duty to ensure the safety of the girls' dormitory. It's fine, I can understand that. Ye Zi'an didn't mind this much. For him, someone as meticulous and serious as Zhou Ruyan was precisely what his fortress lacked. Such a person, as long as they did not cross his bottom line, Ye Zi'an would naturally make things convenient for them. Seeing that Ye Zi'an had no objections, and since they were there to help, Zhou Ruyan led Ye Zi'an and the others to a slightly larger room on the top floor. In this room there were dozens of boxes of supplies piled up, and 7 or 8 students were busy tallying data with paper and pen. The supplies Ouyang Shui had brought back were also moved into this room. Upon seeing Zhou Ruyan bring in a stranger, especially a man, the others immediately felt dissatisfied, their disdain barely concealed in their eyes. If it weren't for Ye Zi'an's good looks, they would have already started to kick him out. Classmate Zhou, what do you mean by this? Why did you bring outsiders here? We came from the suburbs of Xiaqing primarily to search for and rescue some survivors to take back. Sorry, we're fine here at school and have no plans to relocate. These people were all members of the student council and usually held themselves high. Now they naturally spoke with an air of superiority. Ye Zi'an glanced at the girls peering from outside the window and said, you have no right to make decisions for others, do you? By now quite a few girls had gathered outside to watch, and they all expressed agreement upon hearing Ye Zi'an's words. Who are you to make decisions for us? It must be said that Ye Zi'an's face, combined with the aura emanating from the chaos Yin-Yang technique, effortlessly garnered him considerable favor from the girls. Seeing that many girls outside had been deceived, a girl under 5 feet tall and weighing nearly 200 pounds stood up from her seat and pointed at Ye Zi'an, saying, this is a matter between our girls' dormitories and we don't need an outsider like you to intervene. Who knows if you and that Su-chan are in cahoots? Even if you aren't, you don't seem like a good person. The girl shouted arrogantly, completely unaware that disaster was already looming over her. Ah! A mournful scream echoed throughout the girls' dormitory. Ye Zi'an took out a tang knife from his space and directly slashed down at the fat girl's arm, blood splattering across the entire room. The girl in pain covered her severed arm and wailed like a pig being slaughtered. Little sister, don't move around. Zhou Ruoyan, responsible for the safety of the girls' dormitory, saw this scene and was about to step in to stop it, but Anna beside her pressed down on her shoulder, immobilizing her. Zhou Ruoyan felt as if her shoulder was trapped in an iron vise, unable to exert any strength. Other members of the search team also drew their weapons, glaring at the onlooking crowd. Faced with the murderous intent of the search team, all the girls present were intimidated, not daring to step forward to rescue. Ye Zi'an grabbed the fat girl's hair and dragged her into the hallway. The surrounding girls lowered their heads, fearing the weapons in the search team's hands, and did not dare to flee. After all, the girls brave enough to venture out to search for supplies had mostly been captured by boys, and those remaining in the dormitory were generally weak in character. Glancing over the girls in the hallway, Ye Zi'an spoke, you all come with me to see how the person you chose has depleted the dormitory's supplies. Ye Zi'an dragged the girl according to the description in the book and brought her to the door of dormitory 605. Seeing the familiar dormitory door, the girl being dragged by Ye Zi'an began to struggle desperately. If the hidden secrets were revealed, she would be doomed. The other key members also looked terrified, anxiously glancing at Ye Zi'an, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. But the search team members escorting them would not give them that opportunity. The other girls saw Ye Zi'an leading them to this closed dormitory, unaware of his intentions. Among the crowd, a few sharp-eyed girls recognized this dormitory. That's right, isn't this the dormitory of the former president? Ye Zi'an kicked open the dormitory door, revealing a room brimming with various living supplies and a few bags of chips carelessly tossed on the floor. You all. Ouyang Shui and Zhou Ruoyan upon seeing this scene instantly understood the situation. No wonder the supplies in the girls' dormitory had been exhausted in just 6 days, needing continuous dispatches to search for supplies. It turned out these people had been hoarding them for themselves. It's not just this. Ye Zi'an opened a drawer in the wardrobe on one side of the room, and as described in the book there was indeed a diary. Ye Zi'an pulled out the diary and tossed it to Ouyang Shui. What is this? The diary was empty, with the first few pages intentionally torn out. No, the observant Ouyang Shui noticed a clue. The diary was not entirely blank. On the first page there were some residual marks suggesting that the previous page had been written on too forcefully, leaving an impression on the next page. Ouyang Shui found a pencil in the dormitory and carefully began to shade over the marks. The previously recorded contents of the diary appeared before Ouyang Shui's eyes, revealing today's action plan and timing, along with a deal with Su Chen for the safety of herself and others in the future. You all. Ouyang Shui trembled with rage, unable to articulate her anger. Ye Zi'an signaled and Anna timely released Zhou Ruoyan, allowing her to see the contents of the diary. Shameless. No wonder 9 out of 10 sisters who ventured out got caught. It turns out you were the ones who tipped them off. This diary was passed among the other girls, and its shocking contents exposed the heinous actions of these individuals. Congratulations! You have uncovered the conspiracy of the Self-Rescue Association's key members, changed the plot, and earned 5,000 points. You all listened to my explanation. Ye Zi'an was too lazy to waste words on her. After all, his goal of exposing them had been achieved. The points were secured, and all the girls present had clearly seen the ugly faces of these people. Keeping them alive might lead to further trouble. Ye Zi'an swung the tang knife towards her neck, blood splattering against the corridor walls as her head, the size of a soccer ball, dropped to the ground and rolled several times. The fat head's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. As for the supplies, Ye Zi'an waved his hand, gathering all the materials from the room into his space, including those from the previous warehouse, leaving nothing behind, all graciously accepted by Ye Zi'an. These supplies are ours. Zhou Ruoyan, seeing Ye Zi'an using some special method to make all the dormitory supplies vanish, exclaimed in shock, immediately speaking up to stop him. No, no, no. Ye Zi'an waved his hand and explained earnestly, the supplies from this warehouse were obtained after I killed those boys downstairs. It's reasonable for them to belong to me, right? As for the supplies in that dormitory, they are also rightfully mine, as I retrieved them after killing this girl, correct? Of course, if you have the strength you can try to seize them from me. After saying this, he slashed the tang knife towards the railing on one side of the corridor. The palm-thick wall was instantly sliced away by Ye Zi'an's tang knife, with bricks falling to the first floor, creating a loud crash and shattering into pieces. The surrounding girls swallowed hard, not daring to voice any complaints, merely glaring fiercely at the few girls who had embezzled their supplies. If looks could kill, they would have been executed long ago by these murderous glares. Kill those few girls too, Ye Zi'an said casually, as if he were slaughtering a few chickens. The previously arrogant key members of the Self-Rescue Association had no time to beg for mercy and were instantly slashed across the neck by Ye Zi'an's subordinates, their bodies casually thrown downstairs, turning into a bloody mess. The surrounding girls no longer dared to express any dissatisfaction. After all, those who dared to resist had long been betrayed by these key members of the Self-Rescue Association. If there's nothing else, this floor will be my temporary camp from now on. Those who want to watch the excitement can disperse. Hearing Ye Zi'an's dismissal, the originally gathered girls gradually dispersed, leaving only Ouyang Shui behind, who Ye Zi'an claimed was there to reminisce. Ouyang Shui had no choice but to stay, hoping Ye Zi'an would be as gentle and refined as she remembered. By the way, I wonder if I can ask Ye Zi'an for some supplies. If not, borrowing is also fine, so that the other students can survive. Many of these girls in the dormitory have not eaten for days. After the search team finished clearing these dormitory rooms, the sky had completely darkened. Ye Zi'an, like a magnet for attention, took out several barbecue grills and a few gas stoves, starting to feast on barbecue and hot pot on the rooftop. The aroma of food wafted throughout the dormitory building, and Ouyang Shui couldn't help but swallow multiple times as she watched. As the sizzling barbecue was served, Ouyang Shui initially tried to hold back, but as she slowly picked up her chopsticks, Anna quickly grabbed a large portion and Ye Zi'an did the same. In an instant, the entire platter of barbecue was cleared, leaving only some residual sauce in the dish. Is that it? A hint of regret crossed Ouyang Shui's face. She cursed inwardly, realizing she should have acted faster. Lin Xianxian, seeing the barbecue on the table, recalled the scene of burning zombies from yesterday. Holding back her nausea, she silently waited for the ingredients in the hot pot, as she truly could not bring herself to eat the barbecue. At the stairwell, Wei Lir peeked out her little head, gazing at Ye Zi'an and the others enjoying their feast, pouting as she touched her flat stomach, which was already empty. Gurgle. Sure enough, her stomach betrayed her with a growl. Ye Zi'an heard the noise and, seeing Wei Lir wanting to come over but hesitating, waved at her. If you want to eat, come over. Wei Lir in disbelief pointed at herself and asked with some confusion, "Are you calling me?" Deep down she felt a glimmer of hope. There was so much food on the table and she was so hungry. Receiving Ye Zi'an's affirmative answer, Wei Lir, fearing Ye Zi'an might change her mind like a little rabbit, quickly sat next to Ouyang Shui and began devouring the food. Eating well first, even if it meant being poisoned by Ye Zi'an, she would gladly accept. The other girls in the dormitory could only watch with envy as Ouyang Shui and Wei Lir enjoyed their feast on the rooftop, lamenting their own lack of beauty. With a satisfying burp, the two felt content not having eaten so well in a long time. "The other members of the search team stay here. Huizi and Shanshan, come with me for a moment." Ye Zi'an planned to take advantage of the night to gauge Su Chen's strength. Seeing Ye Zi'an leave, Ouyang Shui turned to Anna and asked, "Where is the junior brother going?" "Are you talking about the boss?" Anna, holding a large bone in both hands, looked at Ouyang Shui with a casual expression as she wiped her mouth. "Perhaps he's just going for a post-meal stroll." "Why? Do you two want to join?" Anna's words caused both girls' expressions to shift uncomfortably, especially Wei Lir, whose ears turned slightly red. Meanwhile, Ye Zi'an, who was heading out, had no idea that Anna was spreading rumors about him. There were about 1,000 boys in the entire cafeteria, making it one of the two largest groups on campus alongside the self-rescue team from the girls' dormitory, with the rest being smaller teams of around a few dozen. Under the cover of night, Ye Zi'an along with Lin Shanshan and Huizi stealthily approached a corner of the cafeteria where the university cafeteria office was located. Inside, the lights were on. Ye Zi'an peeked in from a corner of the window and saw a lamp on the desk while Su Chen sat on a sofa flanked by two scantily dressed women. On the other side there were about 10 boys dressed in various styles, the only thing they had in common being that each held a girl in their arms. "Brother Chen, what do you think we should do next?" "That fat woman Lina sends down only a few girls every day, which is hardly enough for the brothers to share." Su Chen looked gloomy but spoke confidently, saying, "Don't worry, after tomorrow night we can organize a team to take down the girls' dormitory's self-rescue team. By then you won't have to worry about not having women, right?" With that he reached out toward the clothing of the two women. Their faces changed, but they didn't dare resist Su Chen. If they opposed him, there were thousands of boys outside waiting for them, and the outcome was easy to imagine. "Exactly, thanks to Brother Chen we can live so comfortably." Although they didn't understand why Su Chen insisted on waiting until tomorrow, his plans had been flawless until now, earning him their trust. "By the way, Brother Chen, what about that foreigner? Why not just kill him and be done with it? Why keep him alive?" Su Chen pushed away the two girls beside him, took a big gulp from the beer on the table and replied, "This foreigner has been a thorn in my side since before the apocalypse. His mouth is too tough. If he doesn't provide anything of value, then well, just chop him up and feed him to the zombies." Outside, Lin Shanshan heard clearly what Su Chen had been up to lately, and her anger was difficult to contain. She couldn't believe that Su Chen had actually become like this. "Su Chen, are you still human?" Lin Shanshan kicked open the back door and stormed into the office, pointing her sword at Su Chen. Not good, Lin Shanshan is too impulsive. Ye Zi'an had no intention of confronting Su Chen directly yet. After all, Su Chen's fortune had not yet run out and he feared any unforeseen events that might disrupt his plans. Su Chen looked shocked as he examined Lin Shanshan, thinking he was hallucinating from drinking. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he confirmed that it was indeed Lin Shanshan. Wasn't she and her sister supposed to be dead at home? How could she be here? Shanshan. But in an instant his expression shifted to one of joy. "Don't call my name, I want to kill you to avenge these innocent girls." With that she swiftly slashed her sword towards Su Chen's arm. Lin Shanshan struck quickly, leaving a bone-deep wound on Su Chen's arm, blood splattering onto the ground. Su Chen stared at Lin Shanshan in disbelief, covering his bleeding arm with his other hand. "Shanshan, you." Ye Zi'an, hiding in the shadows, quietly watched the two's fallout, deciding not to reveal himself unless something unexpected happened to Lin Shanshan. Before Su Chen could finish his words, Lin Shanshan lunged at him with her sword again. Su Chen hurriedly grabbed a large knife beside him to defend against her attack. As their weapons clashed, Su Chen felt his hand go numb from the impact, his face filled with shock. How could Lin Shanshan be this strong? He realized he was no match for her. Disappointed in Su Chen, Lin Shanshan no longer held back, her moves sharp and aimed at Su Chen's vital points. With Su Chen's arm bleeding profusely, he clearly struggled to defend himself. Lin Shanshan and Su Chen completely sever their ties. Host alters the plot, gaining 10000 points. Congratulations, you have acquired a weapon crafting blueprint. Choose one. It can be used in the manufacturing room on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Heaven. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Su Chen's face turned fierce and he shouted to the side, "What are you all waiting for? Come help already." As Su Chen's words faded, he turned to find his subordinates who had once shared dreams of the future with him now lying in pools of blood. A man wielding a tang knife appeared before him, gazing coldly as if looking at a corpse. Ye Zi'an, fearing for Lin Qianqian's safety, had no choice but to step in and eliminate Su Chen's aides. Large beads of sweat dripped from Su Chen's forehead. He had not even noticed when his subordinates were killed. The gruesome scene sent the surviving girls into a panic as the men who had once been alive beside them became lifeless corpses. Several timid girls were so frightened they began to cry out. It seemed the situation was dire. Su Chen's gaze swept around the room, fueled by malice. He grabbed a nearby girl as a shield, wielding his knife without regard for others' lives, and at the right moment he swung his blade at another girl who had been beside him. The deaths of the two girls caused panic in the office. The bloody slaughter turned the previously calm office into chaos as the girls began to flee in all directions to escape Su Chen's indiscriminate massacre. Not only that, but Su Chen endured the excruciating pain, grabbed a bottle of wine from the table and smashed it against the overhead lamp. The already dim office was now plunged into complete darkness. The women who scattered successfully hindered Lin Qianqian's pursuit of Su Chen, who seized the opportunity to escape through the front door. Surviving against all odds, Su Chen shouted to the people in the cafeteria, "There are intruders in the office, everyone gather quickly." Instantly over 100 bare-chested youths rushed over, each wielding an assortment of weapons: iron rods, kitchen knives, mops and benches, charging in a chaotic wave. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen had reached the back of the crowd, shouting to those ahead, "Chop the men into pieces to feed the zombies, deal with the girls as you wish." Upon seeing that the intruders consisted of only Ye Zi'an and two others, one of whom was a woman, the smiles on the faces of the men could no longer be concealed. "Isn't that the campus belle, Lin Qianqian?" Someone in the crowd recognized Lin Qianqian, igniting even more greedy gazes from the boys present. Another girl, though half hidden by disheveled hair, was no less beautiful than Lin Qianqian from what could be seen of her face. Seeing the unabashed expressions of these people, it was as if they had already won. "You are seeking death." After uttering those words, Ye Zi'an charged into the crowd alone, his tang knife sweeping through the masses. In just one move, over 10 of the survivors at the front were cleaved in half. Ye Zi'an showed no mercy as the tang knife indiscriminately harvested the lives of these survivors. The ground was littered with broken weapons and severed limbs, accompanied by the shrill cries of the surviving girls. The cafeteria resembled a hellish scene drenched in blood. These individuals were not only vastly inferior in strength to Ye Zi'an, but their weapons were also inadequate. When their makeshift weapons clashed with Ye Zi'an's tang knife, they were easily shattered. Lin Qianqian watched as girls in a corner of the cafeteria, some of whom she recognized, were mistreated. She began to wield her sword among the crowd, her gaze toward Su Chen growing increasingly cold. Su Chen's mouth hung open in disbelief as he witnessed the scene before him. Hundreds if not thousands of boys in the cafeteria were unable to even approach Ye Zi'an, let alone kill him. Before Ye Zi'an stood a small hill formed of bodies, and the others looked at him with terror as if a demon had descended. Among the corpses, numerous boys still clung to life, crying for help as they dragged their broken bodies towards their companions, trying to distance themselves from the killing machine that was Ye Zi'an. However, they had barely crawled a few steps before being struck down by a pale blue arrow. At that moment, Lin Qianqian stood protectively in front of the girl, whose face was half hidden by disheveled hair, as the girl wielded a strange short crossbow, shooting pale blue arrows that claimed a life every second. "It's a ghost." Ye Zi'an became like a reaper, continuously harvesting the lives of these survivors. In just a few minutes, more than half of the survivors were eliminated. The immense pressure became unbearable, and what began as a few individuals sneaking away turned into a complete collapse of the group, scattering in all directions. Su Chen's ambitions would not be realized. However, they were not without purpose, as they had bought Su Chen a few minutes of time. Realizing the dire situation, he had already left the cafeteria and was nowhere to be found. "Let's go kill Su Chen." After saying this, Ye Zi'an glanced at Lin Qianqian to gauge her reaction. Hearing Ye Zi'an's words, Lin Qianqian's expression remained unchanged as she furiously replied, "Indeed, it's best to eliminate scum like him to prevent further harm to others." Lin Qianqian was utterly disappointed in Su Chen's actions. The three left the cafeteria and began searching for Su Chen around the campus, while the girls who had indirectly been saved mostly took advantage of the night to escape back to the nearby girls' dormitory. The view outside the cafeteria was obstructed by several buildings. Ye Zi'an had been delayed by those inside, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he saw boys fleeing in all directions. With an injury to his arm, Su Chen should not be able to run far in this pitch-black night. Ye Zi'an searched around. The noisy chaos, accompanied by the growls of zombies, made it difficult for him to discern the direction Su Chen had fled. Lin Qianqian stamped her foot angrily and said, "Damn it, it seems that scum has no idea where he has run off to." Just as Ye Zi'an was about to give up and return to the cafeteria, a crisp sound of clashing weapons rang out in the distance, followed by a series of continuous fighting sounds. Ye Zi'an carefully discerned the sound of weapons clashing. It was indeed the large knife Su Chen had used earlier, confirming that he was the one engaged in combat. "Let's go, Su Chen is ahead." As the two heard Ye Zi'an's words, they immediately followed him. Under the moonlight, two men were locked in fierce combat, one of whom was Su Chen while his opponent was Ye Zi'an, the butler of the Ye family. Ye Zi'an had always remembered the task assigned by Ye Zi'an, relentlessly pursuing Su Chen these days. However, since Su Chen entered Shaoqing University, he was always surrounded by a crowd, making it difficult for Ye Zi'an to find an opportunity to strike. Today, having finally found Su Chen, who was gravely injured and alone, Ye Zi'an would not let this opportunity slip away. Su Chen, go to hell. At that moment, Lin Xianxian seized the opportunity to swing her sword toward Su Chen's neck. With no time to dodge, Su Chen could only raise his left hand to block Lin Xianxian's attack. Ah! Su Chen's left arm was severed by Lin Xianxian at the joint, leaving only a half-broken limb. Xianxian Yu! Su Chen clutched his severed arm, unable to speak from the pain. Despair etched on his face as he gazed at Lin Xianxian. A twinge of sorrow welled up within. How could this happen in this life? Am I destined not to survive to? Even with the protection of the protagonist's halo, Su Chen had only grown to a level comparable to Ye Zi'an. With the stronger Lin Xianxian joining the battle, Su Chen now faced two opponents, his body already covered in wounds. Su Chen's face was ashen, his expression of despair devoid of any color. The wound on his arm had gone untended for too long, causing him to lose a significant amount of blood. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lin Xianxian charging at him with a sword. Su Chen helplessly closed his eyes, ready to welcome the arrival of death. Suddenly, an unexpected shadow rushed in from afar, moving at an astonishing speed, even faster than Ye Zi'an. Be careful. This shadow rapidly changed positions along its path, finally locking its target onto Lin Xianxian. Ye Zi'an shouted a warning, swinging his tang knife towards the shadow in midair. However, the shadow defied logic in midair, abruptly changing direction, causing Ye Zi'an's strike to miss. Ye Zi'an could not turn around in time to stop it, while Lin Xianxian was still focused on killing Su Chen. By the time the shadow reached her, it was too late to evade. Locked onto by the shadow, Lin Xianxian looked at it with despair. In a critical moment, Ye Zi'an pushed Lin Xianxian aside, taking the blow meant for her. Hiss! The shadow's claws tore a massive gash across Ye Zi'an's chest, nearly splitting him open, exposing his internal organs to the air. Ye Zi'an, struck by the shadow, fell to the ground, gasping for air, gritting his teeth to stifle a scream of agony. The system's delayed notification finally sounded. Ding ding ding, detected shrank mutated zombie Shadow Walker. Skills Shadow Cloak. The Shadow Walker merges into the dark corners, then suddenly appears to deliver a fatal blow to enemies. Bloodthirsty Claw delivers a disemboweling claw strike to enemies. This Shadow Walker was not mentioned in the plot, yet its target was not the weakest Wheezy but Lin Xianxian, whose attributes were just below Ye Zi'an. Ye Zi'an speculated that this was the will of the heavens protecting Su Chen while simultaneously eliminating Lin Xianxian, the female lead who had strayed from the plot. Su Chen kept his eyes closed for a long time, and when he saw that Lin Xianxian's sword had not yet fallen, he opened his eyes to find a shadow not far away. It seemed things were taking a turn for the better. Su Chen exerted the last of his strength and ran away without looking back. But Ye Zi'an would not let him go. Stealing his heart, he chased after him. Lin Xianxian had the protective shield of her space ring, and in the worst-case scenario, if the three of them died, it would still be worth it to trade Su Chen's life. Loyal servants of the female lead were never in short supply. Su Chen, clutching his severed arm, was grateful to have dodged a calamity when he spotted Ye Zi'an's figure not far away. Ye Zi'an flashed a wicked smile, raised his tang knife high, and swiftly beheaded Su Chen. Su Chen's head flew through the air as the system notified that Ye Zi'an had killed Su Chen. Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating Su Chen, earning 1,000,000 points. Congratulations, host, for receiving a Tower of Heaven layer upgrade card that can directly increase the Tower of Heaven's layers by 1. Looking at Su Chen's corpse on the ground and the system's notification in his mind, Ye Zi'an let out a sigh of relief. However, looking at Su Chen's body, Ye Zi'an felt uneasy. He took out a fireball spell from the system space and ignited Su Chen's corpse. He's truly dead, no need to worry about resurrection. Watching the flames engulf Su Chen's body, reducing it to ashes as if he had never existed in this world. After the body was burned to ashes, it formed a white light orb in the air. Host, this is the protagonist's halo. If you absorb it, the villain system will unlock new functions and you will become the only male lead in this world. Ye Zi'an's hand touched the light orb and a gentle energy instantly flowed into his limbs, completely replenishing the energy he had lost. Congratulations, host, for killing the male lead Su Chen. For the subsequent plot, you just need to methodically conquer the other female leads. Daughter of Destiny of the great Xiao Shangguan, you future lord of the Yin Jing base. By the way, Lin Xianxian and the others are still in the cafeteria. Realizing this, Ye Zi'an hurriedly returned to the cafeteria. Not far away, Lin Xianxian activated the protective shield of her space ring to resist the Shadow Walker's attack. Seeing Ye Zi'an return, the Shadow Walker instantly vanished into the darkness. But Ye Zi'an knew clearly that the Shadow Walker was definitely hiding in the shadows, waiting for the next opportunity to ambush. As time passed, Ye Zi'an stood calmly in place, but his mental energy searched for possible locations where the Shadow Walker might appear. The Shadow Walker was also content to confront Ye Zi'an from the shadows, the biting cold wind gradually sapping Ye's vitality. Suddenly Ye Zi'an seemed to notice something amiss. He raised his tang knife high, his figure flashing as he struck fiercely at a dark corner not far away. To Lin Qianqian and Huizi there was nothing there. A sound of metal clashing rang out as a few drops of black blood appeared on the ground. The shadow had already flashed far away. Take this. From a distance, Anna raised a golden hammer and slammed it down heavily at the Shadow Walker's landing spot. Bang! The massive collision shattered the surrounding glass, and the impact forced both the Shadow Walker and Anna to stagger back a few steps. Hearing from the fleeing girls that there was a fight in the cafeteria, Anna, a war enthusiast, immediately grabbed her golden hammer and rushed to the cafeteria to assist. After retreating a few steps, the shadow vanished once again into the night. After a while, Ye Zi'an felt that the piercing coldness had dissipated and the cries of survivors echoed in the distance. It seemed that the Shadow Walker had left this place to hunt down other students in the campus. Seeing this, Ye Zi'an approached Ye and carefully examined his injuries. Second uncle. At this moment, Ye's breathing was weak, but the look he gave Ye Zi'an was exceptionally firm, as if he had some final words to convey. Ye Zi'an searched the system store carefully, but unfortunately the items refreshed today were all attribute potions, providing no help for Ye's injuries. Ye had yet to speak when he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood along with a portion of his shattered internal organs, the mixture blocking his throat and causing him to cough uncontrollably. The organs within him shook violently with each cough, yet despite the excruciating pain, Ye did not utter a sound, merely gripping Ye Zi'an's hand tightly. Pitying the hearts of parents, Ye Zi'an saw the expression on his second uncle's face and understood what this loyal servant wanted to say. Ye is now with me, serving as the captain of the patrol team in the fortress. I will take good care of her for you in the future. This brief statement eased Ye's mind considerably. As the fortress was Ye Zi'an's greatest support in the apocalypse, the person serving as the captain of the patrol team was undoubtedly Ye Zi'an's most trusted aide. Most importantly, Ye would not need to venture out into danger. After Ye Zi'an finished speaking, a look of contentment appeared on his second uncle's face, his gaze gradually clouding over and the already faint breath finally extinguished. Lin Qianqian, with red-rimmed eyes, felt guilty for her negligence leading to Ye's death. Although she had never met Ye, the thought of the smile on Ye's face when she mentioned her father left Lin Qianqian unsure how to face Ye upon returning. Huizi and Anna sighed, lamenting the demise of this once renowned mercenary cursed by this wretched apocalypse. Finally understanding why Ye Zi'an had to confront the raging barbarian king alone, this level of mutated zombie was simply not something ordinary people could contend with. Ye Zi'an took the golden hammer from Anna and slammed it hard into the ground. The hard concrete floor cracked like a spider web, forming a large pit into which Ye Zi'an buried Ye. Second uncle, rest in peace. Su Chen is dead, and I will also slay the Shadow Walker to avenge you. The four of them collected their emotions and set off back to the cafeteria. However, shortly after the four left, the few drops of blood that had fallen to the ground from the Shadow Walker slowly seeped into the earth, coincidentally landing on Ye's chest wound. Only accepting female team members, thus allowing second uncle to become a mutated zombie, serving Ye Zi'an outside the fortress. Seeing Lin Qianqian's red and swollen eyes filled with immense guilt, Ye Zi'an found it difficult to say anything more. Even an early-stage ability user would be crushed when facing an S-class mutated zombie alone, let alone Lin Qianqian, who was not yet an ability user but merely a strong ordinary person. In that earlier situation, apart from Ye Zi'an, the targets chosen by the Shadow Walker could hardly escape death. Ye Zi'an gently rubbed Lin Qianqian's small head, offering comfort. You need not feel overly guilty. Mutated zombies are beyond the capability of ordinary people. If there is blame, it lies with the deceased Su Chen. If he had not done evil, these people would not have died. Lin Qianqian nodded and fiercely stated, he deserved to die. I never expected him to truly be that kind of person. Lin Qianqian's thoughts were guided by Ye Zi'an, and with the male lead of the current world being Ye Zi'an, her hatred for Su Chen reached its peak. Ye Zi'an led the group back to the cafeteria to gather the supplies left behind by Su Chen. Inside the cafeteria, apart from a few severely injured individuals still moaning on the ground, no other survivors could be seen. Most of the female survivors who had been in the cafeteria earlier had taken advantage of the chaos to escape back to the girls' dormitory or find other hiding spots. Ye Zi'an picked up the tang knife in his hand and out of mercy ended the lives of these people on the ground one by one to prevent them from becoming zombies and committing evil again. Qianqian and Anna, go upstairs. I will search the first floor with Huizi. The two nodded and the group split again, with each pair starting to search for supplies in the cafeteria. Ye Zi'an and Huizi searched the warehouse on the first floor of the cafeteria, which was now mostly filled with easily preserved food like rice and flour, while the originally available meat had long since rotted away, casually piled in a corner, presumably left for subordinates to use to lure zombies. In a corner of the cold storage, Ye Zi'an discovered a foreign mercenary who had already passed away with a steel bar pierced through his forehead. The numerous bruises on his skin were shocking and his limbs bore cuts from sharp blades suggesting that he had suffered greatly at the hands of Su Chen while alive. However, these individuals were mostly contacted by Ye Zi'an through the dark web and were largely unaware of Ye Zi'an's true identity. Even if they wanted to betray him, they would be unable to do so and would instead be tortured to death by Su Chen. Huizi sighed. Although they were strangers, they were both mercenaries. She set fire to the body to prevent it from being devoured by zombies. In addition, Ye Zi'an discovered 2 green supply cards in the office drawer containing seeds for potatoes and tomatoes. This was an unexpected delight. Although the quality of these cards was not high, their stable yield could grow rapidly in the apocalypse, providing some vitamins. Thinking about the large number of survivors that would increase upon returning, Ye Zi'an looked at the rows of tables and chairs in the cafeteria, waving his hand. Ye Zi'an spared no effort in collecting the tables, chairs, pots and other utensils from the cafeteria, adhering to the principle of taking all that was available. Now in the vast first floor of the cafeteria, only a ground full of corpses remained, devoid of any signs of the cafeteria's previous existence. Ye Zi'an planned to use these corpses tomorrow to lure out the Shadow Walker. Meanwhile, Lin Xianxian and Anna found the supplies that Su Chen had scavenged from other places on the second floor, which included a large amount of easily stored convenience food, numerous snacks and high-end cigarettes and alcohol. Lin Xianxian stored these in her space ring to bring back to the fortress. Anna scanned the area, not finding any other valuable supplies, and said, "Let's go, there's nothing of value left here." Lin Xianxian nodded and followed Anna downstairs. The 2 groups gathered at the entrance of the staircase on the first floor. Gazing at the now empty cafeteria littered only with dead bodies, Ye Zi'an led the 3 back to the girls' dormitory. From a distance, the girls' dormitory was lit only on the top floor, occupied by Ye Zi'an, while the other floors were pitch black. Occasionally whispers from the girls could be heard inside, proving that someone was living there. Ye Zi'an chose to ignore it. With these survivors returning to recount their tragic experiences, Ye Zi'an felt that the resistance to bring them back to the fortress tomorrow would be significantly reduced, especially since the supplies on campus had mostly fallen into his hands. These people had no other choices. If they didn't leave with him, they would only be waiting to die. After coaxing Lin Xianxian to sleep early, Ye Zi'an contemplated how to deal with the Shadow Walker in the corridor tomorrow. The Shadow Walker was different from the Mad King. It moved with extreme speed and, hidden under the cover of night, could easily conceal its form, delivering a fatal blow to its enemies unexpectedly. If the Shadow Walker was not successfully dealt with tomorrow night after midnight, the blood moon would enhance the Shadow Walker's speed even further, making it even more difficult to kill. Ye Zi'an had already searched the system shop before today. It mainly contained attribute potions with nothing of value to exchange for. It seemed he would have to wait for the refresh at 12 o'clock. Leaning against the railing, Ye Zi'an analyzed the current situation. Su Chen was dead and the group of boys in the cafeteria had already scattered, unlikely to form any threat. As for the Shadow Walker, its speed was exceptionally fast and it only appeared at night, making it extremely difficult to hunt. Fortunately, mutated zombies generally moved within a fixed range and did not run around randomly. Ye Zi'an looked at the cards in his space, continuously experimenting with possible tactics. After a long while, a rough plan emerged in Ye Zi'an's mind. Although he didn't have complete confidence in killing the Shadow Walker, a success rate of over 70% was worth taking the risk. A rustling sound of footsteps from the staircase interrupted Ye Zi'an's thoughts. Under the moonlight, Ouyang Shue's cold face appeared before him. Ouyang Shue had a hint of worry at the corners of her brow, seemingly affected by the tragic experiences of the girls downstairs, feeling somewhat hopeless about the future. As if it were raining at the worst possible time, the water supply on campus had suddenly ceased tonight, leaving the people in the girls' dormitory completely without water, electricity, food or other necessities for survival. Seeing Ye Zi'an leaning against the railing, Ouyang Shue politely exchanged a few pleasantries with him before returning to her dormitory on the top floor. As Ye Zi'an was about to return to his temporary residence, he overheard Zhou Ruyan conversing with another girl downstairs. "Ruyun, the supplies in the girls' dormitory are exhausted. It seems they'll have to go out of school to find some tomorrow." Zhou Ruyan sighed deeply and continued, "I wonder if Senior Yi would be willing to lend us some supplies for emergencies." From their conversation, Ye Zi'an learned that the other girl was Zhou Ruyan's twin sister, Zhou Ruyun. She was one of the few mental-type ability users in the book, highly intelligent, but her only flaw was that she was disabled due to illness, forced to sit in a wheelchair. Otherwise, she would surely have a place as the campus belle of Xiaqing University. Zhou Ruyun sighed and similarly expressed her worries, saying, "Sister, don't be too naive. If there were fewer people, it would be easier. Now there are nearly 2,000 people in the self-rescue group, and daily food and drink is no small amount. Even if Ye Zi'an is willing to lend a few hundred kilograms of food, won't solve anything. Even if each person consumes only 300 grams of food per day, that would require 600 kilograms of rice, not to mention the water supply has also been cut off. The younger sister's reasoning made sense, but Zhou Ruyan remained unconvinced, arguing, I just don't know if what his team members said is true. Is there really a fortress in the suburbs that's almost all girls? Zhou Ruyan pondered for a moment and analyzed based on what she knew from their expressions. I don't think it's fake. I've heard that the Ye Corporation is building a fortress in the suburbs and is simultaneously recruiting a large number of female elites across the country. Ye Zi'an's actions had previously made the news in Xiaocheng. For Zhou Ruyan, who usually had to stay in her dormitory, this news left a deep impression. If it weren't for her legs being inconvenient, she would have wanted to give it a try. Forget it, talking more is pointless. Tomorrow I'll see if I can borrow some supplies from Senior Yi to address the urgent need. I hope, as teacher Ouyang said, that Senior Yi is easy to talk to and a kind person. Zhou Ruyan was clear that the best option was to leave Xiaocheng University and find a large supermarket to take refuge in. However, thinking of the thousands of zombies at the school gate coupled with her sister's mobility issues, they were forced to stay in the dormitory to seek a way out. Ye Zi'an upstairs listened to their conversation, clearly a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If he could obtain some extra attributes by dealing with Zhou Ruyan tonight, it would give him more confidence in resolving the Shadow Walker tomorrow. He muttered to himself, looks promising. With that thought, Ye Zi'an walked to Zhou Ruyan's dormitory door and gently knocked. Who is it? Zhou Ruyan asked cautiously, quietly approaching the door while tightly gripping a fruit knife in her hand, ready to respond to any potential danger. Ruyan, it's me, Ye Zi'an. I have something to discuss with you. Zhou Ruyan felt a bit puzzled. What could Senior Yi want at this late hour? However, thinking that she needed to borrow some supplies from Ye Zi'an for tomorrow, she couldn't afford to offend him right now. Zhou Ruyan hurriedly opened the door and turned to remind her sister to take care of herself, then left the dormitory following Ye Zi'an's footsteps to the rooftop. Under the moonlight, Ye Zi'an looked Zhou Ruyan up and down. Indeed, she was the renowned beauty Zhou, on par with Lin Qianqian. Even though she appeared somewhat haggard due to lack of food these days, slightly inferior to Lin Qianqian at that moment, her well-toned figure from years of sports added a lot to her appeal. Zhou Ruyan felt uncomfortable under Ye Zi'an's aggressive gaze, but recalling her dependence on him, she patiently asked, Senior Yi, what do you want to discuss with me? I have taken a liking to you, be my woman. What? Zhou Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Ye Zi'an. His words were too direct, leaving her stunned, even doubting if she had misheard. Ye Zi'an was unfazed and continued, I heard what you just said to your sister. There is indeed a fortress on the outskirts of Xiamen City with enough supplies to feed 3,000 people for generations. Zhou Ruyan parted her red lips and said, why should I believe you? Ye Zi'an waved his hand and piles of supplies suddenly appeared on the previously empty rooftop. Although she had witnessed Ye Zi'an's ability to make supplies disappear from the dormitory during the day, seeing this impossible act once again left Zhou Ruyan utterly shocked. Zhou Ruyan excitedly approached and touched the supplies, holding a handful of rice. The plump grains flowed through her fingers, and the sound of grains falling into the pile momentarily left her in a daze. This was no illusion, the supplies were genuinely there. Looking at the mountain of supplies, there were at least hundreds of thousands of pounds of rice, not to mention the numerous boxes of flour and ready-to-eat meals nearby. In her ears, Ye Zi'an's tempting voice continued, I can have them work in my fortress, and I can even cure your sister's ailment. After saying that, Ye Zi'an casually took out a bottle of agility potion and handed it to her. Zhou Ruyan looked curiously at the potion, a small glass bottle containing a light green liquid. Could this cure her sister's illness? That was a condition that many renowned doctors had found helpless. Ye Zi'an lit a cigarette, took a leisurely puff, and said, this potion will help your sister's condition. If you don't believe me, let her try it now. If she doesn't return before this cigarette burns out, I'll take it as a no. As the cigarette slowly burned, releasing smoke into the air, time passed second by second. Zhou Ruyan had her doubts, but given the strength that Senior Yi displayed, there was no need for him to deceive her with such a method. However, to be absolutely sure, Zhou Ruyan quickly ran back to the dormitory and had her sister drink the agility potion. Zhou Ruyan looked at her sister with confusion, wondering where she had obtained the potion, but felt parched after not drinking water for a long time. Seeing her sister's expectant expression, Zhou Ruyan opened the cap and drank the potion. The light green liquid flowed down her esophagus into her abdomen. Zhou Ruyan felt a slight response in her previously numb feet as a warm current flowed from her abdomen to her limbs that had lost sensation. Tentatively, she pinched her numb thigh with her left hand. The faint pain made her feel a glimmer of hope that had been absent for a long time. Grabbing Zhou Ruyan's hand excitedly, she exclaimed, Sister, where did this come from? I feel like I can sense my feet again. If I take a few more doses, I believe I can stand up. Although the voice was not loud, it did not escape Ye Zi'an's ears on the rooftop. Zhou Ruyan's condition was quite rare, and Ye Zi'an knew the cause from the books he had read. Essentially, it was a continuous decline in physical responsiveness, ultimately leading to a vegetative state where one could think but not act freely. The agility potion's effect was to enhance the user's reaction speed. A potion costing only 100 points was a remarkably good deal for gaining the Zhou sisters' favor. Even if the potion proved ineffective, there was Su Wei in the fortress. It was Su Wei, a third-tier healing ability user in the book, who cured Zhou Ruyun's ailment. Hearing her sister's affirmative response, Zhou Ruyan genuinely felt happy for her. Indeed, Senior Yi had not deceived her. This potion truly helped her sister's condition. However, recalling Senior Yi's earlier request, a hint of panic crossed Zhou Ruyan's mind. Should she go up? Zhou Ruyun was oblivious to the strange expression on her sister's face and continued to excitedly talk about her future after regaining her mobility, envisioning searching for supplies with her sister instead of staying alone in the dormitory, which would even make chores much easier. Zhou Ruyan hadn't seen her sister so full of life in a long time. Biting her lip, she made a decision in her heart. Gently brushing Zhou Ruyun's hair, she said softly, "This potion is an experimental product developed by the Yi Corporation. I agreed to merge the self-rescue team into the fortress in the suburbs as Senior Yi asked. Senior Yi needs some survivors in the fortress. As long as one is willing to work there, everyone can eat well. Alright, I need to go up and discuss the details of the merger with Senior Yi. I might be late, so make sure to sleep early." After saying that, Zhou Ruyan decisively walked out of the dormitory and quickly ran back to the rooftop. Ye Zi'an's cigarette had just burned out and the last bit of ash fell onto the railing. Zhou Ruyan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had not exceeded the time agreed upon with Ye Zi'an. Ye Zi'an casually flicked the cigarette butt off the building and said nonchalantly, "It seems you have made your choice." Zhou Ruyan bit her lip and nodded slowly, but tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, displeasing Ye Zi'an. Ye Zi'an stepped in front of Zhou Ruyan, gripping her chin and speaking coldly, "Since it's a transaction, don't feel too wronged. How many girls more beautiful than you are out there, all yearning for such an opportunity in this world? Moreover, the benefits are not just what I mentioned earlier. You will find out shortly." Ye Zi'an's words awakened Zhou Ruyan. Indeed, it was a mutually agreeable transaction. There was no reason for her to feel wronged. She had witnessed too many partings in this apocalypse where human life was practically worthless. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, Zhou Ruyan concealed her dissatisfaction and obediently said, "I understand. I will not err again and will be at ease as your woman from now on." As long as her sister could recover, all her sacrifices would be worth it. Ye Zi'an was pleased with Zhou Ruyan's current obedient demeanor. The supplies that had previously been piled on the rooftop were retrieved by Ye Zi'an and a luxurious bed appeared in the empty space. Zhou Ruyan was somewhat shocked in her heart but did not show it. Did Senior Yi want to do it here? Meeting Ye Zi'an's gaze, she hesitated not at all and slowly walked to the bed, sitting down and gradually shedding her thin clothing under the moonlight. The bright moonlight illuminated Zhou Ruyan's body as pure as jade. Ye Zi'an admired her perfect figure coupled with her alluring expression, making her look exceptionally delicate. Yet it seemed like something was still missing. Ye Zi'an took out a set of gymnastic attire, smiling as he indicated for Zhou Ruyan to change into it. "Congratulations, host, for befriending Zhou Ruyan, enhancing your luck and gaining 5,000 points. Although luck is ethereal, it is an extremely important existence in any world." Strange energy filled her limbs and bones, and even her thoughts were clearer than before. Noticing Zhou Ruyan's shocked expression, Ye Zi'an spoke up, "You need not be surprised. Your physical strength is now at least 4 times greater than before." Zhou Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "What?" As an athletic student, Zhou Ruyan was well aware of how exaggerated her strength being 4 times greater was. This meant she could now easily run under 5 seconds in 100 meters and could even hold her own against the world's top boxers. Could this be the other benefits Senior Yi mentioned earlier? Zhou Ruyan looked up at the bright moon and she could now clearly see the pockmarked surface of the moon. Feeling her attributes rapidly growing, Zhou Ruyan felt a bit more confident about surviving in this apocalyptic world with her sister. If only Ruoyun could also. This thought just sprouted from her heart when Zhou Ruoyan quickly dismissed it. She did not want her sister to make any sacrifices, she only wished for her to live safely and happily in this world. "Tomorrow, have all the dorm leaders of the girls' dormitory gather on the rooftop. I have something to announce." After saying this, Ye Zi'an left behind a bottle of agility potion and walked straight down to Ouyang Shue's dormitory. After Ye Zi'an left, tears finally spilled from the corners of Zhou Ruoyan's eyes, slowly sliding down her cheeks. After a long time, Zhou Ruoyan calmed her emotions, wiped the tears from her eyes and tightly gripped the bottle of agility potion as she walked awkwardly downstairs. The typically strong-willed Zhou Ruoyan had never imagined she would one day sacrifice her purity for something. Fortunately, Ye Zi'an kept his word and the experience just now was not so terrible, making it easier for Zhou Ruoyan to accept. As Ye Zi'an descended from the rooftop, he evenly distributed his attribute points around him, savoring the feeling from earlier. His life truly was hard busy from dawn till dusk. If it weren't for the cultivation technique automatically absorbing energy from the air to replenish his stamina, he wouldn't know where he would have ended up. In the dormitory, Ouyang Shui had not yet fallen asleep. Influenced by the survivor's return from the cafeteria, she tossed and turned in bed, lost in thought. As the only remaining female teacher in the Self-Rescue Association, Ouyang Shui treated these students as if they were her own sisters. Watching them suffer made her heart feel heavy. Ye Zi'an opened the door and entered, using spiritual probing on Ouyang Shui. Ouyang Shui strength 7, agility 8, stamina 7, spirit 10, potential SSS favorability 88. Judging from her impressive favorability of 88 points, Ye Zi'an knew he had a chance tonight. To Ye Zi'an's surprise, Ouyang Shui's potential was actually SSS, indicating she would definitely be a powerful psychic in the future. Although her favorability was not as high as the 95 points he had with Lu Qinghuan upon first meeting, the fact that they hadn't been in contact for so many years yet still had 88 points of favorability showed that Ye Zi'an held a significant position in her heart. Breaking the silence, Ye Zi'an spoke in a tone tinged with regret. "Senior sister, I actually liked you when I was studying, it's just that your family background forced me to give up." This was naturally a fabrication by Ye Zi'an. In this world he was quite the fool. Completely oblivious to matters of romance, otherwise he wouldn't have been played around by Lu Sisi for 3 years of engagement without even holding hands, and his relationship with Ouyang Shui was purely that of friends. The bright moonlight streamed through the window, allowing Ouyang Shui to see Ye Zi'an's dejected expression. Recalling the past, she couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. So that's how it was. Coming from a distinguished family, I had few close friends since childhood until I met Ye Zi'an at Xiaoqing University, whose courteous demeanor gradually captured Ouyang Shui's heart. But now, with the ability to protect you, I naturally do not wish to leave any regrets. Although the only male lead, Su Qin, is dead, I have become the male lead. However, in the future the Heavenly Tao will support the other female leads in the book to become the Daughters of Fortune, continuing to perfect the plot. A prime example is Shangguan Yu, the Lord of the Yin Jing base. However, Ouyang Shui is not the female lead in the book, so I need not worry about the interference of the Heavenly Tao's will, and I shall seize the opportunity first. Ouyang Shui looked into Ye Zi'an's sincere eyes and finally shyly nodded. The pink Peppa pajamas were carelessly tossed aside by Ye Zi'an, and I never expected that the usually aloof Ouyang Shui could have such a cute side. The unfortunate Ye Zi'an began his third round of training today. As a mysterious force was absorbed by Ouyang Shui, she completed her first training session and fell into a deep sleep in Ye Zi'an's embrace. Temporary Operations Department in the suburbs of Yanjing City, Daxia Kingdom. A middle-aged officer hurriedly entered the makeshift tent, straightened his chest, and saluted the 7 people seated around the conference table. Though all 7 were over 60, their faces appeared youthful, and their imposing presence instilled a sense of fear in the battle-hardened middle-aged officer. Upon seeing the middle-aged officer enter, the 7 paused their discussion, their sharp gazes fixed on him. Regaining his composure, the middle-aged officer calmly stated, "The 150000 garrison troops near Yanjing have been assembled, but the plan to reclaim Yanjing City is proving more difficult than anticipated. Ordinary firearms have become ineffective and heavy weapons have vanished without a trace. The remaining tanks and armored vehicles can only serve as meat shields, and even the most basic gunpowder cannot be successfully prepared, forcing the troops to rely on cold weapons to slay those bizarre creatures resembling zombies. Ordinary zombies are manageable, but among them are numerous uniquely shaped mutated forms, causing significant casualties to the troops." Having said that, the middle-aged officer produced several documents and distributed them to the 7 present. The images on the documents displayed the corpse of a strangely shaped monster charred by flames lying on the ground. This monster caused the sacrifice of an entire battalion of 500 soldiers, and ultimately the battalion commander drove a fuel truck to crash into it, resulting in mutual destruction. This is the peculiar card pressed beneath the monster's corpse after the flames were extinguished, which remained intact during the inferno, so I brought it with me. After speaking, the middle-aged officer handed over a card surrounded by purple light still stained with fresh blood. The elderly man in the center remained silent. He was Ouyang Shui's father, the supreme commander of Daxia Kingdom, Ouyangzhen. Ouyangzhen sighed, gently picked up the card and carefully wiped the bloodstains with his sleeve, beginning to examine it closely. The card felt unlike paper, its material resembled a lightweight special metal. The front of the card depicted a deep blue staff. The back resembled a manual explaining the card's attributes. Ice staff enhances the ice attribute power of the user. Consuming a certain amount of mental energy, it can summon several blizzards within a range. The card was passed around among the 7 before returning to Ouyangzhen. I recognized the words, but how should this card be used? Or is it just an ordinary card that happened to be found beneath the monster's corpse? Yangjin returned the card to the middle-aged officer and said have the research institute quickly determine the authenticity and usage of this card, and the troops should temporarily halt their attacks and construct defenses in the suburbs. Yes. The officer took the card, saluted again, and turned to leave the tent. Yangjin tapped his fingers on the table. His voice was not loud, but it carried immense authority as he addressed the 6 people beside him. Please share your thoughts on this disaster. Is it the work of a hostile nation or a rare natural disaster, as well as the specific tasks for the troops moving forward? An elderly man with glasses on Yangjin's left noticed the silence from the others, and as the second-in-command Li Qingshan felt compelled to express his views first. Li Qingshan adjusted his thick glasses on the bridge of his nose and began to analyze. I don't believe this disaster was caused by another country, rather it resembles a preliminary war initiated by an unknown civilization intending to destroy local weaponry, forcing the enemy back into an agrarian society before sending soldiers to invade. Li Qingshan's words enlightened the audience. It was indeed a novel perspective. Yangjin nodded. Continue. With Yangjin's approval, Li Qingshan continued, if it were the work of other countries on Blue Star, they would not remain inactive for 6 days without formally launching an attack. Moreover, heavy weapons from numerous highly classified arsenals have inexplicably disappeared, clearly exceeding the current technological capabilities and reconnaissance methods of other nations. Thus I conclude that it is the work of an unknown civilization, and for reasons beyond our knowledge they can only send these mindless zombies as the vanguard. After speaking, Li Qingshan stood up, pointed to a location on the map, and continued, the difficulty of reclaiming Yanjing is too great. The immediate priority is to establish a new Yanjing base here to guard against potential future enemies. The location Li Qingshan pointed to was less than 10 kilometers from the temporary command center, precisely the newly planned urban area where most of the construction was nearly completed but had not yet been officially put into use. This area is sparsely populated but well equipped with infrastructure, and it is close to several major steel mills and granaries in Ji province, ensuring timely replenishment of necessary living supplies. Li Qingshan's suggestion received unanimous approval from the group. Seeing this, Yangjin stood up and issued orders. Han Yunfeng, you are in charge of commanding the 50000 troops of the 1st Army Group to search for survivors nearby and guard against any zombies that might emerge from Yanjing. He Wenping, you command the 3rd Army Group and nearby survivors to construct a 30-meter-tall 10-meter-wide wall in the new urban area enclosing the entire district. Zhang Guang, you lead the 50000 troops of the 2nd Army Group to swiftly clear the zombies in the nearby granaries and transport food and steel back to the new urban area. The 3 old men, clearly officers standing to Yangjin's right, stood at attention and replied in unison, we will ensure the mission is completed. Li Qingshan, you are responsible for the resettlement of personnel in the new urban area, distribution of supplies and other related issues, and find ways to inform various military and civilian organizations for self-rescue. Li Qingshan, you are in charge of organizing personnel to cultivate wastelands and plant easily grown crops. Lu Shui, you will take charge of the Research Institute, not abandoning research on gunpowder while focusing your main efforts on the development and crafting of cold weapons. In just half an hour, the 7 swiftly allocated the difficulties currently faced in Yanjing and the tasks to be completed, proceeding in an orderly fashion. As midnight approached, Yangjin returned to his temporary tent, dragging his exhausted body. Though the major framework had been established, the finer details still required ongoing supplementation. Inside the tent, an elderly woman, her eyes red, caressed a photograph featuring Yang Shui and 2 others. She was Yang Shui's mother, Xiaowan. Seeing Yangjin return, she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and said with concern, old man, I wonder if little Shui is safe in Xiaocheng and if she is in any danger. Yangjin did not respond to his wife's words. His gaze silently lingered on the photograph in her hands. In the photo, the newly born Yang Shui was held in Xiaowan's embrace, her chubby little face beaming with a sweet smile, while Xiaowan leaned against her husband with a radiant expression. A happy family of 3. Even the usually serious Yangjin rarely displayed a faint smile on his face. Xiaowan softly inquired tentatively, why don't you send someone to Xiaocheng to bring our daughter back? Xiaowan's words interrupted Yangjin's thoughts. The usually gentle Yangjin rarely lost his temper with his wife, saying sternly, nonsense, how can I neglect my duties for personal reasons? You are not unaware of the situation outside. In the past few days, as the troops advanced 200 meters towards Yanjing, they lost thousands of men, most of whom are even younger than Shui. Do these men not have daughters, parents, or siblings to save? Xiaowan merely mentioned it casually, yet was met with her husband's stern reprimand. Pouting in anger, she lay on the inner side of the bed facing the tent, turning her back to Yangjin. He had his reasons. After all, he only had 1 daughter. Although Xiaowan was angry, she still left half the bed for Yangjin. However, seeing his wife's displeasure, Yangjin, in an attempt to avoid exacerbating the conflict, curled up on the narrow sofa wrapped in his heavy military coat. Having been married for 40 years, they knew each other's personalities very well. Although Yangjin understood that his wife's suggestion was made in a moment of panic and that she did not truly intend for him to neglect his duties, some thoughts, once they sprout, can no longer be contained, and he had to stop them in time. Thus he could only pretend to be angry to dispel his wife's thoughts. As his only daughter Oyangjin couldn't help but worry about her current situation. If he were just an ordinary old man, he would risk his life to walk to Xiaoqing to find his daughter. However, at this moment he was not only a father but also the supreme commander of the entire daxia. Oyangjin's thoughts drifted to when Xiaowan held Ouyang Shui. He was nearly 40 then, and his wife had faced numerous dangers as an older mother, nearly dying to bring their daughter into the world. Feeling somewhat troubled, Oyangjin instinctively reached into the pocket of his military coat, only to remember that the last pack of cigarettes had long been finished during discussions at the operations department. The January air in Yanjing was exceptionally cold. Hearing her husband making rustling sounds, Xiaowan thought he was freezing. Her heart softened and her gentle voice broke the heavy atmosphere in the tent. "Come back to bed. If you catch a cold, it would reflect poorly on me." Seeing his wife trying to make amends, Oyangjin quickly got up and walked to the bedside, softly reassuring her, "Don't worry, our daughter will be safe and sound." Xiaowan said nothing more, simply responding with a faint mem. Silence returned to the surroundings. The two lay in bed without sleeping all night until dawn. The clear moonlight in the sky faintly hinted at a slow reddening. Lu Sisi, the enchanting demon. In the Lu family villa in Xiaoqing, with Ye Zi'an becoming the world's male protagonist influenced by fortune, the originally deceased female lead Lu Sisi was quietly resurrecting. Lu Jia hid in the wardrobe, trembling all over, covering his mouth with both hands to suppress any sound. Tonight his elder sister, buried on the back mountain, had actually transformed into a zombie, not only becoming a bizarre undead but also killing the other members of the Lu family. Not long after Lu Sisi was buried in the Lu family's back mountain, the apocalypse emerged. An inexplicable energy in the air revived Lu Sisi, who was already a corpse, causing her to mutate. Through the slats of the wardrobe, a zombie clad in white, its face burned by flames, stopped in front of the wardrobe and turned to meet Lu Jia's gaze. Lu Sisi's terrifying face broke into an eerie smile as her murky eyes, peering through the gaps, spotted Lu Jia hiding inside. Her claws pierced through the slats of the wardrobe, pulling Lu Jia out. "Elder sister, don't kill me, I'm Xiao Jia, your little brother." Forced by the situation, Lu Jia kept kneeling and pleading for mercy, hoping to awaken his sister Lu Sisi through their familial bond. Lu Sisi seized Lu Jia by the throat, dragging him to the edge of the water pool in the Lu family courtyard. The originally clear pool water, illuminated by the moonlight, presented an eerie state, already stained red with blood. Surrounding the pool were at least 100 headless corpses. Judging by the severed necks, they had all been decapitated by a tremendous force. Lu Jia, held by Lu Sisi at the throat, looked at the densely packed corpses beside him, including his own parents, his heart filled with dread. In the next moment, Lu Jia felt as if he were soaring into the sky with the Lu family's estate beneath him. His vision spun until he saw a headless corpse being pushed down by Lu Sisi at the edge of the pool, and Lu Jia's consciousness began to blur. As the last drop of blood from Lu Jia's body flowed out, Lu Sisi walked step by step towards the center of the pool, the white clothing on her body stained red. Discarding the garment that she found cumbersome on the shore, she finally stopped when the water submerged her whole body. The center of the pool emitted a strange black light as a massive whirlpool suddenly appeared, causing the water to swirl clockwise, with the water level visibly dropping. Lu Sisi slowly absorbed the blood water into her body, and within 10 minutes the entire pool of water disappeared without a trace. Now only Lu Sisi's pristine figure lay quietly at the bottom of the pool. The once murky eyes began to regain clarity, and compared to her previous aloof appearance, her features now bore an additional touch of allure. Lu Sisi stood up, perhaps dissatisfied with her current nakedness. Hard bony armor began to grow between her sides, enveloping most of her body, while a pair of nearly 2-meter wide black wings sprouted from her back. From the sides of her previously sunken skull, a pair of curved goat horns inexplicably grew. If Ye Zi'an were present, the villain system would undoubtedly recognize Lu Sisi's current form. She had become the queen among mutated zombies, a succubus. Lu Sisi felt the immense energy within her body. The pair of wings behind her suddenly trembled, causing all the corpses in the Lu family to be shattered into blood mist dissipating into the air. Moreover, within a 5-kilometer radius centered on the Lu family, all zombies knelt in the direction of the Lu family. Even other dominant mutated zombies could not escape their consciousness, instantly manipulated by Lu Sisi. Lu Sisi frowned, dissatisfied with her current strength, murmuring, "Still a little short, still a little short." Looking up at the round moon in the sky, which showed signs of reddening, she felt a strange sensation that once tonight passed, the moon would elevate her strength to a new level. With bright eyes and white teeth, Lu Sisi's enchanting face revealed a strange smile as she gazed toward the Yi family's villa, bitterly whispering, "Ye Zi'an." As she uttered those 3 words, the sky gradually brightened. Lu Sisi turned and returned to the Lu family's villa, waiting for the arrival of tonight's full moon, when she would undoubtedly break through once more. In the depths of sleep, Ye Zi'an suddenly shivered, awakened by a bone-chilling cold. Upon waking, Ye Zi'an cautiously glanced around, finding nothing but the slumbering Ouyang Shui beside him, with no other threats in sight. Could it be my imagination? Ye Zi'an hurriedly checked the system notifications, which only contained messages about the points earned through training with Ouyang Shui. To his surprise, training with Ouyang Shui had also yielded points likely due to her survival, significantly altering the narrative of the Great Xia. Congratulations host for changing the storyline, earning 20000 points. Congratulations, all attributes 5 plus an extra 20 free attribute points for you to allocate as you wish. However, since there was no system prompt, could it be that I didn't cover myself properly and caught a chill? Looking at my bare self, it indeed seemed possible. I never expected that my hundreds of points and attributes would be as useless as decorations, leaving me vulnerable to the cold. Ye Zi'an sighed, quietly astonished that Ye Zi'an could be harmed by the cold wind, feeling so haggard. From today onwards he would quit drinking and diligently cultivate. The sky outside had not fully brightened yet. Ye Zi'an burrowed back into the covers, holding Ouyang Shui and falling asleep again. He was completely unaware that his gaining the male protagonist's halo had led to Lu Cici's resurrection. In the early morning, Zhou Ruyan, following Ye Zi'an's orders, called all the dormitory leaders from this building to gather on the rooftop. Recalling the events that transpired on the rooftop last night, Zhou Ruyan felt a faint blush creep onto her cheeks, quickly regaining her composure as she began to explain the reason for the gathering. Zhou Ruyan had already briefly introduced the general information to these people. Nearly 300 girls whispered among themselves on the rooftop, waiting for Ye Zi'an to arrive. Without a specific time set, Ye Zi'an recalled the grand promises he had made earlier that morning, unwillingly accompanying Ouyang Shui for a while before finally making his way to the rooftop. Looking at the densely packed crowd on the rooftop, he estimated their number to be around 300. Based on the standard of 8 people per room, there should be about 2,400 survivors. Of course, this was just the ideal scenario. In reality, many dorms were not fully occupied, with several girls having turned into zombies. The actual number of people in the entire building was at most 1,000, although many survivors had run over from other girls' dormitories. Zhou Ruyan approached Ye Zi'an, respectfully saying, "This is the list of dormitory personnel. I have completed the tally. Including myself, there are a total of 2,043 girls in all the dormitory buildings, and these are the leaders from each dormitory." The number was roughly what Ye Zi'an had analyzed. He took the list and glanced through it. Zhou Ruyan's neat handwriting recorded the names of each girl, but none stood out as particularly remarkable. Ye Zi'an closed the notebook, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. He spoke lightly. "Zhou Ruyan should have briefed you on the basic situation. Now I'll add some details. You may refer to me as the City Lord from now on, and you should have a sense of reverence towards the other superiors in the fortress. The fortress is not some charity hall that will consume vast resources to support you. You will need to complete tasks assigned by the superiors in the suburban fortress. I believe you all understand the consequences of slacking off." After finishing his words, Ye Zi'an's gaze returned to the 300 individuals who fell silent, daring not to show any signs of discontent. Ye Zi'an's public execution of Li Na had already intimidated many girls. Survivors who had returned to the dormitory that night exaggerated Ye Zi'an's heroic deeds in the cafeteria, leading all the girls in the dormitory to regard him with reverence, their eyes not daring to meet his, nodding obediently like woodpeckers. They chorused in unison, "Understood, City Lord." Ye Zi'an nodded in satisfaction at their response. To give a little sweetness after a slap, those willing to join the fortress will start as temporary members. The meal standard will be 1 meat and 1 vegetable with rice served as much as you want, and a daily salary of 10 points. As for the points, they can be exchanged for various resources in the warehouse. You can check the specific exchange rates in the fortress. If you perform well, you will also receive promotions and corresponding benefits. I will briefly introduce the basic rules of the fortress, including the specific duties of each department and the extra benefits for the search team. With a change in tone, Ye Zi'an's voice became somewhat stern. "Lastly, the self-rescue association you previously formed will disband on its own. In the fortress, any agitation under the guise of pseudo-democracy claiming that the minority must obey the majority to incite others to disobey orders from superiors and disrupt the order of the fortress will be dealt with severely." An invisible killing intent radiated from Ye Zi'an, combined with his exceptionally high spiritual power, chilling the hearts of all the girls present. Many timid girls collapsed in fear. Ye Zi'an's warning was memorized by all the girls present, not daring to forget it, while also reminding themselves to emphasize this to their roommates when they returned. "Of course, those who are loyal to me will not be mistreated. At the very least, I will ensure you live as you did before the apocalypse. Moreover, the fortress will not accept any other male survivors apart from myself." As soon as Ye Zi'an finished speaking, many girls in attendance showed expressions of delight. Most of the girls in the dormitory had come to realize the harsh reality: the identity of women in the post-apocalyptic world no longer held any privileges, but rather had become a disaster. If it is indeed as Ye Zi'an said, a fortress primarily composed of women would at least ensure their personal safety, relieving them from the fear of harassment by others. The rules are roughly as follows. You have 2 hours to notify your respective roommates. Those willing to go to the fortress should gather downstairs in 2 hours. A bus will take you to the suburbs. For those unwilling to go, stay here and fend for yourselves. With that, Ye Zi'an turned and left the rooftop without looking back, calling the search team to leave the dormitory building and prepare for the night's ambush against the Shadow Walkers. On the campus of Shaman City, as the boys under Su Chen's command fled, the surrounding zombies were left unattended, mindlessly wandering towards the cafeteria, drawn by the scent of fresh blood and flesh incessantly pounding on the cafeteria doors. Ye Zi'an pointed at several teaching buildings near the cafeteria and said, "Shanshan, take a few people and fill these teaching buildings with flammable materials. Huizi and Anna follow me to eliminate the nearby zombies." Lin Shanshan had a space ring, and since she was most familiar with the layout of Shaman University, she was the best choice for this task. All right. After assigning the tasks, Lin Shanshan took the necessary supplies from Ye Zi'an and immediately led a few members of the search team to start the preparations as instructed. Regarding the death of Ye Zi'an, Lin Shanshan felt an indescribable guilt. She was particularly focused on the plan to eliminate the Shadow Walkers, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. "Anna, take your team to clear the zombies inside the building. I'll handle the exterior with Yoko." To prevent disturbances at night, Ye Zi'an decided to eliminate these ordinary zombies while daylight remained. "Understood, boss." Anna pointed to several of her teammates and instructed, "You 3 come with me, the rest remain under boss's command." Those selected immediately stepped forward from the formation and followed Anna into the surrounding buildings to begin clearing the interior zombies. Ye Zi'an turned to Yoko and said, "Let's go, we'll lead the remaining team members to purge the zombies across the plaza." Yoko nodded obediently, yet a quiet sorrow welled within her, unspoken, unnameable. Among the 6 squad captains of the combat division, she had unwittingly become the weakest. Just 6 days ago she had been its strongest captain, the very reason Ye Zi'an entrusted her with leading the intelligence squad. Now even Lin Shanshan, newly appointed captain, far surpassed her in strength. Within Yoko, a turbulent clash between the yearning for power and the erosion of faith left her adrift, uncertain, unmoored. Influenced by the Tongtian Tower's psychic link, Yoko had, without realizing it, developed an unusual affection for Ye Zi'an. Upon learning that every woman who cultivated alongside him gained extraordinary power, her inner desire surged like floodwaters bursting through a breached dam, irreversible, unstoppable. Her gaze lingered on Ye Zi'an's retreating silhouette ahead, and in that stillness she silently resolved her course. Ye Zi'an, unaware of Yoko's shifting emotions, addressed his team with his back turned. "I'll hold the front line, you deal with any stragglers who break away." "Yes, Lord Warden." The team swiftly switched to shield and sword gear, bracing themselves for battle. These thousands of zombies were not clustered together but scattered across the plaza. After last night's cultivation, Ye Zi'an had poured all his newly acquired attribute points into agility, his speed now noticeably greater than before. His tang sword carved through the zombie horde with ruthless precision. One corpse after another collapsed, yet the survivors charged forward undeterred. Ye Zi'an no longer needed to evade their attacks. With all his base attributes now surpassing 100, the chaotic Yin-Yang Art had successfully advanced to its first tier. His tactical armor, resonating with the spiritual energy generated by the art, now projected a half-inch thick aura around his body. Ordinary zombies' claw strikes could not even pierce this protective aura. Moreover, his tang sword shimmered beneath a dense layer of spiritual energy. Each strike not only enhanced the blade's lethality but also seared the wounds with residual energy, preventing the zombies' injuries from healing. Watching Ye Zi'an move freely through the swarm, Yoko steeled her heart, choosing in that moment what she believed to be right at the crossroads of power and faith. Across the plaza lay at least 2,000 zombie corpses strewn haphazardly, 90% felled by Ye Zi'an's tang sword, the remaining 10% mostly brought down by Yoko's short crossbow. The other team members exchanged bewildered glances. Had the battle ended before they'd even slain a handful? Well then, looks like we're just here for show. Yet the next task demanded their presence alone. One by one they donned gloves and retrieved sealed thermal canisters from their packs, preparing to breach the zombie skulls and collect cerebrospinal fluid. Ye Zi'an raised a hand, halting their actions. "Not today, you won't be needed for this." "What? Even this small duty is to be stripped from us?" One team member, puzzled, ventured cautiously, "Lord Warden, is cerebrospinal fluid collection unnecessary today?" Ye Zi'an sighed, exasperated. "How long would it take just the 4 of you? Let the women handle it later, it'll serve as their first trial." Hearing this, the team broke into knowing smiles. At last, a paid day of rest. And with more recruits arriving soon, perhaps their roles would finally shift from laborers to overseers. Anna and Lin Shanshan emerged from a nearby building, having completed their assignments. Spotting Ye Zi'an at a distance, Anna raised her arm and flashed a crisp OK sign, mission accomplished. Ye Zi'an nodded, satisfied. With this, his chances of defeating the Shadow Walker tonight stood at 80%. Let's go back to the dormitory to pick them up. From afar a dense crowd stood before the dormitory entrance, led by Ouyang Shui and Zhou Ruyan. With yesterday's Self-Rescue Association leadership eliminated by Ye Zi'an, the remaining female students, now leaderless, instinctively followed the two women, conformity guiding them willingly into Ye Zi'an's fortress. No one knew whether Ye Zi'an's promises held truth, but all knew staying behind meant certain death. Every woman resolved in that instant to gamble, to seize this single chance. Ye Zi'an surveyed them, pale, gaunt, their figures obscured beneath heavy down jackets. Clearly they'd need proper nourishment once brought into the fortress. Food scarcity was the root cause. For the past 2 days most had survived on tap water alone, until last night when even that supply ceased. At Ye Zi'an's arrival the women instantly formed orderly lines by dormitory unit, each clutching bulky luggage bundles of clothing, quilts and astonishingly basins and buckets carried beside them. Ye Zi'an frowned slightly, voice edged with mild disapproval. I require your labor, but not your factory shifts. Quilts, basins and other daily necessities will be issued once upon entry, then thereafter redeemed with merit points. You have 30 minutes to discard everything unnecessary. Each person may carry only one suitcase-sized item. Chaos erupted, lines dissolved into flustered motion. Watching their frantic haste, Ye Zi'an sensed the weight of his responsibility. It seemed he'd need to remain in the fortress for some time, training, shaping, refining. They lacked the discipline of veteran female soldiers nor the worldly experience and methodical habits of seasoned executives. Fortunately, the Tongtian Tower quietly elevated their affinity toward him, and their student status ensured at least basic compliance. With proper training they could fulfill foundational production duties within the fortress. Ye Zi'an listed the items they need not bring: basins, quilts and sundries piled into a small mountain nearby, while each woman kept only essential personal garments and necessities. Ye Zi'an stored the discarded belongings in his system space. These flammable materials would prove useful for tonight's plan, and the entire column now moved with newfound cohesion and clarity. This display astonished many girls present. Numerous faces showed admiration as they gazed at Ye Zi'an, marveling at his charm and capabilities, wishing he were a bit more flirtatious. Each of them fantasized about becoming the mistress of the fortress, no longer worrying about food and clothing. Ye Zi'an ignored their adoring looks and coldly said, "Everyone gather at the plaza ahead." Confused, the crowd followed Ye Zi'an to the plaza where once countless zombies had been. Now lay quiet corpses on the ground. After death the once hard skulls of zombies would rapidly begin to crumble, and a slightly stronger survivor could even pry open a zombie's head with bare hands. You have 20 minutes. Each person must extract a portion of spinal fluid from a zombie's head and place it in the thermos of the team member behind me. After finishing, Ye Zi'an casually picked up a zombie's head from the ground, sliced it open with a tang knife and extracted a white paste-like organ from the brain matter, placing it into the thermos of the team member behind him. Clapping his hands casually, he nonchalantly stated, "This is a small test for your joining the fortress. If you can't even accomplish this, the fortress doesn't need useless people like you." Many in the crowd displayed fearful expressions, trembling uncontrollably. Upon seeing the bloody brain matter, several even began to retch. A large portion of them were seeing zombies up close for the first time. Of course, those who complete the task will be rewarded with a piece of bread and a bottle of water and can take their luggage onto the bus. With a wave of his hand, dozens of buses appeared in the plaza. At each bus entrance stood a team member holding a thermos with 2 boxes of bread and 2 boxes of mineral water beside them. Having not had a drop to drink since the water was cut off in the dormitory last night, most of the team were famished and parched, their eyes fixated on the 2 boxes of bread, which had a golden crispy exterior and even contained a slice of luncheon meat. They swallowed repeatedly, awaiting Ye Zi'an's orders. The miraculous methods he continually demonstrated also solidified many people's resolve to seize this opportunity to follow him. "You may begin now." As Ye Zi'an's voice fell, he nodded to Lin Shanshan beside him. She raised her wrist and began timing. Zhou Ruyan and Ouyang Shui took the lead from the crowd. Although Ye Zi'an had allowed them not to extract spinal fluid like the others, the two still set an example for the other girls who had returned from the cafeteria. Even Zhou Ruyan, who had difficulty moving, managed to extract a portion of spinal fluid with the help of her sister Zhou Ruyan and handed it to the team member's thermos. This action inspired many timid girls, and with encouragement from their companions and Ye Zi'an's tacit approval, everyone successfully completed the task within the allotted time. Ye Zi'an breathed a sigh of relief, worried that the girls might not finish. He had purposely given them a 20-minute buffer, and the last girl completed the task just before the 13-minute mark. At present these individuals still seemed worth cultivating. The 20 buses, each with 70 seats, were forced to accommodate 100 people. Those without seats could only blame themselves for acting too slowly and missing out on a spot. However, the journey to the fortress was only half an hour, so they could endure it. After distributing the bread, the 20 team members took the thermoses and headed to the driver's cabin to take on the role of drivers. These female soldiers had undergone training in driving large vehicles at the fortress. Moreover, high-level driving skills were not required, they just needed to start the vehicle and drive steadily while steering appropriately. Anna, you take the lead in the first bus. Lin Xianxian will bring up the rear. The remaining team members should be evenly distributed among the middle buses. I will stay here to wait for nightfall and deal with the Shadow Walker. Also, when you return, have Sister Wanrong organize a team to produce weapons and armor on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Heaven. The weapons and armor produced from the 2 system reward blueprints ranged in quality between green and blue, equivalent to the weapons and armor transformed from dark green cards. From the weapon selection blueprint, Ye Zi'an chose the broadsword from the options of longsword, broadsword and hammer. The training room had techniques for broadsword fighting, and the broadsword was agile and sharp, clearly the most suitable for the fortress members. As for the armor, Ye Zi'an chose leather armor from the options of cloth armor, leather armor and heavy armor. The cloth armor was too impractical and was quickly discarded by Ye Zi'an. Although cloth armor had additional bonuses against elemental abilities, its physical defense was nearly 0. The number of people with abilities in the fortress tonight would not exceed 20, and those with elemental abilities were even rarer. As for the heavy armor, after much contemplation, Ye Zi'an also abandoned it. Nearly 30 kilograms of heavy armor was too burdensome for ordinary people. If they encountered a mutated zombie, it would be like being made of paper, sacrificing much speed. In contrast, leather armor combined the advantages of both being lightweight and agile while still providing some protection to the boat's vulnerable areas. Of course, the above reasoning was merely Ye Zi'an's excuse. The reality was that leather armor not only accentuated a woman's curvaceous figure but also had a cut that revealed a prominent cleavage, while the lower half was a short leather skirt. Thinking about how many pairs of white legs would be exposed in the fortress in the future, Ye Zi'an nearly laughed out loud. No, he had to hold it in, he couldn't let his cold-blooded villain persona break. Lin Xianxian did not notice the change in Ye Zi'an's expression and continued to nod obediently. Seeing Ye Zi'an with a hint of a smile and recalling the admiring gazes of those girls, Lin Xianxian felt a rush of heat in her head. Without caring for anyone else's gaze, she stepped forward to hug Ye Zi'an and gave him a shallow kiss, publicly declaring her claim. Ye Zi'an looked at Lin Xianxian in surprise, rarely seeing her so proactive today. He responded warmly, lingering for a long time before separating, and softly said, "Why not stay?" With plenty of time before nightfall, having Lin Xianxian with him might make the time pass a bit quicker. Lin Xianxian felt conflicted but ultimately decided to leave. "Brother Zi'an, you still have to avenge Uncle Yi tonight. He'll wait for you in the room wearing your favorite clothes." After saying this, she shyly ran to the bus. Ye Zi'an reminisced about the touch from just now, sighing that despite being an old couple, Lin Xianxian could still be so shy sometimes. Yet she was much more understanding now than before. His previous efforts at teaching were not in vain. Ouyang Shui and Zhou Ruyan in the bus witnessed this scene, and a surge of jealousy arose in their hearts as they clutched the fabric of the seat, unsure of what to think. As the doors of the buses slowly closed, Ye Zi'an watched the 20 buses return to the fortress, and the expression on his face gradually became serious. Tonight's blood moon will not only give rise to powerful superhumans among humans but will also trigger a secondary evolution among all zombies. Not only will the number of mutated zombies increase, but the strength of ordinary zombies will also enhance. After tonight, even the most ordinary zombie will be at least 30% stronger than before, with a significantly heightened thirst for blood. These zombies will develop a crystal core the size of a fingernail in their skulls, aiding their gradual evolution into mutated zombies. However, superhumans can absorb the energy from these crystal cores to elevate their own abilities, making these cores the most valuable items in the apocalypse and a form of currency. Moreover, the probability of ordinary zombies dropping cards upon death will also increase significantly, with the drop rate for white cards reaching 1%. Whether human or zombie, they will gradually widen the gap from their peers. The apocalypse is like rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they will retreat. The cruel principle of survival of the fittest will shatter the fantasies of those hiding in their homes. Ordinary people will be torn to pieces by the suddenly evolved mutated zombies breaking into their homes. This is also the reason why Ye Zi'an has not dared to relax even for a moment these days. Eagerly gathering survivors and supplies near Xia City into the fortress to lay a solid foundation for the fortress' future development. Time passed minute by minute, and the darkness fell unusually early today. The full moon rose in the sky, an eerie shade of crimson. It seemed to possess a kind of magic that captivated the heart. Ye Zi'an opened the closed cafeteria door, and the stench could no longer be masked. A thick smell of blood filled the campus. Holding a tang knife, Ye Zi'an stood at the entrance of the cafeteria like a gatekeeper. The tang knife rhythmically tapped against the iron gate, waking the silent campus with each echoing strike. Ye Zi'an did not believe that the Shadow Walker could resist such a great temptation. The most crucial nutrient for zombie evolution is a large amount of biological flesh and blood, especially that of the strong. In the eyes of the Shadow Walker, both the flesh inside the cafeteria and Ye Zi'an outside were a sumptuous feast. As night fell and the smell of blood permeated every corner of the campus, Ye Zi'an felt that chilling sensation return. It seemed that the Shadow Walker was indeed lured by the flesh and blood and had come near the cafeteria. However, the cautious nature of the Shadow Walker prevented it from acting recklessly, instead lurking in the shadows waiting for Ye Zi'an to reveal a flaw. Ye Zi'an waited a long time without seeing the Shadow Walker make a move, but that bone-chilling sensation still lingered, confirming that the Shadow Walker had not left. Interesting. Ye Zi'an realized the Shadow Walker's plan in an instant. It intended to compete with him in patience, waiting for Ye Zi'an to let his guard down before striking with a fatal blow. In that case, I hope you don't disappoint me and can continue to endure. A white card appeared in Ye Zi'an's left hand, pinched between his fingers. After activating it, he casually tossed it into the cafeteria. A fireball materialized out of thin air, igniting the flammable materials inside the cafeteria. In an instant, the gasoline-soaked flesh began to burn, and flames soared from the cafeteria building. The flesh inside was continuously devoured by the fierce fire, emitting a hissing sound of burning fat, filling the air with a strange odor. The Shadow Walker, hidden in the shadows, clearly did not expect Ye Zi'an to act this way. Watching a large amount of flesh being consumed by the flames, its instinctual craving for flesh overcame its remaining rationality, and it swiftly lunged towards Ye Zi'an at the cafeteria entrance. Seeing a shadow charge towards him, Ye Zi'an smiled knowingly. Indeed, upon witnessing the flesh he was about to feast on being burned, the Shadow Walker could not help but strike first. The howling wind around them masked the sound of the Shadow Walker's movements. The hunter's claws tore through the chaotic energy shield surrounding Ye Zi'an, leaving a deep scar on his tactical armor. In return, the Shadow Walker only received a shallow wound from the tang knife. This injury was trivial for the Shadow Walker. In their first clash, the Shadow Walker had the upper hand, breaking through the energy shield surrounding Ye Zi'an. Unsatisfied with failing to disembowel Ye Zi'an, the Shadow Walker's form again retreated into darkness. In the next strike, Ye Zi'an, without the protective shield, would undoubtedly be torn apart by the Shadow Walker. Unfortunately for it fell for Ye Zi'an's trick. Though the wound on the Shadow Walker's arm was shallow, the residual chaotic spiritual energy exposed its location. Ye Zi'an could clearly sense a trace of chaotic Yin-Yang energy lingering in the distant corner. This made the Shadow Walker's stealth a joke in front of Ye Zi'an. Knowing the Shadow Walker's position made things much easier. Ye Zi'an threw out several fireballs, again centering on the cafeteria, instantly engulfing all nearby teaching buildings in flames. One building after another was ignited by the pre-arranged flammable materials, and the two were surrounded by raging flame. Due to the instinctive fear of fire coupled with the illumination from the flames, the Shadow Walker could no longer hide within the teaching buildings. Its face finally appeared before Ye Zi'an. The Shadow Walker appeared to be a 1-meter-tall, grotesquely contorted creature with two stout arms longer than its body, resting on the ground, staring fiercely at Ye Zi'an, ready to pounce. Surrounded by flames, the only remaining escape route was beside Ye Zi'an. The crackling sound of the fire filled the space between them, and the air was thick with the smell of charred flesh. The blood and meat inside the cafeteria had been completely reduced to charcoal. Feeling insulted by the human before it, the Shadow Walker pushed off with its hind legs and lunged at Ye Zi'an again. In midair, it saw Ye Zi'an dropping the tang knife from his hand. Clang! Damn human, do you think I will let you go just because you laid down your weapon? You will only become food in my mouth, the nutrients for evolution. In the next moment, while the Shadow Walker was lost in a dream of tearing Ye Zi'an apart, it suddenly saw a golden hammer larger than itself coming down hard on its skull. Crack! The Shadow Walker was violently smashed into the ground, shaking its head as it struggled to stand up. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. This great hammer was of course borrowed from Anna. Even while wielding this hammer, the highly agile Ye Zi'an would not be too affected in terms of movement speed. The stunning effect of the Earthshaker hammer was triggered, followed immediately by Ye Zi'an's torrential hammer strikes. The entire body of the Shadow Walker was hammered into the ground by Ye Zi'an's 5 strikes, its bones breaking inch by inch and its skull shattered completely, revealing a dark green crystal core within. Beneath the Shadow Walker lay a golden card shining with a fantastical golden light. The dazzling gold made Ye Zi'an feel a bit dazzled as he hurried to pick it up and examine it. The card depicted a long knife, entirely black, shimmering with an eerie golden light under the blood moon. Soul-devouring blade. When killing a powerful enemy, the blade can automatically absorb their soul, making the weapon sharper with more souls absorbed. Current soul count 0-10. Ordinary attacks come with a blade aura 1 meter wide, which increases with the user's ability level. Soul-devouring slash consumes the user's mental energy to swiftly unleash a blade aura 3 meters wide. Each soul consumed enhances the skill's range by an additional factor of 2. Undoubtedly a divine weapon, yet it is still not enough. I have yet to utilize the power of the Goddess of Fortune. Ye Zi'an held the card in hand, activating the ability of the Goddess of Fortune. The golden quality soul-devouring blade was instantly enveloped by a strange red light resonating with the blood moon in the sky. Several strands of blood-red energy converged in the air, intertwining and merging into the card, imprinting a blood-red long blade on it. Soul-devouring soul-cutting blade, an upgraded version of the soul-devouring blade. Current soul count 020. Ordinary attacks come with a blade aura 2 meters wide, which increases with the user's ability level. Soul-devouring slash consumes the user's mental energy to swiftly unleash a blade aura 4 meters wide. Each soul consumed doubles the attack range. Soul piercing pierces the enemy's brain, gradually destroying their soul while the enemy's memories manifest in the user's mind. As expected of a legendary weapon of red quality, not only does it deal area damage with ordinary attacks, but it also possesses a powerful crowd clearing skill. If I were to release a soul-devouring slash that consumes 20 souls, enemies within an 80-meter radius in front of Ye Zi'an would be instantly cleared away. This is twice the range of the previous 40 meters. Just as Ye Zi'an was immersed in joy, a faint sound suddenly emerged from below the ground. What is that? Ye Zi'an casually slashed with the soul-devouring slash, and the already shattered ground was completely upheaved by the attack. Ding ding ding, detected / mutated zombie night demon. As the ground was lifted by the soul-devouring slash, a mutated zombie appeared before Ye Zi'an, looking no different from a regular zombie but with a pair of bat wings on its back. Ye Zi'an's expression turned peculiar. The clothing and face of this zombie looked so much like that of my second uncle. The system's prompt sounded just in time. He is Ye Zi'an, likely infected by the blood of the Shadow Walker, becoming the mutated zombie night demon. I see. Although my second uncle had become a mutated zombie night demon, Ye Zi'an felt no trace of malice from him. A person and a mutated zombie stared at each other amidst the flames. Ye Zi'an's subconscious loyalty to Ye Zi'an surpassed the bloodthirsty nature of the zombie. Reluctant to be an enemy to Ye Zi'an, his murky eyes gradually regained clarity as he slurred out 2 words, young master. I didn't expect Ye Zi'an to still remember me. Ye Zi'an thought for a moment and spoke, go to the urban area of Xiaoqing and monitor the Liu family's people for me. Ye Zi'an was uncertain if he understood, but with a flap of his wings he flew off into the distance, disappearing into the night sky in the blink of an eye. Ye Zi'an felt a deep sense of emotion. Even after becoming a zombie, my second uncle did not forget to pledge loyalty to me, diligently completing the task I entrusted to him. Perhaps this is the influence of Ye Zi'an absorbing the protagonist's halo. This led to Ye Zi'an's butler Ye Zi'an becoming a mutated zombie. By the way, will the will of heaven cause any trouble? Rest assured, host. The will of heaven is currently in a weakened state. Previously it directly intervened in Su Chen's safety, even forcibly raising Su Chen's early abilities to Ye Zi'an's level, consuming considerable energy. The Shadow Walker from yesterday was also created by the will of heaven to save the protagonist Su Chen and conveniently eliminate the traitorous heroine, restoring the story to its proper course, but it was unexpectedly disrupted by Ye Zi'an. Ye Zi'an contemplated the system's words, which indeed seemed true. In the original book there was no Shadow Walker in Xiaoqing University. Its appearance was quite strange, and the card that dropped was an unprecedented golden quality. Last night Su Chen was able to have a back and forth with Ye Zi'an, which was certainly at odds with the story's plot. The probability of a golden card dropping from an class mutated zombie is less than 1 in 10,000. To have encountered it is undoubtedly a testament to how much the will of heaven has invested to save Su Chen. If Su Chen dies, the will of heaven will fall into slumber. This world will soon operate autonomously and no new protagonists will emerge. However, host should not be careless. Those heroines in the book are not to be underestimated. Ye Zi'an deeply agreed. These recent encounters made him realize that without the protagonist's halo, Su Chen is merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The end of the apocalypse in the original book was primarily due to the efforts of those heroines. Not to mention other countries aside from the new destined girl Shangguan Yu, the Great Xiao Nation has 3 strong female ability users. The Yin-Jing base is currently under the control of Supreme Commander Ouyangxin and has not yet fallen into Shangguan Yu's hands. Qin Yueyao from the Chang'an base, Shen Mengnan from the Tianfu base, and Xin Shui from the Moto base each control 3 of the 4 giant bases in Great Xiao, all of which have populations of over 1 million and dominate their respective regions. After the end of the apocalypse, you will live with your beautiful confidant while I return to get promoted and earn a raise. We both deserve a bright future. The host understands the system's words. The dimension we are in is merely a small world, not the so-called vast universe. The will of heaven does not have enough resources to cultivate another protagonist. As the only remaining hope of the will of heaven, Su Chen is exceptionally fortunate. The will of heaven will soon return to chaos. It will take hundreds of years to cultivate a new protagonist. This period is my chance to seize control of the will of heaven. Ye Zi'an tightly gripped the soul-devouring soul-cutting blade. With this weapon he can endure until the end of the apocalypse. What could other ability users use to compete with him? Having understood all this, Ye Zi'an rose and returned to the fortress. With only 40 kilometers to the fortress, Ye Zi'an stepped on the gas in his Humvee and returned in less than 20 minutes, just in time for dinner. Greetings, Lord City Master. As soon as Ye Zi'an walked into the cafeteria, the new team members dining on both sides immediately stood up and respectfully bowed, which made Ye Zi'an feel quite appreciated. The veteran team members, being seasoned professionals, also quickly stood up to greet him upon seeing the new employees working so hard. After a lifetime of fighting, it is now time to enjoy some comfort. The survivors from the girls' dormitory found that life in the fortress was indeed as Ye Zi'an had described. Not only was there ample food, but also a cozy residence with daily tasks involving only routine work. With the influence of the Sky Tower, they now worshipped Ye Zi'an like a deity. Two voices rang out in unison from afar: Brother Zi'an. Lin Shanshan and Lu Qinghuan, like two butterflies, rose from their positions and swiftly approached Ye Zi'an, leaping into his embrace from either side, each linking an arm with Ye Zi'an while looking at each other with a hint of provocation. As peers, the two found it particularly easy to start comparing and competing for attention. Naturally, as long as it wasn't malicious competition, Ye Zi'an was also happy to witness such a scene. In the distance, when Zhao Wanrong and others saw Ye Zi'an return safely, their tightly furrowed brows relaxed, each letting out a sigh of relief, though they did not display the same closeness as Lin Shanshan and the others due to their own status. However, Ye Zi'an noticed that Yi Yu in the distance had red swollen eyes, as if she had been crying not long ago, looking at Ye Zi'an with a hesitant expression. It seems Lin Shanshan had already informed the core members of the fortress about Ye Zi'an's encounter with the Shadow Walker and the incident with his second uncle. "Boss, you have those too. What about my big golden hammer?" Anna rushed back from the training room in a panic upon hearing that Ye Zi'an had returned, followed by a somewhat shy Wheezy. It seemed they were secretly planning something outside. Su Wei sat silently to one side, absent-mindedly eating, clearly having heard quite a bit about her brother's misdeeds at Xiamen University tonight. Fortunately, most of the residents in the fortress, apart from a few, did not know that she was Su Chen's biological sister. Ye Zi'an returned the earth-shattering hammer to Anna. Had he not obtained the soul-devouring blade, he might have indeed contemplated keeping it for himself. Anna happily accepted her treasured hammer and glanced meaningfully at Wheezy before returning to the training room to train again. Ye Zi'an gently stroked the hair of Lin Shanshan and the others, lowering his voice to Lin Shanshan. "I will go comfort Yi Yu first. Do not forget what you promised me earlier." Lin Shanshan shyly nodded, which caught the attention of Lu Qinghuan beside her, who quickly pulled Lin Shanshan and began to inquire. Ye Zi'an sat down opposite Yi Yu, who had barely touched the food on her plate, and upon seeing Ye Zi'an's arrival, tears welled up in her eyes again. "Actually, my second uncle is not dead. He has merely transformed into a mutated zombie with a trace of self-awareness." Yi Yu widened her eyes, looking at Ye Zi'an in disbelief. This information was indeed quite heavy for her. Ye Zi'an explained the cause and effect of the situation to Yi Yu, who felt a mix of emotions, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. The thought of her father becoming a mutated zombie was hard for her to accept. As a person from the Great Xia, the idea of being buried peacefully was deeply rooted in Yi Yu's heart. However, becoming a mutated zombie at least meant her father was still alive, and judging by Ye Zi'an's tone, the mutated zombie was also a special creature with independent thought. Zhao Wanrong, as Ye Zi'an's capable assistant, brought over a large bowl filled with dishes that Ye Zi'an loved to eat, though her gaze appeared somewhat resentful. Though she had known this outcome for a long time, seeing Ye Zi'an suddenly bring back so many girls made Zhao Wanrong feel a bit worried. She was much older than him, and she wondered if she would end up being left behind. "Thank you, Sister Wanrong." Ye Zi'an seemed oblivious to Zhao Wanrong's change in mood as he took the chopsticks she handed him, quickly shoving a few bites of rice into his mouth while asking, "Have you decided how to allocate these new team members?" Before going to Xiamen, Ye Zi'an had already communicated with Zhao Wanrong in advance, so the arrival of these 2,000 people had already been properly arranged by her. Zhao Wanrong tidied her hair, suppressing her emotions as she calmly stated, "Before you returned, I had already allocated dormitories based on the principle of 4 people per room and 8 people per building, and basic supplies have also been distributed. I took the liberty of giving each person an extra 50 points, which is enough for them to buy some necessities or snacks to help them understand the fortress point exchange system." Ye Zi'an nodded. Zhao Wanrong's arrangements were more comprehensive than what he had considered. 50 points were equivalent to a day's wage for other team members, which was inconsequential. After Zhao Wanrong finished speaking, she took out a densely written plan and said, "Previously we were short-staffed, but now with the addition of these 2,000 people, many facilities in the city can have dedicated management, and even the warehouse team can set up a convenience store within the fortress." Zhao Wanrong's thoughts aligned with Ye Zi'an's. Previously the fortress had only 200 people and there was no trouble exchanging supplies at the warehouse team. But now that over 2,000 people would be exchanging supplies at once, it was somewhat unrealistic. The back and forth of supplies would easily lead to errors, adding considerable trouble to the warehouse team's work and wasting time. "This is the machine I had Ruoxue find used to produce identification cards for fortress members. After saying that, Zhao Wanrong pulled out a card similar to a bank card which displayed a photo of the person along with their specific identity information and number. This identification card not only proves the identity of the resident but also allows for daily points to be inputted into the administrative department. The points on the card can be directly deducted in the cafeteria and from machines within the fortress. With this identification card, many issues within the fortress will be resolved, especially the distribution and consumption of points, which will no longer require extensive manual registration. Ye Zi'an looked towards the cafeteria, which was previously quite empty but was now overcrowded. Aside from the team members responsible for patrol, the survivors in the fortress were mostly in the cafeteria. Sister Wanrong, please notify everyone to stay in the cafeteria, I have something to announce. Zhao Wanrong nodded and got up to have the administrative team members convey the message. Hu Shuefei, Li Minglan and others immediately began notifying each table, and the finished team members quietly sat in their seats waiting for the Lord to speak. After finishing his meal, Ye Zi'an wiped his mouth, instructed Yi Yu to wait for him in the dormitory, and then walked to the front. The cafeteria, which had been somewhat noisy, fell silent immediately. Except for the team members on patrol duty, all other residents of the fortress were seated in the cafeteria waiting for Ye Zi'an's speech. Ye Zi'an stood at the front, took out Zhao Wanrong's plan and slowly said, all new team members after this meeting, please sign up for the department you like on a voluntary basis. If the number exceeds the department's limit, the team leader will have the first pick. Those who are eliminated will be assigned by Zhao Wanrong. Secondly, for the next 7 days the search team will suspend all outbound actions. The search team members will fully cooperate with Ziyu to train the new members of the fortress, ensuring that all the girls have a certain level of self-defense capability, with more than half being able to go out on missions. Those who do not comply with the training plan will be expelled from the fortress, never to return in severe cases, and Ziyu may execute them herself. After the training, Lin Shanxian and Zhou Ruoyan will become the captains of the 3rd and 4th search teams. Each of the 4 search teams can have up to 30 members, and those willing to join the search teams can sign up on their own, with the captains freely selecting suitable members. After saying this, Ye Zi'an's expression turned serious and his gaze quickly swept over the crowd present. Everyone should have noticed the blood moon in the sky. Starting tonight, some individuals will gradually awaken to become abilities users possessing unique powers, so there is no need to be overly alarmed. Those who become abilities users should report their powers to me and I will make further arrangements. At the same time, the zombies will also grow stronger in the future, so everyone must be more cautious when encountering zombies outside. Having said that, Ye Zi'an turned and left the cafeteria. The general direction has already been set. The core members of the fortress will take care of everything. I only need to know the results, allowing the new members to find departments that suit them. Outside the cafeteria, Ye Zi'an gazed at the blood moon in the sky. The full moon was at least 3 times larger than usual, nearly pressing down on Ye Zi'an's head. The red stages had now evolved to a dark crimson color, and it wouldn't be long before it completely transformed into a bright red. At that time, all those with high potential who have killed zombies will be the first to become abilities users. Currently, Ye Zi'an's body felt like a volcano about to erupt as an inexplicable energy surged within her limbs, ready to be activated. Ye Zi'an felt every cell in her body jumping, every nerve taut. The cells seemed to be waiting for some sacred moment to arrive. Thinking of this, Ye Zi'an became curious about what ability she would activate. Well, the answer would be revealed tonight. Ye Zi'an walked into the villa, but it was pitch black inside with no visibility at all. If it weren't for Ye Zi'an's spiritual sense detecting that Lin Shanxian and Lu Qinghuan were within the villa, she might have thought there was no one inside. Ye Zi'an withdrew her spiritual sense, no longer observing her surroundings as she usually did. The darkness of the villa posed no difficulty for her. Following her memory, she smoothly arrived at her room. Ye Zi'an turned and left the villa, heading to the neighboring residence of Zhao Wanrong. Zhao Wanrong walked into the villa for administrative personnel, dragging her exhausted body, her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxing. With nearly 2,000 people's work arrangements piled up at once, even the strong-willed Zhao Wanrong found it overwhelming managing to arrange everyone's work positions only after 2 hours of busy work. Not caring about her appearance, she casually tossed her high heels into the corner of the bedroom, rubbed her temples, changed into slippers, and prepared to run a hot bath to ease her weary mind. Sensing Ye Zi'an's presence, Zhao Wanrong remarked with a hint of jealousy, "Why are you here? Didn't you go to accompany your lovely confidants?" Zhao Wanrong's tone was flat, yet it couldn't conceal her jealousy, a barely noticeable smile gracing her lips. Seeing that only she and Ye Zi'an were in the room, she no longer kept a stern face. She wasn't inherently so strong-willed, it was just that after years of battling in the business world alone, she had to use a strong exterior to mask her inner fragility. Looking at Ye Zi'an's handsome face, Zhao Wanrong spoke slowly, "Actually, you don't need to come specially, I am completely willing to do all of this." Now reflecting back, Ye Zi'an's visit today was largely to soothe her own heart. In the cutthroat business world, Zhao Wanrong had witnessed too much darkness in the exchanges of interests, which is why she maintained her purity before the apocalypse. Ye Zi'an's eyes showed a hint of embarrassment. Zhao Wanrong was not wrong. She indeed came with a sense of compensation today, and her words only deepened Ye Zi'an's guilt. Ye Zi'an fell into a deep slumber. At exactly 12 o'clock, time seemed to come to a standstill as both humans and zombies passively succumbed to sleep. The blood moon in the sky emitted dazzling red rays, and the energy in the air gradually became active. A peculiar energy reacted with the bodies of all living beings, continuously strengthening the cells within. Ordinary people with more outstanding potential reacted even more violently to the energy, beginning to gradually transform into ability users, awakening their own powers in front of the Lu family villa. Lu Sisi stood in the garden of the villa, eyes tightly shut, seemingly frozen in place, allowing the blood-red moonlight to bathe. In her slumber, Lu Sisi felt the energy emanating from the blood moon, and a seductive smile gradually transformed into one of greed. The energy in the air was guided by Lu Sisi's mental power, and several streams of blood-red energy converged into Lu Sisi's body, which she absorbed. Lu Sisi's momentum surged instantly to the second tier, her wings behind her growing larger than before and the color of her goat horns darkening slightly. Lu Sisi slowly opened her eyes, sensing the changes in the power within her body, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Her mental power swept across the entire city of Xia, and Lu Sisi could easily control hundreds of thousands of ordinary zombies and mutated zombies within the city, which were continuously absorbing the energy in the air and starting to evolve. The blood moon would last for 3 days, during which the fates of many would be decided. Essentially, any ability user with S-level potential or higher would awaken during these 3 days, while the remaining ordinary people would be left to their fate. In the early morning, Ye Zi'an woke from his dreams looking at Zhao Wanrong still peacefully asleep beside him, and he couldn't help but reminisce about the events of the previous night. Congratulations on becoming an ability user, awakening the SS level ability recorder unique. After interacting with a person of the opposite gender with a favorability rating above 80, you can learn their abilities. For every level you increase, an additional recording slot is added, and each successful recording increases all attributes by 60 points. For others, this recorder ability can be seen as either the strongest or the weakest. If the wielder becomes a level 10 ability user, it would be equivalent to mastering 10 different abilities. However, the greatest drawback is that prior to the first recording, ability users with the recorder ability possess physical qualities no different from ordinary people. Which ability user would look at an ordinary person? Even if they barely activate it, the requirement of a favorability rating above 80 with the opposite gender also cuts off any thoughts of exploiting shortcuts to level up, limiting the wielder to just 1 or 2 abilities. However, Ye Zi'an has the Heavenly Tower and the Chaos Yin-Yang technique, which not only has numerous high-potential opposite-gender ability users within the fortress, but these two can also help Ye Zi'an easily cultivate opposite-gender ability users with a favorability rating above 80 for interaction. Beside him, Zhao Wanrong awoke, sensing the changes in the energy within her body, her face displaying a look of shock. Although Ye Zi'an had confidently promised last night, she did not expect to actually activate her abilities. It seemed she truly possessed the rare mental type ability that Ye Zi'an spoke of. Ye Zi'an observed Zhao Wanrong's expression shift from drowsy to one of complete astonishment, using his insight technique to look at Zhao Wanrong. Level 1 ability user Zhao Wanrong ability mental control. Using this ability, she can manipulate living beings with mental strength not exceeding her own. The specific quantity and duration depend on the mental strength of both parties. As the main antagonist, a mental type ability indeed suits Zhao Wanrong's character. However, after much contemplation, Ye Zi'an temporarily decided against the recorder ability. Zhao Wanrong's ability does not significantly aid Ye Zi'an at this moment. The mental connection effect of Ye Zi'an's Heavenly Tower is far more extraordinary, with the only drawback being that the controlled individual must be within the range of the Heavenly Tower. Moreover, for Ye Zi'an, the enemies he would face in the future would either be too weak, easily crushed by him, or like Su Qin possessing a so-called protagonist halo with a resolute will that is hard to control. What Ye Zi'an needs now is an ability akin to tracking and confinement. Given Ye Zi'an's current attributes, no one of the same level can match him in an unknown fight. The only thing lacking is some robust means to retain personnel. After completing his training, Ye Zi'an actually gained a 20-point boost in mental strength from Zhao Wanrong. After all, Zhao Wanrong, who activated her abilities, had her mental attribute increase by 100 points, with other attributes also rising by nearly 40 points. In the near future, I don't need to go out. I can help you check on the logistics department and familiarize myself with the work there just in time to give you a few days of rest. Zhao Wanrong initially wanted to refuse the request for rest, but when she heard that Ye Zi'an wanted to familiarize himself with the logistics department's work, she consented. Many things can only be discovered by hands-on experience. As the owner of the fortress, Ye Zi'an should be clear about the specific work of each department. Ye Zi'an left the villa and headed straight towards the building where the administrative team was located. From a distance he saw the towering Heavenly Tower. Now activated to the third level, the Heavenly Tower appeared to cover an area of 2,000 square meters from the outside, while the internal space was definitely 10 times larger than this figure. Passing by the agricultural team led by Li Ju and a vacant lot at the corner of the fortress, the growth of the ultimate rice was impressive. Dense patches of rice grew across several acres, with Li Ju directing the team members in harvesting. The agricultural team is now considered a large group within the fortress. With the survivors from the girls' dormitory joining last night, Li Ju now manages 50 team members. Some of these people are planting seeds for the potato and tomato cards acquired earlier by Ye Zi'an, while others are planting ordinary vegetable seeds brought by Chen Ruoxue from the seed company. Of course, after finishing this round of work, the newcomers in the group still need to go to the new recruits team in the afternoon for training under Nziyu. The over 2,000 new recruits are divided into 5 teams by Nziyu, receiving training in batches assisted by the search team members, each of whom is responsible for the training of 10 individuals. During other times, these people still need to work in their respective departments, ensuring that the operation of the fortress is not affected while also making good use of the training room. Greetings, Lord City Master. Seeing City Master Ye Zi'an approaching from a distance, Li Ju hurriedly set aside her work. Her petite figure bounced toward Ye Zi'an like a little rabbit, and she began to report on the recent work of the agricultural group in a leisurely manner. Pointing to the rice field being harvested where 7 or 8 team members were bending over with sickles to cut the rice, she said excitedly, "Lord City Master, we can harvest these rice today. If we act quickly, we can have rice made from this crop for lunch and over there." She pointed to a nearby vacant lot where about 30 team members were digging and sowing seeds. "They are planting vegetables and fruits over there. Although they are just ordinary seeds, their growth rate is twice as fast as before the apocalypse. I estimate we can harvest in 1,015 days. At that time, the fortress vegetable self-sufficiency rate can reach 80. If we clear more land in a few days, the fortress can be completely self-sufficient in vegetables and will no longer need to collect them." Seeing Li Ju's excited expression, there was no trace of the panic from the days before the apocalypse. Part of this was due to her familiarity with the now stable living environment, and another part was due to the increased favorability from the Tower of Babel. "Harvesting, is it? But it is also time for me to reap the fruits of my labor." Ye Zi'an patted Li Ju's shoulder, encouraging her. "You have done well and have not disappointed my trust in you." As a professional in agriculture, Li Ju indeed lived up to the trust that Ye Zi'an placed in her when promoting her to the position of group leader, handling various agricultural issues with great efficiency. "However, let's see if we can increase the yield to 200. Self-sufficiency is just a small goal. After that, the fortress still needs to stockpile some reserves for future needs. After all, not every time will be as pleasant as now. If manpower is insufficient, I can allocate additional personnel to you." Although the vegetable yield seems close to self-sufficiency now, this is based on the dietary standard of the 2,000 new residents who have both meat and vegetables. In the future, many will likely upgrade their dietary standards, resulting in a vegetable shortfall. Moreover, there will be extreme natural disasters in the future that will affect food production, so as the city master Ye Zi'an must plan accordingly. After listening to Ye Zi'an's analysis, Li Ju rested her chin on one hand, a serious expression appearing on her slightly dark face as she contemplated. As the leader of the agricultural group, she had not thought as far ahead as Ye Zi'an, only focusing on maintaining daily supplies. Li Ju said respectfully, "Lord City Master, I think the agricultural group only needs 10 more team members. I am confident that I can increase the yield within half a month. The current low yield is partly because the newly joined students are still familiarizing themselves with the agricultural group's work. With 10 more people, these 60 will be sufficiently trained in their respective jobs after a few days of professional knowledge training. Li Ju is confident that the fortress vegetable and fruit yield can double or even more." "Is 10 enough?" Ye Zi'an pondered for a moment and replied, "All right, I'll make a note of it. After I consolidate the information from other departments, I will see if I can allocate some personnel to you." After saying this, Ye Zi'an turned and left the vegetable field, heading towards the administrative group's building. Unlike the large-scale expansion of the agricultural group, the administrative group only added about 10 new members, now totaling around 30. However, all of them are elites from various departments. Their daily tasks involve communicating with other departments and planning the fortress construction, including determining the main supplies for the search team to look for next. Li Menglan and Hu Shuefei sat in the team leader's seat, seriously handling the trivial matters reported by other departments. Only matters exceeding their authority were reported to Zhao Wanrong. "Greetings, Lord City Master." Hearing the greetings from the other team members, Li Menglan was slightly taken aback when she saw Ye Zi'an come to the administrative group. Looking towards Zhao Wanrong's office, she noticed that Zhao Wanrong had not yet arrived and hesitantly explained, "Senior Sister Wanrong is not in the office today." Ye Zi'an walked over, ruffled Li Menglan's little head and said irritably, "I know. I gave Sister Wanrong a few days off. Can't I come to the logistics department to work? Your thoughts are impure. This exchange made Li Menglan's face flush slightly, leaving her too shy to speak. Ye Zi'an opened the office door and said to the relatively composed Hu Shufe beside her, "Today I will handle the logistics department's work for Sister Wanrong. Please bring me all the work she needs to handle today." Seeing Ye Zi'an's ambitious declaration, the tall Hu Shufe smiled and brought over a small stack of documents, handing them to Ye Zi'an. Ah! So many. Over 30 pages of documents filled with dense text. These are just today's paper reports. There are also electronic documents on the computer. Ye Zi'an knew that Zhao Wanrong was usually busy, but she hadn't expected her to be this busy even in the apocalypse. These tasks had already been filtered by Hu Shufe and the others, and she suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Sister Wanrong. The first document was about the planning of the convenience store discussed yesterday, whether it would be independent from the warehouse group, the daily quota of supplies, specific operating hours, and the number of workers. In the entire fortress except for the combat department, which does not have fixed working hours, the civil staff generally work from 9 to 5. However, it is clear that the convenience store is different from these two departments, requiring longer working hours to accommodate the consumption of other team members after work. Considering the experiences from before the apocalypse, Ye Zi'an contemplated and made a decision. Ouyang Shui will be responsible for establishing the commerce group. This new department is also considered for potential trading with other bases in the future. Ouyang Shui comes from a prominent family, and those large bases would give her face. Moreover, she is a teacher in business management, which aligns with the professional requirements. As for the convenience store's working hours, they will be set from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. with 2 shifts of 6 team members. Additional members will be added as other entertainment facilities are established. Next, the discussion turned to issues concerning residents' welfare, specifically regarding the possibility of taking days off. This was proposed by Zhao Wanrong after observing the workload of the logistics department. Now that Ye Zi'an is present, he will personally make the decision. However, seeing all departments working at high capacity every day, there is concern about Ye Zi'an losing the people's support, especially from the catering group. Responsible for the dietary arrangements of over 2,000 people daily, each team member works tirelessly from dawn until dusk. With the addition of new members, Zhao Wanrong feels it is appropriate to schedule some rest days for residents to take turns. This would not only not affect the work but also enhance the residents' sense of happiness. Ye Zi'an pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Then Sister Wanrong, you take care of it." Ye Zi'an fully agreed with this. Without holidays, how could he help them improve their strength? After work in the evening, it was difficult to find time. 1 week on, 1 week off, with the department head responsible for scheduling and allowing the head to promote a deputy position with slightly lower benefits than the head. Finally done, Ye Zi'an sighed, having dealt with all the trivial matters, feeling as if his head might explode. He managed to hold on until now thanks to the effects of high spirit. He looked at his watch, it was already 2 p.m. The meal that Li Menglan had brought him earlier was long cold. Seeing that Ye Zi'an was done, Li Menglan cautiously asked, "Senior, should I have someone heat this up for you?" Ye Zi'an waved his hand, picked up the lunchbox and casually took a few bites, saying, "No need, I'm not that particular." With his tense spirit relaxing, Ye Zi'an's peripheral vision caught sight of a sturdy little bed placed in one corner of the office. He wondered if it was because of the amusing incident that had occurred between him and Zhao Wanrong in the office, or if Zhao Wanrong usually lay down there after a busy day. In any case, there was a little bed there. He. Shu Fa, come in for a moment. Outside, Hu Shufe was sitting at a desk handling the decisions Ye Zi'an had just made. Suddenly hearing Ye Zi'an call her name, she froze for a moment, recalling the last time Ye Zi'an and Zhao Wanrong had been in the office together. A flush crept to her face, but her body obediently stood up to open the door and walked into the office. After finishing, Ye Zi'an hurried off to the Tongtian Tower. Firstly, he wanted to check the production status of the manufacturing room, and secondly, plan the layout of the first floor of the Tongtian Tower. As the area of the Tongtian Tower expanded, it might even integrate directly with the fortress walls. Ye Zi'an had to plan ahead. Speaking of which, after returning to the fortress yesterday, he hadn't even entered the Tongtian Tower. Yesterday, Zhao Wanrong had only arranged for some residents to explore the manufacturing room. Ye Zi'an needed to see the specific situation of the manufacturing room now. He passed through the light membrane and entered the so-called manufacturing room. What came into view was a nearly 2,000 square meter equipment processing factory. Currently, only 6 production lines for equipment manufacturing were activated, occupying less than 200 square meters. The remaining production lines were in a dormant state and needed the Tongtian Tower to reach a higher level to unlock. Looking at the environment, Ye Zi'an thought that it seemed he indeed let them enter the factory. However, although the manufacturing room was a production line, the workload was not heavy. Usually only one person was needed to place the raw materials and the other steps were completed automatically by machines. It was even possible to freely modify the default settings of the equipment according to demand. A leather armor production line only required one team member to place the leather into the machine and the machine would automatically start cutting and sewing the leather armor. With a special energy imprinting on the leather armor, one piece was completed, and at this time a team member needed to take the leather armor out and place it aside. The entire process took less than half an hour and the machine would automatically start the production of the next piece of leather armor, repeating the cycle. The production of simple blades was even quicker and more convenient. Ye Zi'an saw a team member placing the cut steel into the production line with the automatic conveyor belt carrying the steel into the smelting furnace. The machine began the process of hammering, forging and quenching. After a complete process, an average of 10 simple blades could be produced in 1 hour. Based on this calculation, if it ran continuously for 24 hours, one machine could produce 240 simple blades or 48 pieces of leather armor in 1 day. Ye Zi'an naturally did not plan to let the machine stop. He intended to implement a 3-shift system, accumulating a large number of weapons and armor for future needs. By also adopting a guaranteed plus piecework production method, team members could earn extra points based on their output. He truly was a genius. With this in mind, Ye Zi'an set one machine to produce simple blades while the other 5 worked hard to produce leather armor. In just 10 days, the fortress could ensure that everyone would have a set of leather armor and a simple blade as standard uniforms. Beside him, a diligent team member was transporting the completed leather armor but was stopped by Ye Zi'an. "Come over here." Judging by this person's age and appearance, they didn't seem like a student but rather a veteran from before in the fortress. Wearing casual sportswear, she could not hide her impressive figure. With an alluring appearance yet a lowly voice, she timidly asked, "Lord City Lord, my name is Lan Ying. Do you need something from me?" Lan Ying was suddenly called by Ye Zi'an, and memories of bedwetting as a child flooded back, making her unable to recall any recent violations of fortress rules. She felt a great sense of fear. Ye Zi'an noticed the panic in Lan Ying's eyes and comforted her. "You don't need to be afraid. I have no intention of punishing you. Your name is Lan Ying, right? From today on, you are the leader of the manufacturing team, receiving the salary and benefits of a core team member. You are responsible for all manufacturing work in the entire manufacturing room, with the current team members working in 3 shifts. Within 12 days, produce 2,400 simple blades and 2,400 sets of leather armor. Night shift team members can earn an additional 20 points. 20 points is equivalent to half a day's salary for formal team members. For most temporary team members, it is even double their income." Lan Ying was initially stunned, and when she realized she had been promoted to team leader by Ye Zi'an, she looked at him in disbelief. Suddenly receiving a promotion and raise, the happiness came so unexpectedly that Lan Ying's favorability towards Ye Zi'an instantly soared to 83. She was so excited that she stammered, I will not let you down, Lord City." The surrounding team members looked on with envy as the colleagues they had spent day and night with suddenly became the new team leader with salary and benefits more than doubling. Ye Zi'an continued, "You can appoint 2 vice team leaders to assist you in managing the other shifts, with benefits 1 level lower than that of the team leader and daily point rewards 20 points less than core team members." After speaking, Ye Zi'an turned and left the manufacturing room, preparing to go to the training room to observe the training of the new recruits. The members present were filled with excitement upon hearing that Lan Ying could promote 2 vice team leaders. They scrambled to perform well next to Lan Ying, hoping to catch her eye and achieve early promotion and salary increases. As Ye Zi'an stepped into the training room, a stern and unquestionable voice reached his ears. 50 sets of push-ups for each of you, then head to the training pod for unknown simulated combat. Those who fail will have to do an additional 50 sit-ups. And Ziyu, like a qualified instructor as described in novels, had awakened the ability of a guardian warrior possessing high strength and physique with skills that enhanced his own defenses, making him a durability-focused adept. With a serious expression, Ziyu looked at the nearly 80 new recruits present. Although the 3-tiered Tower of Heaven added an extra training room and expanded the area significantly, it still could not accommodate 400 recruits, requiring them to train in groups. However, the new recruits in other training rooms were also following the training methods established by Ziyu. First was physical training, followed by simulated zombie combat to overcome their fears, then group combat simulations, and finally an assessment simulating the reactions to the mutated zombies Ye Zi'an encountered. Only after completing these 4 steps would they be allowed to engage in real combat outside the fortress. This training regimen not only improved the physical fitness and reaction speed of these new recruits but also helped them conquer their fears of zombies, learn how to deal with combat among peers, and ultimately how to protect themselves against mutated zombies, cover teammates, and assist in attacking mutated zombies. "Greetings, Lord City Master." Upon noticing Ye Zi'an entering from outside, all the recruits first looked towards Ziyu, who nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Once the recruits received Nziyu's approval, they immediately stood up to greet Ye Zi'an, illustrating the strict management style of Nziyu. "It's fine, continue with your training. I'm just here to check on your progress." Ye Zi'an looked at the girls, their youthful faces flushed with color, indicating they had regained some vitality through the day's training, clearly much better than yesterday. Each one was drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked and their body contours faintly visible, yet they remained oblivious, embodying the image of diligent students attentively listening to Nziyu's teachings. Since they were indifferent, Ye Zi'an felt no need to be discreet. He grabbed a bench and feigned nonchalance while observing the fighters, occasionally offering them some reasonable suggestions. With Nziyu's training method, it would only take a week to cultivate 1,500 qualified warriors capable of undertaking missions, while the remaining 500 would have a degree of self-defense capability sufficient to guard the fortress. One cannot become a strong fighter overnight. Ye Zi'an was not naive enough to think that everyone would transform into a battle-hardened warrior in just a few days. Specializations exist with combat and logistics divisions. However, the new recruits' attitudes must be correct. If they choose to slack off, neither Ye Zi'an nor Nziyu would let it slide. Without interrupting Nziyu's training, Ye Zi'an observed the general training of the new recruits before leaving the Tower of Heaven's training facility. As Nziyu watched Ye Zi'an's departing figure, memories of recent events in the Tower of Heaven came to mind. The previously stern expression softened considerably, revealing a faint smile that quickly vanished as he resumed his meticulous demeanor as a ruthless instructor. Once outside the training room, Ye Zi'an began to fret, contemplating whom to imprint with his abilities. From Nziyu's current state, it seemed that the abilities of the original female lead and her companions had not changed and were exactly as described in the book. Chen Ruoshua was a Frostblade warrior capable of ice-infused attacks while mastering certain ice-based skills. Lin Xianxian was a swift sword saint whose speed was incredibly fast and could even summon a few clones later on. Lu Qinghuan was an ice-fire sorcerer, a rare elemental adept with dual ice and fire attributes. While these abilities were impressive and represented top-tier talent, they were not what Ye Zi'an sought at this moment. After much contemplation, it seemed the only option was to start from characters that did not appear in the original text. If all else failed, he could only return to imprint Zhao Wanlong's mind control ability, activating the powers first and foremost. As Ye Zi'an pondered, a bold voice in the distance captured his attention. "Boss." Anna waved her arms from afar, with the petite Huizi trailing behind her, though Huizi's cheeks were slightly flushed, lost in thought. "Boss, let's have a match." With that, Ye Zi'an suddenly found himself in an inexplicable space. What kind of bizarre place was this? It looked somewhat like an ancient Roman Colosseum. If he weren't sure that he was not inside the Tower of Heaven, Ye Zi'an would have thought he and Anna were engaged in a simulated duel in the training pod. Turning his gaze towards Anna, Ye Zi'an activated his insight ability. Anna Marshall, a first-tier adept, possessed the ability of Gladiator, pulling both allies and enemies into an illusory ancient Roman Colosseum, granting a 10% enhancement to all attributes of allies and a 10% reduction to those of enemies, lasting until one side is defeated or the initiator voluntarily lifts the restriction, with a duration of 30 minutes. Seeing Anna's ability, Ye Zi'an's eyes lit up. This was precisely the crowd control skill he had long desired. Furthermore, in the Colosseum, it would boost his allies' strength while weakening the enemies, undoubtedly a divine skill for unknown combat. Ye Zi'an took out his Zanpakuto and Tang Dao from the space, readying both blades against Anna's twin hammers. It must be said, Anna as an adept had a 100-point increase in her physical strength attribute, along with a 40-point boost in other attributes. In terms of strength alone, she was already on par with Ye Zi'an. Of course, this was also because Ye Zi'an had yet to imprint his abilities. Once successfully imprinted, his attributes would increase by 60 points and he would then outstrip Anna significantly. When their weapons clashed, the first exchange ended in a draw. Anna felt exhilarated, realizing she could stand toe-to-toe with the city master. With a greedy gaze fixed on Ye Zi'an below, she meaningfully remarked, "Boss, if you lose, I'll pin you down underneath me hard." Ye Zi'an raised an eyebrow at her words. It seemed he had nothing to lose regardless of the outcome, but he certainly did not intend to lose. Anna raised her earth-shattering hammer and began to unleash her skills, swinging the twin hammers directly at Ye Zi'an. Ye Zi'an relied on his agile physique to evade swiftly appearing behind Anna. As Anna's skill caused her body to remain in a forward motion, Ye Zi'an's Zanpakuto was already poised at her neck. "I lost, it seems my dreams have shattered again." Anna was defeated by Ye Zi'an's high agility attribute, and even a speed-oriented second-tier adept would hardly match Ye Zi'an's current agility. With an expression of regret, Anna gazed at Ye Zi'an, reluctantly preparing to lift the effects of the Colosseum skill. "Wait a moment." Ye Zi'an interrupted Anna's actions, sizing up her figure with meaningful scrutiny, returning her earlier provocation. Anna was no fool. She quickly caught on looking at Ye Zi'an with a grin, her eyes filled with a hint of seduction. Aside from appearing somewhat shy and awkward during her first training session, Anna seemed to awaken a natural talent, displaying remarkable intuition and self-learning abilities. 2 golden hammers were casually tossed aside as she regarded Ye Zi'an with a challenging gaze. "Boss, do you want to compete again?" Dressed in the leather armor freshly retrieved from the workshop, Anna's already tight corset seemed on the verge of bursting, and her lower half was similarly clad in a standard short skirt, accentuating her alluring figure and showcasing the wild beauty of a Western woman. "In that case, let's have another match so you can become convinced." Congratulations on activating your ability recorder. 60 points to all attributes. Congratulations on successfully recording the ability Gladiator. As Anna rose to tidy her clothes, the thrill of training lingered, having boosted her attributes by 20 points. Anna pondered to herself, if we compete again I shouldn't lose to the boss, right? Pinning Ye Zi'an down was her dream. Of course she was unaware that Ye Zi'an had just activated his ability, boosting his attributes by 60 points, far surpassing Anna's. In another match she would only face a more devastating defeat. Feeling the power of the Gladiator ability, Ye Zi'an thought that he could leave any fleeing opponent within the Beast Arena. As the Beast Arena faded, Huize's figure reappeared before Ye Zi'an. His greedy gaze made Huize feel a bit shy. Earlier, when Ye Zi'an and Anna were training in the arena, Anna had revealed Huize's thoughts to him. "Huize, Anna said you needed to see me." It seemed that among the captains of the entire combat department only Huize had yet to be taken. Previously Huize, the strongest captain, would have been at the bottom of the ranks if not for her long-term rigorous training in combat skills, and now she was only slightly stronger than the newly appointed Captain Zhou Ruyan. It appeared that as the city lord I haven't been fair enough, not distributing the opportunities evenly. Long Island Huize, a first-tier ability user, has the ability of Night Assassin, allowing her to conceal herself in darkness and deliver a fatal blow to her enemies. This ability is quite similar to that of the Shadow Walker, but the later stage of Night Assassin can even allow for stealth, which the Shadow Walker cannot compare to. Huize did not expect that Anna would betray her, expressing all her worries to Ye Zi'an. However, now was not the time to back down. Huize mustered her courage, deeply bowing and softly speaking to Ye Zi'an, "My lord, I also want to grow stronger because I have a belief to protect." Ye Zi'an reached out to tuck a stray hair behind Huize's ear, revealing a beauty that rivaled Lin Shanshan for the first time in front of him. "Isn't this beautiful? Why cover it up?" With delicate nostrils and a pair of shy yet determined eyes filled with a hint of affection, Huize gazed directly at Ye Zi'an. Huize's chest was not as prominent as Anna's, merely slightly rounded, her hands hanging at her sides, nervously tugging at her clothing. She had lost her usual composure, fearing that Ye Zi'an would reject her. "Come back to the Tower of Heaven with me, I have some questions to ask you." After saying that, Ye Zi'an prepared to take Huize to the loft located at the top of the Tower of Heaven. Huize could only obediently follow behind Ye Zi'an in this nearly 2,000 square meter space, awaiting Ye Zi'an's planning and arrangement. This loft did not belong to any floor of the Tower of Heaven, as Ye Zi'an had designated it as his future residence. As the Tower of Heaven continued to upgrade, all residents would be arranged to live in the first floor space, and even the office space would be on the first floor. The outer areas would be designated for vegetable plots or other necessary facilities. The loft was supported by 4 pillars at each corner, propping up the tower's peak, while 8 ancient wooden windows shielded the area. From the loft one could overlook the entire fortress, even seeing the buildings and the Shangcheng Bridge several dozen kilometers away with clarity. Ye Zi'an placed the 2 crystal cores he had obtained into the core of the Tower of Heaven. Instantly the 2 cores were absorbed, greatly enhancing the training effects of the training room. Even just staying in the Tower of Heaven would slowly increase his strength and agility. "Do you have something to tell me?" Huize was momentarily taken aback, but under the influence of their mental connection and her true inner thoughts, she finally looked up and slowly spoke. "My lord, I actually have another mission in Dasha." After some internal struggle, Huize made her decision and revealed her original mission. "I am the heir of the Nagashima lineage from the Kanto school of the Eastern Empire. My mission in Xiangqing is to assassinate a politician named Takeuchi Yoshinobu, who is supposed to transit back to the Eastern Empire on the 1st. After finishing, Huize let out a bitter laugh. Originally her mission was just that, and upon seeing Ye Zi'an's high bounty for killing Suchin, she simply wanted to take on a simple task to make up for her organization's losses. Little did she expect that the zombie apocalypse would occur later and she would be confined to the fortress by Ye Zi'an. However, Takeuchi Yoshinobu should have perished amidst the zombies. The Eastern Empire is divided into 2 factions, one led by the Kanto school advocating peaceful coexistence and ensuring the livelihood of the people, while the other is dominated by the Eastern military seeking to dominate the region with the support of the beautiful country. What is the strength of your Kanto school? The narrative regarding the Eastern Empire was not mentioned in the book and was only briefly touched upon, but Ye Zi'an now had to consider these matters. Huize sighed softly, taking a long time to respond. After hundreds of years of suppression from the Eastern military, the Kanto school, which originally had 1,000 branches, now only has a few remaining, and my Nagashima lineage has only me left. Ye Zi'an felt immense joy in his heart. Very well, internal strife within the Eastern Empire is good for me. If it weren't for Wheezy being right in front of him, he would have laughed out loud. Oblivious to the unusual expression on Ye Zi'an's face, Wheezy continued. Our Kanto school only accepts one female disciple every generation to inherit the mantle, and now even among the other branches the entire Kanto school has only 4 or 5 sister disciples left. Ye Zi'an thought fiercely in his heart, what? All females? Eastern military Ye Zi'an will not tolerate you. The content Wheezy spoke of was verified by Ye Zi'an through their mental connection, showing no signs of concealment. But what is Wu Tian Xiangxin doing in Xiacheng? Ye Zi'an muttered to himself, his mind beginning to recall the content of the book. Wheezy thought Ye Zi'an was asking her and shook her head helplessly, explaining, I only know he has a certain task in Xiacheng, but I am not quite clear on the specifics. All I know is that the task requires me to kill him. Well, it seems that Wheezy is only in Xiacheng to carry out a task, and she is not privy to the specific reasons. Ye Zi'an felt a vague sense of unease in his heart, but according to the descriptions in the book it appeared that there had been no major crisis triggered by the people from the East Ing and Xiacheng. Hopefully he was just overthinking. As for Wu Tian Xiangxin from East Ing, Ye Zi'an recalled a small episode from the original book where Su Chen on the 4th day of his past life discovered the identity card of a deceased East Ing person while scavenging supplies in a hotel and even urinated on the corpse. Could that person have been a companion of Wu Tian Xiangxin? Did Su Chen get involved with the East Ing people a few days ago? After much contemplation he still had no clues. Forget it, there's no need to think about it. The ship will naturally reach the bridge when it gets there. Anyway, if I see Wu Tian Xiangxin I won't give him a chance to escape. I'll drag him into the arena and kill him and then unleash the power of my Zanpakuto to uncover all his plans. So have you made your decision? Ye Zi'an changed his tone, lifting Wheezy's short hair with one hand, bringing their gazes to meet once more. Feeling Ye Zi'an's possessive gaze, Wheezy nodded firmly. Then don't be so distant in the future, call me however you feel comfortable. Wheezy obediently nodded and shyly said, I understand, Zi'ankin. Ye Zi'an was very satisfied with Wheezy's compliant demeanor, and a wicked idea began to rise in his heart. Since that's the case, let's do something different. Have you heard of the investigator? Put on this leather jacket and let's rehearse here. Unbeknownst to them, a large bed appeared in the space with a portable television and a black leather jacket placed beside it, presumably retrieved by Ye Zi'an from the space as strange images played on the television. Wheezy's cheeks flushed, yet she did not voice any refusal, merely cooperating with Ye Zi'an to reenact the content on the television. The pristine white sheets bore an additional crimson mark. Congratulations! All attributes 5 additional free attribute points 20. Please distribute freely. In the blink of an eye 10 days had passed and Ye Zi'an was indulging in a blissful life with the fortress members while also taking a few new team members out of the city to kill zombies. The fortress now barely had 20 awakened ability users. Among the newly joined members only Ouyang Shui and Zhou Ruyan had awakened abilities, while the rest only had some basic attributes increased. However, Ye Zi'an was not concerned about this. Those who could awaken abilities in the early stages were the cream of the crop among humans. With the Tongtian Tower in place, these people would eventually awaken abilities and become ability users. Even if there were a few variables, he could always capture them for training. Those who had trained with Ye Zi'an apart from lacking abilities had attributes comparable to first-level ability users. Suck. 5 completely black mutated dogs scampered over at Lin Shanshan's call, eagerly awaiting their feeding. Ye Zi'an focused his gaze, and to his surprise the 5 mutated dog pups he had discovered in Yida Mall had already grown up. After more than 10 days of being fed leftover food by over 2,000 people, they had now grown taller than their parents. These 5 mutated dogs had evolved into a great first-level mutated beasts, adding some combat power to the fortress. In recent days the new members were gradually becoming familiar with the operations of the fortress. Under Nziyu's strict training, at least 1,700 of the 2,000 new members could go out to perform search missions. The remaining 300, due to their physical conditions, could not march long distances but could still assist the city defense team in guarding the walls during wartime. Ye Zi'an looked at the blue-haired Lan Yingying beside him. As the leader of the manufacturing team, she had excellently completed the tasks assigned by Ye Zi'an, producing a total of 2,400 sets of equipment which had already been distributed to all team members. Ye Zi'an was also generous, waving his hand to reward each person in addition to overtime pay an extra 100 points and 1 day of rest. Looking at the 2,000 warriors equipped with leather armor and wooden blades in the square, each one full of spirit, the breast-concealing leather armor paired with leather skirts and their bare thighs did not disappoint Ye Zi'an's expectations. These people also appeared much more spirited after eating the ultimate rice for over 10 days. Their physical qualities had improved across the board. Coupled with excellent equipment and training from the training facility, none of them had any excess fat, and each individual's combat ability surpassed that of the outside survivors, as they had unknowingly killed countless peers or been killed themselves during the repeated simulations in the training chamber. The new team members in the square eagerly prepared to face today's major battle. Although they had simulated zombie kills countless times in the training facility, real combat was still the best way to uncover problems. Ye Zi'an faced the neatly arranged new team members and began issuing orders. Although the search team had previously gone out with a small number of members to hunt zombies, today all new members must undergo a practical assessment. Those who fail will be retrained and lose their points. Everyone was divided into 4 groups led by 3 search team captains and Ziyu to continue clearing zombies within a 5-kilometer radius and bring back any useful supplies to the fortress, building simple defensive structures to withstand the impending zombie tide. In 10 days, various cities will have mutated psychic zombies starting to gather nearby zombie hordes, organizing attacks on human gathering places. The task of the fortress now is to clear as many nearby zombies as possible, set up defenses, and reduce the scale of the impending zombie tide. Ye Zi'an was able to confidently let these captains take the new team members out to hunt zombies today, largely because he had cleared all the grade and grade mutated zombies within 10 kilometers surrounding them in the past few days. Moreover, each team had 3 ability users and a mutated dog station, making them fearless even if they encountered mutated zombies. Ye Zi'an checked the task list in his mind. Tongtian Tower's 4th level task of killing ordinary zombies 785641000000 mutated zombies 1010. If all goes well, the Tongtian Tower will be upgraded to the 4th level today, at which point the medical facility can be established. He glanced at Zhou Ruyan and Ouyang Shui beside Su Wei. Zhou Ruyan's awakened ability was Raging Twin Blades, a dual-wielding warrior with high strength and agility, while Ouyang Shui was the Ice Queen, proficient in various ice attribute attacks. Ye Zi'an turned to the eager Zhou Ruyan and Ouyang Shui beside her and said, "You two temporarily assist the other captains. Zhou Ruyan, stay close to Chen Ruo Shui and learn the work of the search team captain. Ouyang Shui, assist Lin Qianxian." "Yes, City Lord." The two stood up and left the ranks of the new recruits. Zhou Ruyan walked to Chen Ruo Shui's side. Having been learning from her for the past few days, they were already familiar with each other. Just a few nights ago they even teamed up to fend off Ye Zi'an's surprise attack. Although they ultimately failed, they had become close comrades. As for Lin Qianxian and Ouyang Shui, they already had a teacher-student relationship at Xiaoqing University, having known each other well before the apocalypse, and they cooperated quite harmoniously. According to the previously assigned teams, the 2,000 people quickly divided into 4 groups, with the team captains standing at the front of the ranks waiting for Ye Zi'an to give the order to depart. Ye Zi'an looked at the motivated team members in the square. Many of them were entering the outside world for the first time since the apocalypse. Most of the new recruits had been trapped in the girls' dormitory, rescued by Ye Zi'an, and had arrived directly at the fortress by bus. Their memories of the apocalypse included only the wandering zombies in the distance and the group of boys under Su Chen. Each team member carries a zombie antidote, a day's worth of food, and the captain should carry 30 antidotes for emergencies. "I will patrol the surroundings, and if you encounter danger or run low on antidotes, call me on channel 1 of the intercom at any time." In recent days, Ye Zi'an had cleared the nearby mutated zombies, but they could not be careless, as zombies mutated every day and new mutated zombies could appear at any moment. However, as long as they did not encounter grade or higher mutated zombies, Ye Zi'an would have to take action personally, as every team had the strength to handle them. The 4 teams marched forward in a grand manner according to their assigned positions, beginning to clear the zombies within each building and extracting the spinal fluid in crystal cores from the zombie heads. Ye Zi'an and Su Wei sat inside an RV. As the leader of the medical team, Su Wei awakened a rare healing ability, Divine Healing. By continuously using her ability, the white light she emitted could heal the injuries of team members. As long as there was breath, even a chest pierced through could gradually heal. Not only that, but the daily check-in, which Ye Zi'an viewed as a nuisance, actually had a 15-day check-in reward. Mental probes sending out mental energy to scan the positions and states of all life forms nearby. Enemies would be marked with red dots in Ye Zi'an's mind, while allies would be marked with green dots. The stronger the power, the larger the marked dot. With Ye Zi'an's current mental strength, the scanning range was about 100 meters. If she concentrated her mental energy in one direction, the detection distance could reach 200 meters. Ye Zi'an enjoyed Su Wei's service in the RV. It had to be said that Su Wei's figure was much better than Lin Qianxian's. Before the apocalypse, she was a doctor and had self-taught a lot of knowledge, unlike Lin Qianxian, who was shy. Suddenly the intercom emitted an urgent plea for help. "City Lord, a large number of invaders have appeared to the north with at least 3,000 people attacking us." 3,000 people. Ye Zi'an paused her actions, stunned by the number. Her brows furrowed. There shouldn't be such a large force in Xiaoqing at this time in the story. In the story, Xiaoqing had 2 major forces: the Student Self-Rescue Association formed by Su Chen at Xiaoqing University and the Xiaoqing base established by the city's rulers in the city center. Later, Su Chen absorbed the Xiaoqing base and continued to use its name. However, that was a month after the apocalypse. The Xiaoqing base should still be gathering survivors and stockpiling supplies. Ye Zi'an had a premonition that this matter might be related to Su Chen's actions during his lifetime. She cursed inwardly, even dead he doesn't let me rest easy. Instantly several team members in the channel cried for help, forcing Ye Zi'an to make a decision. Ye Zi'an shouted into the channel, the team members to the north, organize yourself to defend using advantageous formations. The team members on the other three sides halt the killing of zombies and rush to the north for support. Leave no invaders behind. Just 3,000 people. Although the number is large, my team members can at least hold 3 against 1, making it not too difficult to hold out until the other groups arrive for rescue. However, these team members were a precious asset, even losing one would require a long time to train. Su Wei stood up and immediately helped Ye Zi'an put on tactical armor. Ye Zi'an drove the RV north. The northern side was under the command of Ziyu, who was currently leading a dozen team members to evade pursuit. The 500-strong team had already scattered, but Ziyu had attracted a large number of elite enemies to her side. Damn it, where did these people come from? Ziyu led her team of over a dozen members in a mad dash. Fortunately, they had already cleared the zombies on the road when they came, and they were not surrounded by zombies, only pursued by thousands of survivors brandishing various weapons who were constantly mocking her. Hey little beauty, don't run, stop and let me have some fun. Damn it. If it were just these miscellaneous soldiers, Ziyu could easily deal with them. After all, the gap between ability users and ordinary people could not be bridged by numbers. However, among these people there were at least 7 ability users, especially a young man wielding a knife who could actually hold his ground against the mutated dog Xiao Wu. This young man was Takeda Yushin, whom Ziyu had seen on television, the youngest general of the East Yamato and the head of the Takeda family, one of the 4 great families of the East Yamato. The defensive line that the team had just organized was instantly breached by these ability users. Ahead was an alley only 3 meters wide. Ziyu gritted her teeth and shouted to the surrounding team members, "You all go first, I will hold the rear with Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu was the mutated dog assigned to Ziyu, currently sporting a deep knife wound on its back with blood-red flesh exposed, and the wound was bleeding profusely, a true masterpiece of the young man. "Captain." One of the team members wanted to say something but was stopped by Ziyu. "This is an order, you all hurry and find the city lord or we will all die here." Ziyu was already prepared for sacrifice. This was her duty as the captain of the rookie team, to protect those who had not yet graduated from the rookie team. Having said that, Ziyu brandished her large knife, standing firm at the alley's entrance while the mutated dog Xiao Wu stood in front of her, exuding an aura of defiance. Ziyu slashed through a dozen pursuers, shocking the ordinary people who were chasing. From the crowd someone cursed, "Damn, this woman is an ability user, she seems a bit tricky." Behind the crowd 2 ability users secretly activated their powers, and suddenly 2 fireballs appeared in the air, hurtling straight towards Ziyu. "Damn!" Ziyu cursed under her breath, having to sidestep to avoid the fireball's assault. Meanwhile, Takeda and another man wielding a katana took the opportunity to rush through the crowd. The strongest Takeda faced off against the mutated dog Xiao Wu, while the man with the katana confronted Ziyu. The alley's defenses were breached and a horde of pursuers immediately sought to bypass Ziyu and continue chasing the earlier team members. "You are courting death." Ziyu sidestepped the katana's strike, raising her hand to slash at a pursuing attacker. The blunt knife in her hand was imbued with spiritual energy, instantly severing him in 2. A headless corpse collapsed to the ground. "If you wish to harm my team members, you must first step over my dead body." Ziyu pointed her blunt knife forward, instantly activating her ability. In addition to the aura generated passively by the chaotic Yin-Yang Art, she was also surrounded by a unique yellow protective shield from her own ability. Yamamoto and Honda can quickly team up to take her down. If those team members escape back to the fortress, it will be troublesome. Takeda, still engaged with the mutated dog, immediately suggested. Xiao Wu was surprisingly being firmly suppressed by Takeda. Siege warfare was different from field battles, where casualties would be even greater. The man Matsumoto nodded and shouted in a language from the land of the rising sun, and immediately 6 ability users stepped out from the crowd surrounding Ziyu. Indeed, among these people there were quite a few ability users, which puzzled Ziyu. She muttered to herself, didn't the lord of the city say that ability users were extremely rare in the early stages? The few ability users awakened within their fortress were mostly those who had trained with the lord of the city. Naturally, true ability users were as rare as hen's teeth. Matsumoto's katana was blocked by Ziyu, but the other 6 took the opportunity to attack several katana, slashing at Ziyu's body, which was defended by her protective shield. Seeing herself unscathed, Ziyu let out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I awakened a defensive ability. I hope to hold on until the lord of the city arrives for support." A few fleeing team members spotted Ye Zi'an's RV and immediately shouted, "Lord of the city, Lord of the city." Ye Zi'an drove northward and saw a dozen team members fleeing towards her area, calling out her name. Ye Zi'an stopped the car, her face showing a hint of displeasure as she scrutinized them from head to toe. Although they still had weapons in hand, their backpacks filled with supplies had already vanished, resembling a group of demoralized soldiers. She had just ordered them to organize for defense and they ran away. Sensing the killing intent radiating from Ye Zi'an, the surrounding team members fell silent, afraid to speak and provoke her. The leading team member thought of their captain being surrounded and bracing himself against Ye Zi'an's killing intent, gritted his teeth to explain, "Captain," and ordered us to retreat. She said there are at least 20 ability users among them and the leader isn't even a match for the mutated dog Xiao Wu. Now it was Ye Zi'an's turn to be dumbfounded. 20 ability users. When did the world's ability users become so common? On her side, they had painstakingly trained only 20 ability users, most of whom were either the female lead or antagonists from the original story, along with some exceptionally gifted societal elites. Ye Zi'an needed to figure out the reason. Immediately she said, "Get in the car with me." "Where is Nziyu?" She knew this was not the time to argue with them whether true or not. The priority was to repel these invaders. The team member pointed towards the alley between the nearby buildings and said, "Captain and is just ahead in that alley holding off those invaders for us." Ye Zi'an pressed the gas pedal and the RV sped towards the direction indicated by the team member. A blood-soaked figure leaned against the wall, gripping the blunt knife tightly with the tip aimed at the invaders. On the ground lay around 30 corpses, all killed by Nziyu, including one ability user. Xiao Wu lay at her feet, panting heavily with several penetrating knife wounds that made it difficult for him to stand. Yet he remained loyally positioned in front of Nziyu. Takeda leisurely approached, his large knife pointed at Nziyu as he spoke. "Where is Su Chen? I heard he is looking for your lord." Some boys who fled from Xiqing University recognized Ye Zi'an's identity and relayed the news to the management of the Xiqing base. Some management personnel informed Takeda Yukinabu of the news, which was how he learned of Su Chen's whereabouts. Did this person not know that Su Chen had been killed by the lord of the city? However, thinking that Su Chen was not a good person, Nziyu spat and angrily retorted, "Bah, I would rather die than tell you." Takeda Yukinabu wiped the blood from his face, furious, and declared, "Damn, your temper is too fierce. Keeping you alive is a hassle, otherwise I would have liked to taste the essence of an ability user." With that, he aimed his large knife at Nziyu's abdomen and thrust forward. Blood flowed from the wound, but Nziyu retaliated, similarly cutting Takeda Yukinabu's cheek. On the side of the street, Ye Zi'an frowned slightly, beginning to use her mental probing to search for Nziyu's presence. She discovered that Nziyu's mental state was near yet somewhat weak. From her mental probing, Ye Zi'an learned that although there were fewer than 2,000 invaders near Nziyu, there were indeed about 10 traces of ability users. What exactly went wrong? Take Tekken, kill her. How will Susan find us? If it's to be done, then do it. Anyone who obstructs my path and defies me deserves to die. Takeda said this with a cruel expression. The Nziyu on the ground had only a breath left. Without the physical resilience of an ability user, an ordinary person would have long since perished. Just as Takeda Yukinabu prepared to deliver the finishing blow, Ye Zi'an drove the RV directly towards him. Takeda Yukinabu dodged to the side, but alas, several of the Easterners behind him were crushed by the RV, their fates unknown. Ye Zi'an and Su Wei immediately exited the vehicle. Ye Zi'an swung her knife. The chaotic power imbued in the blade forced Takeda Yukinabu to sidestep, and upon seeing the severely injured Nziyu, a glimmer of killing intent appeared on his face. Takeda Yukinabu, equally furious, exclaimed, "Two more fools come to die." Just as he was about to continue speaking, a figure swiftly darted past him, charging directly at him. Just as he was about to raise his knife to defend himself, the shadow moved even faster, leaving Takeda Yukinabu no time to react. Ye Zi'an's soul-cutting blade pierced through the open maw of the shadow and directly into its brain. Takeda Yukinabu looked at Ye Zi'an in disbelief. Could he not withstand even one of her strikes? As the soul-cutting blade activated, the memories of Takeda Yukinabu's life flashed before him like a revolving lantern, dissolving into white light as they were absorbed by Ye Zi'an. Ye Zi'an withdrew the soul-cutting blade from Takeda Yukinabu's brain, shaking off the blood, and spat on his corpse. "That's what you get for talking nonsense. Take Tekken." Looking at Takeda Yukinabu's body lying on the ground, everything that happened in the blink of an eye left the others except Ye Zi'an with no time to react. A few Easterners called out Takeda Yukinabu's name, not expecting their leader to be killed in the blink of an eye with no time to even attempt a rescue. Hearing the way they addressed Takeda Yukinabu with a distinct Eastern accent, it was clear they were indeed from the land of the rising sun. Ye Zi'an's gaze was as cold as that of someone looking at a few corpses, fixating icily on these Eastern Yen superhumans. "Baka, I will slaughter you." Feeling the disdain from Ye Zi'an, the Eastern Yen superhumans immediately raised their katana and charged at him. In an instant, the figures of these individuals vanished from sight, having awakened their unique Eastern Yen ability, the art of invisibility. A mysterious smile crept across Ye Zi'an's lips, accompanied by the eerie red glow of his soul-devouring blade, making him appear exceptionally terrifying. This startled the Eastern Yen superhumans. Did he see through their ruse? No, that's impossible. Even thermal imaging cannot detect superhumans employing invisibility. The actions of the Shadow Walkers could not hide from Ye Zi'an's immense spiritual power, not to mention these Eastern Yen superhumans who had only learned the surface of such skills. Especially after Ye Zi'an gained spiritual probing abilities, the so-called invisibility of these individuals was nothing but a joke. Under his spiritual probing, red light dots slowly moved toward him. It seemed that this invisibility technique wasn't that powerful. Its greatest drawback was the significant limitation on their movement speed. All their actions unfolded in Ye Zi'an's mind like a group of clowns performing a ridiculous show. Suddenly Ye Zi'an struck with his dual blades, directly cleaving the invisible Eastern Yen superhuman before him. A mist of blood unexpectedly filled the previously empty space, revealing a body cleaved in two. The upper half of the body continued to wail, and the Eastern Yen superhuman looked at Ye Zi'an as if he were a demon. The enhanced physical attributes of the superhuman made it difficult for him to die easily, intensifying his suffering. He was proud of his invisibility, yet Ye Zi'an easily discovered him. Seeing this, the others immediately raised their swords and charged at Ye Zi'an. Damn it, I will kill you to avenge Koskin. Ye Zi'an showed no fear, meeting the attack with his soul-devouring blade. With a clash of metal, the blade instantly severed the katana in their hands, leaving the invaders stunned. This weapon is so fierce. The sound of broken blades hitting the ground jolted the Eastern Yen superhumans from their stupor. Damn it, how can this person be so strong? Retreat! Honda stared incredulously at the broken sword in his hand and began issuing orders to the Eastern Yen superhumans in the crowd. Staying would only cause greater casualties, and with Takeda dead, he had his own mission. It was unnecessary to risk everything for a dead man. Upon hearing their leader's command, the surrounding Eastern Yen superhumans immediately turned and scattered. Thinking that even if Ye Zi'an pursued them, he could only kill a few unfortunate souls and could not wipe them all out. Moreover, there were over 1,000 survivors from the Great Xia at the Shiqing base who would buy Ye Zi'an a considerable amount of time. Oh no, they are trying to escape. Sensing the intentions of these Eastern Yen people, Ye Zi'an raised his blade, channeling his abilities and spiritual energy to activate the soul-devouring slash while releasing the 20 souls he had stored previously to enhance the skill's power. The abilities coursing through him were absorbed by the blade. Had it not been for the support of the chaotic Yin-Yang technique, Ye Zi'an would likely have been drained by the blade. Before Ye Zi'an, a black blade aura spanning 80 meters suddenly appeared. The speed of the blade aura was incredibly fast, instantly bisecting the 2,000 people present. Most ordinary bodies were directly shredded to bits by the blade aura, leaving no remnants. Only a dozen superhumans remained alive due to their superior physical traits, but they were on the brink of death. The blade aura scraped away their flesh inch by inch, akin to being executed by 1,000 cuts. In that moment they wished they were merely ordinary people, for it would be blissful to die obliviously. Ye Zi'an too was not in good shape, propped up by the blade, barely maintaining his standing posture. The previous strike felt as if his entire being had been hollowed out, leaving him devoid of any abilities or spiritual energy, as though he had become an ordinary person. This skill is powerful, but the side effects are quite significant. As a weapon of the Red Legend, the energy consumption was naturally exaggerated. Had Ye Zi'an not possessed the spiritual energy from the chaotic Yin-Yang technique, relying solely on his first-tier abilities, he would have been drained long ago. Ye Zi'an leaned on his blade and walked up to these people, ignoring their pleading gazes, and one by one he pierced through their skulls, ending their lives like slaughtering pigs. He aimed to prevent them from turning into zombies and sought to extract information from them about their plans and how they became superhumans. As Ye Zi'an pierced through their heads, their memories were extracted, revealing the true reason behind their attack on him. These individuals were here for Su Chun, unaware that he had already been slain by Ye Zi'an at school, and mistakenly thought he was captured and imprisoned in the fortress. Furious, Ye Zi'an cursed, "Su Chen, you truly deserve to die." Previously Ye Zi'an killed Su Chen, perhaps due to rivalry with the male lead. However, from these memories Ye Zi'an understood how Su Chen colluded with the Eastern Yen people to evade the pursuit of the mercenaries sent by his uncle. He also learned from their memories why there were so many superhumans in Eastern Yen. It was all due to the sins created by the deceased Su Chen. Before the apocalypse, Su Chen sought to escape Ye Zi'an's pursuit, recalling the Eastern Yen person he had seen killed on the fourth day of the apocalypse. Honda Taro, a subordinate of the Eastern Yen politician Takeda Yoshinobu. To secure a chance at survival, Su Chen swiftly found the hotel and met Honda Taro, who had not yet been assassinated by Keiko, and gained his trust by predicting several events that would occur the next day. Su Chen informed Honda Taro that he would be assassinated, using this information to obtain refuge from Eastern Yen for a few days, intending to return for his sister and Lin Qianqian after the apocalypse and then kick Honda Taro aside. Honda Taro, realizing that his whereabouts had been discovered, reported this matter to his superior Takeda Yoshinobu regardless of its truth. After Takeda's investigation, he indeed discovered the activities of the Thousand Islands faction in Shicheng and became interested in Suchen, attempting to extract further information from him. Suchen casually fabricated some lies, such as concocting a story about Mount Fuji about to erupt. On the day before the apocalypse, the Eastern Yen Empire mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops for rescue, coincidentally encountering the newly emerged Eastern Yen SS-level zombie queen, the Snow Woman. The two forces clashed violently, and ultimately the Eastern Yen Empire successfully captured the newly arrived Snow Woman at the cost of half the casualties of their national troops. Upon realizing that being scratched by a zombie had a 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming a superhuman, the Eastern Yen Empire began conducting experiments. Through the unethical research of some experts, they devised a relatively stable formula. By diluting the blood of the Snow Woman 10,000 times and combining it with a certain amount of ordinary zombie brain matter to create a potion, they achieved approximately a 1% success rate in granting users unique abilities known as superhumans. Of course, the other 99% of users would turn into zombies. Ye Zi'an felt a chill run down his spine with the Eastern Yen Empire's methods. If they injected this potion into the entire populace, at least 1 million superhumans could be produced. Even if ordinary people's physical traits were slightly inferior, having the success rate would still yield 500,000 superhumans. Ye Zi'an shook his head. No, at least 90% of ordinary people in Eastern Yen have become zombies, leaving at most 10% as survivors, and those ordinary people would not willingly become experimental subjects for the Eastern Yen military. From these individuals' memories, Ye Zi'an learned that the Thousand Islands faction had begun organizing some civilians and naturally awakened superhumans to fight back. The worst-case scenario involves only several tens of thousands of ability users constrained by the limited production of potions. After all, the Snow Woman also requires living beings to feed on. According to the memories of these individuals, the Eastern Empire currently produces a maximum of 10000 to 20000 awakening potions per day, cultivating 1 or 200 ability users. The downside is the inability to choose candidates, relying purely on luck among civilians. Once they become ability users, these individuals must eradicate zombies in other cities of the Eastern Empire. Once they have cleared all the zombies within the Eastern Empire, it will take at least 6 months. By then, Blue Star will experience 3 months of extreme heat apocalypse and 3 months of torrential rain apocalypse. At that time, there will naturally be over 100,000 awakened ability users in the Great Xia. However, I cannot delay. The longer I wait, the more ability users the Eastern Empire will have, leading to greater casualties. Moreover, these Eastern ability users lurking in Xia City have brought some samples from the Eastern Empire, wanting to extract more information from Su Chen and also to conduct experiments in the Great Xia to improve the potion formula. I thought that after Su Chen's death everything would settle, allowing me to develop peacefully, but unexpectedly this incident occurred. Ye Zi'an clenched his fists. It seems I must consider going to the Eastern Empire to eliminate this country once and for all. Fortunately, the Eastern Empire has only sent 30 ability users led by Honda Taro and 20 researchers to Xia City. Now the ability users have been dealt with, but the whereabouts of the researchers remain unknown, as they are operating in secrecy and have yet to contact Takeda and the others. According to Takeda Yoshinobu's memories, communication is currently interrupted, and the next contact between him and the Eastern Empire will be in a month, when he will send someone to report the progress to the Eastern military. If Takeda Yoshinobu does not report back in 2 months, the Eastern military will send someone to Xia City to search for them. I could take advantage of this 2-month gap. The researchers, however, are hiding in secret locations within Xia City, unknown even to Takeda and his group. Those 20 individuals pose the greatest threat to Xia City, as they hold at least 20000 awakening potions and even several large tubes of blood from the zombie queen, the Snow Woman. These memories were shared by Ye Zi'an with all the team members present, and their gazes towards Takeda's corpse grew even angry. While Ye Zi'an was engaged in combat with the Easterners, and Ziyu was being lifted into an RV by her subordinates. And Ziyu bore dozens of knife wounds, blood seeping continuously from her injuries, and her leather armor had long since lost its protective function. Yet Ziyu still tightly gripped her knife with one hand, unwilling to let go. "How is Ziyu?" Several teammates outside the door had red eyes, but no one directly answered Ye Zi'an's question. Seeing their expressions, it was clear I wouldn't get any answers, so I might as well check on her myself. Ye Zi'an walked straight into the compartment of the RV to take a look. After all, the two had already established a substantial relationship. Inside the compartment, several team members were frantically wrapping in Ziyu's wounds with bandages, while a sweating Sue continuously used her abilities to heal her injuries. However, Ziyu's injuries were too severe, with dozens of stab wounds mainly concentrated on her chest and back. Particularly the wound inflicted by Takeda Yoshinobu had pierced through her abdomen, damaging many of her internal organs far beyond what Sue could heal at the moment. Ye Zi'an probed into Zi'u's body with his spiritual sense, detecting massive blood loss. If it weren't for her exceptional physical condition as an ability user combined with the lingering effects of the chaotic Yin-Yang technique sustaining her last breath, Zi'u might have already perished. Ye Zi'an couldn't help but curse inwardly, I will eventually wipe out all these Easterners. Ye Zi'an searched the system store for any items that could help Zi'u. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations on completing the task on the 4th floor of the Tower of Heaven, killing 100,000,100,000 zombies and 1010 mutated zombies. The 4th floor of the Tower of Heaven is activated, enhancing the basic functions of the first 3 floors, and the medical room function is activated. The task for the 5th floor of the Tower of Heaven is to kill 100,000 zombies and 100 mutated zombies ability users, enhancing the basic functions of other floors and activating the power system of the Tower of Heaven. Congratulations, you have obtained a blueprint for remote weapon manufacturing. Choose one which can be used in the manufacturing room on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Heaven. Hearing the system's prompt, Ye Zi'an felt overjoyed. That's right, how could I have forgotten about the medical room on the 4th floor of the Tower of Heaven? It seems that the other team members have completed their zombie killing objectives. Now Zi'u has a chance to be saved. However, to ensure absolute safety, Ye Zi'an recalled the upgrade card he obtained from killing Su-chun earlier and directly upgraded the Tower of Heaven to the 5th floor. This way the healing capability of the medical room on the 4th floor will be significantly enhanced, increasing the chances of completely healing Zi'u. Although this card becomes increasingly valuable in the later stages, Ye Zi'an couldn't afford to think about that now. Zi'u, one of the female protagonists, is a major general under my command. Saving her is the priority. The 5th floor of the Tower of Heaven is activated. The power system of the Tower of Heaven is turned on and the Tower of Heaven is merging with the fortress. Please do not be attacked. Countdown 24 hours. The task for the 6th floor of the Tower of Heaven is to kill 100,000 zombies and 100 mutated zombies ability users, enhancing the basic functions of other floors and activating the defense system of the Tower of Heaven. Fortunately, the merging Tower of Heaven does not affect the use of other functions, otherwise Ye Zi'an's actions would have been redundant. However, the task quantity for the 6th floor is the same as that of the 5th with no additional increase. I don't know whether it's due to the use of the upgrade card, but the difficulty of the tasks has not escalated. The area of the Tower of Heaven in the center of the fortress expanded to twice its size, radiating a golden light that enveloped the entire fortress, merging the two into one. The base of the Tower of Heaven lifted the entire foundation of the fortress, gradually forming a new structure. Even the fortress walls have become exceptionally tall, measuring at least 30 meters. Hurry and take Zi'u to the medical room on the 4th floor of the Tower of Heaven. There is still a glimmer of hope. I must continue to save other team members. At this moment, Su Wei looked bewildered, feeling utterly helpless as her abilities were ineffective. Ye Zi'an exchanged 10 bottles of stamina potions and handed them to Su Wei. Noticing her unusual complexion, he spoke on the way, give her these potions and take her to the medical room. The equipment there will help you save Zi'u. At the same time, I leaned closer to Su Wei and whispered in a voice only she could hear, your brother Su-chen's collaboration with the Easterners has nothing to do with you. If you really want to atone for him, focus on treating the injured team members in the fortress. After saying this, Ye Zi'an also issued a mental command to Su Wei, instructing her not to leave the fortress and to gradually forget about her brother Su-chen. Watching the RV drive out of sight, the self-operating chaotic Yin-Yang technique restored a significant amount of Ye Zi'an's stamina. Even though he barely regained 20 of his abilities, it was more than enough to deal with the invaders. After the recent battle, Ye Zi'an felt as if he had completely absorbed the protagonist's halo. A system prompt echoed in his mind, the Goddess of Luck system is now unlocked. There are no longer limits on the number of upgrades for cards below blue quality. For other qualities, there are 3 upgrade opportunities each day. Indeed, the shortcomings of the Goddess of Luck system lie here. Previously, the functions of the Goddess of Luck system, devoured by the Great Villain system, were somewhat incomplete. Ye Zi'an originally thought it was due to the loss of certain functions during the devouring process, but it turned out to be because he had not fully digested the protagonist's halo. Now that Ye Zi'an has completely digested the male lead's halo, the Goddess of Luck system has been fully restored. Just as Ye Zi'an felt fortunate to have fully mastered the Goddess of Luck system, the sky suddenly changed. The originally bright day darkened unexpectedly and energy around him coalesced into a white light orb. The white light orb gradually expanded, measuring at least 100 meters, containing immense energy. The system's voice timely echoed, this orb is what is known as the Will of Heaven. I wonder what it is up to now. Ye Zi'an furrowed his brows, fixing his gaze on the white orb, ready to counterattack at any moment. Fortunately, having just absorbed the protagonist's halo had restored Ye Zi'an's strength to its peak, and he sensed a faint sign of breaking through to the 2nd tier. There's no need to fear, host, you have thoroughly absorbed Su-chen's protagonist halo. The Will of Heaven cannot directly do anything to jeopardize your safety. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Ye Zi'an felt his tension ease, yet he continued to stare intently at the orb in the sky. To Ye Zi'an's surprise, the orb did nothing and suddenly exploded in the air. The exploding orb split into dozens of white beams scattering across every corner of the world. Damn, has the will of heaven in this world gone mad? The villain system suddenly became very agitated, as if it had witnessed something that shattered its worldview. The system's agitation suddenly made Ye Zi'an feel uneasy, prompting him to ask urgently, "System, what exactly has happened?" The system, somewhat incoherent with anger, began to explain to Ye Zi'an the will of heaven actually self-destructed. Under normal circumstances, our system and the will of heaven of the realm we inhabit compete on a basis of mutual agreement. The villain fails and becomes the stepping stone for the protagonist. If the villain wins, we harvest a wave of luck from this world, and the will of heaven of this realm remains dormant for hundreds of years before nurturing a new protagonist. Yet the will of heaven in this world just self-destructed, using all its energy to boost the strength of the female leads of this world, and even blasted through the barriers of this realm, leaving it a land without a master. Now it is unknown how many systems from other realms will send their female traversers to invade this realm, where they might kill 800 while injuring themselves 1,000 just to let others compete with us. Ye Zi'an was stunned by the fierce nature of this will of heaven. Unable to hold back, he cursed, "Damn, is the will of heaven really that extreme?" However, as if thinking of something, he asked, "Wait, system, did you say female traversers? Are female traversers being sent to me in male-oriented novels?" Many female traversers from other worlds appeared one by one in this realm. Due to the rules set by the original worlds, only exceptionally outstanding females could be sent. Moreover, the female leads or other female characters marginalized due to the original book's abrupt ending are gradually having their restrictions lifted. After hearing the system's description, Ye Zi'an had no choice but to accept the current situation. Although the original male lead Su Chen was gone, the female leads of this world had become significantly stronger, along with powerful females from other worlds, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Ye Zi'an had initially thought that eliminating Su Chen would ensure a worry-free future, allowing him to follow the plot as it unfolded. But now, with the plot's development uncertain, it held no reference value for Ye Zi'an, and instead his preconceived notions could lead to major losses. Fortunately, the timing of natural disasters would not change, which brought Ye Zi'an some comfort. Moreover, without the protection of the will of heaven, he would no longer face obstructions in battles with those female characters. He was strong enough to directly cultivate or capture people into his fortress and control them through a mental connection. Thinking of this, Ye Zi'an felt a sense of relief. The self-destruction of the will of heaven had actually removed a formidable obstacle for him and brought him numerous female opponents. However, no matter how it was said, the matters of the Eastern Empire must be resolved first. With the self-destruction of the will of heaven, all female characters were no longer bound by the original plot restrictions, but came alive in their thoughts with their own consciousness, no longer confined by the limitations of the original book. In the distant German Empire, a petite blonde girl was dragged onto the execution ground by a soldier, her frail body starkly contrasting with the giant axe in the executioner's hand being pressed firmly onto the guillotine. "Sister Laura, Sister Laura!" A young girl at the foot of the execution ground cried out for her sister, who was being held down by several soldiers preparing for a public execution. The onlookers appeared pale and emaciated, with one elderly woman tightly gripping the younger sister MIA's clothes, covering her eyes to prevent her from witnessing the bloody scene. A burly man stood on the inner city's wall holding a glass of red wine, watching the execution scene below, where freshly cooked food lay on the ground, trampled underfoot, turning into a puddle of mush. These foods were only slightly unpalatable to him, so he discarded them on the ground, trampling them underfoot, while numerous beautiful young girls behind him, disregarding their dignity, knelt on the ground to pick up the dirt-covered bread and other foods, desperately stuffing them into their mouths, wolfing them down without caring for the taste. The burly man pointed at Laura and declared to those below, "This is the fate of stealing bread. Whales, begin the execution." The executioner, holding the giant axe, received the Lord's order, raising the axe high, ready to behead Laura. As the giant axe was about to fall, the girl closed her eyes in despair, when suddenly a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, host, for activating the Iron Blood Empire system. This murky and greedy world requires blood to cleanse it. Only blood can restore the glory of the Empire." In an instant, the girl's aura surged violently, transforming from a powerless girl into a first-tier advanced ability user. Laura quickly broke free from the grip of the guards holding her shoulders, her small delicate hand firmly grasping the axe handle that was about to fall. The executioner was sweating profusely, exerting all his strength, but still unable to regain control of the giant axe. With a powerful tug, the girl swiftly seized the giant axe, which was disproportionately large for her height, and swung it back, cleaving the executioner in half. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. The onlookers and guards had no reaction, fearfully staring at Laura. Wales was an ability user second only to the Lord. The girl looked down at the crowd and spoke with authority. We risk our lives outdoors facing the threat of being devoured by zombies to painstakingly cultivate crops, yet we must hand over 90% of the harvest while receiving no protection from them. A fist-sized loaf of bread actually requires us to pay 50 zombie crystals to buy it. That's 50 zombie crystals, the remains of 50 zombies, which wouldn't even fit in a truck. Laura turned to face the Lord on the inner city tower, the tip of her axe pointed directly at his head as she spoke. If I die, wrap my corpse in a banner, pick up my weapon and continue the fight until we fall. With that she swung her giant axe around, cleaving the soldiers on the execution platform in two. A grand transformation was initiated in the aftermath of the apocalypse ignited by the Prussian Empire. In the northern region of the Great Xia Kingdom on the snowy Changbai Mountain, a breathtakingly beautiful woman with bright eyes and exquisite features leaned against a large tree. Her delicate face appeared somewhat weak, her curvaceous figure tightly wrapped in a flowing celestial dress, yet it could not conceal her proud form. Once Moon Xingyao steadied her breathing, biting her lip to endure the excruciating pain in her abdomen, she struggled to stand up. With her abdomen pierced by a longsword, the blood seeping out soaked her azure and white celestial dress, and the cold ice slightly froze the blood, preventing her from losing consciousness due to excessive blood loss. Moon Xingyao began to curiously observe this unfamiliar world. Where is this? I remember being chased by my junior sister and in desperation jumped off a cliff to end my life. How did I end up here? In the distance a few mindless mortals approached Moon Xingyao, their claws outstretched. Moon Xingyao frowned. These people appeared completely devoid of self-awareness. Could they be the living dead, controlled by some kind of parasite? The foul stench from the zombies assaulted her senses, their claws seemingly ready to tear her apart. There was no time for Moon Xingyao to think further. She swiftly drew the hairpin from her head, intricately carved with strange inscriptions. It was made from a material neither metal nor jade, and even Moon Xingyao did not know what it was, only that it was a keepsake left by her mother. The moment the hairpin was in Moon Xingyao hand, it instantly transformed into an extraordinarily sharp longsword, the white snow falling upon it adding a touch of chill. Moon Xingyao long silky hair cascaded down her shoulders like a serene fairy, standing atop the frigid snow-capped mountain and coldly gazing at the approaching zombies. Although her dantian had been pierced by her junior sister Moon Xinga and her spiritual energy was dissipating, rendering her a cripple, the swordsmanship she had diligently cultivated since childhood remained intact. These few mindless living dead were no match for her. The long sword in her hand moved like a silver snake, and with the fluid motions of Moon Xingyao's body she pierced the hearts of these individuals in an instant. Yet what would be a fatal blow to ordinary people held no significance before these zombies. The zombies turned and angrily roared at Moon Xingyao, still brandishing their arms and charging towards her. Moon Xingyao's cold expression slightly furrowed. It seemed these individuals were indeed controlled by some strange force capable of ignoring even fatal wounds like the heart, turning them into pain-immune living dead. The question remained whether they would continue to act after their heads were severed. The longsword struck again, this time with a clear target to behead these zombies. As Moon Xingyao had anticipated, once their heads were severed, the zombies ceased to move, their bodies collapsing at her feet. What is this? In one of the severed zombie heads, Moon Xingyao saw a red crystal the size of a fingernail containing a faint trace of spiritual energy. Carefully Moon Xingyao used her sword to extract the crystal from the head, lifting it into her palm as she began to closely examine it. This was a type of energy crystal similar to the magical beast cores from the Tianling continent, gathering the forces of this world. Although the spiritual energy within was weak, it was perfectly suitable for Moon Xingyao, who had lost her power as it absorbed gently. Moreover, the method of use was similar to that of the magical beast cores, controlling the energy within the crystal with her mind to flow into her body, enhancing her cultivation. However, unlike the magical beast cores, the energy from this crystal was absorbed much more swiftly and without any loss. In just a breath, the energy from the 5 crystals had been completely absorbed by Moon Xingyao, and the crystals dissipated into the air. During the process of absorbing the crystals, Moon Xingyao discovered that her abdominal wound was slowly healing. Although recovery was slow, her keen awareness caught this development. What a remarkable crystal! Its effects are even stronger than spirit stones and can actually heal my wounds. Moon Xingyao pondered for a moment, estimating that if she had 100 more of these crystals, her abdominal injury would completely heal, and then there would still be a chance to reconstruct her dantian. You Chinga, you never expected me to survive after jumping off the cliff, did you? The grudge of today I, Moon Xingyao, will remember in my heart. I will definitely return to the Tianling continent to avenge the sword wound you inflicted upon me. With that, Moon Xingyao supported her slightly restored body and began to walk down the mountain, searching for traces of the zombies along the way, hoping to use the crystals in their heads to heal her injuries and resume her cultivation. Ye Zi'an followed the voice from the intercom and arrived at a square. Inside the building behind the square, Huizi had already stealthily entered. Dozens of young people were scattered throughout the first floor, armed with various weapons, while the captured female team members were confined in a corner of the first floor. Each team member's hands were tightly bound and their mouths were stuffed with torn cloth, preventing them from making any sounds for help. From a distance, Wheezy assessed the situation of these team members and breathed a sigh of relief. Although everyone bore some injuries, fortunately they were all still alive. This was not due to the invaders' benevolence but rather because the base administrators had tasked them with capturing these women to bring back to the camp, so they naturally did not use lethal force. A young man with a horse face grew a bit bored and suggested to his leader, "Boss, how about we have a little fun first?" A scar-faced man was somewhat tempted by the young man's suggestion. Just as he was about to say something, a pale blue crossbow bolt pierced through his throat and he clutched the wound on his carotid artery, blood spraying from his fingers. The horse-faced young man had not heard his leader respond for a while, and as he raised his head, Wheezy's figure suddenly appeared in the hall. With a flick of her hand, several hidden weapons shot towards the guards present. Each hidden weapon aimed directly at the throats of these individuals. Caught off guard, they had no time to react and Wheezy killed more than half of them in the first instance. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Before the horse-faced young man could speak again, a short blade sliced open his throat. In less than a minute, these 10 or so individuals were completely eliminated by Wheezy. Wheezy glanced towards the door. Fortunately, the people outside did not hear the horse-faced young man's alarm and continued to smoke their cigarettes. Having previously checked, there were no other invaders in the room. Wheezy used her dagger to cut the ropes binding the lightly injured team members, instructing them to free the others. Meanwhile, Wheezy stood guard on the side, ready to prevent anyone from suddenly returning to the building. A female team member whispered, "Captain Wheezy, aside from 5 companions who are too severely injured to move, the remaining 27 can still fight." Wheezy nodded and took out a dozen short crossbows from Chen Ruox's spatial ring, distributing them to the active female team members while she concealed herself using her abilities, preparing to ambush the returning invaders. Wheezy unleashed her abilities, concealing herself by the doorway, and whispered into the intercom to Chen Ruoxue on the other end, "The hostage has been rescued, you may launch the attack." Upon hearing Wheezy's response, Chen Ruoxue, who was commanding outside, let out a sigh of relief. She did not wish to sacrifice the lives of her team unless absolutely necessary. Putting down the intercom, Chen Ruoxue coldly gazed at the intruders in the square, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Now that the hostage situation was resolved, the over 1,000 encircled intruders could meet their end. The intruders were surrounded by 3 squads from different directions, with the house holding the hostages at their backs. Without their leader Wu Tian, these intruders were left with only a handful of ability users. Most ordinary people posed no threat against the ability users of the search team. They resembled spirited youths from before the apocalypse, their outfits a bizarre mix, with some even sporting metal plates strapped to their bodies to defend against zombie attacks. Their weapons were also inconsistent, a chaotic mob with some wielding iron bars pried from somewhere as makeshift spears or kitchen knives tied to long sticks. These weapons stood no chance against the simple blades held by the team members, which cut them in half upon contact. Hearing about Nziyu's plight, Chen Ruoxue, who had always been on good terms with her, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. With Nziyu's life hanging in the balance, she would not spare a single intruder. Chen Ruoxue glared fiercely at the figures of the intruders, gritting her teeth, and spoke to the nearby team members, "All members prepare, fire 3 volleys of crossbow bolts now." With Chen Ruox's command given, the team members' eyes gleamed with ferocity as they shot their arrows, seeking vengeance for As the captain of the rookie squad, Nziyu had trained nearly all the team members regardless of which department they now belonged. A number of silver lights lit up in the sky and the arrows reflecting the sunlight left the intruders with no escape. Surrounded on all sides by a dense hail of arrows, the encircled intruders were instantly turned into pincushions. From the crowd, someone shouted, "Quick, retreat to the building and use those girls as shields." In an instant, hundreds to thousands of people attempted to crowd into the small building, seeking refuge from the rain of arrows while also planning to use the women inside as leverage. Yet dozens of arrows shot out from within the small building and the first few unfortunate souls in the front row fell instantly. The few mutated dogs guarding the fortress sensed the intruders' intentions and charged into the crowd to block their return to the building. The bloodthirsty nature of the mutated beasts was evident as they began to maul the bodies of these intruders. Their sharp fangs could tear off large chunks of flesh with each bite. The entire scene transformed into a bloody hell with a one-sided massacre. The remaining ability users among the intruders, realizing the dire situation, prepared to flee but were quickly targeted by Lin Shanshan and the other captain-level ability users. Under normal circumstances, the ability users under Ye Zi'an could face at least 3 of equal rank and potential, not to mention that Lin Shanshan and the others far surpassed these chemically enhanced ability users in potential. Anna wielded 2 golden hammers as if in a realm devoid of foes. With each swing, several unfortunate souls were sent flying, their bodies soaring through the air, and upon landing their bones were shattered by the impact. By the time Ye Zi'an arrived, the battle was nearing its end. "We surrender. We were also misled by the higher-ups of Shacheng. It has nothing to do with us." One young man among the intruders suddenly threw down his weapon, kneeling on the ground to plead for mercy. Influenced by him, those around him started to drop their weapons and kneel, begging for their lives. Resisting would only lead to death. Surrendering might just save their lives. Ye Zi'an stepped forward coldly, stating, "I accept your surrender, but it will not change your fate of death. Kill them for me." Hearing Ye Zi'an accept their surrender brought joy to their hearts, but upon hearing the latter half of her statement they realized that there was no chance of survival left for them. Before they could pick up their weapons and retaliate, another barrage of arrows fell from the sky. Through the mental link, Ye Zi'an already knew that Huizi had rescued the captured team members, and she instructed the team behind her, "Everyone finish them off and gather any usable supplies from them, burn the bodies together." Human flesh and blood would attract zombies, and Ye Zi'an did not wish to leave any trouble behind. As the dust settled, several team members inside the building fashioned a makeshift stretcher from door panels to carry the seriously injured team members out. Ye Zi'an bent down to check the injuries of those individuals. Although they were not as severely injured as in Ziyu, their condition was still far from optimistic. Many of them had been pierced by sharp blades, and had it not been for the subtle enhancement of some attributes in the fortress over the past few days, they would have likely already perished. Each person take an antidote, then help them into the vehicle. All injured team members return with me to the fortress. Ye Zi'an retrieved several buses from the system space, parked them by the roadside, and immediately team members took their places in the driver's seat to transport the severely injured back to the fortress. As the bus drove towards the fortress, Ye Zi'an could sense the changes within the fortress from afar. Now the walls of the fortress had a slight connection to Ye Zi'an's spirit. Once the Tower of Heaven was completed, it would no longer be just a separate wall, the entire fortress would become part of the tower. Inside the medical room there were 30 oval-shaped medical pods, one side featuring a mechanical panel displaying various health data of the treated individuals. The pods were filled with a light blue liquid, while Ziyu lay in one of them wearing a breathing mask, her eyes tightly shut, completely exposed, suspended in the liquid. Her wounds were gradually being healed by the nutrient solution, visibly mending before the eyes, especially the knife wound inflicted by Wu Tian, which appeared significantly smaller than before. Ye Zi'an estimated that Ziyu would be able to move again after just one day in the medical pod. The other severely injured team members would also receive timely treatment. Fortunately, during this invasion no one in the fortress had died. As Ye Zi'an stepped out of the medical room, she found it crowded with anxious team members eager to know the situation. One of the frontline team members spoke up first, urgently asking, "Lord City Master, how is Captain?" And Ziyu, as the rookie squad captain, had trained all the team members under her. In the fortress, Ziyu held a reputation only second to Ye Zi'an and Zhao Wanrong for her strict yet responsible nature. "Rest assured, everyone. Ziyu is fine, and those injured team members will be okay too. All department leaders finish cleaning the battlefield and meet in the Tower of Heaven's loft in 1 hour for a meeting." With that, Ye Zi'an turned and left, returning to the top floor of the tower to begin contemplating the next action plan. "Today I suddenly received too much information, and now I need to sit down alone and digest it properly." Ye Zi'an sat at the table contemplating the upcoming plans. The male protagonist of the original book, Su Chen, was killed by me a few days ago, and the Will of Heaven self-destructed as well. Although female invaders from other worlds have also come to this plane, they are not as relentless as myself and Su Chen, where one side must perish to determine the victor. On the contrary, after acquiring the protagonist's halo and with the Will of Heaven destroying itself, the world's rejection of me has completely vanished, and I can continuously accumulate my own fortune, my actions no longer restricted. Just now Ye Zi'an discovered that the system of the villain from the apocalypse in his mind transformed into the tyrant system after absorbing the protagonist's halo. Now whenever the residents of the Tower of Heaven kill zombies or any creatures, Ye Zi'an will earn corresponding points. Similarly, Ye Zi'an can designate high favorability team members in the fortress as his subjects in his mind. Under Ye Zi'an's command, the ruling class of the fortress can be established according to a vertical management framework where subordinates cannot disobey the orders of their superiors, and naturally superiors cannot force other team members to act against Ye Zi'an's interests. Ye Zi'an's system points are not limited to exchanging for the previously random daily items, but the system mall is officially open. Now Ye Zi'an can exchange for everything he desires in the tyrant system according to his needs. The fortress no longer relies on external identity cards. Subjects will directly obtain corresponding points in their minds after completing the tasks assigned by Ye Zi'an. The points can be spent in the secondary system mall set up by Ye Zi'an in the fortress, and team members can even complete point transactions directly in their minds. I must say, this tyrant system is far stronger than the previous villain system. Knock, knock, knock. A slow yet forceful knocking sound came from outside the door, interrupting Ye Zi'an's thoughts. Ye Zi'an raised his hand to check the time and found that an hour had passed. The core members who were coming for the meeting were outside. Ye Zi'an organized his thoughts and called out to the door, "Come in." Zhao Wanrong and Chen Ruoxua along with other core members of the fortress pushed the door open and entered. It was their first time stepping into this attic and they curiously glanced around. Taking advantage of the time earlier, Ye Zi'an had already replanned the layout of the attic. To the east is a 100 square meter bath with a constant water temperature of 40 degrees and there are also many shower rooms on both sides. To the west is Ye Zi'an's own resting area which includes some training equipment, several training pods and medical pods. The southern part is the office area featuring a conference room that can accommodate 100 people in Ye Zi'an's office. The northern part has 20 guest rooms, a large living room, a kitchen and a private bathroom, everything one would need. This will be Ye Zi'an's permanent residence in the future. Anyone wishing to find Ye Zi'an can come directly here. Ye Zi'an led everyone into the conference room which had a large round table that could seat 20 with another 80 seats behind it. Reserved for future squad leaders. Chen Ruoxua held a large bag in her hand that looked heavy. She placed the bag on the table and said to Ye Zi'an, City Lord, these are the zombie crystal chips collected today from the hunting of zombies and the ones seized from Wu Tian totaling 87569 pieces. Such a bountiful harvest is not because today's search team killed over 80,000 zombies but because the stronger the zombie the more chips will be in its brain. Once the number of chips in a zombie's head exceeds 10 they will gradually condense into a zombie crystal core and evolve into a mutated zombie. Among these zombie crystal chips at least 50,000 were contributed by Wu Tian's subordinates. Most of Wu Tian's subordinates are not ability users and these chips are temporarily useless to them, they just know these are valuable items so they carried them around, which benefited Ye Zi'an. Ye Zi'an took the large sack from Chen Ruoxua, finding it packed tightly with tens of thousands of zombie crystal chips. Today, after killing Wu Tian and activating the soul-devouring / Ye Zi'an faintly sensed signs of breaking through to a second-tier ability user. Ye Zi'an casually picked up a crystal chip from the sack, held it in his palm and explained to the onlookers these chips can enhance the strength of ability users. By placing the chip in the palm and guiding the energy inside into the body with one's mind, absorption is complete. After saying this, Ye Zi'an demonstrated in front of everyone. As the red energy flowed from Ye Zi'an's palm into his body, the chip vanished from sight and Ye Zi'an's abilities increased slightly. Ye Zi'an stored 2,000 of the chips in his space. Along with the chips he collected a few days ago, he now has at least 50,000 chips on him, enough to break through to a third-tier ability user. Therefore Ye Zi'an handed the remaining chips to Zhao Wanrong beside him and said, later each ability user in the fortress will receive 200 chips and other team members will receive 20 chips. The remaining chips will be kept by you. Each chip will have a recycling value of 10 points in the fortress and can circulate as currency within the fortress. Ye Zi'an's tone suddenly became serious as he addressed everyone present. I know you have many questions, so I will explain everything to you now. The Eastern Empire captured the SS-level mutated zombie the Snow Woman and used her blood to produce awakening agents. Although the success rate is only 1%, they have already begun mass production of ability users. Through absorbing Wu Tian's memories, Ye Zi'an knew how the Eastern Empire successfully captured the Snow Woman. The SS-level zombie queen can only be born in cities with a population of over 30 million. Once born, she immediately becomes a second-tier mutated zombie and can control other zombies at will. Although the book about the Snow Woman did not mention it, Ye Zi'an knew that the zombie queen Hongkuei of the Great Xia was born in the Demon City. In just 3 days she controlled more than 10 second-tier mutated zombies as her subordinates, along with countless first-tier mutated zombies and ordinary zombies. The Demon City is referred to as the Zombie Nation of the Great Xia, and the establishment of the base in the Demon City was made possible by Hongkuei leading a large number of zombies north. After finishing, Ye Zi'an transmitted Wu Tian's memories into their minds, including information about a research team hidden in Xiamen. Everyone was furious, even Huizi, who was of Eastern descent, felt disdain for these people. Seeing that her brother Su Chen's actions inadvertently led to the Eastern Empire capturing the Snow Woman and starting experiments, Su Wei's face turned pale. She felt a strange sadness in her heart. Clearly we are family, why can such matters be told to those Easterners but not to my own sister? Su Wei's last thread of kinship with Su Chen was thus severed. Fortunately, apart from Lin Shanshan, Anna and Huizi, most people in the fortress did not know that Su Wei was Su Chen's biological sister, and no one blamed her. Ye Zi'an's spiritual connection timely comforted Su Wei in her mind. It's okay, this is not your fault. Perhaps Su Chen's true nature is like this, he just hid it too well before the apocalypse. Ye Zi'an turned to the crowd and said, next our objective is to eliminate the researchers infiltrated in Xiaocheng by the Eastern Ning Empire. As everyone has seen today, some forces in Xiaocheng are their protective umbrella. We will not show mercy towards these traitors of the nation, they must be eradicated completely. Given the current situation, Ye Zi'an suddenly realized that his original plan to resolve the issue with Su Chen and then relax had been completely shattered. The enemies that the fortress would face next are no longer a few survivor groups searching for supplies in the wild, but rather battles involving thousands of people from large bases. The search team's numbers are too few to significantly influence the future battlefield. Ye Zi'an waved his hand and several light points merged into the minds of the core management, setting the leaders of these fortresses as the ruling class in the system, allowing them to independently recruit their team members into the system. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ye Zi'an said there are several important announcements to make. First, the management of the fortress will be fully commercialized. Besides the daily free meals, all points earned by the search teams will be cancelled and other services will require points for exchange. Second, the search team will now officially expand. Each team will absorb new members according to a standard of 300 people. And Z's rookie team will also be reorganized into a search team, while the 500 members of the city defense team will take turns going out to execute search missions every day. Of course, each search team can further divide into smaller teams according to the captain's wishes for easier operations. However, each member of the search team must submit 5 chips daily. The remaining chips can be kept or sold to the fortress at a price of 10 points each. As for the supplies obtained while out in the future, only 50 need to be submitted, with the rest belonging to the individual. The search team captain can receive a 10 commission from the taxes of their own team. This news caused the faces of several search team captains who had initially been disheartened by the cancellation of salaries to instantly brighten with smiles. 5 chips mean at worst 5 zombies. With good luck, 1 zombie could suffice. Yet a 50 income from the supplies is no small fortune. Without counting the chip earnings, as long as the team members' backpacks can be filled, their points commissions would amount to several hundred daily, which greatly incentivizes the members to go out more actively. As the captain, one would essentially receive 5 of the total income of the team, with daily points earnings potentially reaching 10,000. Of course, as a captain, one must also be responsible for the team members. Points are not just a one-way flow. The treatment costs for injured members and replacing damaged equipment must also be covered by the captain. Otherwise, team members will just join other search teams. As these words left his mouth, the logistics team's leaders looked enviously at the search team captains. Sensing the envy from the administrative staff, Ye Zi'an said, similarly, the income of the administrative personnel will also receive corresponding rewards from this 50 tax, and in the future, members involved in producing and selling supplies to the combat department will also earn commissions. Ye Zi'an turned to the side and said to Ouyang Shui, please plan some entertainment facilities within the fortress, such as bars, cinemas, and even game rooms. Ye Zi'an had already set up a recycling system in front of each of the 2 city gates. All the harvests from the search team members would automatically return to the fortress warehouse upon their return, with the stipulated taxes automatically deducted before converting into equivalent points distributed to the members and the captain. Team members can use their points to freely consume in various places within the fortress. Ye Zi'an no longer allowed these people time to adapt to the apocalypse. Changes had to be made to enable these members to grow more rapidly. The submission of zombie chips and supplies is a headache for any large base during the apocalypse. Chips are, after all, the most stable currency in this era, directly enhancing the strength of abilities, and their importance is self-evident. Supplies are equally important, as they are essential for survival. However, with the favorability boost from the Tongtian Tower, Ye Zi'an was not worried that his subordinates would hoard chips and supplies. Therefore, the range of points usage will expand in the future, no longer limited to the original warehouse department's material exchange. Various entertainment facilities, weapons, and equipment will be established within the Tongtian Tower, and points can even be used to exchange for independent and comfortable residences. As the Tongtian Tower reached the 5th level, the internal space of the first floor expanded to 200,000 square meters with an astonishing height of 25 meters. Ye Zi'an planned a 5-story building on the first floor of the Tongtian Tower with 1,000 independent rooms on the first floor, 800 on the second, and so forth, culminating in 200 luxurious villas on the 5th floor with more functions and lavish decorations as one ascends. The residential area increases progressively on each floor, with the villas on the top floor reaching 500 square meters, featuring independent bathtubs, kitchens, and training rooms. This is practically usable space without the unpleasant concept of shared area. Of course, aside from necessary renovations, the furniture inside will temporarily only include a large bed. Other furniture and the added functions of the house will require the buyers to use points for exchange with Ye Zi'an. Ye Zi'an thoughtfully set up a subsystem on each floor, allowing them to exchange points for desired supplies such as daily necessities, weapons, snacks, and furniture. For the members of the combat department, as long as they are willing to work hard, they can earn more points to improve their lives. As for those in administrative roles, as long as they serve the combat department members well within the fortress, they can still enjoy a life 10 times more comfortable than outside. Previously, the fortress points were mostly a net outflow. If it weren't for Ye Zi'an's substantial stockpiling of supplies before the apocalypse, ordinary forces would have already been drained by these few thousand people. Now the residents' favorability towards Ye Zi'an has largely exceeded 80. Ye Zi'an must begin to retract some of the previous benefits, not allowing them to become too complacent. In the future, they need to work hard to earn more points to establish a rational cycle conducive to the sustainable development of the fortress. After hearing Ye Zi'an's plans for the building, the crowd could hardly wait to see what their new residences would look like. Ye Zi'an calmed the excited emotions of the crowd, saying, "Alright, that's all for the matters at hand. However, everyone must remember that our enemies in the future will be those large gathering places of thousands or even millions, including those from other countries." After leaving Ye Zi'an's loft, the crowd dispersed to bring their team members into their frameworks while also checking out their new residences. After everyone left, Ye Zi'an gazed at the bright moonlight outside the window, yet his thoughts could not settle. Ye Zi'an sighed and muttered to himself, "It seems I have no choice but to go to the Xiqing base tomorrow and find a way to root out those hidden rats." Sitting on the floor, Ye Zi'an took out the crystals he had collected over the past few days, thinking, "The energy within me has reached a bottleneck. I am now a high-level first-order ability user, ready to break through to a second-order ability user at any moment. Typically, an ability user should not absorb more than 100 crystals in a day, or else they risk being attacked by the residual zombie virus within the crystals, which could affect their own strength." However, for Ye Zi'an, who possessed the Chaos Yin-Yang technique, this was not a concern at all. The virus in the crystals would automatically be expelled by the Chaos Yin-Yang technique, and his absorption speed was 10 times faster than that of other ability users. Ye Zi'an casually grabbed a handful of crystals and began to absorb the energy within them. Streams of red light flowed from Ye Zi'an's palm into his limbs and bones, merging with the spiritual energy generated by the Chaos Yin-Yang technique, continuously strengthening the cells within Ye Zi'an's body. To outsiders, Ye Zi'an's eyes were tightly closed, his face glowing red, surrounded by steaming vapor, and dark brown liquid oozed from the pores of his skin. When he absorbed the 3000th crystal, he finally broke through the barrier of a first-order ability user and officially became a second-order ability user. Ye Zi'an exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly opened his eyes, looked at his robust arms, clenched his fists tightly, and casually threw 2 punches. The sound of the sonic boom echoed throughout the entire attic. Character: Ye Zi'an. Strength 345, Agility 339, Stamina 342, Spirit 331. Current mission: capture the Daughter of Destiny of the Great Xia Shengguanyu. Sky Tower 5th level, capable of controlling 10 survivors, never betraying while radiating to 10000 survivors, slowly increasing their favorability. Marketplace. Click to view details. Points 2361896. Skills system. Space expands capacity with the upgrade of the Sky Tower. Soul Devouring / Ability Recorder 1. Gladiator pulls both enemies and allies into an illusory ancient Roman Colosseum, increasing all attributes of allies by 10 and decreasing all attributes of enemies by 10 until one side dies or the initiator actively ends the limitation, lasting for 30 minutes. Ye Zi'an felt the change in his internal strength and muttered to himself, "Now my strength is at least 5 times stronger than my previous first-order self. The most important thing is that I can now record a second ability which will further enhance my combat power." After storing the remaining crystals in his space, Ye Zi'an walked into the bathroom to wash off the dirt on his body. In the middle of the night, just as Ye Zi'an turned off the lights and lay down, the attic door was pushed open slightly. A shadow peeked around and stealthily slipped inside. Ye Zi'an initially thought it was Lu Qinghuan or Lin Shanshan, but as the person approached, he realized he had no impression of their appearance. It seemed to be a student from Xiqing University. Ye Zi'an lay on the bed, quietly watching her actions without speaking, curious about what she intended to do. The person was tall and slender, resembling Hu Shuefei, yet her appearance was strikingly enchanting, with an oval face, a delicate waist, and a pair of clear, watery eyes that held a hint of determination. Seeing Ye Zi'an resting on the bed, the woman bit her lip, realizing this was her only opportunity, and finally took a step forward. Ye Zi'an understood her intentions. It seemed she wanted to engage in something with him to gain some benefits. With the system evolving into a tyrant system, combined with Ye Zi'an just having advanced to a second-order ability user and the energy he had yet to digest, Ye Zi'an was also at his peak. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Ye Zi'an's voice broke the silence of the attic. The person was startled by Ye Zi'an's voice, recalling the decisive nature of the City Lord, and hurriedly stopped her action, stammering, "City Lord, my name is Hoarding." After speaking, she brushed her hair from her forehead, her face beautiful and her gaze alluring, a combination that was truly captivating. "I am a member of the dining group and just want to switch to a more relaxed department." Members of the dining group have to prepare ingredients for over 2000 people daily, which was a challenge for Hoarding, who had been accustomed to a life of luxury. Having no choice, she came up with this idea to obtain a lighter job. After all, from what she knew, Lin Shanshan and the others were favored by the City Lord in this manner. Seeing that the City Lord did not further stop her, Hoarding shyly recalled the knowledge she had seen in movies, nodding her head low. With such tact, Ye Zi'an had no reason to blame her. Leaning against the headboard, Ye Zi'an quietly enjoyed Hoarding's service and spoke, "What else can you do?" Hoarding hesitated for a moment, thinking that as the flower of the music department, her knowledge held no benefit for fortress management. However, seeing Ye Zi'an's face of enjoyment, she finally spoke, "I am from the music department and can play various instruments." Ye Zi'an helplessly thought to himself, what a useless skill. Looking around, he noticed that the attic lacked a person to manage it. Seeing her favorability was not low, he pondered for a moment and said, "From now on you will stay by my side as the steward of this attic, managing everything in this attic." Hu Yuting's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, City Lord." She obediently nodded, her soft voice emerging from her throat. "Yes, City Lord. City Lord, I feel like there's a fire burning in my stomach, it's so uncomfortable." Ye Zi'an instantly recognized this as a sign of awakening her abilities. Hu Yuting began to awaken, her body was absorbing the energy dissipated in the air, strengthening the cells within her, which caused her temperature to rise. "Don't worry, this is a bodily transformation before becoming an ability user." Hearing her master's words, Hu Yuting endured the discomfort in her body and obediently nodded. Her originally fair skin now resembled pure snow, and a pair of fluffy fox ears grew atop her round head while a fluffy fox tail inexplicably appeared behind her. Ye Zi'an used his insight technique to look at Hu Yuting, her transformation ability Fox Priestess. Her hands grew sharp claws possessing certain close combat self-defense capabilities while also able to grant buffs to herself and allies. Hu Yuting's discomfort instantly vanished, and as she regained her senses she curiously felt the changes in her body and exclaimed, "City Lord, have I become an ability user?" At this moment the Yin-Yang base. Two high-ranking officers in green military uniforms walked into a singlestory building to the left. This is the highest command center of the Great Xia, where they saluted the leader Ouyang at the conference table and reported reports the outer walls of the Yin-Yang base have been completed. Currently there are a total of 235741 survivors. In addition, some soldiers have recently experienced fever and awakened remarkable abilities. Upon finishing his report, a flame suddenly appeared in his hand, hot and dazzling, causing the temperature in the entire room to rise sharply. The officer clenched his fist and the flame vanished into thin air, continuing, "Conservatively estimating there are at least 2000 soldiers in the army who have awakened various abilities. As the most elite garrison of the Great Xia, the soldiers inside are the best of the best, selected from various units before the apocalypse, hence the proportion of awakened abilities is quite high." Another officer handed over a document. Ouyang picked it up and began to read carefully. His previously furrowed brows slowly relaxed as the officer spoke. "The second army group has transported a large amount of food and steel from Jixing province. Conservatively estimating it should be enough for the Yin-Yang base for half a year. Moreover, the usage method of the cards dropped by the monsters has been researched, revealing not only higher quality cold weapons but also seeds of crops that surpass our modern civilization. Their growth cycle is at least 10 times shorter and the yield is more than double. Additionally, soldiers have recently discovered red chips in the heads of ordinary zombies that can enhance the strength of awakened soldiers, although they cannot be used in excess at once." Hearing these reports, Ouyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. After days of intense preparations, their hard work had not been in vain, as at least a high-standard giant base had officially been established. Now they could attempt to counterattack the zombies. Ouyang stood up and said each division should use these awakened soldiers as the main force to form special operations teams to hunt down those high-level mutated zombies. Other units should gradually clear the zombies outside Yin-Yang City, preparing to retake the city in a month. All the soldiers present straightened their backs, saluted and shouted, "We guarantee to complete the mission." In the attic of the fortress in the suburbs of Xia City, Ye Zi'an was attempting to guide Hu Yuting in mastering her transformation ability. You can try to concentrate and control your powers, freely unleashing or retracting them within you. "Okay, my lord, I will give it a try." Under Ye Zi'an's guidance, Hu Yuting tried to channel her powers into her hands. In no time she was able to fully control this force. As long as she concentrated, she could unleash her powers at will, even controlling different parts of her body to transform. Seeing Hu Yuting completely master her powers, Ye Zi'an implied, "About today." Hu Yuting quickly interjected, "My lord, please rest assured I will not say anything." This was a little secret between her and the lord. Hu Yuting didn't want to share it with anyone. Ye Zi'an shook his head and sighed. "Sigh, this girl just doesn't get it. No, what I mean is you can reveal it privately so others know too." The battle that happened today made Ye Zi'an realize he had to find a way to quickly enhance the strength of all team members. Everyone had been living in the Tongtian Tower for at least 10 days and most had a favorability rating of over 80 for Ye Zi'an, with the admiration for him just a thin veil away. Hu Yuting was neither the first nor the last. It seemed time to start a national cultivation plan. After cultivation, even if they did not awaken abilities, the attributes enhanced by the chaotic Yin-Yang technique would not be inferior to ordinary ability users. Moreover, the chaotic Yin-Yang technique could add a layer of spiritual energy to weapons and armor, which was completely comparable to abilities. Ah! Hu Yuting was startled by Ye Zi'an's words and quickly covered her mouth, but in an instant she understood his thoughts. "Rest assured, the position of the attic's chief steward belongs only to you. Whenever new people enter the attic, you will be responsible for assigning them tasks. After fighting all his life, he should also enjoy some benefits. Looking at this empty attic, how many more should be added? 10 or 8? If he had to do everything himself, he would be too exhausted. While Ye Zi'an was imagining a bright future, a familiar spiritual presence appeared outside the fortress. It was Ye Zi'an's second uncle Ye. After killing Suchin, the task Ye Zi'an had assigned to Ye was to monitor the Lu family, but he didn't know if he understood. Seeing Ye Zi'an about to go out, Hoarding stood up, carefully helping him adjust his clothing. Well done. If anything is lacking in this attic, go to the warehouse to fetch it in my name. Thank you, my lord. Under the sparse moonlight outside the fortress ruins, Ye, the mutated night demon, stood among the debris, confused about where to go and return to the vicinity of the fortress. With a pale complexion, Ye saw Ye Zi'an come out of the fortress and uttered a few words. Lu family dead, zombies very strong. Ye's words left Ye Zi'an puzzled. Had the Lu family members all died? In the book, the Lu family and Ye Zi'an were trapped in the tavern together. Now, without a wedding, the Lu family should be in their villa. Could it be that the Lu family was killed by very strong zombies? After pondering for a moment, Ye Zi'an chose not to think about it. Anyway, in a few days he would go to the urban area of Xia City to find those researchers from the Dongying Empire and settle accounts with the traitors secretly aiding them. Thousands of people at Wu Tian's command could not be without the local forces fanning the flames behind the scenes. It seems Ye can understand his orders. Ye Zi'an said, next you will gather zombies near the urban area of Xia City and look for a group of Dongying Empire people. Although Ye is not a psychic zombie, he is currently an scrayed mutated zombie, so controlling thousands of zombies to find people should still be feasible. Ye looked at Ye Zi'an with a puzzled expression, obviously overwhelmed by the length of Ye Zi'an's command, and was not very clear about what he was supposed to do. Seeing Ye's confused look, Ye Zi'an knew he hadn't understood. Ye Zi'an's spiritual energy entered Ye's mind, a violent and bloodthirsty chaotic consciousness. If it were an ordinary person, they would instantly be consumed by this bloodthirsty awareness. Ye Zi'an tentatively used his spiritual energy to repeat the command in Ye's mind. Perhaps understanding Ye Zi'an's order, Ye spread his wings and flew towards the urban area of Xia City. Watching Ye leave, Ye Zi'an muttered to himself, it seems I need to find an item in the system store that can help me communicate with my second uncle. Ye Zi'an thought to himself that if he could fully control Ye, the difficulties in intelligence work would be significantly reduced.